Suifeng, having spent eons in a state of passive existence, crafted the most formidable family, attracting solicitations for support from both the world and the celestial will, earning him the awe-inspiring moniker of unparalleled wealth. Chapter 1. An Eon of Inactivity. O heavens, the Yi family has chosen a good-for-nothing as their patriarch. The new head of the Yi family succumbed to a fit of rage during the ceremony and remains in a comatose state. The greatest jest in the history of Yunshao City. The sky loomed dark as pitch. Yi Suifeng awoke from the void, his mind shrouded in confusion. Have I finally succeeded? As he drew faint breaths, he sensed the vital energies of the real world. In that moment, Yi Suifeng felt tears welling within him. Once, he had been a vibrant and ambitious youth on Blue Star. Yet, one fateful day, he found himself bound to an entity known as the Supreme Idol System, thus commencing an unexpected journey across realms. Little did he know that during this transcendence, obscure forces would intervene, causing him to lose his way amidst the chaos. His very consciousness began to blur. Time became an abstract concept until he finally perceived the long-lost freshness of the air. A different memory, a divergent life, surged through his soul in tumult. After what felt like an eternity, tranquility began to envelop him. Yi Suifeng gradually grasped the nature of his current predicament. His previous incarnation was the newly appointed head of the Yi family in Yunshao City. Alas, this patriarch faced a dismal fate. Due to his lackluster abilities, he was subjected to relentless ridicule from the outside world. On the day of the ceremony, his nemesis had presented him with an entire box of vitality pills as a gift. The Qi blood pill is the most rudimentary of cultivation elixirs, suitable solely for those at the initial stage of Qi refinement. This is a blatant mockery directed at Yi Suifeng. The previous incarnation was also a character incapable of weathering the storms of life, and under such provocation, he suffered a heart attack and perished. Why must a worthless individual be made the head of the family? Yi Suifeng pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. Subsequently, he delved into the memories of his former self and discovered that the Yi family appeared to differ significantly from traditional clans. This family is remarkably united. They would not treat him differently due to his inferior cultivation, nor would they allow any scandalous insubordination from servants. On the contrary, because he is the heir of the main lineage, they supported his ascension to the position of family head. Unfortunately, this individual's capacity to endure psychological stress was woefully inadequate. Intriguing. Having organized the chaotic memories, Yi Suifeng opened his eyes. Before him stood an elegantly antiquated residence. The soft bedding exuded a fragrant aroma, reminiscent of medicinal substances used for nurturing one's health. Nearby, a young girl sat diligently engrossed in her studies. Upon sensing the movement beside her, the girl turned her head, her features bearing a striking resemblance to Yi Suifeng, with a resemblance of 7 parts. Dad, you're awake. She is none other than Yi Suifeng's only daughter, named Yi Huang, who is 14 years of age. Yi Suifeng felt a bittersweet smile tug at his lips. He had never been married, yet found himself with a daughter of such age. Moreover, his wife in this lifetime tragically passed away during childbirth. Am I destined to be single? Yi Suifeng chuckled lightly, embracing the notion that as long as life is lived splendidly, it matters not. However, his smile nearly caused Yi Huang to drop her jaw in astonishment. Father, you actually smiled. Yi Suifeng was momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure. Since the demise of his wife, this man had perpetually worn an expression of profound sorrow. The concept of a smile had long vanished from his lexicon. Yi Suifeng felt speechless. Life is fraught with challenges, and some endure adversities far greater than one's own. To walk forward with a smile is the true essence of survival. Ding! Today's idle task has been completed. Please collect your accrued rewards promptly. Suddenly, a melodious voice echoed within Yi Suifeng's mind. Is the idol system still operational? Yi Suifeng froze in disbelief. This system was an acquisition from before his traversal. Its functions were exceedingly simple, comprising merely 2 aspects. Idol mining, extracting resources from a super vein, yielding a substantial daily harvest of cultivation materials. Idol cultivation, gaining a day's worth of spiritual advancement each day. Upon his crossing, he had activated both features. To his surprise, an unforeseen incident had transpired during the journey, plunging him into chaos. In that tumultuous void, devoid of time, he had no knowledge of how long he had been idling. Suifeng opened the system panel, resolved to examine his rewards. In an instant, he was flabbergasted. "Little Huang, please step outside for a moment." Yi Huang, taken aback, queried, "Father, what is it?" "Just go outside." Yi Suifeng's tone had turned stern. Though bewildered, Yi Huang obediently exited the room. After sending his daughter away, Yi Suifeng took a deep breath, his demeanor majestic. He then re-entered the system interface. 1, 2, 3. 13 digits. My mathematics isn't the best. How much is this? He stared at the absurd array of numbers, unable to regain his composure for a long time. It took quite a while for him to tally them all up. Low-grade spirit stones. Daily extraction of 100,000 pieces, currently possessing 356 trillion pieces. Medium-grade spirit stones. Daily extraction of 10,000 pieces, currently possessing 36.5 trillion pieces. High-grade spirit stones. Daily extraction of 1,000 pieces, currently possessing 3.65 trillion pieces. Spirit crystals. Daily extraction of 100 pieces, currently possessing 365 billion pieces. Celestial stones. Daily extraction of 10 pieces, currently possessing 36.5 billion pieces. Celestial crystals. Daily extraction of 1 piece, currently possessing 3.65 billion pieces. These are the total earnings from idle mining. In truth, none of these figures are whole numbers. Yi Suifeng rounded off the decimals to avoid accusations of inflating word count. Heavenly Lord, such an immense fortune, his wallet could scarcely contain it. Yi Suifeng was utterly elated. From now on, he would no longer fret over financial matters. Next, he turned to the gains from idle cultivation. This was rather straightforward. He had accumulated a total of 1 trillion years of cultivation, which was now in a state awaiting extraction. Yi Suifeng pondered for a moment, then silently intoned, "Extract 1 year of cultivation." Instantly, an overwhelming force surged into his body. The energy was extraordinarily pure, devoid of any impurities, rampaging within Yi Suifeng's being. Initially, he possessed merely the 3rd level of qi refinement, yet under the recent surge, he broke through 5 levels, ascending directly to the 8th level of qi refinement. It was merely a year's cultivation. Yi Suifeng, propelled by this momentum, continuously extracted his cultivation. His power soared as if aboard the Shenzhou 13 spacecraft, soaring through the heavens. Qi refinement, transformation of qi, foundation establishment, golden body, golden core, nascent soul, out of body, transformation of spirit, unity, tribulation. Within the short span of a fragrant incense sticks burning, Yi Suifeng had transcended to the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. As he extracted his cultivation once more, his immense spiritual power instantaneously sensed the shifting clouds and winds in the sky. A terrifying surge of lightning energy gather. Ominously. He was about to face his tribulation. Undergoing tribulation at home was hardly an ideal scenario. Yi Suifeng promptly halted the extraction process, and the brewing thunderstorm dissipated into nothingness. How intriguing. He attempted to extract his cultivation again, and the ominous clouds above coalesced once more, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder. However, each time he interrupted, the impending tribulation would vanish again. Yi Suifeng, suddenly filled with playful mischief, oscillated between extracting his cultivation and interrupting the process, engaging in this back and forth numerous times. The tribulation is not solitary. It's a game. After toying with the thunderstorm for a while, Yi Suifeng finally ceased his provocations. Upon inspecting his cultivation reserves, he realized he had only consumed approximately 5,000 years of energy. Not even a fraction. After some contemplation, Yi Suifeng decided to remain at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. This was sufficiently formidable. After all, if memory served him right, the most powerful individuals in Yunshao City were merely at the golden core level. It is indeed a remarkable descent into a lower dimension. After completing these tasks, Yi Suifeng chuckled softly. "Yi family, let us warmly welcome your new patriarch." By this time, it was already late into the night. In the midst of late autumn, the nights in Yunshao City had grown exceedingly cold. Yi Huang crouched outside the door, her face etched with profound melancholy. Her mother had perished in giving birth to her, leaving only her father as her sole kin, who had raised her. Her father had been nominated by the family to be the next patriarch, a prospect that genuinely delighted her. Yet, who could have foreseen that this would become the final straw that weighed upon her father's shoulders? If only time could rewind, she would certainly persuade her father to relinquish the position of clan leader. The burdens associated with such a role were far too great. Her father simply could not bear it. It's all my fault. If I were just a little more outstanding, I could surely alleviate my father's worries. Yi Huang silently lamented. Suddenly, a creaking sound emanated from behind her as the door swung open, revealing the tall figure of Yi Suifeng. Father! Yi Huang quickly rose to her feet. Yi Suifeng, perplexed, inquired, "Why are you still here? Shouldn't you be asleep?" "I was just a bit concerned about your health," Yi Huang replied softly. Yet, as she observed Yi Suifeng, he appeared radiant and vigorous, exuding an aura of vitality, showing no signs of illness whatsoever. In fact, he seemed to be in far better condition than ever before. What on earth had transpired? "Huh?" Yi Suifeng laughed heartily. "No need to worry. I am in excellent health now, eating splendidly." Faced with her father's demeanor, Yi Huang was left utterly astonished. Perceiving her confusion, Yi Suifeng said, "This encounter has led me to comprehend certain matters. Rest assured, such occurrences shall never transpire again." With a gentle smile, Yi Suifeng affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. Yi Huang stood momentarily dazed, but eventually nodded in agreement. "Go to bed now. If my memory serves me correctly, you have alchemy classes tomorrow. Do not delay." The hour had already advanced into the late night. Yet, Yi Huang's countenance darkened. "Father, you are unaware that today, the clan's alchemists, blacksmiths, and array masters have all departed." Yi Suifeng was taken aback, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. The Yi family was substantial, with the direct and collateral branches collectively numbering over 100 members in the younger generation alone. Thus, they had engaged numerous masters from various fields to serve as instructors. Yet, it was unfathomable that they had collectively chosen to resign. Without a doubt, it was a reaction to Yi Suifeng's ascension to the head of the family, as they perceived a bleak future for the Yi family. Some individuals are destined to miss the express train of historical progress. "What do you mean, father?" Yi Suifeng chuckled softly. "I merely imply that their departure is a loss for them. Now, return and rest. I shall resolve this matter by tomorrow." Chapter 2 Family Crisis. The following day, in the family council chamber, Yi Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at an inscription on the wall. It was an ancient set of rules, the 3 ironclad laws of the Yi family. Those who betray the family without cause shall be executed. Those who disrupt familial unity shall be executed. Those who deliberately oppress their kin shall be executed. These 3 decrees form the bedrock of the Yi family's enduring solidarity and collective resolve against external threats. Such a family instilled a sense of admiration in Yi Suifeng. Suddenly, the grand doors of the council chamber swung open. 4 authoritative middle-aged men entered in succession. Once Yi Suifeng had turned and taken a seat, they followed suit, settling into their designated places. They were the family's leaders, direct descendants of the Yi lineage, and Yi Suifeng's cousins. To his left were Yi Suiyun and Yi Suiyu, the 2 prominent figures from his second uncle's household, responsible for overseeing the family's internal and external enterprises, as well as managing finances and resource allocation. To his right were Yi Suihu and Yi Suibao, the 2 key figures from his third uncle's household, charged with the family's military strength and the competition and protection of external resources. Yi Suifeng had a 4th uncle, but his son was still too young to qualify as a family leader. His second, third, and 4th uncles had retreated into the background, revered as family elders who would only emerge for exceedingly significant decisions. Indeed, it was a large family. Yi Suifeng cleared his throat, declaring, "Now that everyone is present, let us commence today's meeting." Beside him, Yi Suiyun expressed his concern. "Elder brother, is your health in good condition?" "I am well, and I have encountered some fortuitous opportunities," Yi Suifeng replied, surveying the gathered individuals. "Our family shall fear no one, nor any challenge. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to voice them." and we shall address them collectively. Upon hearing this, several individuals exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Yi Suifeng turned to inquire, Suhu, I have heard that several esteemed instructors from our clan departed yesterday. Yisu nodded and replied in a deep voice, Indeed, those ungrateful wretches, despite our generous treatment, have all fled. From now on, I shall strike them every time I encounter one. Nearby, Yi Suifeng sighed and remarked, This situation is instigated by the Li family. They lured our instructors away with far superior compensation. The Li family is the sworn enemy of the Yi family. In the city of Yinshao, the three prominent families are the Yi, Li, and Tang families. The Tang family holds the most power and often remains aloof from worldly matters, while the Yi and Li families are in a constant state of conflict, having evolved into bitter rivals. The recent abduction of our esteemed instructors is a blatant act of sabotage. What are your plans? Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Suibao spoke up. At present, our best course of action is to swiftly seek out other masters to replace them. Otherwise, the development of our younger generation will be adversely affected. A strong youth equates to a strong family. The growth of our younger members must not be delayed. It is a challenging endeavor, Yi Suiyu added, in recent days. Following my elder brother's ascension, various rumors have circulated throughout the city. I have attempted to approach some masters of equal standing, yet they all remain non-committal. Even with an increased offer, their stance has not changed. Once more, the council chamber fell into silence. A few individuals furrowed their brows deeply, as this matter indeed posed a considerable challenge. If all else fails, we shall lower the standards for the master instructor, Yi Suiyun suggested. Eventually, someone will come forth. This is a last resort. However, Yi Suifeng was resolute in preventing such a situation from occurring. If I recall correctly, the three masters who departed were all of the 5th rank, am I right? The alchemists are categorized from low to high, spanning a total of 9 ranks. A 5th rank master is already considered among the elite in Yinshao City. What is their remuneration? Yi Suifeng inquired. Well, it's fairly uniform. Approximately 10,000 low-grade spirit stones per month, Yi Suiyun replied. It was understood that this specifically referred to low-grade spirit stones. Nonetheless, a sum of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones constituted a substantial compensation, sufficient to sustain his daily cultivation and afford a comfortable lifestyle in Yinshao City. Yi Suifeng glanced at his purse, which contained 20 low-grade spirit stones. That should suffice, he remarked. Have any of you ever interacted with masters above the 5th rank? Yi Suifeng asked again. The others were taken aback. Brother, there are only a handful of 6th rank masters in Yinshao City. They exist beyond the mundane world and do not accept any employment. Furthermore, even if they were willing, their exorbitant fees would be beyond our means, Yi Suiyun explained. Yi Suifeng chuckled. As long as there's a price, it's manageable. Rest assured, I shall present them with an irresistible proposition. The group exchanged glances, but ultimately decided to place their trust in their family head. Aside from this matter, is there anything else? Yi Suifeng asked. Indeed, the speaker is Yi Suiyu, who primarily oversees the allocation of family resources. At this moment, he appears somewhat troubled. Elder brother, regarding the cultivation resources for the younger generation of our clan, it seems we may need to impose further reductions, he states. Yi Suiying raises an eyebrow and inquires. What is the reason for this? Yi Suiyu sighs. In recent years, the family's enterprises have not been thriving, and the Li family has continuously interfered, causing our current financial situation to fall short of sustaining internal expenditures. The Yi family's assets consist of 2 main components, a resource site outside the city and a series of shops. Unfortunately, the yields from the resource site have been poor in recent years and have suffered repeated disruptions and damages from the Li family, significantly decreasing profits. Relying solely on the income from the shops is insufficient. What is the current distribution of resources for the younger generation, and what are the monthly expenditures? Yi Suiying asks. Yi Suiyu contemplates before responding. Let us consider the qi refining stage first. Direct descendants receive 50 spirit stones, 10 qi refining pills, and 10 muscle and bone pills each month. In contrast, collateral descendants receive 30 spirit stones, 5 qi refining pills, and 5 muscle and bone pills monthly, including various rewards. Their total monthly expenditures exceed 100,000 spirit stones. Furthermore, the resources required for alchemy, artifact crafting, formations, and talisman making are even more substantial. Additionally, the cost for martial arts, spiritual tools, and training facilities. Overall, the cultivation expenses for the younger generation alone amount to approximately 1 million spirit stones each month. A staggering figure, indeed. Such is the reality of a prominent family. Behind their formidable strength lies the accumulation of countless resources. However, for Yi Suifeng, the issue of finances is the least of his concerns. Very well, let us proceed as such. The family patriarch spoke, and the others promptly focused their attention. The younger generation represents the future of the clan. Only by nurturing their growth can we elevate our family to greater heights. Thus, starting today, the fixed resources allocated to each member will be doubled. Furthermore, we shall invest more in cultivation conditions, such as materials for alchemy and crafting, aiming to establish a standard for unlimited supply. What do you think? Upon concluding his words, the other four were left in utter bewilderment. What had they just heard? They had been prepared to reduce the family's expenditures, yet he had directly proposed to multiply the benefits several times over. Was this a path to self-destruction? Yi Suifeng's elder brother, Yi Suyu, appeared on the verge of tears, convinced that Yi Suifeng was merely jesting. If his standards were to be followed, the monthly expenses would increase at least 5-fold. That would amount to 5 million spirit stones. Even at the family's wealthiest times, such an expenditure had never been seen. He yearned to convey to his brother how utterly absurd this notion was. Yet, Yi Suifeng raised his hand and retrieved a storage bag from within his robes. Tossing it to the side to Yi Suiyun. Do not fret. I possess 100,000 spirit stones here. You may utilize them for now, and should you require more, simply ask me. Yi Suifeng remarked with a smile. However, Yi Suiyu wore a pained expression and said, Elder brother, did you not hear clearly? Even with 1 million spirit stones, it is still insufficient. Before he could finish his sentence, a robust hand suddenly grasped his arm, trembling incessantly. It was Yi Suiyun beside him, his face flushed and quivering as he presented a storage bag before Yi Suiyu, slowly opening it. In an instant, a brilliant radiance illuminated their faces. It was not merely 1 million low-grade spirit stones, but rather 1 million high-grade spirit stones. When converted, that amounted to a staggering 100 billion low-grade spirit stones. Both were left in a state of astonishment, even though they managed the family finances. They had never encountered such a sum at once. I mentioned that I had acquired some fortuitous opportunities, Yi Suiyun said nonchalantly, tapping the table. Remember, from this day forth, the Yi family shall not fear anyone. Chapter 3. He gave too much as the meeting concluded. Yi Suiyun and the others walked out of the assembly hall in a daze. They had anticipated that the family resources would be curtailed, requiring everyone to tighten their belts. Yet, who could have imagined that not only would there be no reduction, but the resources would actually multiply several-fold? Yi Suiyun's generosity was truly extravagant, bordering on opulence. Was it perhaps too little? Standing by the window, Yi Suiyun pondered. 1 million high-grade spirit stones hardly constituted a significant sum. However, after some contemplation, he decided it was best to proceed as such. Every situation has its own process. Transitioning from frugality to luxury is no exception. Providing too much at once may not necessarily be beneficial. It would be prudent to allow them to acclimate to these more advantageous conditions before introducing further enhancements. Zhang Ziming, Hu Chuang, and Dong Tianji. Yi Suifeng gazed at the information sheet in his hand. These 3 individuals are among the few esteemed 6th-grade masters in Yinshao City. Their prowess is remarkable, exuding an air of superiority, even towards the 3 prominent families, whom they regard with indifference and haughtiness. It is my hope that you do not fail to recognize your own worth. Yi Suifeng crumpled the information sheet and discarded it. Today, he intended to pay them each a visit. After a brief moment of preparation, Yi Suifeng departed from the Yi residence. The Yi family is situated in the heart of Yinshao City, and not far from their doorstep lies the bustling commercial district. Yinshao City is a vast metropolis, With a resident population nearing 1 million, where the streets are alive with the comings and goings of numerous people, Yi Suifeng traveled in an opulent carriage, moving at a leisurely pace along the thoroughfare. Through the window, the rich atmosphere of the marketplace transported him back to his previous life. If time permits, he would relish the opportunity to savor the culinary delights of this world. After approximately half an hour, the carriage halted in front of an extravagant pavilion. Yi Suifeng alighted from the carriage. Danfeng Pavilion. Why does it sound reminiscent of a brothel? This is the residence of the sixth-grade alchemist, Zhang Ziming. He has remained aloof in Yunshao City for over a decade. Various factions aspired to cultivate a favorable relationship with this sixth-grade alchemist, hoping to procure some exquisite elixirs from him. No one dares to offend him lightly. Yi Suifeng stepped inside. The first floor of the pavilion was bustling with activity, selling ordinary elixirs. The place was crowded and lively. Yi Suifeng held little interest in those elixirs and directly approached the floor manager, stating, "Inform Zhang Ziming that Yi Suifeng, the head of the Yi family, has come to see him." He remained calm and indifferent, merely a sixth-grade alchemist, unworthy of posturing before him. Yet, this demeanor provoked discontent among the overseers. Throughout the years in the Danfeng Pavilion, no visitor dared approach the pavilion master without utmost respect. Even the head of the Tang family maintained a courteous demeanor. What of the head of the Yi family? The overseer cast a sidelong glance at Yi Suifeng and remarked, "My pavilion master is currently engaged in alchemy. You would do well to take your leave." Such a response did not surprise Yi Suifeng. Those who linger in high positions often develop inexplicable quirks. A vast consciousness swiftly enveloped the entire pavilion, and Yi Suifeng soon discerned an elderly man with flowing hair, leisurely seated atop the highest floor, indulging in translucent grapes. "I shall offer you one more chance. Take me to meet Zhang Ziming, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," Yi Suifeng declared. Instantly, the overseer's expression darkened. With a wave of his hand, a group of formidable men of the Golden Body realm surrounded him. Yi Suifeng, I have heard of your reputation. Without the title of family head, you are nothing but a waste in the Qi refinement stage. Let us see what you can do." He spoke with an air of invulnerability and an exceedingly assertive tone. A smile crept upon Yi Suifeng's lips. "Then do observe closely." With that, he reached out and seized the overseer's collar. The surrounding Golden Body warriors immediately sprang into action. "Intent on subdu Yi Suifeng sivifti. Begone." However, Yi Suifeng merely uttered a sharp command, and an immense force erupted forth. Several cultivators at the Golden Body realm felt as though they had been struck by an ancient, wild beast, instantly sent flying and crashing into an array of tables and chairs. The crowd in the hall was thrown into disarray, their faces etched with panic as they gazed upon Yi Suifeng. How audacious for someone to create a disturbance in the Danfeng Pavilion. The individual possessed formidable strength, overpowering even the Golden Body masters with ease. It dawned on them. This was Yi Suifeng, the newly appointed head of the Yi family. The onlookers were engulfed in confusion. The person in charge was also bewildered. Had it not been said that Yi Suifeng was merely a waste at the Qi refinement stage? How could he exhibit such immense power? Yet, Yi Suifeng maintained an air of tranquility. "Now, do you see the reality of the situation? Let us depart together." With that, Yi Suifeng effortlessly lifted the man and ascended to the upper floors of the pavilion. The Danfeng Pavilion boasted 5 levels, each offering a distinct grade of elixirs. As Yi Suifeng made his ascent, numerous individuals attempted to obstruct his path. However, they were no match for him. Even the mere aura he emanated sent them sprawling, blood spilling from their lips. Soon, he reached the top floor and pushed open the door. Zhang Ziming sensed the intrusion. Not only was he a sixth-grade alchemist, but he was also a formidable practitioner at the late Golden Core stage. In Yunshao City, he feared no one. "You are rather presumptuous, aren't you?" Zhang Ziming's countenance darkened. Yi Suifeng casually discarded the man in charge and stepped inside. "Your subordinates are too arrogant. I am merely here to impart some lessons." "Arrogance?" Zhang Ziming retorted angrily. "Do you truly believe I'm so easily bullied?" With that, he brought his fingers together, pointing ominously at Yi Suifeng. The sound of a sword piercing the air resonated as a gleaming sword, radiating a golden light, surged forth with ferocious energy, arriving instantaneously before Yi Suifeng. This was Zhang Ziming's life-bound treasure, intended to crush Yi Suifeng in a single strike. However, he had chosen the wrong adversary. In the face of the incoming blade, Yi Suifeng merely flicked his finger. An invisible wave emanated from his fingertip, rippling outward in all directions. The formidable life-bound treasure of the late Golden Core stage. Upon encountering this wave, abruptly altered its course, swiftly darting back towards Zhang Ziming, ultimately halting at the skin on his forehead, suspended in midair. In an instant, everything in the room, save for the furniture by the window, disintegrated into powder and vanished. Zhang Ziming's eyes widened in terror, paralyzed with fear. The might of the person before him far exceeded his imagination. "Senior, let us speak amicably," he stammered. "Je Suifeng similet faintly." Stepping forward to sit across from Zhang Ziming, the life-bound sword gradually descended, resting gently upon the table. For Yi Suifeng, a mere thought could obliterate a golden core treasure. Yet he refrained from doing so. His intention today was to persuade Zhang Ziming to join his family as a mentor. Destroying the life-bound treasure would incur backlash, requiring a protracted period for recovery. Such an act was unnecessary. Observing the perspiring and tense Zhang Ziming, Yi Suifeng remarked, "Now, will you converse properly?" Zhang Ziming quickly nodded. "Senior, please speak. I shall do my utmost." He was genuinely frightened, for the methods Yi Suifeng had just displayed were beyond anything he had ever heard of. Even his master during the out-of-body stage would likely find it impossible. What on earth is this person about? A sense of trepidation enveloped Zhang Ziming. Yi Suifeng plucked a grape and placed it in his mouth. The icy, fragrant taste of this fruit, cultivated in the world of cultivation, was indeed extraordinary. "It's not such a grand matter," Yi Suifeng stated. "My family is currently in need of an alchemist to mentor the younger generation. Hence we wish for you to take on the role of instructor." Zhang Ziming was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a cold sweat. He had thought it was something of great significance, but it turned out they merely wanted him as a guest elder of the Yi family. Is it truly necessary to make such a grand gesture? He thought, discreetly wiping away his perspiration. Of course, it would be my privilege to work under your esteemed guidance. When would you like me to begin? Yi Suifeng, with a hint of amusement, responded so eager. Shouldn't we first discuss the matter of remuneration? Zhang Ziming chuckled awkwardly. Oh, esteemed elder, your words are too generous. This opportunity you present is a blessing. How could I dare to speak of material compensation? Internally, he grumbled. You've already given me quite the beating. How could I possibly demand a reward? Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. I am no brigand and would not engage in bullying the weak. This time, I'm hiring you as a guest elder of the Yi family. Name your price. Zhang Ziming, perplexed, scrutinized Yi Suifeng for a long while, attempting to discern his true intentions and whether he was luring him into a trap. Unfortunately, Yi Suifeng remained composed, revealing nothing. Reluctantly, Zhang Ziming extended his trembling palm. Esteemed elder, though my strength is modest, I am nonetheless a sixth-grade alchemist. Under normal circumstances, a monthly remuneration of at least 500,000 spirit stones would be required. However, in your presence, this price is negotiable. For the families in Yinshao City, a monthly sum of 500,000 spirit stones is not entirely unaffordable, yet is deemed unnecessary given their numerous financial obligations. Yi Suifeng nodded and stated, I shall offer you 1,000,000 spirit stones each month, but you must dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to the education of the younger members of the Yi family. Zhang Ziming was taken aback. He had anticipated that Yi Suifeng would attempt to lower the price, yet he was astonished to find that the remuneration had been doubled. How wealthy are you, senior? Surely you jest? Zhang Ziming was still somewhat incredulous. I assure you, I do not jest. Yi Suifeng replied as he placed a storage bag upon the table and rose to his feet. This contains 3 years' worth of remuneration. After 3 years, should you wish to depart from the Yi family, you may do so at any time. I will not retain you against your will. Remember to apply yourself diligently, or else, you understand. If there are no further issues, you should report to the Yi family today and seek out Yi Suihu. With that, Yi Suifeng tossed aside a note and turned to leave, leaving Zhang Ziming alone to gaze in a daze at the vast quantity of spirit stones within the storage bag. After a while, Zhang Ziming's senior disciple arrived and inquired about the situation. Upon learning that his master intended to visit the Yi family as a guest, he was immediately astonished. "Master, did you not refuse family invitations?" Zhang Ziming remained silent for a considerable time. The offer was simply too generous. Chapter 4. All resolved, Yi Suifeng employed Zhang Ziming for a span of 3 years. In truth, his intentions extended beyond Zhang Ziming. He had similar aspirations for 2 others. With their presence, the Yi family would undoubtedly flourish over the course of 3 years. Furthermore, he would become well acquainted with the dynamics of this continent. When the time came, even if the trio chose not to remain, he would be able to identify even more exceptional candidates. Master Craftsman Hu Chuang and Master Arrayist Dong Tianji. Yi Suifeng glanced at their respective locations and resolved to seek out the nearer Dong Tianji first. Dong Tianji's abode lay on the outskirts of Yinshao City. After approximately 15 minutes in a carriage, Yi Suifeng arrived at his destination. This place starkly contrasted with the splendor of Danfeng Pavilion, resembling rather the dwelling of an ordinary resident, albeit on a larger scale. Yi Suifeng knocked upon the door. "The head of the Yi family has come." "I am not receiving guests," a distant voice responded. "I have come today to extend an invitation for you to serve as a guest elder of the Yi family." "Yi Suifeng, replied. My price is beyond your means." "Begone," came a cold, dismissive retort from within. "How much do you desire?" "We can negotiate," Yi Suifeng proposed. "Leave." Yet, his civility was met with a resolute rebuff. With a sigh, Yi Suifeng, who had wished to avoid confrontation, found the arrogance of these individuals intolerable. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed. Behind the door lay a desolate expanse, suffused with a palpable malevolence. Sinister apparitions erupted from the blood-soaked earth, roaring as they charged toward Yi Suifeng. This place resembled a hellish purgatory, truly terrifying. "The formation, you say?" Yi Suifeng discerned it effortlessly. This was a lethal array. Even cultivators at the Golden Core stage would find themselves at a disadvantage if they rashly ventured within. Had it been the former Yi Suifeng, he would have suffered irrevocable injuries within mere breaths. A spark of indignation ignited within him. "Since you have chosen to treat me thus, do not blame me for my response." He stepped forward, an enigmatic aura erupting with tremendous force, causing the crimson-hued realm around him to tremble violently. In an instant, the ground fissured and the sky fractured like glass, revealing intricate cracks. Subsequently, it shattered entirely. As the world transformed, Yi Suifeng reappeared within a building. Before him lay a broad passage extending into a desolate expanse. At the passage's end, a middle-aged man lay sprawled on the ground, incredulity etched across his face, blood trickling from his lips. Yi Suifeng advanced, reaching the side of Dong Tianji. "You! How is this possible?" Dong Tianji's countenance was one of sheer panic. Yi Suifeng's might extinguished any flicker of resistance within him. "I prefer to engage in rational discourse," Yi Suifeng remarked, casually pulling up a chair and sitting before Dong Tianji. "Now, shall we discuss your remuneration?" If it were not absolutely necessary, he truly wished to avoid oppressing the weak with his strength. A harmonious coexistence would be far more enjoyable. Yet at this moment, Dong Tianji's mind was in disarray. How could Yi Suifeng be so formidable? Hadn't the Li family declared him a waste? He felt an urge to curse. Have you ever witnessed a fool who, with a mere kick, shattered his own purgatorial killing formation, only to breach multiple defensive arrays and injure himself? Cursed be the Li family, perpetually disseminating falsehoods. "Senior, I beg your pardon for my earlier rudeness, and I hope." Yi Suifeng interrupted his words with a wave of his hand, unwilling to engage in pleasantries with such a person. "I have stated my purpose. I have come to invite you to serve as a guest elder of the Yi family. Let us discuss your remuneration." Dong Tianji's lips twitched. He hesitated for a considerable time before cautiously responding. "Senior, my teaching methods are exceedingly resource-intensive, requiring significant amounts of array materials, which can be quite costly. Therefore, I must insist on a minimum of 500,000 spirit stones each month." Without a moment's pause, Yi Suifeng tossed him a storage pouch. Do not concern yourself with the materials. The family will supply everything. The 500,000 spirit stones encompass 3 years' worth of remuneration, and I expect your undivided commitment in instructing the scions of the Yi family. Prepare yourself. You are to report to the Yi family today and seek out Yi Suihu. Having spoken, Yi Suifeng cast aside a note and turned to leave. He held no fear of Dong Tianji absconding in Yinshao City. There existed no individual capable of slipping away from his watchful gaze, not even a master of formations. After Yi Suifeng departed, Dong Tianji stood in a daze for an extended period, gradually regaining his composure. The encounter he had just experienced felt utterly surreal. Alas, the prospect of 500,000 spirit stones each month, with no obligation to provide materials, rivaled the compensation offered by those large families. Moreover, the strength of the Yi family's patriarch was simply terrifying. Working under such individuals does not diminish one's dignity. He began to arrange his belongings. At this moment, Yi Suifeng had arrived at his final destination. After disembarking from the carriage, he exhaled deeply. These so-called masters were exceedingly arrogant. Without imparting a lesson, even if he were to recruit them, there was no guarantee they would perform their tasks diligently. He wondered if this Chuang was the same. Yi Suifeng stepped inside. This was a blacksmith shop, where many young men, bare-chested, were fervently hammering iron amidst the fiery coals, their efforts echoing throughout the space. The air was thick with the scent of carbon and sweat. Yi Suifeng pondered. This craftsman seemed more akin to a blacksmith. Greetings, how may I assist you? A young man, dressed modestly, approached him. Oh, I am the head of the Yi family, seeking Hu Chuang, Yi Suifeng replied. The young man clasped his hands and said, Please wait a moment. I shall inform the master. Yi Suifeng nodded, relieved to encounter someone relatively sensible. After a brief interval, the young man re-emerged. Head of the Yi family, the master is in the back. Please follow me. Very well. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng followed the young man to the courtyard behind the blacksmith shop. In the yard stood 3 massive iron furnaces, where several older youths were diligently adding materials to the fires. Behind them, a middle-aged man in simple attire stood with his hands clasped behind his back, offering guidance from time to time. Indeed, this resembles a place of craftsmanship. Master, the head of the Yi family has arrived, the young man announced to the elegantly dressed middle-aged man. It appears that he is Hu Chuang. Hu Chuang gestured politely towards Yi Suifeng, inviting him to proceed. Subsequently, the 2 men entered the living room, where a servant had prepared a fragrant cup of tea for them. You are Hu Chuang? Yi Suifeng invited. He appeared quite unassuming and gaunt, making it difficult to associate him with being the sole 6th-rank master of weaponry in Yinshao City. Indeed, that is I, Hu Chuang replied, his voice possessing a refined quality. You must be Yi Suifeng, the newly appointed head of the Yi family. What brings you here today? Yi Suifeng nodded and said, I wish to invite you to serve as a guest elder for the Yi family, to impart your knowledge of weapon crafting to the younger generation. What are your thoughts on this? Being a man of reason, Yi Suifeng naturally approached the matter with courtesy. However, upon hearing his proposal, Hu Chuang let out a bitter chuckle. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I simply cannot abandon this group of troublesome youngsters. The rejection was anticipated. Yi Suifeng invited. What do you mean by that? Hu Chuang pointed outside to a group of young apprentices. You must have noticed them upon your arrival. My forge is bustling with activity, filled with apprentices. Their sustenance and well-being depend entirely on me. If I were to leave, they would be left to fend for themselves, and they would certainly suffer. Haha. Yi Suifeng expressed his confusion. Why is that the case? Is their tuition insufficient to cover expenses? In this world, education is an exceedingly costly endeavor, especially for someone like Hu Chuang, a 6th-rank master. Without ample financial resources, it is utterly impossible to become his disciple. Hu Chuang smiled as he took a sip of tea and remarked, This group of youngsters consists of impoverished children whom I took under my wing during my travels across the 4 corners of the world. They possess determination and talent, yet they lack the opportunity to grace this grand stage. Thus, I have endeavored to provide them with this chance. Yi Suifeng was enlightened. It was no wonder Hu Chuang felt a deep attachment to them. The art of crafting weapons is an endeavor that demands considerable financial resources. Without Hu Chuang's support, these young souls would likely revert to their former selves, gifted yet destined for a life of mediocrity. Yi Suifeng clasped his hands in respect and said, "Your virtues command my sincere admiration." Hu Chuang waved his hand dismissively. "It is of little significance. Therefore, I shall refrain from becoming your guest scholar," he laughed. Yi Suifeng shook his head with a smile and replied, "On the contrary, under these circumstances, I believe you ought to accompany me." Hu Chuang was taken aback. "Why do you say that?" Yi Suifeng continued, "Allow me to ask you, what is your monthly expenditure for supporting such a large group of young apprentices?" Hu Chuang, caught off guard by Yi Suifeng's persistence, pondered for a moment before responding, including all the materials consumed in weapon crafting. "This entire group requires at least 200,000 spirit stones each month. Indeed, the craft of weapon forging is a costly affair." Yi Suifeng extended 5 fingers. "Should you become a guest scholar of the Yi family, I could provide you with 500,000 spirit stones monthly. Moreover, if you desire, we could relocate this entire blacksmith shop into the Yi family, along with all the apprentices. Rest assured, the apprentices shall remain yours. I shall grant you complete autonomy, and you need only to impart your knowledge to the young scions of the Yi family. Furthermore, all materials for forging will be provided by the Yi family. Simply inform me of your requirements." Yi Suifeng articulated his conditions, leaving Hu Chuang utterly bewildered. He found himself questioning whether he had misheard. A monthly stipend of 500,000 spirit stones, coupled with the provision of all forging materials. Was he truly prepared to sustain such an expenditure? Even the prominent families of the South would struggle to withstand such consumption. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect was the complete autonomy he bestowed upon him. Such magnanimity was beyond description. Why would you do this? With such financial resources, one could easily engage a more skilled forge master. Hu Chuang pondered, his mind awash with uncertainty. Yi Suifeng smiled and replied, "There are many forge masters, yet individuals of your caliber are exceedingly rare. I hold great admiration for your aspirations and shall support your endeavors." Hu Chuang fell silent. When he first arrived in Yunyao City, the 3 major families had approached him, eager to invite him as a guest elder. However, upon learning that Hu Chuang intended to care for a multitude of impoverished apprentices, they all withdrew, prioritizing their family interests above all else. Yet Yi Suifeng was the first to express his willingness to support him and offered an astonishing remuneration. "Do you truly feel this way?" Hu Chuang inquired. Yi Suifeng nodded, providing a definitive affirmation. "Very well," Hu Chuang declared. "As you have said, I shall relocate my blacksmith shop to the Yi family. However, you may rest assured that I will shoulder the expenses of those unruly little rascals. Moreover, 5 million is excessive. I only require a modest amount for daily expenditures. 50,000 will suffice. Not too much." Yi Suifeng remarked, "You too must cultivate, and I hope you can recruit more talented impoverished youths. Truly, it is far too much. Then let it be 499,000. This. Very well." Yi Suifeng rose, stating, "Money, when allocated to the right causes, can realize its utmost value. Please prepare yourself. It would be best if you could visit the Yi family today. I shall instruct the clan's steward accordingly." With that, Yi Suifeng produced a piece of stationery and departed with a courteous bow. Only Hu Chuang remained, his heart stirred, unable to find tranquility for an extended period. Chapter 5. The disarray of Yi Suihu. So many spirit stones. How should they be spent? Yi Suihu sat in his study, staring blankly at a fully packed storage bag of spirit stones. His elder brother had bestowed upon him a total of 1 million superior spirit stones, and subsequently, the financial steward, Sui Yun, allocated 5,000 to him, equating to 50 million inferior spirit stones, designated for this month's cultivation expenses. Good heavens, once he had merely 1 million, and now it has suddenly surged 50-fold. He was momentarily at a loss on how to distribute them. Well, firstly, according to my brother, the monthly allowances and cultivation resources for the clan's youth shall be doubled. Thus, the spirit stones shall also increase by a factor of 2, along with the qi, refining pills, and blood qi pills. Yet, this still cannot exhaust the funds. Then, let us procure intermediate qi refining pills and intermediate blood qi pills. These little rascals are truly fortunate. There are other resources consumed for cultivation. My elder brother mentioned an unlimited supply. Let me see. In terms of alchemy, low-grade spiritual herbs have always been insufficient. Increasing the purchase amount tenfold should suffice. As for the materials for crafting weapons, formations, and talismans, let us also multiply those by 10. Our provisions ought to be elevated as well, incorporating high-grade ingredients, as this would aid in the enhancement of everyone's cultivation. After calculating for a considerable time, Yi Suihu realized he had spent a total of 20 million spirit stones. Yet, he still had 30 million left. What should he do? For the first time, he was troubled by having too much money to spend. Then let us acquire high-grade cultivation resources. With a determined heart, Yi Suihu once again let his brush dance across the paper. Cleansing marrow pills, body-tempering liquids, yellow-grade cultivation techniques, yellow-grade spiritual artifacts, and spirit-gathering pills. He wrote for quite a while, until his head felt heavy, finally expending all 30 million spirit stones. Yi Suihu slumped back in his chair, exhaling deeply. At last, he had completed the budget for this month. Gazing at the lengthy list of purchases, Yi Suifeng found himself in a daze. With such financial investment, how could the Yi family not flourish? Will the Li family, will the Tang family? Sooner or later, they would be replaced by the Yi family. Just as he was pondering, a knock echoed at the study door. Kumein, a middle-aged man dressed in a butler's uniform, entered. Butler Wu, is there something you need? Yi Suihu invited. Third master, someone requests an audience, Butler Wu replied. Yi Suihu, being the third among his direct siblings, was respectfully referred to as third master within the clan. Who is it? Yi Suihu asked. Wu Guanjiao paused briefly and remarked. He introduced himself as Zhang Ziming, tasked by the family head to assume the role of the clan's master of alchemical arts. Who? Yi Suihu nearly toppled from his chair. At the entrance of the Yi family, Zhang Ziming lingered with two disciples at his side. After receiving the payment, he did not linger. He promptly packed his belongings, entrusted Danfeng Pavilion to his eldest disciple, and, accompanied by his two most favored young disciples, proceeded to report to the Yi family. He moved with great haste, anxious not to incur the displeasure of Yi Suifeng. Zhang Ziming? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Turning around, Zhang Ziming was surprised to see Dong Tianji, a six-tier array master from Yinxiao City. The two were of equal standing and thus well acquainted. What brings you here? They both inquired simultaneously. Zhang Ziming, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, replied with a smile, I am here at the invitation of the Yi family head. And you? Dong Tianji scoffed. Spare me the act. You two have come to serve as a guest elder for the Yi family. Haven tea you? They understood each other's circumstances at a glance. Seems like you may have inadvertently offended Elder Yi. My brother, Zhang Ziming chuckled, his keen eyes discerning that Dong Tianji's complexion was flushed, clearly indicating he had recently sustained internal injuries. Knowing Dong Tianji's temperament, he surmised that he must have spoken disrespectfully in front of Yi Suifeng, resulting in his chastisement. Reflecting on this, Zhang Ziming felt a sense of relief that Yi Suifeng had shown him mercy. With a sullen expression, Dong Tianji retorted, That was merely Elder Yi assessing my array skills. He even offered me a few pointers, something you could only envy. He would not be outmatched in eloquence by Zhang Ziming. Both harbored their own thoughts, subtly confronting one another. At that moment, Yi Suihu emerged from within the door. Master Zhang, I sincerely apologize for not welcoming you properly. Yi Suihu clasped his fists repeatedly and suddenly caught sight of Dong Tianji beside him, momentarily taken aback. He quickly added, Master Dong, I did not expect to see you here. He felt a twinge of weakness in his legs. The presence of both masters together was unexpected. Could they have been summoned by his elder brother? Elder brother, you truly are remarkable. Zhang Ziming, with a smile upon his face, replied, No need for concern. I have come in accordance with the instructions of the Yi family head. Indeed, Dong Tianji chimed in, the Yi family head is esteemed and venerable. To be invited as a guest scholar at the Yi family is a privilege that Dong has amassed over several lifetimes. Yi Suihu observed the normally haughty demeanor of the two masters, momentarily at a loss for words. "What brings you both to such unexpected courtesy?" he inquired, perplexed, yet warmly invited them inside. Once seated in the parlor, both Zhang Ziming and Dong Tianji produced a letter, handing it to Yi Suhu. It was a token left by Yi Suifeng, and both were respectful enough not to open it. Yi Suihu extended his consciousness to glean the information contained within. "Suihu, this is the instructor I have arranged for you. The remuneration has been provided, and the employment term is 3 years. Please make the necessary arrangements. They are merely some ordinary individuals, so there is no need for excessive formality." Yi Suihu was taken aback, glancing up at the two masters exuding such formidable presence, wondering how the term ordinary individuals could possibly apply to them. He was left puzzled as to why his elder brother had described them in such a manner. "Two esteemed masters, I shall promptly arrange accommodations for you, along with information regarding the young disciples of the family and the schedule for your lessons, all of which will be delivered to you shortly." Yi Suhu, with a courteous demeanor, assured them that he would not truly regard them as mere burdens. Indeed, Zhang Ziming replied with a smile. "It is evident that the heirs of the Yi family are exceptional individuals. Rest assured, I shall impart my knowledge generously. I possess unique insights in the realm of teaching, which I am certain surpass those of certain others," Dong Tianji added. "What do you mean by that?" "Just wait and see." Yi Suhu, perplexed by the sudden quarrel between the two masters, scratched his head in confusion. What has suddenly become so incomprehensible in this world? After some time, Yi Suihu successfully arranged accommodations for both masters. With the alchemist and formation master settled, he pondered whether his elder brother had made arrangements for the smith. Just then, Steward Wu hurried over. "Third master, a large group of people has arrived outside, claiming to come to the family as per the patriarch's agreement." "Who are they?" "Hu Chuang." Before Yi Suihu could settle into his seat, he sprang up once more. "Another 6th grade master." Moreover, Hu Chuang's reputation in Yunshao City far eclipsed that of the previous two. He hurried to the entrance, only to be taken aback. Indeed, a massive throng had gathered, easily numbering over 100. "Have you brought the blacksmith shop with you?" "Greetings, Third Master Yi," Hu Chuang said, bowing respectfully. "I am not worthy of such reverence." Yi Suihu promptly returned the gesture and then invited everyone inside. In the living room, Hu Chuang produced a letter as well. Following Hu, "I have brought in a master of weapon forging. The remuneration for 3 years has already been settled. Please provide them with a dedicated space to serve as a new blacksmith shop, ensuring that no one interferes with its normal operations. Remember, Hu Chuang's requests must be met without delay." This note stands in stark contrast to the previous two. It is evident that my elder brother holds this 6th grade weapon master in high regard. "Master Hu, I will arrange your accommodations and present you with a teaching plan. Should you have any additional requests, please do not hesitate to voice them," Yi Suihu respectfully stated. Hu Chuang smiled and replied, "Yi San is overly courteous. I have no further demands. Simply placing those rascals together will suffice." "Thank you for your trouble." Yi Suihu quickly responded, "Not at all, this is my duty." "Then please follow me." Soon, Hu Chuang and his apprentices were properly settled, with resources and facilities for cultivation being prepared with great urgency. The vacancies left by the departure of the 3 masters from the Yi family had been entirely filled. Chapter 6. I want it all after exiting Hu Chuang's blacksmith shop. Yi Suifeng did not rush home. He wandered through the bustling streets of Yunshao City, taking the opportunity to truly immerse himself in the local culture and customs. Naturally, indulging in the local cuisine was imperative. From tofu dragon fish to Qingzhou phoenix fluff and the northern banquet, he relished every bite, sampling delicacies from roadside stalls to the city's most renowned tavern. His astonishing appetite left the carriage drivers wide-eyed in astonishment. After a lengthy journey, Yi Suifeng arrived before a grand edifice known as the Wanbao Pavilion. True to its name, Wanbao Pavilion is a repository for a myriad of treasures. It is reputed to be an immensely powerful entity, with establishments scattered across the continent, boasting formidable strength and a staggering presence. Yi Suifeng sought to procure some techniques and discern the essence of the cultivation system in this world. Although he had attained the pinnacle of the tribulation stage and possessed an astonishingly potent spiritual essence, he still lacked a systematic understanding of specific techniques. However, This was not a significant concern. With his immeasurable spiritual awareness, he could swiftly comprehend the operational principles of any technique. Contemplating for a moment, Yi Suifeng stepped into the Wanbao Pavilion. As he wandered the first floor, he indeed discovered an abundance of items. Techniques, spiritual artifacts, elixirs, talismans, spiritual herbs, and fruits, as well as cultivation materials. Everything one could desire. Yet, the majority were of the lowest tier, classified as yellow grade within the 4 levels of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with yellow grade being the most inferior. Naturally, Yi Suifeng regarded them with disdain. He approached the counter and sought out the person in charge of the first floor, promptly unveiling a storage bag before him. "I wish to speak with your pavilion master regarding a lucrative business proposition," Yi Suifeng stated succinctly. The attendant's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the overflowing treasure of spirit stones. "My goodness, this must be worth at least 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. Truly a grand affair." Without delay, he invited Yi Suifeng to an inner parlor, offering fine tea and water while he hastily sought out the pavilion master. Shortly thereafter, a stunning woman entered the room. She appeared youthful, with a curvaceous figure, and her every smile and frown was utterly enchanting. "It turns out that the esteemed head of the Yi family has arrived. I regret not welcoming you properly. I hope you will not take offense." The woman's voice was melodious and pleasing, evoking an immediate sense of fondness. "Are you the master of the Wanbao Pavilion?" Yi Suifeng inquired. The woman seated herself across from him, smiling. "Indeed, I am the person in charge of the Wanbao Pavilion in Yinshao City. You may call me Gu Wanxin." "Master Gu," Yi Suifeng said, clasping his fists in respect. "I have come today to procure some treasures to take back with me. I trust that with the strength of the Wanbao Pavilion, I shall not be disappointed." Without further ado, he delved straight into the matter at hand. "Yi family head, you truly are a forthright individual," Gu Wanxin remarked, her cheeks adorned with a charming blush. She retrieved a jade slip from her bosom and placed it on the table. "You likely wouldn't be interested in treasures of the yellow grade. Here is the list of our Xian grade treasures. Please take a look and see if anything catches your fancy." Xian grade treasures, even the most basic spiritual herb, are valued at over 10,000 spirit stones. Gu Wanxin clearly perceived Yi Suifeng as a man of considerable wealth. However, she was correct in her assumption. The individual before her truly was affluent. Yi Suifeng picked up the jade slip and extended a sliver of his consciousness. Instantly, a plethora of names and descriptions of treasures appeared before his eyes. The offerings were akin to those found on the first floor of the Wanbao Pavilion, encompassing a diverse range of items, living up to the pavilion's esteemed reputation. Yi Suifeng focused his attention on the various techniques, martial arts, and cultivation manuals. Sword technique, fist technique, staff technique, body technique, spell technique, body refinement art, alchemy, artifact forging. Formations. Apart from certain specialized paths, everything that should be present was indeed available, perfectly suited for Yi Suifeng's exploration of this world. After a cursory glance, Yi Suifeng discovered that only techniques below the medium grade of the Xian level were present. "Are there no higher grade options available?" Yi Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxin was taken aback. The medium grade Xian techniques were already considered premium in Yinshao City. Was he truly not satisfied? "Master Yi, items above the medium grade of Xian are exceedingly rare treasures. I do not intend to offend you. Their worth is immensely significant. Money is not an issue." Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. "Bring forth any high-grade items you possess." Gu Wanxin's expression turned peculiar. Had it not been said that the Yi family was on the verge of decline? How could this new master be so extravagant? Yet, since business had presented itself, she would not turn away. She once again retrieved a luminous jade slip from her bosom and placed it before Yi Suifeng. "This is a treasure of the high-grade Xian level from our Wanbao Pavilion. Do take a look and see if anything piques your interest," Gu Wanxin remarked. Yi Suifeng nodded and extended his spiritual energy once more. The list this time was noticeably diminished, as high-grade Xian items were certainly not commonplace. He quickly perused the contents, which were indeed remarkable, including a superb spiritual sword of the Xian grade, beautifully crafted and possessing formidable power, quite suitable for his daughter, Yi Huan. Ah, I should inquire what my daughter favors upon my return. Due to the stubbornness of my former self, this child has endured much hardship over the years. Are there no even higher grade items? Yi Suifeng set down the jade slip. More advanced options? Gu Wanxin was flabbergasted. What was the matter with Yi Suifeng? Having such insatiable appetite? Was even the superb Xian grade treasure insufficient for him? Ascending further, one reaches the treasures of the earth grade. The esteemed treasures of the Wanbao Pavilion in Yunshao City. Does he truly possess such financial means? Gu Wanxin could not help but doubt whether the head of the Yi family was merely jesting with her. Yet, observing his calm demeanor, he did not seem like the type to engage in idle frivolity. Gu Wanxin subtly shook her head. No one dared to offend the Wanbao Pavilion lightly, so it would not hurt to show him. Subsequently, Gu Wanxin once again produced a golden jade slip and handed it to Yi Suifeng, esteemed head of the Yi family. This is indeed our prized treasure. If you remain unsatisfied, I am at a loss for what more I can offer, she stated with intention. Oh, very well. Is the highest only the earth-grade treasure? Then let it be as such. Yi Suifeng's expression revealed a hint of disappointment. Meanwhile, Gu Wanxin felt increasingly flustered. Reading the nuances of expression was her forte, and she clearly perceived Yi Suifeng's discontent. Are you not even satisfied with the earth grade? My heavens! What kind of affluent individual have I encountered? At this moment, Yi Suifeng had already probed within. The prized treasure, naturally, was not in abundance. Inside, there were merely 5 items, 2 tomes of techniques, 2 spiritual instruments, and a blue stone. Kanglan technique, earth grade, lower tier technique. God-slaying 9 swords, earth grade mid-tier martial skill. A jade talisman of earth grade lower tier, capable of sustaining a sturdy defensive barrier. A mid-tier earth grade alchemical furnace that can generate its own alchemical fire, thereby prolonging the endurance of the alchemist. The highest quality item among them was that stone. Tranquility stone, earth grade upper tier treasure, soothes the spirit, enhances cultivation efficiency, and aids in the comprehension of techniques. Yi Suifeng nodded inwardly, recognizing the worth of these items. Are there truly no higher grade treasures? Yi Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxin, blushing with embarrassment, replied, There are indeed no more. Our branch is rather small, so these 5 items are our treasured possessions. Very well. Yi Suifeng conceded. Let us now discuss the prices. Gu Wanxin's eyes sparkled with interest. At last, they were broaching the topic of cost. It appeared that this head of the Yi family was not here to cause chaos. Which item has caught your eye? Gu Wanxin inquired. Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Let us discuss them all. As you wish. Gu Wanxin pondered for a moment and stated, You must understand that treasures of earth-grade quality are exceedingly rare, even in Su City. The Tsang Lan Gong technique is priced at 20 billion spirit stones. The God-slaying 9 swords is 100 billion. The Hong Fu Jade Pendant is 10 billion. The Eternal Medicine Furnace is 50 billion. As for the Calming Stone, it requires 500 billion spirit stones. The prices were staggering. To put it into perspective regarding the former Yi family, the annual expenses for the clan's sustenance, training resources, shop investments, and the upkeep of resource lands amounted to roughly 10 billion spirit stones. The annual income barely matched that. They could not even afford the least expensive Hong Fu Jade Pendant. Throughout the entirety of Yunshao City, it seemed only the mightiest Tang family could purchase one of the treasures from the Wanbao Pavilion. However, if the Tang family were to make such a purchase, their members would likely have to tighten their belts for several years. Which one do you wish to acquire? Gu Wanxin asked, her face brimming with anticipation. These 5 treasured artifacts had remained untouched since her arrival, awaiting a worthy buyer. If she could sell even a single item, the commission would amount to a substantial income. More importantly, it would bestow upon him great honor in the esteemed halls of the city lord. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin and declared, Bring them all to me. I desire every last one. Gu Wanxin was taken aback, momentarily questioning her hearing. To her, it seemed most likely that Yi Suifeng would only purchase the Kanglan Gong, as it was relatively affordable and would greatly benefit his family. To her astonishment, he wanted everything. Is this truly so? Gu Wanxin felt the need for confirmation. Yi Suifeng smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, it is true. However, you must provide me with several larger storage bags. Otherwise, I cannot accommodate so many spirit stones." This time, Yi Suifeng intended to spend some of the low-grade spirit stones. After all, merely hoarding them was not a viable solution, as they were quite bothersome to behold. Gu Wanxin, feeling dazed, realized that they had reached this stage, and she no longer feared that Yi Suifeng was jesting. Moments later, she returned with a collection of storage bags and presented Yi Suifeng with a beautiful ring. The 5 treasure artifacts were contained within this storage ring. Rest assured, this ring is a gift for you, and from this moment forth, you shall be our most esteemed guest at the Wanbao Pavilion of Yinxiao City. Gu Wanxin spoke with deep respect, for to her, Yi Suifeng was not merely a benefactor, but also a guiding light to a higher position. Imagining the expressions of those at the main pavilion upon learning of her remarkable sales brought her a sense of exhilaration. Yi Suifeng received the ring, examined its contents, and confirmed that it contained the 5 items, with no discrepancies. He then retrieved the storage bag and began to fill it with spirit stones. The storage bags brought by Gu Wanxin were quite capacious, each capable of holding 50 billion spirit stones. After completing the task, Yi Suifeng furrowed his brow. It was still insufficient. "Ah!" Gu Wanxin exclaimed, her face a canvas of confusion. "Surely you have miscalculated. With a total of 14 storage bags, they can accommodate 700 billion spirit stones, yet these items total only 680 billion. A warm smile graced Yi Suifeng's face. "No, it is you who have erred. When I said I wanted everything, I did not solely refer to the treasured items of the shop. The additional 2 jade slips, which cataloged the profound-grade treasures, are also included in my request." Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in astonishment. This Chapter 7, Yi Huang's Thoughts in Yinxiao City. No one was aware that the Wanbao Pavilion had suddenly found itself impoverished, left with nothing but mere currency. All treasures of profound grade and above had been swept away in an instant, transformed into 10 storage rings, now adorning Yi Suifeng's fingers. As Yi Suifeng departed, Gu Wanxin, filled with concern, insisted on dispatching all 8 golden core cultivators from Wanbao Pavilion to safeguard his return to the clan. Yi Suifeng politely declined her offer. No one could seize treasures from his grasp. He ambled leisurely, even indulging in 2 delightful meals before returning to his family at a languid pace. With dusk nearly upon him, first he made a stop at Siyun's location, discarding 9 storage rings and instructing him to allocate them wisely, leaving him alone in the study, disheveled by the wind. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng returned to his own courtyard, and just as he approached, he heard a series of loud bangs. Bang! Upon entering, the sound that caught his attention revealed his daughter, Yi Huang, diligently practicing her punches. Her hands were wrapped in layers of cloth, and before her lay a black, force-testing stone. This stone possessed remarkable resilience, capable of recovering swiftly even after sustaining a dent, making it ideal for training. Yi Huang relentlessly struck the stone with punch after punch, her focus unwavering. Sweat dampened her bangs, twisting them into strands that clung to her face. What a hard-working and determined young woman she is, thought Yi Suifeng with a sense of pride. In his memories, his daughter had always been exceptionally sensible, never causing him worry and often sharing in the burdens of their household. Indeed, children from humble beginnings often mature swiftly. "Xiao Huang," Yi Suifeng called out. "Dad, you're back." Yi Huang replied, glancing up while her fists continued their relentless assault. "Have you eaten dinner?" Yi Suifeng inwarded. "I've already had my meal," she responded. "Let me finish my training first. Just 200 more punches to reach 1,000. This is my post-dinner routine." What a stubborn girl she is, Yi Suifeng mused. Not pressing her further, he stood by, watching her strive to achieve her goal. With each punch, she exerted all her strength against the stone before her, clearly aiming to surpass her own limits. However, in Yi Suifeng's eyes, her technique lacked refinement. With a slight adjustment, she could undoubtedly achieve even greater results. He resolved to offer guidance to his beloved daughter after her training session. After completing her 1,000 punches, Yi Huang let out a long sigh and smiled at Yi Suifeng. "Come in." 2 individuals entered the room. After settling down, Yi Suifeng intended to discuss Yi Huang's cultivation, but suddenly realized he was unaware of her current level of mastery. What a truly inadequate father he felt himself to be. Xiao Huang, to what stage have you progressed in your cultivation? Yi Suifeng inwided. Huh? Yi Huang's expression was one of astonishment. Throughout the years, her father had never taken the initiative to ask about her cultivation. What had prompted this today? Just a few days ago, I broke through to the 7th level of qi refinement, Yi Huang replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. There are a total of 12 levels in qi refinement, and at 14 years of age, Yi Huang had only just crossed the threshold of adequacy in the realm of Yinxiao City. However, within the Yi family, this was hardly commendable. If memory serves, several youths of her age in the Yi family, endowed with exceptional talent, had already transcended the qi refinement stage, achieving the realm of transformation. In comparison, Yi Huang's abilities appeared woefully insufficient, particularly as the daughter of the family head. The pressure she faced must have been immense. Do not be disheartened. From today onward, I shall personally guide your cultivation, and you will soon catch up, Yi Suifeng assured her. Thank you, father. Yi Huang beamed with joy. In truth, she held little expectation for the guidance. But the most crucial aspect was that her father had finally taken an interest in her. This realization filled her with genuine happiness. Well then, I went out today and brought back some gifts for you. Why don't you tell me what you like or what your greatest wish is? Yi Suifeng asked. He had returned with an abundance of items, and it would be imprudent to present them all at once to his daughter. It was better to first hear her thoughts. Yi Huang paused for a moment, pondering. A wish, you say? My heartfelt aspiration is to diligently cultivate my skills and become a formidable individual so that I may. As she spoke, her voice trailed off, and she lowered her head. The desire to alleviate her father's burdens had long resided deep within her heart, not easily expressed. So that I can? Yi Suifeng inquired, pressing for an answer. So that I can participate in the upcoming battle of Yinxiao City, Yi Huang confessed, weaving a small deception. The Battle of Yinxiao City? Yi Suifeng paused, momentarily taken aback, before recalling the event. Indeed, it was a significant occurrence. Within Yinxiao City, the three prominent families inevitably clashed in various aspects. To prevent widespread bloodshed, the Battle of Yinxiao City was proposed after thorough deliberation. This contest, held biennially, required each family to send forth 5 young individuals under the age of 18 to compete. The victors would claim the businesses of the defeated or resources from outside the city. The Yi family had suffered losses in recent battles, resulting in a considerable depletion of their familial assets and a tightening of their finances. The next battle of Yinxiao City was only 6 months away. It was unexpected for his daughter to harbor such ambitions, wishing to bring honor to their family. What a wonderful child she was. Yi Suifeng nodded, acknowledging that cultivation was an essential path. Even if she did not mention it, he would support her advancement in her training. Aside from cultivation, what else do you enjoy? Yi Huang pondered before responding. Beyond cultivation, it would have to be alchemy. What draws you to alchemy? Yi Suifeng asked with curiosity. Because, if one masters the art of alchemy, it is the most lucrative endeavor, Yi Huang replied with a playful smile, scratching her head. As Yi Suifeng pondered, he realized that his daughter had indeed fallen into a state of financial anxiety. Prior to assuming the role of family head, although he enjoyed the family as customary allowance, it was meager due to his lack of contributions, barely sufficient for daily sustenance. It was no wonder his daughter placed such importance on money. Very well. Father supports you, Yi Suifeng proclaimed. It is indeed a rare thing for the youth to harbor dreams, and he was naturally inclined to provide his utmost encouragement. He then retrieved the newly acquired Earth-grade alchemy furnace from his storage ring. This is superior to your furnace. Take it, he said. His daughter's furnace was merely of yellow-grade lower quality, lacking significant utility. You're the best, father, Yi Huang exclaimed with a beaming smile as she accepted the furnace. Unbeknownst to her, this item was the prized treasure of the Wanbao Pavilion. Yet, regardless of its origin, she was elated simply because it was a gift from her father. By the way, a new alchemy instructor has recently joined the family, but there is no need for you to attend classes. From today onward, I shall personally guide you in the art of alchemy, Yi Suifeng announced. Oh, All right, Yi Huang blinked, surprised at her father's newfound knowledge of alchemy. After a moment's thought, Yi Suifeng inquired, by the way, do you have an affinity for swords? Yes, I quite like them. However, our family excels in martial arts. So I chose to practice boxing, Yi Huang replied. Now, we also have sword techniques, Yi Suifeng said, as he produced an exquisite, high-grade sword from his storage ring and handed it to her. Since you have an interest, let us begin your sword training. The elegant blade emanated a soft, violet glow, instantly filling Yi Huang's eyes with stars of wonder. It is simply breathtaking. It remains uncertain what grade it is. As for the cultivation technique, I shall provide it to you tomorrow. By the way, there is this. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng retrieved a tranquil stone. This earth-grade superior tranquil stone greatly aids in cultivation and is coveted by all practitioners. Yi Huang, momentarily stunned, accepted the tranquil stone, still unaware of the significance embodied by this seemingly inconspicuous rock. Very well, you should return to your room and rest early. Cultivation requires a balance of work and leisure. It is not solely through relentless practice that one can achieve success, Yi Suifeng advised. Yi Huang nodded, her heart brimming with excitement, and rose to leave. Yi Suifeng, feeling helpless, knew that his daughter would undoubtedly practice late into the night. It was of little concern. After all, the youth ought to strive diligently. After completing his evening routine, Yi Suifeng lay upon his bed and took out the 2 earth-grade cultivation techniques he had purchased that day. Each of these techniques, if revealed, would certainly cause a stir in Yunshao City due to their elevated rank. Yet, Yi Suifeng felt discontent. He desired to further refine them. There is a clear issue here. The flow of spiritual energy should be directed this way. The pathways are also incorrect. Substituting them with 2 better ones would suffice. Countless years of cultivation had rendered Yi Suifeng's spirit immeasurably powerful, enabling him to perceive the essence of things. With such earth-grade techniques, he could effortlessly identify their flaws and enhance them. Naturally, he could not afford to be careless regarding his daughter's cultivation. It was not until the late hours of the night that Yi Suifeng completed the revisions for both techniques. Now, the Kanglin technique had been elevated from an earth-grade inferior technique to an earth-grade supreme technique. The 9 swords of God-slaying has ascended to the mid-tier of heavenly rank, and upon reaching full mastery, it possesses the power to slay true deities. For now, let us make do with these 2 books to ease the burden on little Huang. One day, I shall delve into some celestial techniques or Taoist arts and present them for her learning. Chapter 8. The whole clan in turmoil today marks the day when the disciples of the Yi family receive their allowances. Young men and women, in small groups or alone, make their way towards the family's service hall. A young man, dressed in white and exuding an air of nobility, strides along the path with a golden spear slung over his shoulder. Brother Long, wait for me. Suddenly, a bright voice calls from behind, prompting the young man to turn. A boy and a girl, both of similar height and clad in azure attire, are sprinting towards him. Yizin, Yidvin. Yilong greets them. The girl, beaming with joy, approaches Yilong and inquires, Brother Long, when did you emerge from seclusion? 3 days ago, Yilong replies, nodding at the 2. They continue on together. How was your retreat? Yilin asks. Not too bad, Yilong responds. I have broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi transformation, and I have successfully cultivated the dragon hunting spear technique to a minor success. Yi Qian's eyes instantly sparkle with admiration. Brother, you are truly remarkable. In the battle at Yunshao City, in 6 months, we must teach those detestable members of the Leaf family a lesson, she exclaims, shaking her small fist in indignation. Yilong purses his lips. Among the younger generation of the Yi family, his strength stands as one of the most formidable. If all goes as anticipated, there will undoubtedly be a spot for him in the Battle of Cloud City 6 months hence. However, he harbors little confidence in defeating the Leaf family. According to reliable sources, the eldest son of the Leaf family, Li Qi, has already ascended to the 5th level of Qi transformation, and his mastery of concealed weapons is nothing short of extraordinary. Should he confront him now, the outcome would likely be defeat. Yilong could not help but clench his fists. Rest assured, I shall strive with all my might. Yes, I believe in you. Yi Qian encouraged from the sidelines. You two must also exert yourselves. The Yi family must not decline in our generation. Yi Long spoke earnestly. The other two nodded in agreement. Brother Long, I received news from my father a few days ago that our allowance is to be reduced once more. Yi Qian, who had been silent, suddenly interjected. The three of them were children of Yi Suiyun. Yi Long, the eldest at 15, while Yi Qian and Yi Qian, the 14-year-old twins, were slightly younger than Yi Huang. As Yi Suiyun managed the family's resources, they were privy to certain information ahead of time. I am aware, Yi Long sighed lightly. The family is currently facing difficulties, which is why we must redouble our efforts in cultivation and unite to help our family weather this storm. Yi Qian pouted, saying, though we speak thus, with the allowance reduced, our cultivation will only become more arduous. Moreover, with Uncle now assuming the role of head of the family, I fear we may not have much of a prosperous future ahead. As she was speaking, Yi Long suddenly halted his steps. Bang! A heavy slap landed on Yi Qian's face, quickly leaving a crimson mark. Who gave you the audacity to speak ill of the family head behind his back? Yi Long's expression was as dark as the depths of water as he glared at Yi Qian, then turned his gaze towards Yi Qian. The latter trembled in fear and hastily replied, Brother, we were wrong. You know how it is, my sister speaks her mind. Speaking one's mind? Sooner or later, trouble will arise from such loose lips. Yi Long scoffed. Regardless of how our uncle behaves, he is our family head now, the supreme authority of the Yi family. To speak ill of him is to challenge the entire family's authority. Have you forgotten the 3 iron rules of our clan? The 2 chastised individuals lower their heads, silenced by the reprimand. In this household, the parents held the highest authority, followed closely by the eldest brother. Brother, I was wrong, Yi Qian said softly, covering her face. Yi Long cast a glance at her, then addressed Yi Qian. In my absence, you must take good care of her. Do not allow her to act recklessly every day. Yi Qian nodded in agreement. After receiving a thorough scolding, both siblings spoke significantly less. Moments later, the trio arrived at the steward hall. Young masters, here are your monthly allowances and training resources. Take them and practice diligently, the steward said with a cheerful smile. The young masters felt somewhat puzzled. Had not the allowances been reduced? Yet, the steward seemed unusually pleased. Nevertheless, they dismissed their curiosity, collected their storage bags, and turned to leave. Do you all have classes today? Yi Long inquired. Yes, Yi Qian replied. The previous 3 instructors have left, and I heard that the family head summoned 3 new ones yesterday. From this, it is evident that the head of the family possesses remarkable capabilities. Yi Long remarked, therefore, let us dismiss any unfounded notions and devote ourselves to diligent cultivation. As the two conversed while walking, they suddenly noticed Yi Qian standing still in place, motionless. What is the matter? Yi Long inquired. Yi Qian lifted her head, her face awash with confusion and uncertainty. She cradled her storage pouch in her hands, which was now ajar. It seems I have received the wrong amount for my monthly allowance. Yi Long furrowed his brow and replied, was it not stated that this month's allowance would be reduced? What is so surprising about that? No, that is not the case. Yi Qian opened her storage pouch wide. My allowance has not decreased. In fact, it appears to have increased significantly. What? Yi Long and Yi Qian hurriedly approached to examine their sister's storage pouch, their eyes widening in astonishment. As direct descendants, they were entitled to 50 spirit stones, 10 bottles of qi cultivation pills, and 10 bottles of bone-strengthening pills each month for their daily cultivation. However, the quantities within their sister's pouch were evidently amiss. Upon careful counting, they discovered there were a total of 100 spirit stones, and the quantities of both qi cultivation pills and bone-strengthening pills had doubled. Moreover, there were 2 additional items included. One was a bottle of red elixir, inscribed with the words body refining pill. The other was a round porcelain pill marked as a marrow cleansing pill. Both of these, especially the marrow cleansing pill, were of a high grade. How could such items have been mistakenly allocated to their sister? There must have been an error, Yi Qian stated. Such an abundance of resources does not seem intended for us. Let us check our own allowances, Yi Long suddenly suggested. Subsequently, the 2 individuals opened their storage bags simultaneously, only to be rendered speechless. It was identical. What could possibly be the reason? Had everything been misplaced? The three exchanged glances, each discerning the same expression of bewilderment on the other's faces. After a moment of silence, Yilong closed his storage bag and solemnly declared, "It must be a mistake. These items surely belong to others. We cannot accept them." The other two nodded in agreement. They would never compromise their integrity by accepting what was not rightfully theirs. Thus, the trio returned to the steward hall to return the storage bags to the steward. "Steward Liao, it seems these items are not intended for US," Yilong stated. "Oh, a mix-up?" Steward Liao took the storage bags, scrutinized them carefully, and then handed them back. "Young masters, you truly possess a sense of humor. The contents are indeed correct and meant for you," he replied with a smile. The three were once again taken aback. However, the quantity. Steward Liao waved his hand and chuckled. "Did you not notice the Family S directive within?" "Huh?" Yilong exclaimed, his face a picture of confusion. He then opened the storage bag and discovered a peculiar item inside. It was a small directive. Upon opening it, a bold line of text unfurled before them. "Resources are abundant. Cultivate diligently." Chapter 9. Guidance and Cultivation. The Yi family was abuzz with excitement. No one had anticipated that the monthly allowance would increase to such an extent. My goodness, this month's qi cultivation pills were of medium grade, and so too were the bone-strengthening pills. Upon consuming the medicinal pill, an individual was instantly overwhelmed by the immense spiritual energy it harbored. In comparison to the inferior grade qi cultivation pills, the efficacy of the medium-grade elixirs exceeded it by more than 5-fold. To my astonishment, the newly appointed alchemy instructor is none other than the esteemed Master Zhang Ziming, a 6th-grade alchemist. During the alchemy class, some students recognized Master Zhang, never imagining that their family could engage him as an instructor. In the classes on weapon forging and formations, others also identified the two 6th-grade masters, leaving them utterly astounded. The family had truly invested heavily this time, coupled with the message conveyed by the family head, to diligently cultivate with ample resources provided. The Yi family's inaugural era of collective cultivation has officially commenced. This news swiftly spread, reaching the ears of the other two prominent families. Doubling resources? 6th-grade masters? It appears that the Yi family is indeed betting their fate on the upcoming battle in Yinshao City in 6 months. I had predicted it. The newly appointed head of the Yi family is a fool. Such actions are akin to hollowing out their own foundation. And I wonder how the elders of the Yi family could permit such recklessness. Who knows, perhaps those elders are fools as well. The Yi family is truly on a path to ruin, destined to be defeated by Yi Suifeng. The Li family scoffed at Yi Suifeng's actions, mocking him for what they perceived as exhausting his family's resources and jeopardizing their foundation, a path to self-destruction. Could the Yi family possess such financial strength? Have they drawn from their ancestral reserves? Surely not. It is difficult to ascertain. I have previously encountered Yi Suifeng, a person of seemingly little prowess, perhaps even lacking in discernment, leading him to make such an absurd decision. However, a pressing question arises. The several 6th-tier masters are not easily summoned back to a family, and it remains unclear what immense sacrifices the Yi family has made. Regardless, in the impending battle of Yinshao City in 6 months, our Tang family must not be overshadowed by the other two families. The members of the Tang family are also puzzled, uncertain of what Yi Suifeng's actions truly signify. The entire Yinshao City has been shaken by the Yi family's sudden and substantial investment in cultivation resources. Yet, as the architect of this event, Yi Suifeng reclines beneath a willow tree in the courtyard, engrossed in a thick, ancient tome while leisurely sipping tea. His daughter, Yi Huang, diligently practices the fundamentals of swordsmanship nearby. Earlier in the morning, Yi Suifeng had presented her with 2 revised martial arts manuals. However, his daughter's foundational skills are rather lacking, necessitating a focus on honing her swordsmanship basics. Of course, Yi Suifeng possesses his unique methodology. He has meticulously sifted through the various sword techniques, discarding the dross and extracting the essence, culminating in the creation of a novel swordsmanship style, the basic sword technique of the Phoenix. Do not be misled by the seemingly frivolous name. This sword technique far surpasses ordinary introductory sword manuals in depth and sophistication. It serves to facilitate the entry of a complete novice into the realm of swordsmanship, while also effectively enhancing posture, physical constitution, and coordination. Most importantly, it was meticulously crafted by Yi Suifeng, tailored specifically to suit Yi Huang's unique constitution. Merely after an hour of practice, Yi Huang had already begun to exhibit a remarkable proficiency, entirely shedding the inexperienced demeanor she displayed when first wielding a sword. Once her training was firmly established, Yi Suifeng settled nearby, engrossed in the manuals of martial arts he had acquired the previous day. The tome currently in his possession, titled Thunderous Body Refinement Technique, was an upper-tier technique of the profound level. Indeed, this method was commendable. Yi Suifeng nodded appreciatively, plucking a crystalline apple and savoring its sweetness. Having resolved to nurture Yi Huang's potential, he was determined not to take any shortcuts. The techniques, sword forms, body refinement, and magical artifacts he selected needed to be of at least decent quality. Relying solely on her own capabilities was simply unrealistic. Firstly, Yi Huang was not an extraordinary genius, but rather a practitioner with only modest aptitude. Without his intervention, her future accomplishments would be severely limited. Secondly, to possess wealth yet refrain from utilizing it would be a folly. Why are hidden families, super sects, and signs of sacred lands so formidable? Is it solely due to their innate talent? Nonsense. Each one has been built upon an extensive foundation of resources, in comparison to their investments. Yi Suifeng's commitment to Yi Huang was still significantly lacking. However, he remained unhurried, believing in a gradual and steady approach. After perusing the Thunderous Body Refinement Technique, Yi Suifeng poured himself a cup of tea, sipping it leisurely. The technique was indeed impressive, and after modifications, it would transform into a heavenly grade body refinement art. Yet, as he observed his daughter diligently engrossed in her training, he couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Simultaneously practicing multiple elite techniques might not necessarily yield favorable outcomes. Forget it. Let's instead endeavor to concoct a commendable body refining elixir based on this martial art. This approach seems rather straightforward. With this thought, Yi Suifeng's immense consciousness commenced its intricate calculations, and within the span of a mere incense stick's burning, he devised a formula for a body refining elixir. While this elixir may not be the most potent, the materials presently at hand sufficed, sparing him the trouble of seeking out rare heavenly treasures. However, one essential component remained elusive. Yi Suifeng glanced skyward. The essence of the thunder sound body refining technique lies in thunder itself. Consequently, the elixir derived from it requires thunder as its principal ingredient. What could possibly surpass the formidable thunder of a perfected tribulation? Indeed, Yi Suifeng had set his sights on the Heavenly Dao he had playfully teased a few days prior. Merely borrowing some resources, he presumed it would not take offense. Conducting the tribulation here would be rather conspicuous. It would be wiser to find a secluded location. Contemplating this, Yi Suifeng rose to his feet. "Xiao Huang, cease your training," he instructed, observing his daughter drenched in sweat. "It's all right, father. I can endure," Yi Huang replied, breathless and flushed, yet she persisted in gritting her teeth, wielding the sword as taught by her father. Yi Suifeng's expression grew serious. "You must follow my directives. This sword technique requires a gradual approach. I have commanded you to stop, for you should sit and practice the Kanglin technique. This is the opportune moment." Upon hearing her father's words, Yi Huang promptly adjusted her posture, steadied her breath, and sat cross-legged on the ground, preparing to cultivate the Kanglin technique. Before commencing, she stole a glance at Yi Suifeng. "Recently, my father has taken on an imposing demeanor. In the past, he never expressed his thoughts on my cultivation. Yet this newfound authority brings me a sense of security. With a contemplative heart, I closed my eyes and began to diligently practice." Yi Suifeng nodded slightly and advised, "Remember, for every hour of fundamental sword training, meditate for an hour, then summarize your progress. Identify any issues and consider how to improve. Treat every 3 hours as a cycle and complete 2 cycles each day. Without exceeding that, The remaining time can be arranged at your leisure. He instructed with care. Now, take your time in your practice. I must step out for a while and shall return in the evening. With that, Yi Suifeng's figure gradually faded into the courtyard. Chapter 10. Crossing the tribulation, the Qinggu Highlands stand as an insurmountable chasm to the north of Cloud City. Beyond lies the northern snowfield. Legend has it that the northern snowfield is a barren land, where life is exceedingly harsh, and its inhabitants exist in a primitive tribal state, clad in animal skins and practicing slash-and-burn agriculture. In truth, this is merely speculation from the people of Lingnan, as few have managed to traverse the Qinggu Highlands to witness the northern snowfield splendor. The Qinggu Highlands effectively halt the progress of nearly all who attempt to cross. Its lofty mountains and dense thickets conceal ancient realms seldom tread by human feet. Countless formidable beasts lurk deep within the highlands. One misstep could cost a life in an instant. Yet, this perilous situation has drawn numerous cultivators eager to hone their skills. The mystical beasts are treasures in themselves. Should one be fortunate enough to acquire a spirit herb of earthly grade or higher, it would signify an abrupt and overwhelming fortune, ensuring a lifetime free from worry. At this moment, several young cultivators tread cautiously around the outskirts of the towering peak. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoes from afar, startling them. Among them, a disheveled youth immediately drops to the ground, straining to listen intently. His expression shifts dramatically. Run! A horde of ferocious beasts is charging towards us. He cries out in panic, only to find his companions frozen in place, mouths agape, gazing at the distant sky. Following their gaze, the long-haired youth's eyes widen in astonishment. The sky is engulfed in dark clouds, shrouding much of it. They spiral ominously, pulsating with a flickering violet hue. The overwhelming pressure causing him to feel a tightness in his chest, as if his heart might leap from his body. What is that? They tremble, their legs trembling beneath them. This scene feels like an omen of annihilation. As the roaring intensifies, they witness flocks of birds erupting from the nearby forest, taking to the skies in panic. It's a beast tide. We must flee. The long-haired youth is the first to react, shouting hoarsely before turning to escape. The others snap back to reality, hastily following in his wake, racing towards the mountain's edge. On a peak deep within the highlands, Yi Suifeng gazes at the ominous clouds expanding overhead, furrowing his brow. The commotion is indeed substantial. Had he known, he would have ventured further inward. He chose this place to summon the tribulation thunder, intending not to disturb the ordinary cultivators. However, he did not anticipate that the extent of the tribulation clouds would be so vast, nearly extending beyond the mountains. Oh, hurry up already, stop dawdling. Yi Suifeng exclaimed, lifting his head in dissatisfaction. His tribulation thunder was the most fearsome of all, the 99 heavenly tribulation, consisting of a total of 81 strikes, each one exponentially more powerful than the last. Naturally, the quality of each strike also increased correspondingly. Yi Suifeng awaited the final strike, which is why he had been patient for so long. Seemingly provoked by Yi Suifeng's impatience, the tribulation clouds in the sky began to swirl with increased velocity. Boom! A bolt of azure-purple lightning descended from the heavens, carrying with it boundless celestial might, instantly arriving above Yi Suifeng's head. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, the seemingly invincible tribulation thunder was shattered into countless fragments, cascading down like celestial flowers upon the surrounding peaks. In an instant, the mountains trembled and fractured, with several small hills collapsing under the force. Now that's more like it. Let us speed things up. Yi Suifeng appeared entirely unscathed. Waves of tribulation thunder continued to descend. Yet before Yi Suifeng, they resembled nothing more than soft cotton candy, utterly incapable of withstanding even a single blow. Finally, the 99 heavenly tribulation reached its last strike. The tribulation clouds in the sky began to contract, yet the ferocious energy contained within surged to unprecedented levels. When the clouds had shrunk to their utmost point, boom, a bolt of resplendent purple lightning thundered down. I've been waiting for you. As Yi Suifeng soared into the air, he faced the cataclysmic thunderstorm head-on, defying the annihilation that loomed before him. With his right hand, he conjured an array of profound energies, continuously coalescing within his grasp. In an astonishing turn, his left hand produced a pristine jade vial, crafted from white mutton fat jade. In an instant, Yi Suifeng collided directly with the tempestuous thunder. Yet the anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not ensue. Instead, it came to an abrupt halt, reminiscent of the final note of a pipa, echoing in stillness. The ferocious storm transformed into a serene expanse of clear skies. Yi Suifeng's figure gradually descended, and in his hand, a swirling mass of violet energy emerged, tumultuous and restless. "Be obedient," he murmured as he gently clenched his fingers. The violet energy contracted steadily until it condensed into a small orb of liquid, suspended delicately within his palm. Subsequently, this vibrant liquid was sealed within the jade vial. With a sigh of relief, Yi Suifeng looked skyward, where a magnificent celestial gate materialized, ethereal and elusive. As the gate slowly opened, a golden radiance enveloped him, accompanied by a chorus of celestial melodies emanating from within. He had successfully navigated the trials of the heavenly tribulations and was on the brink of ascension to immortality. Such matters require no haste. It is best to return for now, he contemplated. Yi Suifeng dissipated his aura, firmly anchoring his cultivation at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. This realm could not harbor immortals. To achieve such a state, one must ascend to the higher realms. However, Yi Suifeng was reluctant to depart so soon, having just arrived and yearning to fully savor the local customs and culture. Furthermore, he had a beloved daughter eagerly awaiting his return home. As the ethereal essence of Yi Suifeng dissipated with the wind, the celestial gate in the void seemed to lose its purpose, pausing momentarily before gradually fading away. The task was accomplished. Yi Suifeng withdrew the jade vial into his storage space. The primary ingredient was now prepared. At the opportune moment, he would concoct the body-tempering solution to enhance Yi Huang's physique. The final bolt of the 99 tribulation not only harbored the essence of destruction, but also the potential for creation. Even Yi Suifeng himself was uncertain of the monumental effects that the body-tempering solution crafted from it would yield. Standing atop the mountain, Yi Suifeng observed the surrounding devastation. The landscape had been ravaged, the mountain beneath him reduced by several dozen meters due to the ferocity of the tribulation. The terror of the heavenly tribulation was evident. Gazing northward, his formidable consciousness pierced through 1,000 miles, arriving at a vast expanse of frozen highlands, the fabled northern snowfield. It appeared, indeed, desolate. As Yi Suifeng's awareness meandered aimlessly, suddenly, another colossal consciousness surged forth from deep within the highland, racing towards him. This presence seemed to meld seamlessly with the entire northern expanse, nearly rivaling the minuscule fraction of consciousness that Yi Suifeng projected. It was extraordinarily powerful. Did such a level of cultivator exist in this realm? Upon sensing the approaching consciousness, Yi Suifeng promptly retracted his own awareness. He was not yet inclined to engage with the apex powers of the world. That could wait for another time. With a shrug, he acknowledged that the sun was already slanting in the west. The 99 tribulation had consumed far too much of his time. It was time to return home, to the extreme north. A pair of icy eyes suddenly opened, peering into the divine realm. Are they friend or foe? Another strand of fate lies concealed within the mists. How much longer can we endure? Chapter 11. The Rescue. A figure flashed across the sky, soaring over the towering mountains below, which stretched endlessly into the horizon. As it rapidly receded, Yi Suifeng could have instantly teleported back, yet he chose to savor the beauty of this world instead. As he journeyed, he distinctly sensed the devastation wrought by beasts in many areas of the mountains, while some timid demonic creatures remained in a state of panic, evidently affected by the tribulation he had undergone. Suddenly, not far off, Yi Suifeng detected the presence of a battle, suggesting the existence of humans. After a moment's contemplation, he altered his course and flew towards the commotion. Suspended in midair, he beheld 4 young individuals, 3 males and 1 female, engaged in a fierce struggle against a single-horned azure bull. This bull was a second-tier demonic beast, equivalent to a human at the late stage of chi transformation, while the 4 were merely practitioners at the late stage of chi refinement, indicating a significant disparity in strength. It was unclear how long the confrontation had persisted, but among the four, two had already sustained injuries and were moving sluggishly. Only a long-haired youth and the female remained in relentless combat. Suddenly, the long-haired youth was struck and sent flying by the Azure Bull. Yet he quickly regained his footing and resolutely positioned himself to restrain the beast's advance. Gritting his teeth, he felt the surge of blood as the previous blow had caused internal injuries. Strike at its lower body, the long-haired youth shouted fervently. Upon hearing the words, the other three leapt into action, brandishing their large blades as they charged toward the Azure Bull. Yet, the singular horned beast was far from an easy adversary. As they approached, it erupted into a fury, delivering powerful kicks that effortlessly neutralized their assault. One individual, already wounded and unable to evade, was struck by the iron hoof. Sent sprawling through the air, crashing into a thicket, blood spewing from his mouth, unable to rise again. Mafong, the long-haired youth bellowed, his eyes ablaze with rage. Grasping an iron rod in both hands, he aimed a fierce blow at the creature's head. However, this was the bull's most fortified area, and his efforts bore little consequence, instead leaving him unsteady and once more hurled aside by the beast's might. With a mighty roar, the singular horned bull repelled all four attackers, letting out a thunderous cry that resonated through the air. In that moment, it embodied an ancient, invincible demon. The iron hooves struck the ground with a resounding boom, and the creature turned its gaze toward the fallen Mafong, a flash of crimson flickering in its eyes before it charged forward. It had long since gained sentience. Understanding that eliminating a human combatant was paramount, the remaining foes would fall one by one. The Azure Bull moved with astounding speed, its indomitable horn poised to collide with Mafong. No! The long-haired youth cried out in despair. Was his companion, with whom he had shared countless days, truly destined to perish before his very eyes? Meanwhile, Mafong, lying on the ground, had closed his eyes, resigned to the inevitability of death. Suddenly, from the thicket before Mafong, a tiny sapling sprang upright. While everyone had overlooked it, it waved its diminutive branches and leaves, striking the Azure Bull upon its head. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, accompanied by a torrent of earth and stone. A colossal figure was hurled from the epicenter of the explosion, blood raining down in its wake as it crashed to the ground. The long-haired youth's eyes widened in disbelief. He discerned with clarity that the creature flung into the air was none other than the formidable unicorn blue bull, a beast that had nearly claimed their lives. At that moment, the once invincible creature lay defeated, its strongest horn shattered, a significant portion of its skull caved in, and blood pouring forth, a death from which it could not recover. What had transpired? At that juncture, a towering figure descended slowly from the heavens. Indeed, Suifeng had intervened. As a human, he could not stand idly by while his kin perished unjustly. Moreover, it was evident that the unicorn blue bull had fled in terror from the mountains due to the disturbance caused by his tribulation. Thus, he bore some responsibility for the unfolding events. Several young individuals had suffered an undeserved calamity, and he could not turn a blind eye to their plight. "What is your name?" Suifeng inquired of the long-haired youth. "Feng. Feng Ji," came the somewhat dazed reply. Feng Ji was astonished. The person before him was so powerful that he had effortlessly vanquished a second-tier demon beast, the unicorn blue bull, without even laying eyes upon it. Could it be that he was a formidable cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage? "Quickly, go check on your companions," Suifeng urged. Only then did Feng Ji regain his senses, hastily rising from the ground and rushing towards Mafong. At that moment, Mafong was bewilderedly examining a small sapling, flipping it over in confusion. "Mafong, how are you?" Feng Ji called out loudly. Mafong glanced up, then with great effort, stood up, a wry smile gracing his face as he replied, "This is a significant loss. It will take at least half a month of recuperation before I can recover." Feng Ji gazed at his appearance, sighing in relief. It was a blessing to be alive. However, he soon furrowed his brow and inquired, "Mafong, what is wrong with that sapling? Why do you keep staring at it?" Mafong's expression was peculiar as he replied, "Brother Feng, you may find this hard to believe. Just a moment ago, it suddenly stood up and struck the Azure Bull, saving my life. This sapling might very well be an ancient divine tree. Brother Feng, we are fortunate. Observing Ma Feng's excitement, Feng Zhi's expression darkened. Brother, do not be foolish. It was that esteemed elder who intervened and saved us. He then carefully assisted Ma Feng to his feet. The other two companions also gathered around, and the four of them brushed off the dirt and debris from their clothes before respectfully bowing before Suifeng. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely rescue. Should you have any requests, we shall do our utmost to fulfill them, Feng Zhi stated earnestly. Suifeng, while toying with the horn of the unique azure bowl, waved his hand dismissively. It was but a trivial matter. There is no need to dwell on it. This incident was indeed instigated by him, and he was not so presumptuous as to demand any form of recompense. However, in the ears of Feng Zhi and his companions, the situation felt quite different. This elder not only possessed remarkable strength and striking looks, but also exhibited such a gentle disposition. They felt as if they had struck a stroke of good fortune that day. By the way, are you all from the vicinity? Suifeng invited. Feng Zhi nodded. Indeed, esteemed elder. The four of us hail from Qinggu Gaoling, specifically from Yinyan Town. Yinyan Town? Suifeng queried. Yes, it is a small town within the borders of Yinshao City, Feng Zhi elaborated. Suifeng nodded in understanding. Yinshao City is not merely a simple fortress. It possesses its own sphere of influence. Suifeng holds a vague recollection that Yinshao City governs an expanse of approximately 80,000 square kilometers, akin to the area of Chongqing Municipality in his previous life. The jurisdiction of such a modest city is indeed astonishing. However, according to Suifeng's understanding, this is relatively small compared to other cities of similar stature in the vicinity. How fortuitous, Suifeng remarked with a smile. I'm the head of the Yi family in Yinshao City. He spoke candidly, choosing not to conceal his identity, deeming it unnecessary. I have met the head of the Yi family. The others bowed their heads deeper in reverence, for to them, Yinshao City was akin to an imperial city. The individual before them was evidently one of the distinguished nobles within the royal city. There is no need for formalities, Suifeng said with a smile. It seems we are fated to meet. Should you find yourselves in Yinshao City, do not hesitate to seek me out at the Yi residence. I shall provide you with a splendid stage. At this, the others were filled with delight. A promise from the family head was indeed invaluable. Now, the hour grows late, and there are many other beasts here. You should hasten back to recover, Suifeng concluded, waving his hand as he vanished from sight. The four remaining individuals were left in awe, still grappling with the surreal nature of their encounter. It is worth mentioning that before departing, Ma Feng insisted on taking the small sapling with him, declaring it a miraculous entity, the ancient divine tree that had saved his life. Chapter 12. Suifeng's intentions. Dark clouds engulf the world, and the tide of highland beasts looms. In the family head study, Suifeng sat opposite Suiyin, listening to him report on the conditions along the borders of Yinshao City. Yes, elder brother. Suiyin appeared anxious and remarked, yesterday, numerous cultivators witnessed an ominous black cloud that nearly enveloped the entire sky, accompanied by a strange, thunderous roar. Following that, a beast tide ensued. A multitude of ferocious beasts suddenly surged against the outskirts of Gaoling, inflicting varying degrees of harm upon many adventuring cultivators. Now, they have breached Gaoling and are advancing towards several human settlements at the border. Suifeng, feeling uneasy, touched his nose and replied, even so, can this truly be deemed an omen of annihilation? My brother, you cannot fathom. Suiyin intoned gravely, that black cloud is most sinister, seemingly arising solely beyond the confines of our Yinshao City. Some have concluded that either a formidable demon has emerged or malevolence has descended. Already, individuals are preparing to flee to other cities, and fear grips the hearts of many. Suifeng's expression was peculiar. He truly did not know how to articulate his thoughts. It was merely a heavenly tribulation, yet it had provoked such a tremendous chain reaction. Indeed, it echoed the ancient adage, the lower one's cultivation, the more bizarre phenomena one encounters. The Li and Tang families have already begun mobilizing personnel towards the border, Yi Suiyun informed. They intend to provide support to the border? Yi Suifeng inquired, stroking his chin. Indeed, Yi Suiyun confirmed. If we remain indifferent, the region overseen by the Yi family and its resources may very well encounter significant problems. The governance of Yinshao City is quite extraordinary. All its domains are collectively managed by the three prominent families. Every family possesses its own sphere of influence. The Tang family primarily resides in the south, the Li family in the northeast, and the Yi family in the northwest. These three families interweave, maintaining a delicate balance while simultaneously collaborating with one another. The majority of the Yi family's income, including resource-rich lands, derives from their designated domain. Should any issues arise, it would significantly impact the Yi family. How many individuals do they intend to send? Yi Suifeng inquired. Suiyun pondered for a moment before responding. It should not be an excessive number. In previous instances of a similar nature, we dispatched a portion of the family's intermediaries to oversee the situation, which typically resolved any issues. I see. Yi Suifeng mused for a brief moment before declaring. Then we shall also send people. However, this time, we will not only deploy intermediaries, but also send those unruly youngsters from our family along. Suiyun was momentarily taken aback and asked, why? The ferocity of the demonic beasts poses a threat, and they are still quite young. Complications are likely to arise. It is precisely because they are young that they must venture forth to gain experience. Yi Suifeng asserted. A fledgling that has not weathered storms will never learn to soar. Furthermore, you must instruct them properly. Once they arrive, they should refrain from exhibiting the arrogance typical of large families and, instead, strive to cultivate good relations with the cultivators in the border cities. Additionally, ensure they bring ample resources. Should anyone sustain injuries, we will provide free medical care. Yi Suifeng's series of directives left Suiyun utterly bewildered. What on earth is going on? While those regions hold significant importance for the family, it hardly warrants such measures. Creating such a commotion while still needing to foster relationships and provide free medical care? My dear friend, although we have acquired wealth, it is not to be squandered so recklessly. Observing the bewildered expression on Suiyun's face, Yi Suifeng waved his hand and said, Suiyun, let me ask you, what is the most crucial element for a formidable power? Money, Suiyun replied without hesitation. Ah, yes. Money is indeed significant, but if one wishes to expand their influence, talent is of utmost importance. Therefore, in this endeavor for reinforcements, we must not only exert our utmost efforts, but also cultivate a positive rapport with them. This way, when the time comes for expansion, the process will be far more seamless. Do you understand? Yi Suifeng's actions were rooted in foresight. While funds are indispensable, they are not omnipotent. Indeed, with Yi Suifeng's strength and resources, he could easily obliterate the Li and Tang families with a mere breath and attract numerous capable individuals. But what then? Excluding Yi Suifeng himself, the members of the Yi family would be left significantly weakened, akin to an infant in swaddling clothes, utterly helpless. The Yi family constitutes a complex collective. If Yi Suifeng were to shelter the entire family solely by his own strength, the Yi family would face inevitable ruin. He aspires to establish a genuine and formidable power. I have encountered several young cultivators from the border whose potential rivals that of certain offspring from our own families. Thus, it is imperative to view them without prejudice. They merely lack resources. They represent untapped potential that can be harnessed by the family. Yi Suifeng inquired, by the way, what is the current level of cultivation you and the others, including who have attained? Suiyun responded, we are presently at the golden core stage, a status we have maintained for many years. Ever since I assumed the responsibilities of the family, opportunities for advancing our cultivation have become scarce, compounded by our modest talents. Yi Suifeng shook his head. As I mentioned to you all a few days ago, the cultivation initiative should encompass the entire family, not merely the youth. Henceforth, you must also intensify your training. My aspirations extend far beyond the confines of a mere small city like Yinshao. Suiyun nodded profoundly. If there were a chance to elevate their cultivation further, who would wish to lead a life of mediocrity? The conversation in the study concluded at that point. Yi Suifeng's directives were swiftly communicated and implemented. Within a day, nearly the entire Yi family mobilized, armed with abundant resources, setting forth to bolster the border defense. This unprecedented action left the other two prominent families in Yunshao City astonished. Insanity! They have truly lost their minds, someone exclaimed. The new head of the Yi family indeed showcased a style that was nothing short of eye-opening. If he isn't awarded the Saint of Yunshao City, it would be a disservice to his efforts. What use is a rustic brute? Must he go to such great lengths? Some scoffed at the Yi family's actions, believing Yi Suifeng was merely indulging in a fit of altruism, leading to such folly. Nevertheless, the myriad of rumors and speculations could not impede the Yi family's resolve. They exhibited unwavering loyalty to their patriarch. Meanwhile, Yi Suifeng had returned to the courtyard, preparing body-refining elixirs for Yi Huang. The final bolt of heavenly thunder from the 99 tribulation exudes an immense power, encompassing forces of both destruction and rebirth. To apply it to Yi Huang, who is still in the qi refinement stage, would not only be a waste, but also perilous for her frail body, which could scarcely endure even the slightest touch. The consequence would be instant obliteration. A counterbalance is necessary. Yi Suifeng extracted a drop of tribulation liquid and repeatedly cast incantations. Under his calming influence, the ferocious thunder gradually transformed into a gentler essence, ultimately condensing into a pure energy sphere. He then summoned a medicinal furnace from thin air and placed all the prepared materials within it. After a brief moment, the ingredients transmuted into a golden elixir. Yes, body refinement can commence. Yi Suifeng nodded in approval. Suddenly, the door to his room was thrust open with considerable force. A figure rushed in with fiery urgency. "Father, why am I not on the list for the external training?" Yi Huang demanded indignantly. "All my brothers and sisters have set out. Why am I excluded? I wish to contribute to the family's development. I refuse to accept this." In that moment, Yi Huang resembled a furious little lion, raging within the confines of the room. Yi Suifeng found amusement in her display. It was the first time he had witnessed such a spirited side of Yi Huang. The young girl finally dared to assert her rights, which he deemed a positive development. Nevertheless, when the time called for admonition, he felt it necessary to impose some discipline. Observing her with an indifferent gaze, he questioned, "Do you wish to venture to the border?" "Indeed." Yi Huang replied, "Her determinaten unmistakable." Let me inquire. Do you know Yi Long's current cultivation level?" Yi Huang paused momentarily and replied, "He is at the 3rd level of qi transformation, but now tell me, what about Yi Qian and Yi Qian's cultivation levels? They have achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement." "Very well, I shall ask again. What is the cultivation level of your 2nd uncle's siblings? And what of your 4th uncle's brothers and the 2 sisters from your 5th uncle's family?" Yi Huang fell silent, for among her direct relatives of the same age, the weakest had reached the 10th level of qi refinement, while her cousin Yi Long, and a cousin from her 5th uncle's family, had already broken through to the qi transformation realm. She was the least formidable among them. "You, at the 7th level of qi refinement, are of meager strength. What purpose do you serve at the borders other than courting death and tarnishing my reputation?" Yi Suifeng's words struck without mercy. Yi Huang bowed her head, twisting her garments in her hands, her lips pressed together in silence. Strength was the greatest anguish in her heart. As the daughter of the clan leader, she found herself weaker than some of the collateral relatives. Though no one had spoken it aloud, it weighed heavily upon her. Observing his daughter, Yi Suifeng recognized the harshness of his words, realizing they were indeed hurtful. He had anticipated she would break into tears, yet she seemed to withstand it. Her psychological resilience was commendable. Thus, it is best that you remain at home to cultivate. Once you are no longer inferior to them, then you may contemplate contributing to the family. Yi Suifeng huffed. Yi Huang bit her lip, clearly affected by the blow. Yet suddenly, she lifted her head and murmured, "But if I stay at home, would that not also bring shame upon you?" Yi Suifeng was taken aback. This child, was this how she truly perceived the situation? All the members of the family had been dispatched, yet his daughter remained. She must be concerned that the clansmen would harbor grievances against such favoritism. The girl's thoughts were indeed intricate. After a moment of silence, Yi Suifeng let out a gentle sigh and beckoned to Yi Huang. My dear Huang, I comprehend your sentiments. However, it is essential to understand that no endeavor yields immediate results. If you truly aspire to bring honor to our name and contribute to the family, you must devote yourself to cultivation and enhance your abilities, Yi Suifeng stated. Yi Huang nodded, yet it was evident that she still felt a sense of discontent within. Yi Suifeng shook his head and continued, I promise you, if you can master the sword technique I gifted you to the minor completion stage, I will permit you to venture to the borders and train alongside your siblings. Upon hearing this, Yi Huang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that true? You cannot deceive me. Yi Suifeng chuckled softly, of course not. If Yi Huang can achieve minor completion in the god-slaying 9 styles, then there shall be no reason for obstruction. For by that time, her combat prowess will be the strongest among the younger generation of the Yi family. With all her might, even Yi Long would not be able to withstand her. But what if by the time I have mastered it, they have already returned? Yi Huang inwitted, her brow furrowed in doubt. They will not, Yi Suifeng assured her. This training expedition will require at least 4 months. Do you lack the confidence to achieve mastery within that time frame? I do not. Yi Huang felt a surge of excitement. Under Yi Suifeng's guidance, she had already begun to grasp some of the nuances. Perhaps, within 2 months, she would master the sword techniques. The mere thought of fighting alongside her brothers and sisters exhilarated her. I shall commence at once, Yi Huang declared, her determination palpable as she prepared to train. Wait, Yi Suifeng intervened, exasperation evident in his voice. Do not rush. First, you must undergo a body refinement. He gestured. Your current physique cannot withstand the power of the Divine Slayer's 9 styles. Half an hour later, a large vat materialized in Yi Suifeng's chamber. Should a discerning observer be present, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for this unassuming water tank was crafted from source stone, a material of mid-grade mystique, highly coveted for array formations, with even a small piece valued at hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. The cost of such a large vat would be no less than 100 million. It was a veritable extravagance. Enter, commanded Yi Suifeng. Yi Huang obediently shed her garments and stepped into the vat. A sharp gasp escaped her lips as she felt the deep crimson liquid nearly overflow. An intense, searing heat surged around her, accompanied by an overwhelming force from all directions. Yi Huang furrowed her brow. She possessed some knowledge about the body refinement liquid. It was an exceedingly rare spiritual essence, concocted from various spiritual herbs. Generally, the higher the grade of the refinement liquid, the greater the energy it harbored. She swiftly closed her eyes, channeling her energy to absorb the surrounding refinement power. Such a precious substance must have cost her father a fortune. It was imperative not to waste it. With a resounding slap, Yi Suifeng struck her on the back of the head. What is the matter? Yi Huang inquired. Confusion etched on her face as she rubbed her head. What are you doing? Absorbing the essence liquid? I haven't even released the essence yet. And you're trying to absorb air? Yi Huang's bewilderment deepened as she pointed at the crimson liquid in the tank. Isn't that the essence liquid? Yi Suifeng shook his head, bemused by his daughter's growing foolishness. That is merely an auxiliary potion, intended to facilitate the absorption of the essence liquid. What are you thinking day in and day out? He then produced a vial containing a golden liquid. Listen, the energy of this essence liquid may be quite formidable for you. You must maintain unwavering focus and circulate the Kanglin technique, regardless of any external disturbances. Do you understand? Yi Huang nodded earnestly, though a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Was the red liquid merely an auxiliary potion? Just how powerful could the true essence liquid be? All right, close your eyes and embrace tranquility, Yi Suifeng instructed before uncorking the vial of essence liquid. Suddenly, a golden dragon erupted from the bottle, soaring and twisting through the air. Go, Yi Suifeng commanded, and as the golden dragon spiraled above, it dove into the tank below. Instantly, the spiritual liquid within began to whirl rapidly, forming a swirling vortex around Yi Huang, with beams of golden light weaving through it. Cultivate, Yi Suifeng shouted, and Yi Huang promptly began to circulate the Kanglin technique. Suddenly, The golden dragon seemed to detect an unusual aura and abruptly plunged into her body. Yi Huang let out a muffled groan, feeling a surge of violent energy erupt within her, instantly coursing through her limbs and nearly disrupting her cultivation. Yet, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Yi Suifeng nodded, altering the hand seals, allowing the golden dragon to emerge once more. However, the radiance emanating from it had dimmed slightly. Well, the next phase would be straightforward. Once Yi Huang had completely absorbed the previous energy, the golden dragon once again delved into her body. This process continued back and forth. After a full hour had passed, the golden dragon had transformed into a mere shadow, while the spiritual liquid in the vessel had nearly turned transparent. When they vanished entirely, Yi Huang suddenly opened her eyes, a flicker of flame igniting within them. Chapter 14. Unfair, how do you feel? Yi Suifeng inquired after the body tempering was complete. Yi Huang's eyes were hazy, as if she had yet to regain her senses from the tempering process. I feel as though I am invincible. She struck the water tank with a fist, her immense strength sending a spray of water that drenched Yi Suifeng. Oh, my apologies. Yi Huang sitiflit agigle. Yi Suifeng wiped the water from his face. Come fort. This daughter was increasingly embodying the spirit of an eccentric young girl. After adjusting her attire, Yi Suifeng meticulously examined the results of Yi Huang's body tempering, discovering that they exceeded his expectations. Both her strength and physical resilience had seen a remarkable leap in growth. It is nearly 3 times greater than before the tempering. Moreover, the energy from the tempering liquid has yet to be fully absorbed by Yi Huang. A significant portion of it remains concealed within her limbs and bones, and only through continuous cultivation will it gradually nourish her body. Once that energy is entirely expended, the consideration of a second tempering can commence. Alas, Yi Huang's physical constitution is rather poor. Thus, she cannot afford to take drastic measures and must progress step by step. It is essential to become well acquainted with her current strength, Yi Suifeng remarked. Yi Huang nodded with excitement and swiftly dashed outside. Soon, the sound of whirling sword winds echoed throughout the courtyard. Yi Suifeng leisurely approached the desk by the window, enjoying his daughter's swordplay while retrieving a thick stack of books. These contained various cultivation techniques, alchemical formulas, and artifacts, along with some introductions to this continent. It is time to comprehend this world. 1,000 miles beyond Yinshao City, there lies a vast plain. At the very heart of this plain, a colossal city rises majestically, towering between heaven and earth. Its scale is several times that of Yinshao City, adorned with grand pavilions and opulence. The city walls soar dozens of meters high, a deep crimson hue, evidently forged from special materials. At the city gate, people form orderly queues stretching hundreds of meters to enter. Upon the gate, 2 powerful and imposing characters strike awe into the heart. Sioux City. Gu Wanxin sat leisurely in her carriage as she entered the city gate. She lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing at the bustling scene outside. A sense of nostalgia washing over her. Since being assigned to Yinshao City, she had only returned once in the past 3 years. On that occasion, she was subjected to scathing ridicule by her colleagues due to her dismal performance in management. Since then, at every annual assembly of the guild, she refrained from returning to Sioux City, delegating her deputy to represent her instead. The sting of derision was simply unbearable. However, this time was different. She cast a glance at the pile of storage bags nestled within the carriage. The humiliation of 4 years was destined to be obliterated today. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a servant lifted the curtain of the carriage and inquired, "Guildmaster, shall we take a moment to prepare ourselves before reporting to the main guild?" Gu Wanxin raised her head. This middle-aged man was none other than her deputy, Mo Chiu, a master at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. In fact, all the servants in the convoy, including the coachman, were proficient members of Wanbao Pavilion, each possessing strength at the Golden Core level. Her decision to bring them along was solely due to the substantial wealth being transported. Utmost caution was imperative. "No need. We shall proceed directly to the main guild," Gu Wanxin replied. With trepidation and vigilance, they finally arrived in Sioux City, as she was determined to avoid any last-minute mishaps. The golden core stage was esteemed in Yunshao City, yet in Su City, it merely represented the upper echelon of power. After approximately half an hour, the carriage halted before a towering pavilion. The edifice boasted 9 stories, imbued with an aura of intricate formations. Standing at its base, it was difficult to discern the view at the pinnacle. Gu Wanxin disembarked from the carriage, inhaling deeply. "Let us take our belongings and enter." Moments later, Gu Wanxin found herself in a spacious chamber. Before them sat a dignified middle-aged man, meticulously perusing a ledger. To the side, a youthful gentleman, possessing delicate features, leisurely sipped his tea. "Greetings, Master Luo." Gu Wanxin respectfully addressed the man, who was none other than Luo Qing, the esteemed head of the Wanbao Pavilion in Sucheng. Within the expansive structure of Wanbao Pavilion, he held the specific title of Master, overseeing numerous cities, including Yunshao City. The hierarchy of positions within the pavilion was meticulously defined, comprising roles such as steward, master, deputy master, and pavilion head. Notably, among the higher-ranking positions, the pavilion head held the least authority. Luo Qing set aside the ledger and looked up, exclaiming, "Ah, it is Master Gu. It has been many years since our last encounter." Gu Wanxin clasped her hands, a gesture of respect, replying, "My duties have kept me occupied. I hope Master Luo can forgive my absence." Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the side. Why not just say it plainly? What pressing matters could there possibly be in a backwater like Yunshao City? The speaker was the young man, lounging with his legs crossed, casting a casual glance at Gu Wanxin. Her expression darkened instantly. This young man was none other than Song Shuang, who had once humiliated her grievously. "This does not concern you, Master Song," Gu Wanxin retorted. Song Shuang responded with another round of flippant laughter. "Wanxin, I fear you shall soon be addressing me as Deputy Master Song." Gu Wanxin fell silent, casting a glance at Luo Qing. Luo Qing smiled and said, "Indeed, in recent years, Song Shuang has brought considerable profits to Wanbei. I intend to promote him to the position of Deputy Envoy. At that time, he will manage Yunshao City on my behalf." Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in disbelief. To have Song Shuang oversee Yunshao City? They already harbored grievances against one another. If this were to transpire, she feared her days would be far from pleasant. "Luo Envoy, this may not be appropriate," Gu Wanxin exclaimed anxiously. Luo Qing toyed with a bead in his hand and replied nonchalantly, "Are you questioning my judgment?" Gu Wanxin was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded, "No, no, no. Wanbei has always valued merit. How could I dare question your choice? I merely feel that Yunshao City is entirely capable of autonomy without the need for an additional deputy envoy." "What absurdity!" Song Shuang retorted with a light laugh. "You, Gu Wanxin, have not returned to the main hall for 3 years, and your annual profits are virtually negligible, even inferior to those of secondary cities. On what grounds do you claim autonomy?" Gu Wanxin was about to counter, but was interrupted by Luo Qing. "Gu Pavilion Master, although Yunshao City is not bustling, it is still a small principal city. Your recent performance has been less than commendable. Meanwhile, the Huangye City, under Song Pavilion Master's stewardship, generates nearly 100 billion spirit stones in profit annually. Allowing him to manage Yunshao City would serve as an excellent learning opportunity for you," Luo Qing remarked coolly. Gu Wanxin's heart sank gradually. It was evident that the two had reached some form of agreement. Indeed, her performance over the past few years has been rather lackluster. It is well understood that this is largely due to the constraints imposed by geographical conditions. Yunshao City, by its nature, is not affluent, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Its annual revenue remains quite modest, rendering any efforts futile. In contrast, Huangye City stands as a grand metropolis, second only to Su City within a vast radius. The city is home to numerous prominent families, and outside its walls, sects abound, engaging in incessant strife. With conflict comes an inevitable demand for abundant resources. To speak candidly, earning 100 billion each year is within her reach. Now, with Luo Qing juxtaposing Yunshao City with Huangye City, it is hard to believe that he is devoid of ulterior motives. Moreover, if there were no hidden agendas between Luo Qing and Song Shuang, How could he have been appointed as the head of the Wanbao Pavilion in Huangya City? They have set their sights upon her. However, Gu Wanxin is not one to easily retreat. Master Luo, if I truly were to fall significantly short compared to Song Shuang, I would have no objections to your arrangements. Yet, Gu Wanxin gestured subtly to Mo Chiu, who, understanding her cue, presented a storage bag and a jade slip. Not long ago, I sold goods worth a staggering 1,438 billion spirit stones, yielding a net profit of 192 billion spirit stones. Gu Wanxin proclaimed with a resonant voice. The two individuals opposite her were momentarily taken aback. Luo Qing furrowed his brow, examining the jade slip and subsequently scrutinizing the contents of a storage bag filled with spirit stones. His expression gradually turned grave. This is impossible. Song Shuang suddenly sprang to his feet. 14 billion. Unless you have sold half of the Wanbao Pavilion, it is utterly impossible to possess such a sum. Gu Wanxin's face bore a mocking expression. Not half, Master Song. I have sold all treasures of the profound grade and above, including 5 items of paramount significance. Do not presume that the other branches are as affluent as your Huangya city. You. Song Shuang's countenance flushed with indignation. Silence. Luo Qing intervened to prevent further escalation. His brow furrowed. Even he found it hard to believe that Gu Wanxin could have disposed of such a vast quantity of goods. Yet, with the spirit stones laid before him and meticulous accounts presented, he had no choice but to accept this reality. Madam Gu, may I inquire how you manage this? Luo Qing asked kindly. Gu Wanxin, wary at heart, replied, Master Luo, our Wanbao Pavilion does not operate under such conventions. If it were to become known that there are affluent patrons like Yi Suifeng in Yinshao City, I fear I might soon find myself inexplicably supplanted by others. However, he had underestimated human greed. After a moment of silence, a smile gradually spread across Luo Qing's face. Madam Gu, you have indeed made a significant contribution to the Wanbao Pavilion this time. I will report this truthfully to the higher-ups. However, the matter of Song Shuang becoming the deputy envoy is settled, and you shall serve under his command henceforth. Gu Wanxin's expression darkened completely. She had not anticipated that her achievements would still lead to their manipulation. A surge of anger welled within her. This is unjust, she shouted. Luo Qing's gaze remained calm. Abundant resources can only be maximized under the management of someone with greater experience. Master Gu, cease your childish temper. You are infringing upon my rights. Gu Wanxin, Luo Qing spoke in a low voice. Considering your past merits, I have allowed you to remain thus far. Should you dare to question my authority again, you may seek another city to hone your skills. Faced with this blatant threat, Gu Wanxin gritted her teeth. Yet she found herself without a viable solution. I will report this matter truthfully, Gu Wanxin declared. Do as you please, Luo Qing responded, unperturbed. Gu Wanxin chose not to retort further and turned to leave. After her departure, Song Shuang approached Luo Qing and whispered, Uncle, what if she truly reports this? Perhaps we could. A fierce gleam flickered in his eyes. Luo Qing cast him a sidelong glance. How many times must I remind you not to resort to violence for every situation? Gu Wanxin is a leader in her own right. Should any misfortune befall her, an investigation from above is inevitable, leading to even greater complications. Song Shuang lowered his head in acknowledgement. Just focus on being a good deputy. With me here, she cannot stir up any trouble. Luo Qing scoffed to those above. Over 100 billion is but a trifling matter. A person with no background is merely our plaything. Accompanying him to Yunshao City this time, you must ascertain how she managed to sell such a multitude of items in such a brief span. Then, seize the reins for yourself. Chapter 15. What use are you if you cannot spend money? It has been a month since Yi Suifeng arrived in this world. During this time, he has begun to grasp the dynamics of this vast continent and the overarching methods of cultivation. This land is immensely expansive, stretching across thousands of miles. An ordinary cultivator could traverse their entire lifetime without fully exploring it. Yinshao City is situated in the northern central region of the continent, slightly to the north. This central northern area is governed by a super organization known as the Nine City Alliance. Sioux City is one of the 9 cities, overseeing 5 major cities, including Yinshao City, as well as numerous secondary towns. Every 3 years, Yinshao City must pay a substantial tribute of resources to Sioux City in exchange for protection, essentially a protection fee. Without these payments, other towns would launch indiscriminate attacks against Yinshao City, and even Sioux City might intervene out of sheer boredom. In such a scenario, Yinshao City would face immediate annihilation. This is only reasonable. Being part of an organization and enjoying the conveniences brought by its regulations necessitates a certain level of sacrifice. Suifeng has no qualms regarding this protection fee. In fact, he prefers order and rules, as they add an element of intrigue. Otherwise, it would devolve into a brutal survival of the fittest, reminiscent of primitive times, devoid of any semblance of civilization. As for the cultivation system of this world, it bears a striking resemblance to his imagination. The 12 levels of Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, divine transformation, integration, and tribulation passing, all consist of 9 tiers. The tribulation passing stage represents the pinnacle of power in this realm. However, there are rumors of certain extraordinary beings who have evaded the heavenly tribulations, concealing their strength beyond the tribulation passing stage while manipulating the world from behind the scenes. These are mere folk tales, yet Suifeng knows the truth. Firstly, he himself is one such anomaly. Secondly, during the last tribulation, the immense divine consciousness emanating from the northern snowfields evidently surpassed the tribulation passing stage. It is only a matter of time before they cross paths. Suifeng remains unperturbed. His immediate objective is to elevate the entire Yi family into a preeminent force within the continent. Today marks another family meeting. Suifeng and several key family members gather in the conference hall to discuss the family's current affairs. The beast tide at the northern border has been severe, impacting many of the resource sites. Nevertheless, through a significant investment of manpower and resources, the situation has considerably eased. Their shops have also stabilized for the time being, allowing them to contemplate expansion. With the infusion of resources, many of the younger generation within the family have advanced, and their achievements this month nearly rival those of the previous 3 months combined. The members, including Suifeng, engage in animated discussions, their spirits buoyed by the 100 billion spirit stones bestowed by Suifeng, which have made their lives exceedingly comfortable this month. To summarize their progress in 4 words, soaring prosperity. After concluding their discussions, Suiyun presents this month's accounts to Suifeng. "Brother," he said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice, "due to our substantial investment, this month's expenditures have soared beyond expectation. Please take a look." "No matter," Suifeng replied. "Money is meant to be spent." He took the ledger and perused its contents meticulously. Suddenly, a surge of anger welled up within him. He tossed the ledger onto the table and fixed a glare at Suiyun. "Did we spend 15 billion spirit stones last month?" An immediate silence enveloped the room. Beads of sweat formed on Suiyun's forehead as he stammered, "Brother, this is the first time I've handled such a vast sum of spirit stones. Thus, there were some minor miscalculations in our planning. However, rest assured that I will allocate the resources with great care moving forward. And I assure you that next month's expenditures will be kept within 10 billion. "Indeed, brother," Suihu chimed in, "we procured an abundance of resources this month. Even with enhanced benefits, we have utilized only a fraction, and things will certainly improve." The other 2 nodded in agreement, asserting that future expenses would not reach such heights. Suifeng sighed deeply at their responses, understanding that they had clearly misunderstood him. It was not that he objected to the spending being excessive. Rather, he lamented that it was woefully insufficient. Having allocated 100 billion spirit stones, they had managed to expend only 15 billion. Suifeng glanced at his wallet, which contained a staggering sum in lower-grade spirit stones, with the surplus alone exceeding 80 million trillion. How long would it take to exhaust even the surplus? What a bunch of fools. He rapped his fingers on the table. "Suiyun, let me ask you, how long do you think that 100 billion spirit stones I provided you with is intended to last?" Suiyun blinked in confusion. "Isn't it for a year?" "Certainly not. Yi Suifeng slammed his palm upon the table. I have allocated 100 billion for you, expecting it to be expended within a month. Yet you have only managed to utilize a mere 15 billion. What on earth are you doing? Confronted with the patriarch's ire, several key figures were left utterly bewildered. Did they hear incorrectly? Was that truly the budget for merely 1 month? Suiyun was particularly dumbfounded. It was his first time ever being chastised for spending too little. Brother, are you being serious? Yi Suifeng's expression darkened. Do I appear to be jesting? The group exchanged glances at a loss for words. My dear brother, you are being excessively extravagant. Only Suiyun wore a troubled expression, murmuring softly, Be brother, it is indeed quite a challenge to exhaust such a sum within a month. How is that difficult? Yi Suifeng archit unable. Suiyun replied, The resources available within the clan are finite. We have essentially reached a state of saturation. Beyond a certain point, additional funds serve little purpose. He felt exceedingly awkward, unable to fathom that one day he would lament the inability to spend money. Yi Suifeng shook his head. You are limited by your own perceptions, still ensnared in the confines of your previous mindset. Let me ask you, is it only the younger generation that requires resources? What about the clan's operations? What about you? The elders? Do they not need to cultivate? The higher one's cultivation level. The greater the demand for training resources. Do not tell me that 100 billion cannot be expended. Even the instructors and the offerings can be compensated to ensure their utmost dedication to their tasks. If all else fails, we could certainly enlist the talents of those extraordinary individuals from the grassroots. They lack nothing but resources. Truly, it is frustrating that I cannot even spend money effectively. Why am I to oversee the finances? In the face of Yi Suifeng's reprimand, Suiyun instinctively shrank back. Indeed, he had not considered such matters, having never done so before. Previously, funds were so scant that he would have to ration every last spirit stone. There was no surplus like there is now. Even if he were at a loss for how to allocate resources, surely purchasing something would suffice. The Wanjiao Pavilion is right there, abundant with treasures. A mere 10 billion would hardly make a dent. Yi Suifeng remarked. Suiyun scratched his head and replied, Elder brother, have you forgotten that the Wanjiao Pavilion was completely emptied out last time you visited? Yi Suifeng frowned slightly. Have they not restocked? It has been a month. Their efficiency is rather disappointing. No, Suiyun answered, perhaps. This is their first encounter with such a situation, and they require time to prepare. Very well. Yi Suifeng conceded. Let us not dwell on this for now. I shall investigate the matter myself later. By the way, is the younger generation returning from the border soon? Yi has nodded. Yes, they return once a month to collect cultivation resources before setting off again, until the threat of the beast tide has been entirely quelled. Ah, splendid. Yi Suifeng said, You should adjust the resources based on their accomplishments during this expedition. Those who have made notable contributions must be duly rewarded. Moreover, I should not be stingy with the numerous cultivation techniques and spiritual artifacts I brought back from the Wanbao Pavilion. They should all be made available. What use is there in leaving excellent techniques idle at home to gather dust? Furthermore, I encourage them to actively engage with talented individuals from the common folk, ideally to recruit them under our banner to bolster the family's strength. A series of commands were issued, and the responsible parties hurriedly took note. Finally, Yi Suifeng tossed aside a storage bag brimming with spirit stones. This amounts to 10 billion, coupled with the remaining spirit stones from last month. If you still cannot spend it all, I shall seek out someone more adept in this domain to manage the family's finances. With that, Yi Suifeng rose and departed, leaving only Suiyun, who gazed at the 2 large bags of gleaming spirit stones, feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 16. Reaching an agreement. Song Shuang had been in Yunshao City for over 10 days, in his quest to uncover the identity of that mysterious wealthy patron. He had visited many influential figures in the city, including the heads of the Tang and Li families. These 2 families indeed possessed considerable economic power, particularly the Tang family, which had long established its roots in Yunshao City, amassing a vast fortune. However, based on his assessments, neither of these families was the enigmatic patron he sought. The Li family, in particular, lacked the financial strength to procure such a substantial amount of spirit stones in a single transaction. As for the Tang family, There was no compelling reason for them to do so. His investigation had hit a snag. Deputy Envoy, why don't we visit the Yi family? A middle-aged man suggested to Song Shuang. With a furrowed brow, Song Shuang pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. No need. According to our information, the Yi family is merely a clan that has risen to prominence in the past century. Through their unity and a certain fierceness, they have managed to join the ranks of the three prominent families, yet their foundation remains rather shallow. It is absolutely impossible for them to be behind this. Furthermore, from my discussions with the Li and Tang families, it is evident that they hold the Yi family in contempt, claiming that the new head of the Yi family is nothing more than a fool. There is no need for us to waste time on this matter. The middle-aged man nodded, not questioning Song Shuang's assessment. They understood well that for any faction, a solid foundation is a crucial criterion for evaluation. Throughout history, many families and sects have shone brightly for a time, but only those that can endure are truly powerful. Then we must focus our efforts on Gu Wanxin, the middle-aged man stated. Song Shuang nodded, letting out a huff. That detestable woman is far too guarded. Since her return from Sioux City, she has made no moves whatsoever. Even the supplementary goods she has brought in are minimal, clearly attempting to prevent us from discovering her sources. The middle-aged man frowned. Deputy Envoy, Gu Wanxin is merely a pavilion master. Cannot we take stronger measures? After all, her actions have already affected the normal operations of Wanbao Pavilion. Song Shuang shot him a glance and replied, of course not. While I may be the deputy envoy, the one in charge of this branch pavilion remains Gu Wanxin. Regardless of her actions, I have no authority to intervene directly. I can only report and await higher-level resolution. The Wanbao Pavilion maintains strict regulations and does not tolerate provocation, a measure intended to safeguard those who are powerless and insignificant. With a sigh, Song Shuang remarked, keep a close watch on Gu Wanxin. I cannot believe she can keep her secrets forever. If new goods do not arrive on the shelves within a month, I shall devise my own methods to deal with her. At that moment, the door was abruptly pushed open, and a guard rushed in, exclaiming, Deputy Envoy, something is amiss. Gu Wanxin has suddenly vanished. The Drunken Dream Tower, the most opulent establishment in Yinshao City, housed a private room on its top floor where Yi Suifeng sat across from Gu Wanxin. Why have we chosen this location for our transaction, Pavilion Master Gu? Yi Suifeng invited. After attending a meeting the previous day, he had come to the Wanbao Pavilion to question Gu Wanxin about the delay in the arrival of goods. However, before he could dismount from his carriage, Gu Wanxin's maid approached him, stating that Gu Wanxin was at the Drunken Dream Tower and guided him here. With a smile gracing her features, Gu Wanxin welcomed, as the most esteemed guest of the Wanbao Pavilion, it is only fitting that I give you a warm reception. With that, she clapped her hands, and a bevy of graceful maidens entered, presenting an array of the finest delicacies and drinks from the Drunken Dream Tower, filling the table to the brim. Yi Suifeng observed Gu Wanxin, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as she portrayed. There must be underlying secrets. Yet, he felt no inclination to delve into them. He was merely there to procure goods. Thank you for your efforts, Pavilion Master. However, my purpose today is simply to inquire if there are any new treasures available at the Wanbao Pavilion, Yi Suifeng stated candidly. You remain as forthright as ever, Master Yi. With a smile gracing her face, Gu Wanxin retrieved a jade slip from her bosom and presented it to Yi Suifeng. I have brought back the new goods for your perusal. Yi Suifeng accepted the jade slip and briefly scanned its contents. The items within were largely akin to those from his previous purchase, predominantly consisting of mid-grade mystical artifacts or lower, with a mere 4 treasures of earth grade or above. This was even fewer than last time, leaving Yi Suifeng somewhat disheartened. Is that all there is? He inquired. Noticing Yi Suifeng's dissatisfaction, Gu Wanxin replied, I beg your pardon. Master Yi, the inventory supplied by the Wanbao Pavilion's branches is assessed comprehensively by the main pavilion. Although your previous generous expenditure allowed you to acquire nearly all the available goods, the main pavilion remains unaware of your subsequent purchasing capacity. Hence the reluctance to allocate a larger quantity of items. Yi Suifeng was left speechless. Such caution was excessive. Very well, please provide an estimate, he said. You are indeed forthright, Master Yi. Gu Wanxin exclaimed with delight. The total value of this batch of goods is approximately 12 billion spirit stones. But as you are Wanxin's most esteemed patron, I shall extend a 10% discount. Therefore, the final amount comes to 108 billion spirit stones. The 10% discount represented a reduction of 12 billion spirit stones, a considerable gesture of goodwill. Yi Suifeng nodded, accepting the offer graciously. Please bring forth the storage bag, he requested, extending his hand. Gu Wanxin's smile widened, and she promptly produced the pre-prepared storage bag. This time, it was an exceptionally large one, capable of holding up to 200 billion spirit stones. Before long, the two completed the transaction swiftly and efficiently. Master Yi, would you care to experience the unique charm of the dreaming drunken pavilion? Gu Wanxin cast a knowing glance at Yi Suifeng. No, thank you. I am not inclined toward such indulgences, Yi Suifeng replied. I have but one request. Please do tell. Gu Wanxin quickly straightened her seat. Yi Suifeng continued. In the future, please expedite the procurement process. Once you have acquired the goods, bring them directly to the Yi residence. Do not make me undertake another trip myself. Furthermore, I require a greater proportion of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I want as much as you can procure. Additionally, I seek treasures of earth grade or higher. Inform your superiors that I possess ample spirit stones. There is no need to worry about my ability to afford them. Gu Wanxin nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I shall return to the main pavilion today, and within a fortnight, I will bring back the resources. As for the treasures of earth grade or above, I will do my utmost to secure them for you, though I must admit that such high-grade items are beyond my sole authority. Yi Suifeng acknowledged her with a nod. Very well, I shall await your favorable news. With that, he rose to depart, casually taking a roast duck on his way out, which prompted Gu Wanxin to glance at him in surprise. After a while, the door of the elegant chamber was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Gu Wanxin, what are you doing here? Song Shuang entered with a scowl. Gu Wanxin reclined with a playful demeanor, chuckling, Deputy Song, aren't you being a tad too inquisitive? Must I report every little detail of my life to you? You. Song Shuang's anger flared, yet he found himself powerless to act against Gu Wanxin. I merely wish to remind you that, as the esteemed lord, one ought to devote oneself wholeheartedly, rather than idling away the days without even displaying the goods. If this continues, I shall undoubtedly report to Lord Luo. Gu Wanxin sipped a cup of fine wine and rose to her feet. There is no need to trouble yourself. Vice Lord, she said. Coincidentally, I too must return to the main hall today. Perhaps we could go together? Song Shuang immediately furrowed her brow. What business do you have at the main hall? Gu Wanxin chuckled lightly. Of course, it is to replenish the goods. Everything I brought a few days ago has already been sold, amounting to over 1,000 billion spirit stones. In the span of a month, I have sold more than 200 billion worth of items. Surely the steward above Lord Luo would find this intriguing. Gu Wanxin leaned closer to Song Shuang, her smile bright. By the way, given the substantial amount of spirit stones and the long journey to Su City, I hope the Vice Lord will fulfill her duties and dispatch guards to accompany me. She added playfully, I would be immensely grateful. With that, Gu Wanxin departed the private chamber, leaving Song Shuang standing there, her expression dark as thunder. How did that wretched person find such affluent clients? In frustration, she kicked the chair beneath her, sending it flying. Chapter 17. Return from training in the Yi family. A slender figure danced through the air, accompanied by the glimmer of a sword. At times light as a swallow, at others as imposing as an eagle, she weaved and maneuvered gracefully. Ha! She called out, delivering a swift strike toward the black measuring stone before her. Instantly, a tremendous wave of sword energy coalesced in the air, rapidly cleaving toward the measuring stone. Boom! Upon a remarkably resilient testing stone, fine cracks suddenly appeared, which soon transformed into a cascade of rubble. Indeed, quite impressive. Yi Suifeng stood nearby, nodding with satisfaction. Father! Yi Huang exclaimed, rushing towards him with exuberance. Her cheeks were flushed, breaths came in quick gasps, and sweat drenched her hair, clinging to her face. Yet, her spirit soared to an unprecedented height. I have mastered the 9 styles of god-slaying, Yi Huang declared, striving to temper her excitement. Yi Suifeng affectionately ruffled her hair. He had witnessed his daughter's dedication and growth. Previously, he had promised her that upon mastering the 9 styles of god-slaying to a minor success, she could join the clan's youth on an expedition to the borders. Ever since, Yi Huang had devoted herself to relentless training. It could be said that aside from eating and sleeping, she was wholly immersed in her cultivation. Moreover, with the aid of the Tranquility Stone, she achieved minor success in just a month. Additionally, she had broken through 2 levels in her cultivation, reaching the 9th layer of Qi refinement, nearly matching the caliber of the clan's elite youth. Her progress was nothing short of astounding. Father, may I? Yi Huang gazed up at Yi Suifeng with hopeful anticipation. Yi Long and the others will return tomorrow. You shall accompany him this time. Yi Suifeng understood his daughter's thoughts. Father, I love you. Yi Huang exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with elation. Her relentless effort had been in anticipation of Yi Suifeng's approval. And now, every sacrifice felt worthwhile. Look at how delighted you are. Yi Suifeng chuckled, shaking his head. Come here. I need to check your physical conditioning. He placed his hand atop Yi Huang's head, his consciousness sweeping over her. During the last body refinement, most of the energy lay dormant within her, gradually nourishing her physique as she practiced. A month had elapsed, and she had absorbed nearly all of that energy. Her strength and physical capabilities had increased nearly tenfold compared to a month prior. Furthermore, Yi Suifeng was astonished to discover a slight enhancement in Yi Huang's cultivation aptitude. It seemed that the transformative power of the Calamity Lightning had played a role. Rest for a while. I shall conduct your second body refinement this evening. After that, you may act as you wish, Yi Suifeng declared. Thank you, Father. Yi Huang exclaimed joyfully. That night, Yi Suifeng performed her second body refinement. This process was gentler than the last. Upon realizing that the body refinement liquid had the effect of enhancing aptitude, he shifted his focus accordingly. The majority of the energy remained concealed, destined to be slowly ignited as Yi Huang matured, a strategy for the long term. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng gifted his daughter the talisman he had purchased during his first outing. The reason he had not given it to her previously was simple. He had forgotten. The following day, the Yi family suddenly buzzed with excitement. The family members who had been away for a month returned, each brimming with vitality after their experiences. They eagerly discussed their gains from the journey and the extraordinary sights they had encountered along the way, an opportunity that had never been presented before. Brother, you are truly remarkable. You took down that second-tier wolf demon with a single shot. The trio of Yi Long, Yi Qian, and Yi Qian returned home together. Did you know? The name of young Master Long has become quite renowned at the borders. Everyone speaks of him in high regard. Iklemet Yi Vin Ikchitidli. Yi Long, however, maintained a calm demeanor and replied, such accolades are but hollow titles. The true path lies in becoming more formidable. Yi Qian nodded in agreement, and then said, By the way, I heard that Yi Xiao managed to break through to the Qi transformation realm just a few days ago. The younger sister of fifth uncle? Yi Long raised an eyebrow. Fifth uncle Yi Suibao has 2 daughters. The elder, Yi Qiniao, is merely a few months younger than Yi Long and has nearly caught up with him in the Qi transformation realm, currently at the 3rd level. She is another prodigy of a Yi family. Yi Xiao, however, is only 13 years old, and she too has achieved a breakthrough to the Qi transformation realm. Truly, these 2 sisters from fifth uncle's family possess extraordinary talents, one surpassing the other. Indeed, Yi Qian remarked, she is even younger than I am, and yet so impressive. Moreover, Sister Qiniao has excelled in this recent expedition, earning the title of Fairy Qiao. Yi Qian pouted. Yi Long is both her brother and idol. And the fact that Yi Qiniao shares the same renown as him left her feeling somewhat uneasy. This is a positive development, Yi Long chuckled, adding, Do not feel disheartened by others' brilliance. Instead, let it inspire you. You have been at the pinnacle of Qi refinement for some time now. With a little more effort, I believe you will soon break through to the Qi transformation realm. Yi Yi nodded earnestly. After a moment, she suddenly turned to the side and asked Yi Qian, Qian, what's wrong with you today? Why haven't you said a word? Yi Long also glanced over. Yi Qian appeared somewhat peculiar, remaining silent for a moment before he let out a slight sigh and said, I have merely observed those impoverished children, and it evokes a certain. During this journey, I have finally grasped what life is like in remote areas. For these individuals, survival itself is a challenge. They struggle on the brink of death just to get by. It is truly unimaginable for someone like me, who has lived in comfort. Oh dear, your benevolent heart is overflowing again. Yi Qian mocked. It is not. Yi Qian quickly retorted, I am merely contemplating that for our family. Individuals can also be a form of wealth. If we possess the capability, perhaps we could take in a few with decent talents and nurture them. Given time, they could become valuable assets to the family. Yeah, right, you just pity them. Your heart is overflowing with compassion. Yi Qian rolled her eyes. I truly do not. Enough. Yi Long interjected, halting their dispute. He turned to Yi Qian and asked, Is this really how you feel? Yi Qian affirmed, Indeed, I believe that for a powerful faction, talent is an indispensable asset. Yi Long nodded. You are not entirely mistaken. To expand influence, sufficient talent is essential. However, nurturing talent is an exceedingly resource-intensive endeavor, and the complexities involved are significant. You might consider speaking with Uncle first, sharing your thoughts, and seeing how he would handle it. Yi Qian nodded earnestly. Wow, brother. You are truly remarkable. You can even consider this layer of relationship. Unlike some individuals who are perpetually overflowing with a savior complex, Yi Qian exclaimed in admiration. Yi Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as he retorted, Hey, I'm discussing the same matter with my elder brother, right? No, my elder brother is contemplative, while you are merely naive. Chapter 18. The Patriarch's Golden Card, Adopting Orphans? Yi Suifeng sat in his study, observing his refined nephew with a hint of astonishment. No, it is not merely about adoption, Yi Qian replied, clearly feeling a bit awkward. I wish to transform them into a formidable force for our family's future. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin, intrigued by his nephew's thoughts, which surprisingly aligned with his own. This is feasible, he acknowledged. Yi Qian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment as he inquired, Uncle, you agree? Yi Suifeng smiled and responded, Indeed, why wouldn't I? This is a commendable endeavor. Yi Qian was momentarily stunned. He had approached this conversation with great trepidation. He was acutely aware that such an idea was rather unconventional in a world governed by the survival of the fittest. To squander the family's resources on nurturing unrelated individuals would likely evoke ridicule. He had mentally prepared himself for a scathing rebuke upon his arrival. However, he was taken aback by his uncle's immediate and calm acquiescence, leaving him momentarily speechless. Uncle, you truly do not oppose this? Yi Qian still struggled to believe it. Of course not. Yi Suifeng once again provided a definitive response. Yi Qian took a deep breath and said, Uncle, your support greatly inspires me. In the face of opposition from all, Yi Suifeng's affirmation bestowed immense confidence upon him. With a chuckle, Yi Suifeng remarked, All right, pursue your endeavors with vigor. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, feel free to seek my assistance. Adopting orphans and cultivating a faction is, in essence, a profoundly intricate undertaking. The resources are secondary. The principal challenge lies in the mastery of human sentiments, a true art form. Yi Qian is still quite young, yet Yi Suifeng intends to grant him ample space and time. Thank you, uncle. Yi Qian earnestly replied, I shall commence my efforts forthwith. Very well, Yi Suifeng nodded. However, it is advisable to formulate a plan in advance for any endeavor you undertake. Tell me, how many individuals do you intend to recruit initially, and how do you plan to nurture them? Yi Qian furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before responding. During this trial, I have encountered numerous individuals, many of whom possess significant potential. I intend to initially recruit 3 with the most exceptional talents and highest cultivation levels. Subsequently, we will retreat to the heights for training, which will also yield considerable gains. Once we have amassed sufficient resources, we shall gradually expand our ranks. Uncle, what are your thoughts? He promptly provided his answer. Yi Suifeng silently nodded. Under typical circumstances, this arrangement indeed appeared sound with a high margin for error. However, he found it rather absurd. Yi Suifeng spoke softly. Yi Qian blinked in surprise, not anticipating such an assessment. Your vision is too limited. Yi Suifeng shook his head. If you follow your current plan, How long will it take to truly scale up and benefit the family? 10 years? 20? I cannot afford to wait that long. Upon hearing this, Yi Qian's expression turned somber. Uncle, if we expand the recruitment range, my limited resources simply cannot sustain it. This endeavor is exceedingly costly. Yi Qian had only dared to propose this idea after noticing a recent increase in example cases. The thought of expansion had previously been beyond his imagination. Yet, Yi Suifeng chuckled. You are truly a naive boy. Do you think my support is merely verbal? Isn't it? Yi Qian blinked again, bewildered. Of course not. Yi Suifeng replied, shaking his head. There is something you do not yet know. The family has decided to support you in harnessing external forces to enter the family fold. Moreover, resources will be provided as necessary. Upon your return, devise a plan. List the required spirit stones and specify the resources needed. Present it all clearly, and you shall receive what you need. Since you have the initiative to propose this idea, feel free to report any future needs directly to me. I have but one request. Pursue your endeavors freely. With that, Yi Qian stumbled out of the family head study, his mind swirling with possibilities. Outside, Yi Long and Yi Qian awaited him. So did Uncle agree? Yi Long inquired. Yi Qian turned to glance at him, appearing as though in a trance. Seeing his expression, Yi Qian scoffed. Humph, I knew it. How could Uncle possibly agree to such an outrageous request? It's not as if he has money to burn. Uncle agreed. Yi Qian interrupted her, then produced a delicate golden token from his pocket. The token gleamed with a striking golden hue, inscribed with a prominent character for wind. It was the family head's gold medal. Yi Long was instantly taken aback. As direct descendants of the Yi family, they were well aware of the significance of this item. The family head's gold medal possessed a singular function. It allowed for the unconditional withdrawal of family resources, be it spirit stones or cultivation techniques, anything at all. Such a token was likely only possessed by a select few prominent members of the family. The fact that it was now bestowed upon Yi Qian was unfathomable. Has the family head lost his senses? Yi Long pondered, overwhelmed. Yi Qian, what on earth did you say to Uncle? Nothing much, Yi Qian replied. I merely share my thoughts with him, and he expressed his full support then. He handed me this gold medal. Yi Long and Yi Qian exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for words. This was far too rash. Were they not concerned that Yi Qian might squander the medal recklessly? If that were the case, would they no longer need to worry about resources in the future? Yi Qian gazed at the medal, his eyes almost glazing over in wonder. For them, this represented boundless resources. Yet, Yi Qian tucked the medal away. His expression was solemn as he earnestly stated, For me, the support of my uncle is of utmost importance. I must excel in this endeavor and cannot betray his trust. I shall not use this gold medal for personal gain. With resolute steps, he walked away. He hoped that the young man would not be so rigid and would utilize the gold medal to enhance himself. In the room, Yi Suifeng shook his head and murmured to himself. His conversation with Yi Qian today had revealed a concern. The young individuals in their family were indeed remarkable. Yet they had one flaw, excessive rigidity. Alas, these children had grown accustomed to frugality. It seemed necessary to intensify policy efforts. Chapter 19. Contribution points. What is the dream of a cultivator? It is a suitable cultivation method, an exceptional spiritual weapon, and ample resources for training. Most conflicts and struggles arise from these desires, with many even sacrificing their lives for them. Thus, from a certain perspective, most cultivators are impoverished. The Yi family of the past was exceedingly poor, lacking in cultivation resources, possessing only singular and inferior techniques, and could hardly dare to aspire to spiritual weapons of the Xian rank or above. This poverty significantly constrained people's talents and limited their potential. Yi Suifeng's vision was simple, to eliminate these limitations, enabling every member of the Yi family to fully realize their talents in a resource-abundant environment. Sujun, you should design a contribution point system and open the halls for cultivation methods, spiritual weapons, and treasures. Everything within this realm is intricately linked to contribution points, allowing family members to exchange these points for desired items. Yi Suifeng summoned Sui Yun to the study. Sui Yun diligently took notes, stating, I comprehend. This is quite akin to the practices of those grand sects, serving to motivate the clan members. Yi Suifeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, as a family, our approach must differ from that of the sections. The sects implement such measures primarily to enhance their cohesion and sense of belonging, and to leverage their numerous disciples for greater profit. Yet we have no such need. My intention is to alleviate our kin's worries regarding resources, allowing them to focus more intently on their cultivation. Therefore, we must carefully consider how contribution points are acquired. Achieving breakthroughs in cultivation levels counts as a contribution. Attaining accomplishments in specific areas is also a contribution. Assisting fellow clansmen qualifies as a contribution, and even marrying and having children should be recognized as a contribution. Suiyun widened his eyes in surprise. Does childbirth also count? Why should it not? Yi Suifeng retorted. A flourishing lineage is a hallmark of a thriving family. Not only should it be counted, but it should also be weighted significantly. In essence, all beneficial endeavors for the family must be incorporated into the contribution system. Upon your return, consult with Siyu and the others to deliberate on the specific evaluation criteria. Yi Suifeng delegated these particulars to the family officials, focusing solely on policy formulation and providing financial support. After their return, they convened overnight and swiftly formulated a preliminary set of guidelines for contribution points. Subsequently, the Hall of Techniques, the Hall of Spiritual Artifacts, and the Hall of Treasures announced their permanent internal accessibility. The members of the Yi family quickly became aware of the methods to acquire contribution points. I possess 1,000 initial contribution points. I wonder if that is a lot or a little. I also have 1,000. It seems that the majority of individuals have an initial allocation of 1,000 points as well. The youth gathered together to deliberate on the newly implemented policies, seeking ways to accrue contributions. Every breakthrough in the Qi refinement stage grants 100 contribution points. Indeed, upon breaking through to the transformation stage, one can directly obtain 3,000 contribution points. Goodness, even attaining the rank of a first-tier alchemist awards 3,000 contribution points. Assisting an elderly lady across the street earns 10 contribution points. Recruiting a talented individual for the family grants 500 contribution points. Giving birth to a child, however, yields 5,000 contribution points. This is quite astonishing. As people observed, they noticed a sudden shift in tone. Some individuals familiar with the sect's contribution point standards understood that these were typically accompanied by a task system, where one could only earn the corresponding points by completing specific tasks. Yet the Yi family's rules seemed to encompass everything. It was unheard of that childbirth could also be counted as a contribution. They envisioned that, in the near future, the population of the Yi family would undoubtedly experience an unprecedented surge. However, let's not celebrate too soon. We still remain unaware of how many contribution points are required to exchange for those precious resources. Someone doused the enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water, and the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, if the price is exorbitant, it serves little purpose. Let's take a look. Alas, I hope that my 1,000 contribution points will enable me to exchange for a yellow-grade, mid-tier martial skill. Everyone began to flock towards the newly opened 3 great halls. Upon seeing the displayed prices inside, all were rendered speechless. Goodness, a yellow-grade low-tier technique costs merely 10 contribution points. My heavens! There are even mysterious level techniques available for 1,000 contribution points, though regrettably, each person may only exchange for 2. One must be content. Such opportunities were once non-existent. And besides, one cannot bite off more than one can chew. A yellow-grade low-tier spiritual sword is also available for just 50 contribution points. Oh, at last! I too possess a spiritual sword. Everyone was astounded. The prices of those precious resources were astonishingly affordable, akin to being given away for free. All sang praises for their family and the beloved family head, Yi Suifeng. Sister, our uncle is truly magnificent, exclaimed a girl with 2 long braids outside the spiritual weapon hall. She held a radiant long sword in her hands, gently caressing it as if it were the most exquisite object in the world. Xiao, that is a mysterious level spiritual weapon. Be careful not to hurt yourself, remarked another older girl with exasperation. Dear Yao Fairy, I would never, Before she could finish, Yi Xiaoxiao shrieked as a drop of bright red blood emerged from her fingertip. She hurriedly placed her finger in her mouth. Yi Qingyao shook her head in disbelief. We possess a mere 1,000 contribution points, and you have expended them all in one fell swoop, which seems rather wasteful. Yi Xiaoxiao, with her fingers in her mouth, whimpered, It is not wasteful. It is destined to be mine and will surely radiate its utmost brilliance and warmth in my hands in the future. It is a pity I broke through too early. Had I delayed my ascension to the Qi transformation realm by just a few more days, I could have garnered an additional 3,000 contribution points. But that matters little, for I am Yi Xiaoxiao, and even in the Qi transformation realm, I shall progress by leaps and bounds, with contribution points aplenty. Yi Xiaoxiao was quite chatty, incessantly murmuring, while Yi Qingyao remained comparatively quiet, merely listening to her prattle. By the way, sister, Yi Xiaoxiao's fingers had finally ceased to bleed. I have heard that Yi Long's reputation at the border is quite formidable, and many clansmen have flocked to him, forming a substantial force. With just the two of us, perhaps we should seek some allies. Otherwise, we will surely be overshadowed by him. Yi Qingyao cast her a glance and shook her head, saying, We are all fighting for our family. Why must we compare ourselves against one another? It suffices to focus on our own endeavors. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao immediately pouted and remarked, You are simply too indifferent to fame and fortune. Compared to the Yi family, a nunnery may be more suited for you. Never mind. If you want to seek allies, I shall. Well, I believe we could first seek to win over Sister Huang. Although her strength is rather lacking, she is nonetheless the daughter of the clan leader. Given Uncle's current generosity, we might even manage to acquire a Shendeling Jiang through her. The young Miss Zahan from my uncle's household is quite remarkable as well. At merely 13 years of age, she has already reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, nearly matching half of my own prowess. We could form a formidable group of Yejiao women to overshadow those rascals from Yelong's faction. However, let's exclude Yeqian, for she is merely infatuated with her brother and cannot seem to detach herself from Yelong. Chapter 20. The primordial skill after a brief respite. The younger generation of the Yi family set forth once more on the journey to the jailing frontier. Yi Huang accompanied them on this departure. Just a couple of days prior, the spirited young lady Yi Xiaoxiao from the Yi Suibao family had taken the initiative to invite Yi Huang, fervently assuring Yi Suifeng of her unwavering commitment to ensure Yi Huang's safety, leaving him utterly at ease. She even went so far as to compliment Yi Suifeng on his increasing handsomeness, showering him with praise. Naturally, Yi Suifeng discerned the underlying motives of this young lady, but chose not to expose her intentions. Instead, he presented each of her and Yi Qinyu with a high-grade mystic bracelet, which nearly sent Yi Xiaoxiao soaring with delight. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng pulled the two aside and advised them not to harbor any reservations due to Yi Huang's status. They should allow her to engage in whatever was necessary for her development. Only then could they achieve the most effective training outcomes. After their departure, Yi Suifeng returned to his study, perusing ancient texts. Having already conducted 2 transactions with Gu Wanxin, he acquired an extensive array of martial arts techniques and cultivation insights, thus gaining a comprehensive understanding of the cultivation system in this world. In ancient times, mortals bathed in the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth into their beings, becoming the first humans endowed with extraordinary powers. In that era, innate talent was the sole determinant of one's potential. Subsequently, our human ancestors, during their tumultuous battles against monstrous beasts and demons, gradually unearthed a path to self-cultivation. They emulated the training methods of these creatures, inhaling and exhaling the ethereal energies of the universe to augment their own capabilities. It was from that moment onward that the extraordinary essence known as spiritual energy officially came into the awareness of humankind. As time progressed, the path of cultivation underwent continual refinement, leading to a clear and meticulous classification of cultivation levels. Furthermore, various disciplines that emerged from this practice, such as alchemy, formations, and talismans, flourished abundantly, akin to a myriad of blooming flowers under a starlit sky. However, amidst this flourishing diversity arose a significant dilemma. The overwhelming variety, complexity, and intricacy of practices lacked a universal standard applicable to all seekers. Suifeng shook his head, reflecting that every individual in this world is unique, and thus, their cultivation practices would inherently differ, leading to varying results. This reality necessitates that each person must seek a cultivation method that resonates most harmoniously with their own nature. Should one succeed in this quest, they would be able to unlock their utmost potential. Conversely, if one were to err in judgment and select an unsuitable path, they might find themselves for the entirety of their existence, achieving little of significance. Moreover, due to the unequal distribution of resources, such circumstances are prevalent. Were there to exist a cultivation method of more universal applicability, accessible to all, then every individual could harness boundless potential. In such a world, the vibrancy of existence would surely be magnified. Suifeng pondered deeply, hailing from a disparate realm, endowed with a unique perspective and ideology. In his era, there existed a concept known as foundational education. Prior to high school, every individual received an equal and comprehensive education, encompassing an array of disciplines. It was only during high school that students were delineated into the distinct paths of the arts and sciences. Upon entering university, a further refinement occurred, giving rise to a multitude of specialized fields. This progression continued into graduate studies, leading to even greater specialization, much like the myriad branches and leaves of a grand tree. Each branch harbors limitless potential futures. The most vital aspect of this grand tree is its trunk. Suifeng aspired to forge such a trunk. He resolved to commence with the essence of spiritual energy itself. Extending his hand, he summoned a gentle orb of white energy, manifesting in various forms within his palm. Fundamentally, spiritual energy is a unique form of energy, capable of being absorbed by any object. If the absorbing entity possesses sentience, it can harness this energy, transforming it into its own strength. The Qi refinement stage primarily involves the absorption of spiritual energy, unblocking meridians, and initially tempering the body. The transformation stage further refines this energy, forming clouds of Qi within the dantian, thereby mastering the power of spiritual energy. Suifeng was prepared to initiate transformation from these two stages. All techniques, in essence, represent the modalities of spiritual energy's circulation within the body. The variations in the routes taken through the meridians, however minute, can lead to vastly different outcomes. Certain techniques are characterized by their rigidity and dominance, while others exhibit a remarkable softness. Furthermore, some possess unique attributes of their own. Moreover, the meridians within each individual's body display subtle variations, culminating in an exceedingly intricate system. Suifeng smiled faintly, recognizing that complexity is the antithesis of universality. Although human meridians resemble an expansive celestial web, there exist 9 principal meridians that are universally present in every individual. By establishing a foundation upon these 9 principal meridians, there lies a significant probability of devising a technique applicable to all practitioners. Each of the 9 principal meridians is exceptionally broad, akin to a grand thoroughfare, embracing a multitude of influences. However, such inclusivity entails that the energy absorbed is quite diverse, necessitating the existence of a pure system. As Suifeng contemplated, he gestured, conjuring a vast, luminous screen before him, upon which the 9 principal meridians of the human body were vividly displayed. Above them, they connected to the center of the human spirit. Below, they linked to the center of the dantian. Behind them, a faint connection to a sphere of green energy could be discerned. This represents the essence of human life. Any misstep could jeopardize this vital essence, which explains why no one has dared to simultaneously manipulate all 9 principal meridians. Yet, Suifeng was different. His immeasurable spirit allowed him to effortlessly perceive the fundamental truths. The first stage involves unblocking these 9 principal meridians, perfectly corresponding to the qi refinement stage within traditional cultivation systems. Subsequently, the principal meridians can be utilized to nourish the physical body, refine the dantian, and extract and store energy, aligning with the transformation of qi realm. Yi Suifeng's eyes suddenly radiated a glimmer of light. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as though a magnificent river of stars was swirling within, constantly extinguishing and rebirthing. He had begun his calculations. Time flowed gently by. Yi Suifeng had remained in the family patriarch study for nearly 2 months. The last time he elevated the 9 swords of God-slaying by a significant level, it only took a brief moment. This time, however, the challenge was immensely greater. During this period, Sui Yun had visited him several times, and Yi Huang had returned once, hoping to see Yi Suifeng, but they were thwarted by an invisible force that rendered them unable to enter the study. They speculated that Yi Suifeng had entered seclusion. After 2 months, the starry brilliance in Yi Suifeng's eyes gradually faded, and the luminous screen before him transformed into a glowing tome, slowly closing its final page. With a sigh of relief, he realized that he had finally completed his work. Initially, he had not anticipated that creating this technique would consume so much of his time. It was time to bestow a name upon it. Yi Suifeng smiled as he gazed at the tome, akin to a father admiring his child. This technique represented a novel cultivation system. The energy it harnessed transcended mere spiritual essence. It could absorb and utilize the quintessence of heaven and earth, the primordial essence of all things, and even the energies of demons and spirits. After some contemplation, Yi Suifeng extended his finger and inscribed 3 grand characters upon the tome. Yuan Shigong. Chapter 21. The Art of Business in the Family Study. Sui Yun was reporting the recent circumstances to Yi Suifeng. During his 2-month seclusion, nothing of great significance had transpired within the family. The tumult of beasts in the border regions has largely subsided, with the majority of the core members having retreated. Only the younger generation remains, diligently cleansing the area of the monstrous creatures and adhering to Yi Suifeng's wishes to cultivate amiable relations with the ordinary cultivators. Given that no one has undertaken such an endeavor before, the results are remarkably evident. In less than 3 months, the reputation of the Yi family within the cities under their jurisdiction has ascended several tiers, with some locales even venerating the Yi family as if they were divine. Divine? I have no desire to transform the Yi family into a sacred entity. Yi Suifeng remarked with a slight grimace. His ambition is to establish a sufficiently powerful force, with reputation being a secondary concern. Are there cultivators willing to pledge allegiance to the Yi family? What is their strength? What is their aptitude? Yi Suifeng invited. There are indeed numerous individuals. Sui Yun replied with a smile. Currently, over 100 cultivators have independently journeyed to Yunshao City, eager to join the family. Most are at the qi refinement stage, and regarding their talents, they vary. Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Variance is acceptable. We are not a sect that must scrutinize aptitude. This world equally requires the less powerful to undertake ordinary tasks. Ensure that their duties are clearly delineated, striving to position each individual where they rightfully belong. Sui Yun furrowed his brow. Brother, are you suggesting we accept them all? Of course, we shall accept them all. Yi Suifeng asserted. Provide them with an excellent cultivation environment, and do not be stingy with resources. Laying a solid foundation will ensure that subsequent endeavors unfold ever more smoothly. Yu Yun expressed his understanding and smiled, saying, I estimate that in the coming years, the overall population of our family could multiply several times. As far as I know, certain young members have been doing quite well, gathering a considerable number of followers. Certain young members? Yi Suifeng chuckled. Are you referring to that young lad from your family? Before the family announced this policy, Yi Qian had approached him, expressing the same sentiment. Yi Suifeng held a favorable view of this nephew. Ha ha ha! Yi Yan laughed heartily. It's not just Yi Qian. Yi Long, Yi Qinyao, and others, due to their remarkable abilities, have also amassed numerous followers. Oh, and let's not forget Yi Huang. Yi Huang, Qinyao, Xiao Xiao, Zihan, and several other young women from the clan have formed an organization called the Tianwan Hall, which currently wields considerable influence and boasts a formidable reputation in the border regions. The leaders of Tianluan Hall are Qin Yao and Yi Huang. However, as you know, Qin Yao is naturally indifferent to fame and fortune, so it is primarily Yi Huang who manages the affairs. They have attracted a substantial following of loose cultivators due to their exceptional prowess. Yi Suifeng was slightly taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this group of girls from home would possess such competitive spirits. The fact that his daughter could become their leader suggests that while her status played a role, her own strength must have significantly improved as well. Brother, I would like to inquire about something. How did Xiao Huang suddenly enhance her strength so dramatically? In just over 2 months, she has broken through to the 12th level of qi refining. It's simply astonishing. Moreover, her combat prowess should not be underestimated. It is said that even Yi Long lacks absolute confidence in defeating her. It appears that she must be taken into consideration for the upcoming battle in Yunshao City months hence. Sui Yun exhibited a look of incredulity. For Yi Huang's performance was truly exceptional, a late bloomer, indeed, remarked Yi Suifeng. Is that so? Sui Yun Chakod, briefly winking at Yi Suifeng. Perhaps some other descendants of our clan also possess the potential to mature later in life. I believe you should keep an eye on them. Clearly, he did not fully trust Yi Suifeng's words. After all, Yi Huang's transformation was far too conspicuous. It was hard for anyone to believe there wasn't a reason tied to Yi Suifeng behind it. Look at you, acting like a monkey. Yi Suifeng shook his head. Let us wait until the training concludes. It will be the perfect opportunity to assess who possesses the potential for cultivation. At that time, I shall treat them accordingly. Sui Yun laughed heartily, content with the agreement, for his eldest son, Yi Long, would undoubtedly secure a place. By the way, I have been in seclusion for 2 months and have not been able to provide you with this month's spiritual stones. Has there been any issue? Yi Suifeng inquired. No, not at all, Sui Yun replied. At the time, you entrusted me with a total of 182 billion spiritual stones. Fortunately, you were in seclusion. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't have managed to spend such a vast sum within a month. Yi Suifeng had tasked him with expending those spiritual stones during the month, which had left Sui Yun quite distressed. There simply isn't anywhere to spend it. Look at your lack of ambition. Yi Suifeng decided not to press him further. Take your time. However, this matter made him acutely aware of a pressing issue. Should he suddenly retreat into seclusion for an extended period, the family's financial chain would undoubtedly falter. It would be impossible to develop according to his aspirations. After pondering this, Yi Suifeng handed Sui Yun a storage pouch. Here are 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. Take good care of it and manage it as you see fit. My only request is to ensure, within reasonable limits, that the family is provided with an excellent cultivation environment. Cultivation and expansion will be our primary focus for a considerable time, so you must handle it wisely, Yi Suifeng stated earnestly. With trembling hands, Sui Yun accepted the storage pouch. 1 billion high-grade spirit stones, an astounding 100 trillion spirit stones. He had never witnessed such an immense fortune in his life. Rest assured, elder brother, I shall maximize its potential. Sui Yun replied with utmost seriousness. He understood that this storage pouch represented not merely wealth, but also Yi Suifeng's trust in him and the heavy responsibility it entailed. Yi Suifeng gently nodded. By the way, has that person from Wanbao Pavilion, Gu Wanxin, sought you out recently? Yi Suifeng inquired. They had previously arranged to procure supplies every half-month. But just as they made that agreement, he had entered seclusion. She has come by, Sui Yun said, producing 3 rings. She left these for you, saying they were to be delivered to you. There are seals on them that I cannot break. Yi Suifeng took the rings, casually dispelling the seals, revealing a plethora of treasures inside, along with their corresponding prices. Congratulations to the head of the Yi family on emerging from seclusion. Within, there lingers a playful fragment of her consciousness, quite intriguing. A slight smile graced Yi Suifeng's lips. Previously, they had forged an agreement for Gu Wanxin to deliver resources bi-weekly. Unexpectedly, he had entered seclusion for 2 months. To his surprise, this woman adhered to their pact and delivered the goods ahead of schedule. It is worth noting that she is merely a pavilion master, and the sheer volume of resources must have imposed immense pressure, far greater than a mountain. due to her inability to retrieve spirit stones. A shrewd businesswoman indeed. Yi Suifeng perused the price list within, which still bore a 10% discount, totaling over 430 billion spirit stones. He emptied a storage ring and, utilizing the residual consciousness of Gu Wanxin, crafted a new formation, one that only she could unlock. He then handed the ring to Suiyun, stating, "These two contain the resources. You may handle them as you see fit. Please arrange for someone to deliver this ring to Gu Wanxin at the Wanbao Pavilion." Suiyun nodded and accepted the 3 rings. Upon witnessing the immense resources contained within, he felt no surprise. This was not his first encounter with such wealth. His mindset had improved significantly. Subsequently, the two discussed various trivial matters before Suiyun took his leave. However, shortly after departing, he returned, almost forgetting to mention that over a month ago, 4 young individuals had come seeking you, claiming that you had met them on the outskirts of Qinggu jailing. Is that so? Ah, yes, Yi Suifeng recalled, remembering the day of his tribulation when he had casually rescued a few young souls from the brink of being trampled by a bull. Feeling a sense of affinity, he had bestowed upon them a promise. "Please make proper arrangements. They are all quite commendable," Yi Suifeng remarked. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. "Wait, please summon them to come and see me," he suggested, stroking his chin. The newly established path of cultivation requires someone to first test its tangible effects. Chapter 22. The tiger encounters an attack in the courtyard beneath the willow tree. 4 young individuals, 3 males and 1 female, stood before Yi Suifeng, their expressions marked by a palpable sense of unease. "Have you grown accustomed to life here?" Yi Suifeng inquired, leisurely sipping his tea at the stone table. "It's quite manageable," replied Feng Ji, the long-haired youth, albeit with some hesitation. "The Yi family has treated us exceptionally well. Truly, they have. They provided us with lodging and meals, and recently, during our time in the family, we received a considerable amount of cultivation resources. Yi Suifeng similet risuringli. There is no need for you to feel anxious. In fact, I am not yet familiar with your names." Feng Ji quickly introduced them. "I am Feng Ji, and this is Ma Feng, the one who nearly perished last time. He is Yu Pengyi, and she is Lu Hong." The 4 of them respectfully greeted. "We pay our respects to you, Senior Yi." Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. "Our meeting at jailing signifies a bond of fate. There is no need for excessive formality. The reason I have brought you here today is to request your assistance with a particular task." Feng Ji clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "I am indebted for your life-saving grace. Please do not hesitate to command us. We shall brave any peril, be it a treacherous mountain or a blazing inferno." Their resolute gazes reflected the demeanor of seasoned wanderers. Well said, well said." Yi Suifeng paused briefly and remarked, "All of you possess cultivation at the qi refinement stage, correct?" Feng Ji nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I have a unique cultivation method, known as the primordial technique. It represents a path of cultivation entirely distinct from the current system. I hold great optimism for the future of this technique. However, as no one has practiced it before, the specific outcomes remain uncertain. In essence, I require individuals to serve as experimental subjects. Please consider this. If you are willing, I shall personally guide you on your cultivation journey. Of course, if you choose not to partake, there is no obligation. You may continue to reside within the Yi family and pursue your designated tasks." Yi Suifeng candidly expressed his thoughts. He felt no need to conceal anything from a group of qi refinement novices. Even if they declined, he could easily find others within the family. There was no necessity for subterfuge. Honesty would suffice. However, in response to his forthrightness, Feng Ji and the others fell into silence. The prospect of changing cultivation methods is an exceedingly difficult decision, especially given Yi Suifeng's clarity that this is an entirely different path. The risks are immense. Should anything go awry, their lives could be irrevocably altered. Yi Suifeng remained unhurried, leisurely sipping his tea as he awaited their decision. After prolonged silence, suddenly, one individual took a step forward and knelt on one knee. It was a young man named Ma Feng. "Elder, you saved my life, yet, as a lowly individual, I am uncertain how to repay your kindness. Now that the senior requires it, hesitation is out of the question. I am willing to attempt your new cultivation method. Ma Feng's expression was resolute. He had already made up his mind. Following closely, Feng Zhi stepped forward, smiling as he declared, "A true man must be trustworthy. I have just stated my willingness to spare no effort. How could I be inconsistent in word and deed? Senior, I too am eager to try." After their declaration, Lu Hong and Yu Pingyi also approached, standing shoulder to shoulder with them. Their intentions were unmistakably clear. Yi Suifeng, wurde assimile. These four young individuals evoked a sense of camaraderie, a quality seldom possessed by those of noble lineage. But do not harbor regrets? Certainly not. Feng Zhi responded with unwavering determination. Very well, let us commence at once. Yi Suifeng rose, his vast consciousness enveloping the group, revealing every secret contained within their beings. Feng Zhi, 8th layer of qi refinement, with average talent. Ma Feng, 6th layer of qi refinement, with below average talent. Lu Hong, 6th layer of qi refinement, with below average talent. Yu Pingyi, 7th layer of qi refinement, with average talent. Feng Zhi and Lu Hong possessed a solid foundation, while the other two were slightly lacking. However, in Yi Suifeng's eyes, they were all a chaotic mess, which was the typical condition of loose cultivators. Their cultivation methods were difficult to acquire, making it impossible to concern themselves with what was suitable or not. Feng Zhi and Ma Feng, you both need to disperse all your cultivation and start anew. Lu Hong and Yu Pingyi, you shall maintain your original cultivation methods while practicing the Yuan Shigong simultaneously. Yi Suifeng, remarque it. I shall impart to you the profound essence of the primordial art. First, venture forth and explore your cultivation independently. Rest assured, I shall personally oversee your endeavors. Pursue your practices without fear of peril. Yi Suifeng promptly organized the four individuals into two groups, one commencing from scratch, while the other integrated traditional cultivation methods. The rationale behind the latter was to facilitate future transitions for others. In this initial phase of cultivation, Yi Suifeng opted to refrain from direct involvement, allowing them to explore on their own, thereby ensuring the accuracy of the experimental data. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng bestowed upon the four a spiritual enlightenment, embedding the fundamental principles of the primordial art deep within their souls, thus bypassing the arduous process of comprehension. The four then embarked upon their inaugural training session in the courtyard, with Yi Suifeng vigilantly safeguarding them, meticulously observing the flow of spiritual energy and the myriad transformations occurring within their bodies. Based on these observations, he aimed to further refine the intricate details of the primordial art. This novel path of cultivation gradually became increasingly discernible. It was not until dusk that their initial training session concluded. Upon returning, he advised them to rest well and reflect on any challenges encountered during their practice, cautioning against reckless experimentation to avoid potential mishaps. I will arrange for you a closer position shortly, Yi Suifeng assured them. Everything was progressing smoothly until, abruptly, in the evening, Suiyin arrived in a flurry. "Elder brother, trouble has arisen," he declared, his expression grave. "You instructed me to send someone to Wanbao Pavilion for a transaction, and I dispatched Sui Hu. However, upon their return, they were ambushed by a group of assailants. All the resources acquired from Wanbao Pavilion have vanished, and Sui Hu lies gravely injured and unconscious." The sudden news prompted Yi Suifeng to furrow his brow. It seems that the transaction with Wanbao Pavilion has indeed attracted the attention of certain individuals. Such a colossal wealth, amounting to hundreds of billions, has inevitably incited their covetousness. "Where is Sui Hu now?" Yi Suifeng inquired. "At home," Sui Yin replied. "His dantian has been shattered, and all his meridians severed. Master Zhang Ziming has already examined him and declared that his spirit is damaged, making recovery exceedingly difficult. We must track down the perpetrator." Sui Yun's expression was one of fury. He was a crucial pillar of the family, their dearest brother. "Let us not be hasty. We should investigate further," Yi Suifeng suggested. "As long as he still draws breath, there remains hope for his salvation. As for the assailant, if they dare to expose their fangs, they must be prepared for obliteration." Chapter 23. Awakening in the Changshan Hall of the Yi family. A multitude of family elites gathered, some bearing solemn expressions, while others were filled with indignation. Who is responsible for this? Damn it, I shall make them pay. Is it not obvious? It must be that pack of scoundrels from the Leaf family. I can never coexist with them. Hold your horses. We cannot yet ascertain the identity of the culprit, nor their motives for attacking the fourth master. Who else could it be but the Leaf family? Have you lost your courage? I merely seek to clarify. Who said I have lost my courage? The room buzzed with voices, a cacophony of discord. What is all this commotion? At that moment, Sui Yun and Yi Suifeng entered, and immediately, silence enveloped the crowd. Rein in your reckless fervor. The head of the family will decide on the specifics, Sui Yun admonished with a stern glare. Before proceeding with Yi Suifeng into the inner hall. Inside, they found Sui Yu and Sui Bao, while Sui, who lay upon the bed, his complexion a ghastly pallor. Beside him, his wife's eyes were swollen and red from weeping. Upon seeing Yi Suifeng enter, Zhang Ziming promptly rose to his feet. Head of the Yi family, he greeted respectfully. Yi Suifeng nodded, gesturing for Zhang Ziming to exit. Elder brother, head of the family, several others chimed in, their expressions a mixture of sorrow and rage. The impulsive Sui Bao's eyes were bloodshot with emotion. What is wrong with you all? You look as though someone has died. Yi Suifeng remarked, exasperated. Do not worry, I shall bring him back. The others, save for Yi Sui Yun, were momentarily taken aback, having resigned themselves to the notion that Sui, who was beyond salvation. Sui Bao blinked, saying, Elder brother, Master Zhang just stated. He is merely a sixth-grade alchemist. Of no significant capability, Yi Suifeng interrupted. Sui Bao was momentarily speechless. A sixth-grade alchemist was indeed the most formidable in Yinshao City. Yet, in his elder brother's words, he was deemed lacking in ability. After concluding his statement, Yi Suifeng disregarded Sui Bao and settled by the bedside. He extended a finger, pressing it gently to Sui, whose forehead, channeling his consciousness to swiftly discern the gravity of the situation. It was dire, truly dire. The dantian shattered, and his entire body was rendered a mass of broken meridians, with even his bones fractured into segments. Most critically, his spirit had suffered severe damage, with over half of its essence lost, and the very source of life was steadily ebbing away. It was evident that he had encountered a being of formidable strength, one beyond the nascent soul stage. That he still drew breath was nothing short of miraculous. Yi Suifeng shook his head, then pressed his fingertip against the center of Sui, whose forehead, silently intoning, returned to the soul. In an instant, a tremendous aura erupted from his fingertip, exploding outward and swiftly enveloping the surroundings, extending to unfathomable distances. Suddenly, it seemed as though celestial melodies pervaded the air, with azure and white glimmers flickering incessantly. Sui Yun and the others stood transfixed, watching wisps of azure smoke continuously emerge from the void, swiftly entering Yi Suihu's forehead. Such a technique was utterly unprecedented. As the final wisp of azure smoke entered Yi Suihu's forehead, he abruptly opened his eyes with a gasp, awakening. Husband, his wife, was the first to react, collapsing onto him in tears. Meanwhile, Sui Yun and the others were left in stunned disbelief. After Zhang Ziming had concluded that all hope was lost, Yi Suifeng had miraculously revived Yi Suihu within mere breaths. What astonishing power this was, and what incredible strength Yi Suifeng possessed. After a prolonged moment, Sui Yun pulled Yi Suihu aside and whispered, "Go outside and inform them that third brother is safe. Let them return to their tasks." Yi Suifeng's prowess remained an enigma, a closely guarded secret. He did not wish for this mystery to be unveiled so soon. Yi Suihu nodded and departed. At this moment, Yi Suihu had fully regained consciousness. Brother Hui, do you still remember what truly transpired? Yi Suifeng inwitted. Yi Suihu took a sip of water and began to reminisce about the events that had unfolded. He had arrived at the Wanbao pavilion adorned with 3 rings, where he sought out Gu Wanxin. The two quickly engaged in a transaction, and Yi Suihu acquired the resources that Gu Wanxin had brought along this time. As he prepared to depart, Gu Wanxin offered to send someone from the pavilion to escort him, a proposal he declined. He believed that a large entourage would only reveal the secret of his precious possession. Thus, he opted to journey alone. However, to his dismay, trouble found him nonetheless. His adversaries were four formidable cultivators, each at the nascent soul stage, rendering him, a mid-stage golden core practitioner, utterly powerless against them. In mere moments, he was thoroughly defeated and fell into unconsciousness. "Brother, it is my fault. I should have heeded the pavilion master's advice and accepted the escort," Yi Suhu lamented, his face etched with regret. After all, the resources at stake were worth billions. "Do not speak foolishly. The important thing is that you are alive," Yi Suifeng reassured him. "For nascent soul practitioners, which family in Yunxiao City possesses such formidable strength?" Suiyin furrowed his brow. The pinnacle combat power in Yunxiao City was comprised of golden core practitioners. Perhaps a certain family harbored one or two ancient monsters who had managed to break through to the nascent soul stage. But those old beings typically remained in seclusion and would not normally intervene, let alone form a quartet. Hence, it was unlikely that the assailants were from the Li or Tang families. Could it be the Wanbao Pavilion? Yi Suiyu suggested. Wanbage has always been an exceedingly enigmatic force, with its true power remaining uncertain to all. It is entirely plausible that they may dispatch four nascent soul cultivators. "Elder brother, what shall we do? If it truly is Wanbage, then we are in deep trouble. What should we do?" Yi Suifeng rose to his feet and declared, "Do you recall what I once told you? Our Yi family fears no one. Should they dare to reach out, we shall sever their claws." Yi Suifeng glanced at Yi Suihu and continued, "Leave this matter to me. You all focus on utilizing the finest resources to nurture Suihu back to health. When the time comes, I will assist him in restoring his dantian and regaining his strength." With that, Yi Suifeng prepared to depart. "Elder brother, are you truly going alone?" Suiyin expressed his concern. Yi Suifeng nodded. "There is no need for worry. You must simply attend to your own duties, regardless of who they may be at this moment. They are but a dead cat or dog." Subsequently, Yi Suifeng waved his sleeve and vanished from the room. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, uncertain of what to say. Second brother, has elder brother changed too much? Yi Suiyu vispidit. First, he amassed an overwhelming fortune that left one dizzy, then effortlessly rescued Yi Suihu from the brink of death. Now, he exudes an air of dominance, disregarding even four nascent soul cultivators. Is this truly the same elder brother we know, who is always taciturn and merely a chi refinement stage cultivator? No matter how great the change, he remains our elder brother. Yi Suiyun's expression was grave. In recent months, the changes within our family have been quite evident. Should he cease to exist, everything would revert to its former state. Thus, he turned to Yi Suiyu and spoke in a low voice. In the future, I do not wish to hear similar remarks again. Chapter 24. The Pursuer in the Sky. Yi Suifeng traversed the clouds with his hands clasped behind his back. A gray thread guided his path, a manifestation of the causal laws he extracted from Yi Suihu's aura. With this causal law, he could locate the site of the battle. Soon, he arrived at a secluded path within Yunxiao City. In Yi Suifeng's line of sight, remnants of combat were clearly visible, alongside traces of array formations. The concealment array suggested that the adversary had come prepared. What's she doing here? On the path, several figures appeared to be investigating something, one of whom was Gu Wanxin, the master of Wanbao Pavilion. Yi Suifeng descended gracefully. Who goes there? Several golden core cultivators immediately assumed a defensive stance. However, upon recognizing Yi Suifeng, Gu Wanxin quickly halted their actions. Yi family head, Gu Wanxin approached, her expression somewhat complex. "I truly apologize. I did not anticipate that they would strike within Yunxiao City, causing harm to Third Master." She bowed in apology. "Them? So, you know who is responsible?" Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Gu Wanxin pressed her lips together and said, "I am not entirely certain, but judging from the situation at hand, it seems that only those four nascent soul cultivators could muster such a formidable force." "Pray tell," Yi Suifeng replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, evidently aware that Gu Wanxin was somewhat implicated in this affair. With a deep sigh, Gu Wanxin confided in Yi Suifeng about the recent events. It turned out that after their last transaction, she had established a certain rapport with the steward of the Wanbao Pavilion. This steward, being a figure of higher authority than the initiator, warranted her immediate attention. Upon meeting him, Gu Wanqin reported the unsavory liaison between Song Shuang and Luo Qing. Given the substantial profits Gu Wanqin had recently brought in, the steward took this matter very seriously. Following a thorough investigation, the steward promptly revoked Song Shuang's position as deputy and issued a stern warning to Luo Qing, advising him to refrain from such antics in the future. Thus, Gu Wanqin's crisis was averted, and Song Shuang and Luo Qing received their just deserts. Yet, they were far from content. Although Song Shuang had been stripped of his deputy title, he continued to operate within the realm of Yunxiao City. Gu Wanqin understood his intentions. His goal was to locate that mysterious wealthy patron. What he planned to do upon finding them remained unclear to her, and she could not intervene, as it fell within the normal regulations of the Wanbao Pavilion. Even if a client was snatched away, it merely indicated her own lack of capability. However, Gu Wanqin never anticipated that Song Shuang would dare to take such a reckless gamble, directly eliminating Yi Su, who had come for a transaction, and seizing the vast resources in his possession. Such audacity was nothing short of outrageous. An incident occurred on her own territory, and Gu Wanqin could not evade her culpability. Consequently, the cooperation recently established between the two parties is likely to shatter in an instant. Master Yi, I failed to protect Third Master. This is my responsibility. Rest assured, I shall employ every means at my disposal to provide you with an explanation, Gu Wanqin pledged. Yi Suifeng remained silent, taken aback that the attack on Yi Suihu was merely a consequence of internal strife within the Wanbage. It was a case of celestial beings clashing while mere mortals suffered. The individual named Song Shuang exhibited an excessively tyrannical and ruthless demeanor, showing utter disregard for the lives of others. Why did you not inform me sooner? Yi Suifeng inwided. Gu Wanqin's expression turned pained as she replied, Master Yi, you are unaware that behind Song Shuang stands Luo Qing, the mastermind of Wanbage and Sucheng, who has formidable guardians at his command. I could not disclose this to you. I could only strive to navigate the situation. A hint of sarcasm graced Yi Suifeng's features. You merely wish to preserve this trade channel, do you not? Ultimately, Gu Wanqin was, at her core, a merchant, driven by profit. In pursuit of her own interests, she concealed the conflict between herself and Song Shuang, resulting in Yi Suihu suffering an unwarranted calamity, nearly losing his life. Had it not been for this, perhaps the one engaging in trade with the Yi family would have been Song Shuang. However, for Yi Suifeng, the identity of those providing resources was inconsequential. He simply required the resources themselves. Thus, Gu Wanqin bore an inescapable responsibility in this matter. Yi Suifeng could comprehend her intentions, but would not grant her forgiveness. I truly apologize, Master Yi. Having reached this point, I do not wish to offer any further justifications. I can only exert my utmost efforts to provide an account to you and to the late Third Master, Wanqin resolutely declared. Yi Suifeng fixed his gaze upon her eyes. To be candid, this woman is remarkably talented. She has adeptly maneuvered through her superior's scrutiny, leveraging her cunning without any background, and even emerged victorious in their encounters. Unfortunately, she has underestimated the power of absolute strength. The Third Master is not dead. Yi Suifeng stated indifferently, This matter is no longer your concern. I shall handle it myself. However, there must not be a second occurrence. Regardless of the circumstances that may jeopardize the Yi family, you must inform me immediately. Do you understand? He resolved not to lay blame upon her. Firstly, Gu Wanqin's professional capabilities are indeed commendable, and she is quite proactive, qualities I currently require in an associate. Secondly, should I employ someone else who can ascertain what complications may arise? That will be quite troublesome. Upon hearing Yi Suifeng's words, Gu Wanqin was momentarily taken aback. Master Yi, I do not fully grasp your intentions. There is nothing particularly profound to convey, Yi Suifeng replied. Our agreement remains in effect. As for Song Shuang, I shall address her personally. Gu Wanqin parted her lips and said, Master Yi, I urge you to reconsider. With such a vast fortune, Song Shuang will undoubtedly have returned to seek out Luo Qing. On Luo Qing's side, there are numerous nascent soul cultivators for protection, alongside formidable beings in the transformation stage. How do you intend to deal with them? She simply could not fathom how Yi Suifeng dared to utter such words. The highest combat power in Yinxiao City barely reaches the nascent soul stage. However, Yi Suifeng shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "Nascent soul, transformation, mere ants. Very well, come with me, lest you shrink back in fear in the face of future troubles." With that, Yi Suifeng reached out and grasped the void. Suddenly, the entire world shifted in hue. The great Dao thundered, and a resplendent galaxy materialized before everyone's eyes. Time reversed. The heavens and the earth transformed. The surroundings began to spin wildly, and in Gu Wanxin's astonished gaze, everything froze on a single individual, Yi Suihu. He was briskly walking along a narrow path when, out of nowhere, 4 figures descended from the sky, blocking his every escape route. One of them, slender in form, bore a magnificent jeweled sword at his waist, with 2 striking sword-like eyebrows that stood out prominently. It was Song Shuang. Gu Wanxin gasped in astonishment. Chapter 25. Kneel down in Su City. At the upper levels of the Wanbao Pavilion, Luo Qing sat across from Song Shuang, idly toying with a delicate ring in his hand. "Uncle, rest assured, I've already unraveled the mental seal on that little wretch, Gu Wanxin. Even if she suspects me, she can do nothing." Song Shuang, brimming with pride, felt his months of lurking in Yinxiao City had finally borne fruit, a tremendous bounty. The resources amounting to trillions would take him a century of toil to amass. He had indeed struck it rich overnight. Moreover, following this action, the relationship between Gu Wanxin and the Yi family will surely shatter in an instant. It is conceivable that Gu Wanxin might even be labeled as a failure in management, reducing her to her original state. A lowly individual born of farmers. What right does she have to contend with him? Luo Qing carefully stored away the storage ring and inquired, "Are you certain that the Yi family is not a prominent clan, lacking significant prowess?" "Absolutely," Song Shuang replied with a smile. "Having spent nearly 3 months in Yinxiao City, I have thoroughly investigated the local power dynamics. The most formidable cultivators, there are merely a handful at the nascent soul stage, predominantly in seclusion. Furthermore, the Yi family is the weakest among the 3 major families in Yinxiao City and may not even possess a single nascent soul cultivator. Their family head is a newly appointed fool. We need not worry about any retaliation from them." Song Shuang spoke with unwavering confidence. Having conducted both overt and covert inquiries in Yinxiao City, he even managed to locate the alchemists and artifact craftsmen of the Yi family. According to their accounts, they had only joined the Yi family due to generous compensation. Thus, Song Shuang orchestrated this ambush to seize a vast amount of resources for himself. Yet, if the Yi family is so feeble, how do they possess such wealth? Luo Qing questioned. Song Shuang shook his head with a smile. The world is vast and full of wonders. It is not uncommon for individuals to stumble upon treasures and attain riches. In my estimation, the Yi family is no different. They have fortuitously acquired a substantial fortune but lack the wisdom to exercise restraint, instead squandering it recklessly. Even if I do not take action, there will undoubtedly be others who target the Yi family. Uncle, would you not agree? Luo Qing nodded slightly. He shared the same sentiment. The actions of the Yi family, no matter how one perceives them, undeniably exude the characteristics of nouveau riche. He had encountered many such individuals, and none had met a favorable fate. He chuckled. "You have done well this time. Rest assured, once the commotion subsides, I shall find a way to restore your position as deputy. As long as that so-called Yi family does not track you down." Luo Qing smiled. Song Shuang burst into laughter. "Naturally, it is absolutely impossible for the Yi family to locate me." As he laughed, he suddenly noticed Luo Qing's expression had turned rigid. "They have found you." A ghostly voice echoed behind him. Startled, Song Shuang turned around and nearly fell from his chair. Before him, a pitch-black portal materialized in the void, slowly widening as several figures emerged. Gu Wanxin. Song Shuang recognized the woman, and in a moment of terror, he let out a shrill scream akin to that of a woman. "Why you? How can this be possible?" His face was a mask of fear as he beheld the portal, a feat of extraordinary prowess. What kind of powerful cultivator could achieve such a feat? His legs trembled beneath him. At that moment, Yi Suifeng, accompanied by Gu Wanqing, stepped through the void and approached Luo Qing and Song Shuang. "Is this Song Shuang?" Yi Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanqing nodded, still visibly shaken. She could never have imagined that Yi Suifeng possessed such formidable power, effortlessly opening the river of time and tracing back to the origin. With a mere flick of his hand, he followed an unknown gray trajectory, directly shattering the void to locate Song Shuang herself. It was utterly terrifying. "Song Shuang, oh Song Shuang, neither of us anticipated the horrifying existence you have provoked. Who are you?" Song Shuang's legs trembled. The figure before her was evidently formidable and had come specifically for her. The head of the Yi family, Yi Suifeng. Yi Suifeng, his expression devoid of emotion, spoke flatly. "Attacking the backbone of my family and seizing resources. Who granted you such audacity?" Upon hearing his words, Song Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He is the head of the Yi family? The heads of the Li and Tang families had sworn to her that the new head of the Yi family was merely a waste at the qi refining stage. She was seized with the urge to grasp their collars and demand, "How could a qi refining cultivator open a portal to the void?" "Let me explain, Song Shuang attempted to speak, yet Yi Suifeng did not afford her the opportunity. With a swift motion, he struck her face with a palm, a force akin to heavenly wrath descending upon her. Instantly, Song Shuang fell to the ground, one side of her face swollen to a grotesque degree. Her teeth mingled with blood, spewing forth onto the earth. Yi Suifeng remained impassive. He had no desire for idle chatter with Song Shuang. He had come today for judgment. He had come today to kill. With a thud, Yi Suifeng once more placed his foot upon Song Shuang, unleashing a torrential surge of spiritual energy that wreaked havoc within her body. The meridians, dantian, and bones were all shattered in an instant. A piercing cry of anguish escaped Song Shuang's lips, his face smeared with blood. Luo Qing, witnessing the gruesome spectacle, felt an involuntary tremor course through his body. Hesitantly, he spoke. "Might I inquire, esteemed sir, what is it that you wish to convey?" Yi Suifeng cast a dispassionate glance in his direction. "Who are you to address me as esteemed sir?" With that, he took a step forward, and a wave of terrifying energy enveloped Luo Qing's head, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. The immense force erupted from Yi Suifeng, tearing through the protective formations like mere parchment, shattering them instantaneously. Debris and splinters flew in all directions as the uppermost structure of the Wanbao Pavilion disintegrated into dust, transforming it into an open platform. Heavens above! What is happening? Everyone, flee! Downstairs, numerous cultivators and patrons in pursuit of goods were jolted by the sudden explosion, their panic propelling them to escape the Wanbao Pavilion in disarray. The onlookers gaped in astonishment at the now flattened rooftop. Above, Luo Qing trembled uncontrollably. This was utterly terrifying. Had that energy been directed at him, he would have likely been obliterated, reduced to mere ashes. "Song Shuang, what manner of being have you provoked?" "Yi family head, he is our mastermind, and also Song Shuang's uncle," Gu Wanqing murmured softly. Yi Suifeng's gaze swept over. "Ah, it appears you two are implicated." Luo Qing, wide-eyed, exclaimed urgently, "No. There is nothing between Song Shuang and me." Yet, before he could finish his words, Yi Suifeng gently pressed down with his hand, and Luo Qing felt as though a divine mountain had fallen upon him. Blood erupted from his mouth, and his knees buckled beneath him, causing him to kneel on the ground. Who dares to cause a disturbance in the Wanbao Pavilion? Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from the lower levels of the pavilion. An elderly man clad in a brocade robe slowly ascended, his expression stern and his demeanor extraordinary. It was the presence of one in the transformation stage. However, with just a glance from Yi Suifeng, the old man nearly soiled himself in fear. "It is I. What can you do to me?" Yi Suifeng stated nonchalantly. "Senior, let's discuss this amicably." The elder in the transformation stage quickly clasped his fists. Yi Suifeng lowered his gaze. "Kneel first." Chapter 26. Summon your ancestors. The Wanbao Pavilion in Sioux City stands as one of the most iconic structures within the city. Towering 7 stories high, it is surrounded by intricate formations. Especially at night, The uppermost levels emit a hazy purple glow, exuding an air of opulence. However, today, the top level has been violently breached. Splintered wood and shattered tiles erupted, scattering across the ground. A solitary figure stood calmly amidst the chaos. While the prominent figures of the Wanbao Pavilion appeared to have surrendered entirely, kneeling before him. Who could this be? Could he possibly be a higher-ranking individual from the Wanbao Pavilion? To suggest he is a fool would be absurd. Would one of their own demolish their own establishment? Clearly, he harbors a grudge against the Wanbao Pavilion. My heavens, does he not realize the depths of the waters behind the Wanbao Pavilion are terrifyingly profound, daring to act so aggressively? Whispers of curiosity circulated among the crowd, intrigued by the figure clad in white. What could possibly be his source of confidence? Yi Suifeng's sole reliance lay within himself. In this world, none could stand as his adversary, not even the mightiest of deities. The elder from the Wanbao Pavilion, at the stage of transformation, knelt in trepidation, his gaze fixed upon Yi Suifeng. I did not permit you to speak. Silence yourself, Yi Suifeng remarked with a detached tone. He then clenched his hand, releasing 3 strands of gray causal threads that drifted from his grasp. 2 of these threads descended to the lower levels of the Wanbao Pavilion, while the last soared toward the distant horizon. They had fled a considerable distance, yet to no avail. A cold smile spread across Yi Suifeng's face as he tightened his fist. Suddenly, 2 gasps echoed from below. With a resounding crash, a gaping hole erupted in the lower wall, and 2 figures surged upward with alarming speed. Accompanied by their anguished cries, they collided forcefully with the floor, joining Song Shuang and the others in a desperate kneel. Upon recognizing their faces, Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in shock. These 2 were the very assailants who had attempted to assassinate Yi Suiwei. But why were there only 2? Besides Song Shuang, there had been 3 other nascent soul cultivators present. As confusion clouded her mind, a panicked voice echoed from the horizon. Peering into the distance, she spotted a small black spiraling through the air, tethered to the last gray thread held by Yi Suifeng. With a resounding thud, it landed at her feet. Indeed, it was the final nascent soul cultivator. His expression was one of astonishment and alarm, his upper body completely bare, save for a meager scrap of cloth barely concealing his lower half. From the subtle aura emanating from him, it was evident that this individual was engaged in some dubious activities. In the ensuing chaos, Yi Suifeng seized him directly. Such a display of prowess was utterly terrifying. Gu Wanxin gazed at Yi Suifeng's retreating figure, and in a daze, the silhouette of the man before her loomed magnificently, towering beyond the horizon. With an icy demeanor, Yi Suifeng regarded them and spoke slowly. Your insatiable greed has led you to brazenly assault a principal member of my clan, resulting in the shattering of his meridians and bringing him to the brink of death. As the head of the Yi family, I hereby sentence you to death. Upon finishing, Yi Suifeng slightly raised his hand, and amidst the terrified gazes of the onlookers, he wielded his palm like a blade and decisively struck downwards. With a sickening sound, 4 heads soared through the air, accompanied by a torrent of warm blood, landing with a thud among the crowd gathered outside the Wanbao Pavilion. The onlookers gasped in shock, and upon recognizing the identity of the severed heads, they were struck with horror, scattering in all directions, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. After eliminating the 4 culprits behind Song Shuang's demise, Yi Suifeng turned his gaze towards Luo Qing. Unable to contain himself any longer, Luo Qing shouted, "Senior, I was completely unaware of their actions. I only learned of it later. Had I known in advance, I would have undoubtedly intervened. I implore you, spare my life." His fear was palpable. The head of the Yi family before him was an enigma, his cultivation unfathomable, and his decisiveness in action was chilling. Death was delivered without hesitation. He truly wished to avoid losing his life due to Song Shuang's folly. Yi Suifeng remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand as a smooth ring slowly emerged from Luo Qing's embrace. Upon sighting the ring, Luo Qing's face instantly contorted in despair. The incriminating evidence lay nestled in his grasp. Truly, there was no way to cleanse himself of this stain. Let us inspect it. Are all the contents intact? Yi Suifeng inquired as he passed the ring to Gu Wanxin. She promptly nodded and accepted the ring with haste. They have erased my spiritual imprint, she remarked with a huff, meticulously examining the ring before offering a slight nod towards Yi Suifeng. Head of the Yi family, everything is present. It appears they have not yet had the chance to utilize it. Yi Suifeng acknowledged with a brief nod before turning his gaze back to Luo Qing. In this world, every individual harbors greed, a sentiment I can comprehend. However, your error lies in provoking me. His eyes narrowed, and in an instant, two piercing beams of light penetrated Luo Qing's mind. Luo Qing let out a muffled groan as blood streamed from his eyes. In that fleeting moment, every meridian in his body shattered, his dantian reduced to mere dust, and even his soul was severed by half. He had been irrevocably rendered a useless husk. Luo Qing's expression resembled that of lifeless ash. His eyes were void of emotion, lips slightly parted as he rasped, Yi Suifeng, your tyrannical actions will undoubtedly incur the appropriate retribution. You cannot fathom the terrifying power that lurks behind Wanbao Pavilion. You and your clan will surely vanish from the annals of history in the not-so-distant future. All of this transpires due to your own doing. As he spoke, blood escaped his lips. Yi Suifeng gazed at him with an air of indifference, then suddenly broke into a smile. So, you've summoned the young one. Is the elder on their way? With a chuckle, he continued, I do relish such narratives. I shall grant you an opportunity. Hasten to contact your ancestors, or perhaps even your ancestors' ancestors. When the time comes, I shall engage in a heartfelt conversation with them. With that, Yi Suifeng released the pressure he had exerted upon Luo Qing, eager to observe the caliber of individuals Luo Qing would summon. It would serve to suppress them all at once, preventing any future disturbances, for he had little time to indulge such trifles. You will come to regret this. Luo Qing nearly screamed. Hurry and call for them. There's no need for cries, Yi Suifeng replied nonchalantly. They are already here. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated. It belonged to a youthful figure of striking elegance, clad in a flowing purple robe, holding a pristine jade fan. He gently descended beside Luo Qing. Yi Suifeng directed his gaze toward the young man, noting a hint of poise about him. Are you his ancestor, or perhaps his ancestor's ancestor? Yi Suifeng inquired. Head of the Yi family, this is the esteemed steward Shen Tianming of Wanbeige, the individual I previously mentioned, Gu Wanxin elucidated, subsequently bowing respectfully to Shen Tianming. Steward Shen, this person is exceedingly arrogant. He arrived and wreaked havoc upon our Wanbeige, cruelly slaying Song Shuang and others, and has incapacitated my cultivation. You must avenge me. Upon seeing Shen Tianming's arrival, Luo Qing clutched at this lifeline, exclaiming loudly. Hush! Shen Tianming gently placed his hand on Luo Qing's shoulder and whispered, Rest assured, I shall handle this impartially. Having spoken, he turned his gaze toward Yi Suifeng. Crack! A crimson line appeared along the edge of the jade fan. Luo Qing, with disbelief etched across his face, collapsed to the ground. A worthless individual possesses no right to make such an impertinent demand. Shen Tianming wore a warm smile. Master Yi, do you not agree? Yi Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. What does it matter to me? Chapter 27. Intensifying efforts, though, Shen Tianming appeared remarkably youthful. He had already attained the cultivation of the transformation stage, a true prodigy. Unlike the other elder of the same stage, Shen Tianming remained remarkably composed in the presence of Yi Suifeng, as though he had a formidable backing. Yi Suifeng's gaze drifted toward the distant void. He could distinctly sense a powerful presence lurking behind the emptiness, observing the unfolding events. Merely a late-stage convergence cultivator. Is that his source of confidence? Yi Suifeng felt a flicker of impatience and remarked, If you are here to advocate for Luo Qing and the others, do so swiftly. Alternatively, you may summon additional allies. Shen Tianming nonchalantly pushed Luo Qing's lifeless body aside and replied with a smile, Master Yi, you are mistaken. I have no intention of advocating for anyone. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion has always upheld impartiality, adhering to principles both externally and internally, particularly when it comes to our esteemed guests, ensuring that no conspiracies are entertained. However, Song Shuang's arrogance led her to target the guests of the Wanbao Pavilion, a grave transgression that warrants no sympathy. Although Luo Qing did not directly partake in the misdeeds, he too bears the weight of complicity, compounded by his previous acts of unscrupulous competition, resulting in his expulsion from the Wanbao Pavilion. Thus, Shen Tianming shrugged and remarked, "I must express my gratitude to the head of the Yi family for eliminating these nuisances." Yi Suifeng acknowledged with an "oh," seemingly impressed by Shen Tianming's perceptiveness. "In that case, feel free," he said, preparing to open the portal to the void. "Wait." Shen Tianming quickly interjected. "What is it?" Yi Suifeng inquired. With a smile, Shen Tianming responded, "Your wealth has garnered the attention of the upper echelons of the Wanbao Pavilion. I previously heard from Pavilion Master Gu that you seek more and rare resources and treasures." Yi Suifeng nodded affirmatively. "Very well," Shen Tianming continued. "I have come today to discuss the specific categories of treasures you desire. Perhaps we could find a quieter place to deliberate?" Shen Tianming maintained a charming smile, complemented by his handsome visage, which naturally engendered goodwill. However, Yi Suifeng was reluctant to engage further. He harbored a distaste for those who appeared amiable yet concealed a ruthless nature, exemplified by the fallen Luo Qing. "I reiterate," he stated, "regardless of the quantity of resources you wish to sell, simply bring them forth. You need not worry about my ability to pay in spirit stones. As for the specifics, you may discuss them with Guanxin. I only require the items." With that, Yi Suifeng dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand and turned away, disappearing from sight. Shen Tianming opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. He could only manage an awkward smile. Truly a person of character. Shen Tianming then turned to Gu Wanxin and remarked, "It appears he has appointed you as a spokesperson." "I am honored," Gu Wanxin replied with poise, neither servile nor arrogant. Yi Suifeng's parting words were akin to a protective shield, imparting significant information to her. Shen Tianming nodded. "In that case, you shall remain in Yunxiao City, serving as the liaison between Wanbage and Yi Suifeng. I must caution you, however, that under Wanbage regulations, this means you will forever hold the title of a branch leader." Gu Wanxin pressed her lips together and stated earnestly, "That is of no consequence. Today's events have illuminated certain truths for me. To remain in Yunxiao City is, in a sense, a blessing. What significance do titles such as deputy, head, or steward hold? For individuals like Yi Suifeng and Shen Tianming, they can end a life with a mere thought. Ultimately, strength is the foundation of existence in this world." She had seen through it all. "Very well. I respect your perspective," Shen Tianming replied. "Let us follow Yi Suifeng's suggestion and find a suitable place to discuss the allocation of resources in Yunxiao City." Thus, this episode drew to a close. The deceased were treated with the indifference one might reserve for lifeless hounds, as Shen Tianming disposed of them at his leisure. The damaged Wanbage was restored to its former glory through the collective efforts of numerous cultivators within a mere hour. Everything unfolded with an air of tranquility. Moments later, Shen Tianming's figure reappeared in the newly refurbished room on the top floor, accompanied by a diminutive elder. "Old Mu, what is your perception of that Yi Suifeng?" Shen Tianming inquired softly. "Unfathomable," Old Mu replied, his expression slightly grave. "Though he appears unremarkable at first glance, upon closer inspection, he is profoundly enigmatic. In his every word and action, there seems to be a harmony with the Dao that I have never witnessed in any other elder. Master, I advise a calm approach. It would be prudent to avoid any conflict with him for the time being." Shen Tianming nodded. "Ha! A mere small city like Yunxiao can produce such a figure. No wonder those ancient beings assert that this realm is on the verge of significant upheaval. I wonder if this so-called upheaval pertains to the individual we just encountered. I can only hope not. I do not wish to become the epicenter of a storm, nor a tragic pawn in the hands of those who engage in such games." After dealing with Song Shuang, Yi Suifeng returned to his family. Sui Yun and Sui Yu remained in Yi Suihu's room, having successfully dispersed the family officials waiting outside. "Elder brother, how did it go?" Sui Yun asked, her face etched with concern. "It has been resolved," Yi Suifeng said, glancing at Yi Suihu, who lay on the bed. He then produced a delicate porcelain vial from his pocket and handed it to Suifeng. Within the container lie several elixirs to be administered to him every 10 days. After 100 days, his body will naturally recover. This vial of elixirs was casually concocted by Yi Suifeng on his journey back. In truth, he possesses the ability to restore Yi Suihu's injuries in mere moments. However, such methods are rather unsettling, and he does not wish for others to perceive his presence as a means to recklessly disregard life and death. Allowing Yi Suihu to lie idle for 100 days serves as a minor chastisement for his careless actions. Thank you, head of the family. Yi Suihu's wife wept. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng summoned Suiyun to the study. I ask you, what caliber of genius does one possess at the transformation stage in their 20s within this world? He inquired. When encountering Shun Tianming, Yi Suifeng discreetly assessed his skeletal age, merely 27. This prompted him to reflect on the possibility that if the elite forces of this world were filled with prodigies akin to Shin Tianming, then the younger generation of the Yi family would appear woefully inadequate in comparison. Faced with this notion, Suiyun's eyes widened in disbelief. How can such geniuses possibly exist? It is absolutely inconceivable. His reaction spoke volumes. With his perspective and experiences, he had never encountered such a realm. Yi Suifeng shook his head, saying, very well, I understand. From this day forth, devise every possible means to accelerate the cultivation of our clan's younger members. Implement training rooms, spirit-gathering formations, body-tempering liquids, whatever can be arranged. Make it happen. Intensify the efforts. Do you comprehend? Chapter 28. The struggle in the forest in the secluded expanse of Qinggu Jailing, on the fringes of the wilderness, lies a tranquil emerald lake. Beneath the boulders that border the water's edge, a colossal python winds its way through the underbrush, basking in dappled sunlight that filters through the leaves above. It appears to be in a state of feigned slumber. Unbeknownst to the serpent, however, several figures lurk within the dense thicket, stealthily advancing towards it. These are 3 young cultivators, 2 women and 1 man, cloaked in a translucent membrane. As one of them inadvertently dislodges a droplet of dew, the moisture rapidly crystallizes into ice. This icy garment, originally designed to combat the sweltering heat of summer, possesses unique properties that render its wearer effectively concealed from serpentine beasts. Even when in close proximity, such creatures find it exceedingly difficult to detect them. It is evident that these 3 cultivators are intent on hunting the great python lurking beneath the stones. With utmost caution, they draw closer, the passing moments bringing them near enough to discern the faint rhythm of the beast's breath. The foremost woman, her expression grave, exchanges a silent nod with her companions before springing into action. Her sword glides through the air, aimed with precision at the python's head. Yet, her movement does not go unnoticed. The python awakens just in time to evade the lethal strike, its jaws snapping perilously close. Clang! The sharp teeth of the serpent clash against the blade, the force of the impact sending the woman hurtling backward. Yet, a spark ignites in her eyes. Now is the moment. The woman uttered a sharp reprimand, prompting another man and woman to leap forth from the thicket, brandishing their swords to strike at the serpent's massive body. Thanks to the initial woman's distraction, the serpent's form was mostly unfurled, exposing its vulnerable midsection precisely within the range of the ensuing assault. It was a cunning stratagem. With a resounding slice, the swords cleaved into the serpent's flesh, instantly creating 2 gaping wounds from which blood gushed forth. Wei Yuan, what are you doing? However, the other woman furrowed her brow, voicing her discontent. I apologize, Hu Jie. I lost my aim, the young man replied, his face awash with embarrassment. Their plan had been for the first woman to draw the serpent's attention, while the other 2 combined their strength to sever its vulnerable midsection and slay the beast. Yet, perhaps due to anxiety, Wei Yuan's strike veered off course. The serpent appeared grievously wounded, yet was evidently not fatal, merely adorned with 2 additional gashes. You, be careful. Just as the woman surnamed who prepared to scold, her expression suddenly shifted, and she rushed to shield Wei Yuan. The colossal tail of the serpent surged toward them. Bang! The woman named who raised her sword to block, yet she had underestimated the serpent's might. resulting in her spitting blood midair before being sent reeling backward. Hujia! Wei Yuan exclaimed in alarm. Forget about her for now. Focus on evading. When an opportunity arises, strike down this beast. The first female cultivator urged urgently, then twirled her sword into a dazzling flourish, charging directly at the serpent. In the blink of an eye, she struck the serpent multiple times, inflicting numerous shallow wounds upon its scaly hide. The giant python let out a roar, once again directing its attention towards the woman before it. Adjusting her mindset, she shouted, "Think about how we usually train you." Upon hearing her words, Wei Yuan took a deep breath, momentarily setting aside thoughts of the injured woman surnamed who, channeling all his focus onto the formidable python in front of him. At last, he seized a rare opportunity, swiftly closing the distance, and with a blade fueled by rage, struck at the python's vital spot, coinciding with a previous wound. With a resounding crack, the python, as thick as a water barrel, was cleaved in two, blood spraying across Wei Yuan. The giant serpent let out a prolonged cry, thrashing wildly on the ground, prompting both of them to leap back to safety, allowing it to spiral in its madness. They were aware that the python's fate was sealed. Sister Hu. At that moment, Wei Yuan recalled Hu Wen and quickly spotted her amidst the bushes. She was coughing up blood, one arm cradled across her chest, clearly broken. "It's all my fault, I'm so sorry." Wei Yuan's face was etched with guilt. Just then, another woman approached. Engaged in direct combat with the python had drained much of her spiritual energy, leaving her pale with beads of sweat dotting her forehead. "Iem fine." Your inexperience is to be expected in such situations, Hu Wen managed a faint smile and remarked, "It's just a broken arm. A month of recuperation will suffice." "It's all my fault." Wei Yuan continued to berate himself. "Enough." The other woman stepped forward, assisting Hu Wen to her feet, and looked at Wei Yuan. Injuries during battle are an ordinary occurrence. Instead of dwelling in self-reproach, it would be more prudent to reflect upon one's own shortcomings. Otherwise, growth will remain perpetually elusive. Hu Wen cast a helpless glance at her and remarked, "Jiang Fei, do not be overly harsh. This is not Xiao Yuan's inaugural battle." Jiang Fei, her expression impassive, let out a soft huff and replied, "I simply do not wish to lose any more companions from the Beggar's Temple." The group fell silent, taking a brief moment to recuperate before returning to the water's edge. At that moment, the giant python had exhausted its tumultuous thrashing, lying motionless on the ground, its blood pooling around it, utterly lifeless. Here are some eggs." Suddenly, Wei Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Jiang Fei and Hu Wen hurriedly gathered around. Beneath the large stones, nestled in the grass, lay a cluster of white eggs, quietly resting there. Upon counting, there were a remarkable 7 giant python eggs. "We have struck gold," Hu Wen exclaimed with delight. In the marketplace, a pristine giant python egg could fetch no less than 50 spirit stones. For them, this represented an immense fortune. Jiang Fei's face also brightened. "Quickly, gather them up and dispose of the python's corpse. The scent of blood may easily attract." Before she could finish her sentence, a voice interrupted. "Oh, giant python eggs, we are indeed fortunate." Immediately, 5 cultivators leapt from the woods, striding directly towards Jiang Fei and her companions. Each was adorned in lavish attire, exuding an air of distinction that clearly marked them as no ordinary rogue cultivators. "Indeed, they are giant python eggs. Just what we needed for our main concoction," the leading woman said, her face breaking into a smile, completely disregarding the presence of Jiang Fei and her group. Jiang Fei's expression was rather displeased as she stepped forward, clasping her fists in greeting. "Esteemed friend, the enormous python was slain by us. And we also discovered the python egg first." Her tone was quite courteous, yet the woman showed no inclination to acknowledge her, striding ahead without a glance. Jiang Fei furrowed her brow, preparing to advance once more. However, another cultivator obstructed her path, brandishing a crimson token. "Hey, what are you?" Wei Yuan began to speak, but was halted by Jiang Fei's grip. The token bore a prominent character, Li. The Li family of Yinshao City were the overseers of their region, far too formidable to provoke. At that moment, the woman from the Li family had already taken the green python egg. She approached Jiang Fei, her expression devoid of emotion, and declared, "I am Li Qing'er, a direct descendant of the Li family. Rest assured, I shall not take advantage of you." Someone, toss him 100 spirit stones. A small pouch was tossed at Jiang Fei's feet. An ordinary python egg was valued at 50 spirit stones, let alone this green python egg, which was worth even more. Yet, in the end, only 100 spirit stones remained, and she presented it as if it were charity. Nevertheless, Jiang Fei and her companions dared not express their anger. They were reluctant to offend a prominent family like the Li clan and could only swallow their grievances. Li Qing'er, evidently well acquainted with the ways of the world, prepared to leave with an air of superiority. Suddenly, a voice emerged, "Li Qing'er, as a distinguished member of the Li family, how can you engage in such despicable acts of oppression against wandering cultivators?" For figures leaped forth from the forest, the foremost clad in a purple cloak, exuding an air of gallant confidence, with a striking azure sword hanging at their waist. Tianluan Pilis, Ye Family, Ye Huang, Li Qing'er Heizet an Ayabol. Chapter 29. The Might of Yi Huang. Yi Huang, you have overstepped your bounds. Li Qing'er, face Yi Huang, undaunted. She stood opposite Yi Huang, speaking leisurely. Regardless of how illustrious your reputation is in Tianluan Palace, this mountain range falls under the jurisdiction of the Li family. Yi Huang crossed her arms, and what of it? What will you do about it? Li Qing'er frowned. Your reach extends too far. Do you not realize? To intrude upon the territory of another family and flaunt your power. Is this the manner of the Yi family? Yi Huang chuckled softly. The way of the Yi family is to intervene when we witness injustice. What can you do to stop me? Li Qing'er sought to elevate the conversation to a familial dispute, yet Yi Huang appeared impervious to her tactics. The Yi family had always been known for their cautious and prudent nature. When had they become this domineering? She found herself perplexed. Yi Huang, do you not fear igniting the flames of conflict between our two great families? Li Qing'er's expression darkened as she spoke sternly. She still hoped to leverage her family's influence to subdue Yi Huang. However, Yi Huang merely smiled again, saying, "Am I foolish, or are you? Is it truly so simple for families to go to war? Yes, perhaps, if today I were to slay you, or you were to slay me, then there might be grounds for conflict. Do you wish to test that theory?" Confronted by Yi Huang's provocation, Li Qing'er's expression darkened, realizing that this individual was not adhering to the expected norms. Moreover, she pressed forward relentlessly. Li Qing'er had never encountered a member of the Yi family exhibiting such behavior. "Yi Huang, do not presume that I fear you." Li Qing'er shot a glance at those surrounding Yi Huang and retorted coldly, "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. The reputation of your Tianluan Hall was merely crafted by Yi Qingyao. Now that Yi Qingyao and Yi Xiaoxiao are absent, how dare you, a mere qi refining stage cultivator, speak so boldly before me?" Li Qing'er had recently transcended to the transformation stage, and while she could not contend with Yi Qingyao and was uncertain against the prodigy Yi Xiaoxiao, she deemed Yi Huang, being merely at the qi refining stage, as inconsequential. It was rumored that she was on par with her inept father, around the 7th or 8th level of qi refining. How could Li Qing'er possibly be intimidated by such a person? Observing Li Qing'er se fierge de menor, Yi Huang shuk herhit. So, you are one who bullies the weak, yet fears the strong? You only dare to challenge me now that Qingyao and Xiaoxiao are absent. How pitiable. With that, she boldly stepped forward towards Li Qing. Li Qing'er was momentarily taken aback. What was this person doing? Why was she approaching without hesitation? What did she intend to achieve? In her moment of hesitation, she instinctively took a step back. This action ignited a surge of indignation within her, prompting her to shout, "What exactly do you want?" Yi Huang revealed a playful little canine tooth, grinning as she replied, "Oh, nothing much. I simply find you displeasing and feel compelled to give you a thrashing." Having spoken, she unleashed a powerful punch, the terrifying force creating a gust of wind as it hurtled towards Li Qing'er. Li Qing'er was utterly unprepared for such a direct assault and hastily raised her arms to block, her aura of the transformation stage surging dramatically. Bang! A tremendous sound of collision erupted as a formidable energy burst forth between them, causing Jiang Fei and her companions, who were still in the Qi refinement stage, to nearly lose their footing. Once they regained their senses, they stood there dumbfounded. Yi Huang, at the Qi refinement stage, remained completely unperturbed, while Li Qing, despite her higher cultivation, staggered back several steps, leaving deep impressions of her feet in the ground. How could this be possible? Li Qing'er was taken aback, feeling a tingling numbness in her arms after the impact. How could Yi Huang possess such immense strength? The transformation stage was seemingly overrated. Yi Huang advanced once more, launching a flurry of strikes. The winds from her punches howled, leaving behind fleeting shadows in the air. It was evident that her martial arts had reached an extraordinary level. In a state of panic, Li Qing'er could only retreat defensively, being relentlessly pressed back, almost overwhelmed. The onlookers were in disbelief. They had never witnessed a Qi refinement practitioner so effortlessly overpowering someone in the transformation stage. When had the Yi family produced such a prodigy? Bang! In a moment of carelessness, Li Qing'er was kicked in the chest by Yi Huang and fell to the ground, leaving a muddy shoe print in the center. Stop! How dare you? The individuals accompanying Li Qing'er immediately surrounded Yi Huang, positioning themselves protectively in front of her, their expressions fierce. Meanwhile, those behind Yi Huang swiftly stepped forward to confront them, exuding an air of confidence and authority. Yi Huang waved her hand, signaling them to retreat. As she stood alone at the forefront, I shall not say much. Simply return what you have taken from others, and I will refrain from causing trouble. Otherwise, I would be more than willing to engage all of you in a contest. As she clenched her fist, the members of the Li family instinctively recoiled in fear. They had witnessed the earlier skirmish. Even Li Qing'er, who was at the transformation stage, had proven no match for her. How could they possibly contend with this prodigy? Yi Huang. Suddenly, a voice filled with rage pierced through the air, emanating from behind the Li family. It was Li Qing'er, her tone gravelly, as if she were gritting her teeth while uttering Yi Huang's name. You have forced my hand, she cried out sharply. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted, causing the Li family to scramble for cover. A gray whip, shimmering with an ethereal glow, darted toward Yi Huang with astonishing speed. Yi Huang's gaze sharpened, and her long sword was drawn with determination. In a crisp clash of steel, the blade met the whip head-on. Boom! Another surge of formidable energy erupted, even more intense than the last. The towering tree above was instantaneously stripped of countless twigs and leaves, which cascaded to the ground. Deep sword marks radiated outwards from Yi Huang's position, snaking in all directions. One particular scar sliced through a large stone, severing it with a smoothness akin to glass. The azure longsword resonated in the air, while the whip lay shattered into several segments, strewn across the earth. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood frozen in place, their eyes wide with terror at the sight of the purple shadow, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Li Qing'er lay half reclined on the ground, one hand clutching a broken whip, her expression dazed and her eyes filled with disbelief. How could this be? How could this be? My thorny poison is a mystical grade spiritual weapon. Why? She murmured to herself. Yi Huang salutishated hersuert. After more than 2 months of training, having fought dozens of battles, she had come to realize that the spirit sword bestowed upon her by her father was far from an ordinary object. Produce the 7 green python eggs, and I shall grant you a chance at survival, Yi Huang stated coolly. After a brief silence, Li Qing'er rose from the ground, though not severely injured. The pressure and humiliation inflicted by Yi Huang stung far more than any physical wound. Li Qing'er produced 7 green python eggs and tossed them onto the ground. Casting a glance at Yi Huang and scoffing, if you have the ability, participate in this year's battle of Yanxiao City. At that time, my brother Li Qi will surely avenge me. With that, she dared not linger and swiftly departed. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Huang murmured to herself, Li Qi, the eldest son of the Li family? We shall meet. Chapter 30. The Pact of Li and Tang. Thank you, Fairy Yi, for your assistance. Zhang Fei and Hu Wan, accompanied by several others, approached Yi Huang and bowed deeply. She had never anticipated that amidst the oppression from the Li family disciples, a figure would emerge to champion their cause. Such individuals are indeed rare in this era. To utter an unflattering remark, such individuals typically do not enjoy prolonged lives. Naturally, she would never voice her innermost thoughts. No matter, Yi Huang remarked, I merely pursued what I desired. Jiang Fei paused momentarily. This statement, seemingly simple, encapsulated what everyone has perpetually sought after. To wish is to act. What audacity does she possess to speak and act so boldly? Here is the green python egg. Take good care of it. It can fetch 200 spirit stones. Yi Huang presented the egg to Jiang Fei. While an ordinary giant python egg is worth 50 spirit stones, the creature they vanquished was, in fact, a green meng, imbued with a hint of primal essence. Thus its egg holds considerable value. We only need to keep 3, Jiang Fei quickly interjected. Yi Huang smiled and replied, take it. I'm not in need of such trifles. The Yi family's descendants are quite affluent. A few hundred spirit stones are but a drop in the bucket, and sharing goodwill is always commendable. By the way, where do you hail from? Yi Huang inwitted. Jiang Fei clasped her fists and responded, we 3 are from Daka Town. Daka Town is situated quite a distance from here, having long been under the jurisdiction of the Li family. I noticed that some of you are injured. Why not accompany me to Wudong Town? There, a skilled healer offers fair prices, Yi Huang suggested after glancing at Huan. Jiang Fei hesitated, saying, but we are under the Li family's governance, and Wudong Town is within the Yi family's domain. The struggles among the elite often reverberate down to the lower tiers. The Li family and the Yi family have been in constant conflict for years, resulting in various tensions existing between their respective territories. Generally, cultivators from the Li family's domain would refrain from venturing into the Yi family's jurisdiction. Yi Huang shook her head and remarked, what do the Li family and Yi family matter? Fundamentally, we are all cultivators of Yuxiao City. You may be distant and not fully aware. Presently, many towns between the Yi and Li territories have begun to merge, striving tirelessly for their individual aspirations. Nearly half of the cultivators in Wudong Town hail from the Li family's domain. Jiang Fei was taken aback, pondering the unexpected harmony among cultivators. Let's go and see for ourselves, she suggested. Yi Huang revealed her charming little tiger teeth. In the Yi family's master study, Yi Suifeng held a letter, a subtle smile gracing his face. After a moment, he set the letter down and said, quite impressive, exuding my style. Opposite him, Shui Yun wore a broad smile. Elder brother, Xiao Huang's recent rise has been remarkable. The reputation of Tianwan Hall has nearly overshadowed that of Yilong. Just a bit of playful banter among the young ones, Yi Suifeng replied, leisurely savoring his fragrant tea. According to the contents of the letter, his daughter was no longer the girl burdened by worries. This was, in fact, anticipated, as he understood that within Yi Huang lay a phoenix, merely awaiting its rebirth through flames. He had merely ignited this fire. Recently, the situation at the border has been remarkably auspicious. The active engagement of the family, coupled with favorable policies, has attracted numerous wandering cultivators from various regions. Among them, many exceptionally gifted individuals have expressed a desire to join our ranks. As Sui Yin remarked, Yi Suifeng nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was indeed one of his objectives. Only by accumulating sufficient talent can the family truly evolve into a formidable force. Otherwise, it might merely be regarded as a secluded family, which holds little appeal for him. He has no intention of remaining hidden from the world. However, following this revelation, Sui Yin's expression turned somewhat troubled. Elder brother, I wish to raise a concern. Due to our recent exuberance, a multitude of cultivators has flocked to us, including many from the territories governed by the Li and Tang families. Particularly concerning is the Li family, as several small sects have entirely relocated to our vicinity. Might this not be somewhat problematic? Sui Yin voiced his apprehension. Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. What is there to worry about? With such a significant exodus of cultivators, the Li and Tang families may very well harbor thoughts of their own, Sui Yin responded. Setting down his teacup, Yi Suifeng beckoned him closer. Come. Let me ask you, are you pleased with the current state of the family? Sui Yin was momentarily taken aback before replying, of course. The younger generation is vibrant, and our family's reputation is flourishing. I have dreamt of this countless times. Then is that not sufficient? Ye Suifeng simidit, ekoin ye huang sentiment. If you wish to achieve something, then pursue it. As long as we remain on the right path, there is no need to fret over trivial matters. The Li family and the Tang family, having been born in Yinshao City, have long had their fates sealed. Should they behave, a gentler outcome shall be granted. However, should they dare to stir trouble, I shall make it abundantly clear that the Yi family is no longer what it once was. Sui Yin nodded in agreement. Over the past few months, Yi Suifeng's actions had instilled in him a profound sense of confidence. Even if Yi Suifeng were to declare himself emperor and establish a dynasty, Sui Yin would harbor no doubts. Let us cast our gaze further. Yi Suifeng remarked with a smile. Do you recall the 27-year-old genius in the transformation stage I mentioned before? Let us set a modest goal to enable the younger members of our family to aspire to reach such heights. Our Yi family shall strive to become a formidable force capable of nurturing such talents. Do you understand? Listening to Yi Suifeng's aspirations, Sui Yun's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Such a vision had never crossed his dreams. Could it truly be within the realm of possibility? Observing the carefree demeanor of Yi Suifeng, he silently nodded. Under the guidance of his elder brother, the Yi family would undoubtedly evolve into a super family that leaves an indelible mark in history. Your current mission is to wisely allocate resources and provide a nurturing environment for the family's members to cultivate their skills. Of course, do not neglect your own advancement. I hope that within a year, you and the others will break through to the golden core stage and officially embark on the path to the nascent soul realm. Yi Suifeng instructed. Sui Yin nodded earnestly in response. Subsequently, they engaged in discussions about trivial family matters before Su Yun took her leave. Yi Suifeng sat by the window, gazing into the distance as if he could perceive the charming silhouette blossoming at the borders of Jailing. I simply wish to confront you. What can you do about it? He chuckled, finding the little girl increasingly intriguing. As for the Li and Tang families, he hoped they would discern the prevailing circumstances. At present, Yi Suifeng had no desire to engage with those two families. There was truly no necessity. To him, both the Li and Tang families were exceedingly feeble, too weak to even merit a glance. Engaging in conflict with them would merely be a waste of time. Yet, the winds of fate are relentless, and the affairs of this world are indeed peculiar. A few days later, Su Yun returned to the study. Elder brother, the heads of the Li and Tang families have sent invitations requesting your presence at the Zhuang Meng Lu for a gathering. Chapter 31. The impetuous Yi Suifeng in the elegant chamber of Zhuang Meng Lu. Only two individuals occupied the space, Yi Suifeng and Yi Suibao. Initially, Yi Suifeng intended to attend alone, but Su Yun insisted on bringing along a few more people for the sake of appearances. Ultimately, they dispatched the most formidable among them, Yi Suibao, to serve as his bodyguard. One could only wonder what protection a late-stage golden core cultivator could offer to someone who had survived the heavenly tribulation. I say, it was the Li and Tang families who invited us. How has it turned into us awaiting them? Yi Suifeng, remarque it. The guests have arrived. Yet the host has yet to make an appearance. It is utterly disrespectful. Elder brother, those two families have always behaved this way. They look down upon us. Yi Suibao retorted, his voice brimming with indignation, seemingly more fervent than Yi Suifeng himself. As tensions mounted, it seemed as though he might slam the table, prompting Yi Suifeng to swiftly intervene. Old five, do not lose your temper just yet. It is better to wait until they arrive. Yi Suibao. At that moment, the door finally creaked open, revealing two figures at the forefront, one stout and one slender, each accompanied by a graceful young woman, exuding an air of elegance. Yi Suifeng observed that both individuals ahead were at the golden core stage, while the four women behind them also appeared to be of the same caliber, albeit their auras were somewhat feeble, indicating that their powers had been artificially amassed through elixirs. TSK, just look at their standing. Now compare it to ours, one rough, bearded fellow, and the disparity is glaring. My sincerest apologies for the delay, esteemed Yi, the portly middle-aged man said with a beaming smile. Yi Suifeng cast him a glance. And who might you be? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, and upon realizing Yi Suifeng's seriousness, his eyes twitched slightly. He chuckled. You certainly have sharp wit. Brother Yi. Big brother, this is the head of the Li family, Li Lushu. Yi Suibao interjected from the side. Yi Suifeng acknowledged with an O. He had no intention of creating trouble. He simply did not recognize the heads of the Li and Tang families, though his household possessed their portraits and information. He had been too indifferent to peruse them. And you must be Tang Zheng? Yi Suifeng turned to the other man. Tang Zheng huffed softly, refraining from a reply, and dismissively took a seat. In response to this demeanor, Yi Suibao's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, Hey, my brother is addressing you. Tang Zheng's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Yi Suibao, as if feeling slighted. Haha, the fifth master's temperament remains as straightforward as ever, someone remarked. Master Tang, do not take offense. Fifth master has always possessed such an impulsive nature. Li Lushu interjected, attempting to diffuse the tension. Tang Zheng simply huffed, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Meanwhile, Yi Suifeng sat quietly, observing their performance with a detached air. Within mere minutes, he discerned several truths. Within Yunzhao City, the Tang family held the strongest power and heritage. It was evident that Li Lushu sought to cultivate a favorable relationship with the Tang family, while subtly undermining the Yi family. This social stratum was rife with interpersonal dynamics, schemes, and machinations, a realm where Li Lushu appeared quite adept. Yet, Yi Suifeng remained utterly uninterested. You summoned me today. What is it that you wish to discuss? He inquired directly. Li Lushu smilat. Oh, no rush, no rush. Let us first enjoy the dishes. I assure you, the cuisine at Zue Meng Lu is exceptional. That is unnecessary, Yi Suifeng interjected, halting his feigned enthusiasm. If there is something to discuss, please do so now. I am quite occupied and lack the luxury of time. Li Lushu was momentarily taken aback. Was it not customary to engage in conversation over a meal? Why did the head of the Yi family behave like a naive fool? Yi Suifeng, is it? At that moment, Tang Zheng finally spoke, looking down upon Yi Suifeng with an air of condescension. You are the most intriguing fourth-generation head of the Yi family I have ever encountered. Tang Zheng's words dripped with superiority, as he invoked the names of the previous 3 generations of the Yi family, as if to bolster his own stature. I find little fascination in such matters. Yi Suifeng, repeat. If you have business to discuss, I suggest you do so promptly. Let us not squander each other's time. Before the 2 individuals before him, he felt no necessity for pleasantries. After a brief silence, Li Lushu chuckled and said, In that case, I shall speak plainly. Brother Yi, has your esteemed Yi family been a tad too active along the borders of late? Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow, clearly aware of the subject at hand. Indeed, we have been quite active, he acknowledged candidly. Li Lushu paused momentarily and continued, since you do not deny it. Might you provide both myself and Brother Tang with an explanation? Yi Suifeng scratched his head, appearing puzzled. How does my family's activities at the borders concern you? Why should I owe you an explanation? Li Lushu opened his mouth, momentarily taken aback by this statement. Of course it concerns me. Are you not aware that your family has encroached upon the territories of the Li and Tang families? I am aware, Yi Suifeng replied. Then how can you claim it is of no concern? Li Lushu exclaimed, his voice involuntarily rising in exasperation. This Yi Suifeng's demeanor was infuriating, and he was on the verge of losing his temper. Yet, Yi Suifeng remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his tea and remarking, And what of it? Li Lushu's expression darkened, resembling the bottom of a pot, as he replied sternly, Yi Suifeng, are you jesting with me and Brother Tang? The wrath of our 2 great families is something you may not be able to withstand. As Li Lushu finally shed her disguise, revealing her true nature, Yi Suifeng waved his hand and said, Allow me to inquire first. What exactly have we, the Yi family, done at the border? Li Lushu was momentarily taken aback and retorted, Are you feigning ignorance? Your Yi family, seizing the opportunity presented by the recent surge of the Gaoling beasts, has employed various means to attract numerous wandering cultivators, resulting in chaos across our territories as they flock to your side. What are your intentions? To recruit soldiers? To challenge the Li and Tang families? Observing the accusatory gaze of Li Liusu, Yi Suifeng shook his head and asked, "Let me pose another question. What means have we employed?" Then, he continued, "Allow me to enlighten you. As soon as the beast tide commenced, we dispatched a considerable workforce to assist the border cultivators in resisting the rampaging fiends. Subsequently, we allocated substantial resources to provide free medical care to those cultivators injured during the onslaught. Furthermore, we offered generous compensation to the wandering cultivators, fostering a spirit of unity as we collectively weathered this fierce beast tide. I ask you, which of these so-called means violates the Yunshao Agreement?" The three prominent families of Yunshao City established a code known as the Yunshao Agreement to ensure their coexistence and prevent severe conflicts among them. The actions of the Yi family have indeed not contravened this agreement. Perhaps no one anticipated that someone would recklessly target the vast number of wandering cultivators. I, for one, am a staunch adherent of the rules. Since I have not violated any rules, why must I explain myself? Yi Suifeng inquired. Li Liusu and Tang Zheng both wore grim expressions. Yi Suifeng appeared utterly unyielding. Within the realm of prominent families, matters are not settled by mere agreements, are they? If you, Yi Suifeng, are truly insistent on such a notion, then we cannot continue our discussion, Li Liusu stated in a low tone. Yi Suifeng rose from his seat. Difficult to negotiate? Then let us cease our discussions. He suppressed the urge to overturn the table and added, "The Yi family conducts affairs in this manner. If you possess the capability, invest resources to persuade those rogue cultivators to return willingly. If funds are lacking, I am willing to extend a loan. In short, I am adhering to the established rules. Should anyone dare to transgress, employing underhanded tactics, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, Yi Suifeng signaled to his companion, Sui Bao, and departed from the private chamber. Li Liusu's countenance darkened as she glanced at Tang Zheng, a flicker of malice in her eyes. However, Tang Zheng merely shook his head. "It is of little consequence. We are well aware of the Yi family's limitations. They cannot stir up much trouble. I refuse to believe the Yi family possesses enough spirit stones to satisfy that insatiable group of rogue cultivators," Tang Zheng asserted. Li Liusu said, "I understand." Yet, his persistent behavior is exceedingly irritating. Tang Zheng sipped his tea and remarked, "A small concession may preserve a greater plan. Observe that Yi Suifeng is merely an inexperienced youth. The Yi family's decision to appoint him as the head of the family is tantamount to courting disaster. Soon, the Battle of Yunshao City will unfold. At that juncture, the Yi family must either appoint a new leader or face their demise here." Li Liusu paused for a moment and remarked, "But the Yunshao Agreement. The agreement is but a lifeless document." Tang Zheng, with an expression as tranquil as a still pond, replied, "For the powerful, the notion of breaking an agreement has never existed. It is merely a revision of the rules." Chapter 32, Preparations and Progress. My brother, you are truly formidable. On the way home, Sui Bao displayed a broad grin, revealing his large yellow teeth, as he excitedly rambled beside Yi Suifeng. These two families are nothing but insufferable. One is perpetually hypocritical, while the other maintains an air of superiority. It's infuriating. Today was indeed satisfying. Sui Bao was in an unusually exuberant mood. "Calm down. It was just a minor skirmish," Yi Suifeng replied with resignation. "I cannot remain composed." Sui Bao exclaimed, his face flushed. "You have no idea. When I was under the previous patriarch, every encounter with those two families was utterly vexing." As Sui Bao continued, he suddenly realized his words were inappropriate and quickly fell silent. The former patriarch referred to Yi Suifeng's father, Yi Jingguang. Earlier this year, he had ventured into the Qinggu highlands for a mission, but tragically fell victim to a demonic beast. With Yi Jingguang's brothers now retired from public life, Yi Suifeng ascended to the position of head of the Yi family in accordance with the ancestral decree. "My brother, I apologize for my indiscretion," Sui Bao said, his face awash with embarrassment. "Do not take it to heart." Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. As for his father, Yi Jingguang, he harbored scant memories, and naturally, there was no profound bond. Nevertheless, he remained a close relative of this body. "How is the investigation progressing regarding that incident?" Yi Suifeng inquired. Since the death of Yi Jingguang, The Yi family had been diligently probing into the particulars. However, delving into the depths of Qinggu jailing proved arduous due to its treacherous terrain and the abundance of formidable demon beasts. Useful information had been woefully scarce. Based on the residual evidence at the scene, the late patriarch encountered a blood fiend tiger by chance, which led to his demise. Yisuiba Aplainet. The blood fiend tiger, a 6th-tier superior demon beast, possessed strength comparable to a transcendent being beyond the nascent soul stage. Naturally, Yi Jingguang at the Golden Core level was no match for such a foe. Furthermore, it was implausible that the Li or Tang families orchestrated this, as they lacked the capability to command a blood fiend tiger. Thus, this incident appeared to be purely accidental. The only peculiarity lay in the fact that the location Yi Jingguang visited was typically inhospitable to blood fiend tigers, prompting the Yi family to persist in their inquiries. Well, what is done is done, Yi Suifeng remarked. I shall personally visit the site soon to discern the truth. Brother, please reconsider. We have only just begun to see some progress. You cannot afford to put yourself in jeopardy. Yi Suibo exclaimed vehemently. Yi Suifeng sighed in resignation. Rest assured, it is merely a blood fiend tiger. In order to prevent the conversation from continuing along an undesirable path, Yi Suifeng swiftly changed the subject. By the way, Suehu is currently bedridden, so we must rely on you to keep a close watch on the training of those young ones at home. Oh, not a problem at all, replied Suibao. A few days ago, our second brother sent us a plethora of training supplies. We plan to construct a body tempering pool, 10 meditation chambers adorned with spirit-gathering formations, along with a multitude of combat puppets, shadow training stakes for agility practice, a myriad sword-killing formation, and a heart-refining illusion array. My goodness, if this continues, it feels as though the Yi family will soon transform into a sanctuary. Yisuifeng Sikofud. A true sanctuary would not be so shabby. Let us get to work. In just over a month, the border issues will likely be resolved. We cannot allow them to remain idle. They must be rigorously trained. A grin spread across Suibao's face. Rest assured, elder brother, I shall not go easy on them. The two overseers of martial prowess in the Yi family, Yi Suehu and Yi Suibao, essentially took on the roles of the strict and lenient, with the one known for leniency now confined to bed. The return of those young ones would likely end in tears for them. What amusing scene that will be. As time flowed on, Yinshao City grew increasingly lively. A throng of cultivators flocked to the streets, filling every nook and cranny with a cacophony of voices. The taverns and inns were overflowing, businesses thrived, and even the likes of the fireworks lane and underground casinos were teeming with patrons. Wealth circulated ceaselessly through Yinshao City. Many were puzzled, as this period did not coincide with any special occasion. What could possibly explain the sudden influx of cultivators? Some individuals, privy to the underlying circumstances, directed their collective gaze towards the Yi family. It was revealed that the actions of the Yi family across various regions had prompted the gathering of cultivators, all eager to seize an opportunity for advancement. Such a maneuver by the Yi family is ill-advised. I harbor little faith in their prospects. Indeed, a single misstep can lead to calamity. Throughout history, there has seldom been such reckless expenditure of spiritual stones. When their financial resources dwindle, the very cultivators who flock to them may swiftly turn into adversaries. Indeed, the young head of the Yi family appears to have underestimated the treachery of human nature. There are those who express considerable skepticism regarding the Yi family's actions. Yet, others maintain a divergent perspective. You know nothing. The ambitions of the Yi family are beyond the comprehension of your short-sighted minds. This sentiment reflects the fervent loyalty of the Yi family's devotees. Ahem, dear friends, let us not exaggerate. The greatest advantage of the Yi family's approach lies in the resounding reputation they have garnered, winning the hearts of many. Even if they cannot embrace all, they can still select a cadre of exceptionally talented individuals. Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Such is the reasoning of the pragmatists. Regardless, I am quite grateful to the Yi family. My family deals in spiritual herbs, and last month, our sales nearly doubled. This illustrates the perspective of opportunists. In summary, opinions abound. In the present day, the names Yi family and Yi Suifeng have become synonymous with fervent discussion in Yinshao City. Of course, two other names are also increasingly recognized: Tianluan Hall and Zhenlong Pavilion. Yi Huang, Yi Qiniao, and Yi Long. These three leaders are frequently mentioned. The purple phoenix soars. Its divine might is boundless. The enchanting Qiniao fairy, ethereal as mist. The true dragon descends, resplendent as jade. These three are hailed as the shining stars of the new generation of the Yi family. Yi Huang, after undergoing the third body tempering by Yi Suifeng, has successfully broken through to the realm of Qi transformation. The transformative power within the thunder tribulation liquid has emerged in her dantian, igniting a divine flame. Once unleashed, it could scorch the heavens and obliterate the earth. In terms of genuine combat prowess, Yi Huang can be deemed the mightiest among her youthful peers. Naturally, Yi Suifeng did not withhold his guidance from his nephews, Qin Yao and Yi Long, each undergoing body tempering to further solidify their foundations. Additionally, there are Yi Xiao, Yi Qian, and the siblings Yi Zihan and Yi Haoran from the Suyu family, along with brothers Yi Wei and Yi Ba from the Suihu family. This group of direct descendants has received special attention from Yi Suifeng, significantly enhancing their strength. They're the future of the Yi family. In the span of a month, the Wanbao Pavilion has finally delivered the first batch of resources above the celestial grade. 3 items. 1 low-grade celestial measuring stick, possessing various remarkable functions, was entrusted to Sui Bao for the discipline of the Yi family's younger generation. 10 pieces of azure gold, reputed to be a supreme building material. A small vial of Qilin blood, a top-tier substance for body tempering, was allocated to the ongoing construction of the tempering pool. The mere value of these items amounts to 20 trillion. Yi Suifeng's stock of low-grade spiritual stones diminished by a mere 0.00005, without him even noticing any significant change in the figures. Beyond these developments, Yi Suifeng's experiments have finally yielded initial results involving Feng Ji, Ma Feng, Lu Hong, and Yu Pingyi. The 4 individuals have made varying degrees of progress in their cultivation of the Yuan Shigong. Chapter 33. The 4 Guardians. In the courtyard, 4 figures sat cross-legged, each facing one another, their eyes tightly shut, exuding an air of solemnity. Surrounding them was a transparent, bowl-shaped light barrier, enveloping them entirely. Outside the barrier, 2 figures stood side by side, intently observing them. They were Yi Suifeng and Yi Huang, who had just returned from her training. "Father, are these the children you picked up in the mountains? I heard you intend to take them as your adopted sons?" Yi Huang inquired, pointing at the 4. "What?" Yi Suifeng replied, bewildered. "Who told you that?" "Everyone says so," Yi Huang responded earnestly. "They claim you are the reincarnation of a sage, possessing a kind and benevolent heart, which is why you show such kindness to wandering cultivators, and even take it upon yourself to adopt these 4 impoverished orphans." Yi Huang spoke with sincerity. Yet Yi Suifeng's expression was one of disbelief. Who are these people with such vivid imaginations? He thought. He had merely acted on a whim that day, and his intention to care for the wandering cultivators was merely a strategic move to expand his influence in the future. How had it been twisted into a tale of reincarnation? It was absurd. Your father is not a sage, and this world cannot accommodate such benevolence, Yi Suifeng stated firmly. "Little Huang, remember this. You may be kind, but do not be foolish. You may engage in slaughter, but do not lose your true self. Everything must be built upon strength. Do you understand?" Yi Huang nodded, somewhat comprehending, but she was still too young, having not yet experienced the myriad complexities of right and wrong. Yi Suifeng chose not to elaborate further. His daughter's future was hers to shape. "Father, what is this?" Yi Huang inquired, pointing at the transparent dome. "This is the spirit-seizing illumination array," Yi Suifeng explained. "It is an ancient formation that can significantly expedite the cultivation process." Yi Huang looked up. "Can I use it? It sounds quite formidable." However, Yi Suifeng shook his head and replied, "There is no need. This array has its flaws. It is better to proceed steadily." The spirit-seizing illumination array is, in essence, a pseudo-temporal formation with subtle vulnerabilities concerning the laws of the heavenly path. Such risks may manifest after achieving great success, particularly during ascension. He had no intention of subjecting his daughter to such uncertainties. Upon hearing this, Yi Huang nodded, a smile inadvertently gracing her lips. Father still loves me. By the way, how have you fared during this lengthy period of training? I have heard your reputation is quite remarkable. Yi Suifeng chuckled. Not at all. Yi Huang replied, I simply do not wish to tarnish your reputation. A smile adorned Yi Suifeng's face. Although he was at home, reports of both significant and minor matters from the borders reached him. His daughter's endeavors could aptly be described as that of a valiant warrior, as she faced every challenge head-on. The reputation of the Tianwan Hall could indeed be said to have been forged by Yi Huang's own fists. It was also for this reason that Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Qinyo had elevated Yi Huang, who was still in the qi refining stage at the time, to a position of leadership. Yi Huang's relentless efforts were, surprisingly, solely to preserve her father's dignity. What an endearing little creature she is. After a leisurely conversation, Yi Suifeng suddenly raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, they have emerged. As soon as the words left his lips, the transparent barrier began to dim, and the four-seated figures gradually opened their eyes. A peculiar aura emanated from them. Master, Miss, they greeted respectfully upon noticing Yi Suifeng beside them. Over time, they had grown accustomed to his role as their attendant and had encountered their young mistress, Yi Huang, on several occasions. Yi Suifeng raised his hand, signaling them to remain seated. He then extended his formidable spiritual force, revealing all the secrets held within their bodies. Feng Zhi had successfully opened all 9 primary meridians, his muscles firm and radiating a star-like brilliance, concealing immense power. Ma Feng had opened 8 primary meridians, his aura deep and resonant. Lu Hong and Yu Peng Yi had fully transformed their spiritual energy, both having opened 9 primary meridians. However, under Yi Suifeng's scrutiny, Yu Peng Yi's overall condition appeared significantly superior to that of Lu Hong. More than a month of cultivation had granted Yi Suifeng a deeper understanding of the effects of the Yuan Shi Gong technique. Compared to traditional cultivation methods, the Yuan Shi Gong proved to be more comprehensive and formidable. It allowed for the direct absorption and conversion of resources, be it elixirs, spiritual fruits, spiritual stones, or the inner cores and blood of demonic beasts, even malevolent or demonic energies, into usable primordial power. This greatly alleviated the resource constraints inherent in traditional practices, making it far more accessible for the general populace's cultivation endeavors. Moreover, the enhancement of physical prowess through the practice of Yuan Shi Gong is unparalleled by traditional cultivation methods. Its comprehensive effects have met Yi Suifeng's anticipations. Additionally, Lu Hong and Yu Pengyi have transitioned between techniques seamlessly, without any adverse repercussions. Consequently, this will facilitate future promotions. Yi Suifeng is exceedingly pleased with this outcome. It appears that the 2 months of seclusion have not been in vain. Yuan Shi Gong can now be regarded as a foundational technique ready for dissemination, though the time for that has yet to arrive. Yi Huang, engage with them in combat. Yi Suifeng suddenly instructed. Yi Huang exclaimed, astonished. Although the 4 individuals before her exuded a peculiar aura, their cultivation levels remained elusive. Based on her experience, they appear to be merely at the late stage of qi refinement. Now that she had attained the transformation of qi realm, wouldn't this be akin to a father battling his sons? Limit your cultivation to the qi refinement stage, Yi Suifeng advised. Yi Huang acknowledged this, but still believed that these 4 were not her equals. Soon, the battle commenced. Having undergone 3 rounds of body tempering, Yi Huang had undergone a qualitative transformation, and even when restricted to the qi refinement stage, she possessed the capability to combat beyond her rank. Furthermore, her practical experience had significantly enriched her skills. Logically, for ordinary practitioners at the peak of qi refinement should pose no challenge to her. Yet, Feng Zhi and his companions were evidently different. Their auras were profound, and their spiritual energy was robust, although their strength did not match Yi Huang's. It far exceeded that of typical cultivators of their level. Under the relentless assault of the 4, Yi Huang found herself struggling to counterattack, perpetually on the defensive. The 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle. After exchanging a dozen blows, Feng Zhi seized an opportunity, rolling on the ground to grasp Yi Huang's calf. thereby restricting her movements. Though she was swiftly kicked away by Yi Huang, the attacks from the other three had already arrived, with a longsword poised at Yi Huang's throat. The victor was clear. "My apologies, miss." Lu Hong sheathed his sword. Yi Huang stood in a daze. After months of training, she had encountered countless battles, even facing cultivators of the Transformation Chi realm, without a single defeat. Although she did not display it, she felt a twinge of pride within. She had not anticipated that not only would she lose, but she would do so swiftly. "It's nothing," Yi Huang replied, her expression complex. Yi Suifeng observed from the side, a faint smile gracing his lips. Young people ought to face setbacks from time to time. Otherwise, they might truly believe themselves invincible. Well then, Yi Suifeng continued. "Fengji, you four shall continue your cultivation of the primordial art, striving to break through to the meridian opening realm and enter the Dan Mansion realm. Furthermore, starting today, you will accompany Yi Huang as her guardians. Is that understood?" The four responded in unison, "Understood." Yi Suifeng then turned to Yi Huang. "I have a task for you as well. Defeat them in the same realm. Can you accomplish this?" Yi Huang pursed her lips, determination radiating from her youthful face. "I will certainly do so." Chapter 34. Integrating the family. The High Ridge Beast Tide incident lasted approximately 5 months. With the conclusion of the Beast Tide, the younger generation of the Yi family has returned to their ancestral home. Prior to their departure, they were merely privileged fledglings, untouched by the tempests of life. Yet upon their return, they have transformed into fierce predators. The entire Yi family is imbued with an invigorating spirit. In the study, Suiyun, his face aglow, reports to Yi Suifeng about the recent developments within the clan. Those young lads have undergone a remarkable transformation. Once trembling at the mere mention of the fifth brother, they now charge forward with wild enthusiasm. Some even mock the fifth brother's training methods as being suited for the weak, which infuriates him, prompting him to contemplate even more rigorous training regimens. The youthful vigor of the younger generation is something that the family leaders take great delight in witnessing, as it symbolizes a flourishing future. Let them settle for a while. Enduring prolonged battles inevitably leaves one with a certain edge, Yi Suifeng remarked. Suiyun nodded in agreement, fully aware that excess can be as detrimental as deficiency, and they have already prepared appropriate measures. "What are the training facilities?" Yi Suifeng inquired. "They are essentially operational now. The spirit gathering array, the meditation chambers, the training rooms, the puppet space, and the heart refining array. I must admit, I envy them," Suiyun mused. In his youth, even a single low-grade spirit stone required careful consideration for optimal use. He could not have fathomed such luxurious training resources. Only the body-tempering pool remains unopened, as the body-tempering liquid is exceedingly precious, and we are still deliberating the criteria for its use. Moreover, brother, are you truly prepared to utilize that vial of Qilin blood? Yu Yun felt a pang of regret. The blood of the Qilin was a treasure of celestial caliber, a resource that could serve as a familial heirloom, passed down through generations. Naturally, it ought to be utilized, for it was merely the blood of mortals. To retain it as a mere trinket would be utterly ridiculous. Yi Suifeng remarked. However, the Qilin blood may only be employed by the direct lineage of the Yi family. Should there be any surplus, it ought to be allocated as a reward to those who have made significant contributions to the family. Let me offer you a word of caution. The more prosperous a household becomes, the more crucial it is to delineate the hierarchy within it, ensuring that chaos does not ensue. The direct lineage forms the foundation of the family and must be prioritized in the distribution of resources. Resources symbolize strength, and strength denotes status. The position of the direct lineage must not be subjected to frivolous challenges. Furthermore, those who have contributed to the family should be promoted with due diligence. One must not be stingy. Clarity in rewards and punishments serves as an excellent motivational strategy. Lastly, it may be prudent to exert some pressure on the collateral branches. With an influx of many wandering cultivators into the family, it is essential to identify those with potential, integrating them into the core and invigorating certain lethargic members of the collateral lines. The larger a family grows, the more intricate its dynamics become, with roots intertwined in complexity. Therefore, the distinction of status is of paramount importance. To transgress against established hierarchy is a grave offense, if even servants dare to bully their masters. The family has indeed reached its nadir. The direct lineage is fundamental. One must maintain an exalted status. The Yi family has excelled in this regard, adhering to strict ancestral teachings, ensuring internal stability. However, due to the substantial proportion of collateral branches, certain issues inevitably persist. Some individuals harbor an inflated sense of self-importance, driven by ambition to infiltrate the innermost circles of their family, even aspiring to supplant certain direct lineages. Conversely, there are those who believe themselves to possess formidable connections, ruthlessly suppressing outsiders while parading their hollow authority. Yi Suifeng is resolute in not permitting such circumstances to prevail. I have come to understand that certain individuals indeed require a firm reprimand, remarked Suifeng. He was acutely aware of the family's dynamics, though previously hesitant to intervene. By the way, elder brother, recent murmurs within Yinshao City have been rather disconcerting. Suifeng's expression turned grave as he continued. There are whispers suggesting that the Yi family has depleted its resources and will soon reveal its true state. Others claim that our family lacks the requisite strength, yet conducts itself ostentatiously, inevitably courting disaster. Some even insinuate that our extensive recruitment of scattered cultivators is part of a nefarious scheme, with these individuals intended as sacrificial offerings. These rumors have proliferated rapidly throughout the city, discouraging many would-be recruits from joining the Yi family. Elder brother, should we investigate or perhaps clarify the situation? Suifeng expressed his concern, recognizing the potential repercussions of such gossip on the Yi family's current aspirations. However, Yi Suifeng merely chuckled softly and shook his head. There is no need for an investigation. It is undoubtedly the work of those two families. I never anticipated they would resort to a campaign of public opinion to undermine us. Suifeng furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that the Li and Tang families are deliberately slandering us? Yi Suifeng nodded, remarking that there could be no one else so mundane. Nonetheless, it presents an opportunity for us to harness the winds and discern those who genuinely wish to ally with us, which is indeed a fortuitous development. Suifeng nodded in agreement. That said, in a month's time, the Battle of Yinshao City will commence. I suspect that these two families have resorted to such despicable tactics to sway the outcome of this conflict, Suifeng expressed. The Battle of Yinshao City is a contest that determines the allocation of resources and territories among the three prominent families. Each family selects 5 young members under the age of 18 to compete in ranking battles. The overall rankings will subsequently dictate the distribution of benefits. This method is quite astute. Firstly, it provides a relatively peaceful means to resolve conflicts between families, and secondly, it ignites the fighting spirit among the younger generation, fostering a win-win scenario. Have we finalized our candidates? Yi Suifeng inquired. We are still in deliberation, Suifeng replied. Yi Huang, Yi Long, and Qin Yao are highly likely to participate, while the other two are still being evaluated based on their performance. Yi Suifeng nodded, urging for a prompt decision. Once selected, have them come to me for special training. It is time to alter the situation of the Yi family, which has been at the bottom. Suifeng beamed, aware of his elder brother's methods. This upcoming battle of Yinshao City will undoubtedly herald the rise of the Yi family. All right, you may return to your tasks and ensure the new members of the Yi family are settled in. Jiang Fei and her companions have been at the Yi family for 5 days now. After their last encounter with Yi Huang at the jailing, they journeyed together to Wudong Town. The circumstances in Wudong Town exceeded her wildest imagination. She had never witnessed how cultivators from diverse regions could unite harmoniously, working together with a shared purpose. She had never seen a scion from a prominent family garner the support of numerous independent cultivators. Yi Huang's actions left her awestruck. Consequently, after much deliberation, Jiang Fei resolutely joined Yi Huang's entourage and accompanied her to the Yi family in Yinshao City. The initial days were indeed pleasant. The resources here were abundant, and everyone brimmed with vitality, resembling a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. However, just yesterday, the unfortunate incident she had feared transpired. The relatively young Wei Yuan encountered a confrontation with a young man from the Yi family while exchanging a green python egg for contribution points. This individual, named Do Hua, was said to be a relative of the Yi family's second elder. By the time Jiang Fei and Huan arrived, Wei Yuan had already been seized by Do Hua, who accused him of disrespecting the Yi family and intended to deliver him to the enforcement team. Such a person as Do Hua was far beyond the reach of their humble group of independent cultivators. Contemplating the dire fate that awaited Wei Yuan, Jiang Fei felt a pang of regret for having ventured into the murky waters of a prominent family. Today marked the day of Wei Yuan's judgment, and Jiang Fei and Huan arrived at the Yi family's law enforcement hall with heavy hearts, awaiting the final verdict. They could only hope that Do Hua would show leniency and spare Wei Yuan's life, or that any outcome would be preferable. Sister Fei, perhaps we should seek out Fairy Huan, Huan suggested. Forget it, Jiang Fei replied. Jiang Fei shook her head, remarking that those were the people from the second Master's household, and it would be unwise to trouble the Phoenix Fairy further. Huan fell silent, acknowledging the complexities of large families. Even a minor incident could compel Yi Huang to pay a steep price. They could not act recklessly. If blame were to be assigned, it would be due to their excessive protection of Wei Yuan, who remained oblivious to the perils lurking in the outside world. The two anxiously awaited outside the law enforcement hall for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, a plump figure emerged from the hall. It was Do Hua. Upon seeing him, Jiang Fei hurried forward, her voice tinged with urgency. Young Master Do, we were in the wrong. I implore you, show mercy and spare Wei Yuan. If you find us distasteful, we shall leave the Yi family at once and never set foot in Yunshao City again. I earnestly beseech you, as she spoke. Jiang Fei felt a tug on her sleeve. Turning to look, she saw Huan, her expression a mix of bewilderment and concern as she gazed at Do Hua. Jiang Fei frowned slightly and followed her gaze, only to be rendered speechless. Do Hua's face had swelled to an almost spherical shape. His eyes reddened from tears and a trail of mucus lingering on his lips. A prominent handprint marred one side of his face, starkly visible. Jiang Fei was bewildered. What had transpired? In their moment of shock, Do Hua parted his lips to utter an apology, rubbed his eyes, and then fled. The two stood there utterly dumbfounded. What on earth had just happened? At that moment, two figures emerged from the law enforcement hall. One figure is Wei Yuan, and behind him stands a formidable middle-aged man. Jiang Fei hastily approaches, anxiously examining Wei Yuan from left to right, asking, "Are you all right?" "Of course I'm fine," Wei Yuan replies with a playful grin. Jiang Fei regards him with a complex expression before suddenly delivering a sharp slap to his face. "Do you realize the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? Do you understand how worried we are? If you dare to act impulsively again, you can go on your own." Covering his face, Wei Yuan gazes at the irate Jiang Fei and softly murmurs, "Sister Fei, I understand my mistake. I've been too indulgent with you." Jiang Fei remains furiously unyielding. Youth possesses a heart of innocence, which can be a virtue. Suddenly, the middle-aged man behind Wei Yuan speaks up. Jiang Fei glances at him and sighs. An innocent heart often serves as the key to demise. If he continues this way, he will inevitably lose his life. The middle-aged man remains silent, stroking his beard with a subtle smile. "I haven't yet inquired about your identity," Jiang Fei states respectfully. "I am the enforcer presiding over Wei Yuan's judgment." The middle-aged man replies. Jiang Fei, taken aback, quickly expresses, "Thank you immensely for your care. However, regarding Do Hua, his status is extraordinary, and it is said he has deep connections with the second master of the family. You must exercise caution." The middle-aged man pauses momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. "I merely uphold justice. It cannot be deemed as care. Furthermore, I am, indeed, the second master of the Yi family you speak of." Jiang Fei. Chapter 35. Above the 9 heavens in recent days, the Yi family has encountered two significant events. The first was instigated by Wei Yuan. Following his altercation with Do Hua, most of the wandering cultivators expressed silent sympathy for him, for they had witnessed such occurrences too many times before. A rogue cultivator, newly integrated into a prominent family, offending influential figures, One could hardly perceive this as anything but a harbinger of doom. Yet, to their astonishment, Wei Yuan emerged unscathed, while Dou Hua, who had relied upon his connections and acted tyrannically, faced severe repercussions. It was rumored that even his allowance for 6 months had been confiscated. This shattered their preconceived notions. The Yi family, it seemed, upheld righteousness over nepotism, a notion they had never before encountered. Moreover, following the incident involving Wei Yuan, several collateral branches of the Yi family were subjected to stringent punishments due to various indiscretions. Conversely, certain outstanding external cultivators were prominently promoted and ascended to esteemed positions within the family. In a matter of days, the wandering cultivators were invigorated, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to their endeavors. Many began to regard themselves as members of the Yi family, taking pride in this newfound identity. The second monumental event looms, the Battle of Yinshao City, set to unfold in a month. The Yi family will select 5 of the most exceptional young talents under the age of 20 to represent them in this contest. Ye Huang, Ye Long, and Yi Qingyao were undoubtedly chosen. The remaining 2 positions, however, ignited fierce competition within the family, as none wished to relinquish this prestigious honor easily. Among the youth of the Yi family who are under 20 years of age, excluding those in the Qi refining stage, there are a total of 19 individuals in the transformation stage. Most of them achieved breakthroughs during this recent trial, including Yi Xiaoxiao and the 2 sons of Yi Suiyu, Yi Yi and Yiba. After a series of intense battles, the final 2 candidates have been determined. One of them is Yi Xiaoxiao, who made her breakthrough during her first trial. With exceptional talent and strong comprehension, she has now ascended to the 3rd level of the transformation stage, effortlessly defeating all other challengers. The other candidate, however, surprised many. Yi Qian, whose talent and strength have never stood out, only managed to break through to the transformation stage last month. His only notable trait has been his character, which has allowed him to amass a considerable following of independent cultivators, nearly rivaling the scales of the Tianluan Hall and the True Dragon Pavilion, making him the 3rd major force among the younger generation of the Yi family. His demeanor is cultured and affable, and he typically shies away from seeking the spotlight. Yet, during this selection process, for reasons unknown, Yi Qian fought with remarkable determination, gradually advancing and ultimately narrowly defeating Yi Wei, who was at the 2nd level of the transformation stage, securing his place as the final contender. Thus, the 5 representatives of the Yi family have been confirmed. At this moment, they stand in the courtyard of Yi Suifeng. The young men, indeed. Yi Suifeng gazes at the 5 before him, recognizing that they will be the first batch of soaring dragons for the Yi family. The cultivation levels of these youths are clearly evident to him. Yi Huang, at the 3rd level of the transformation stage, her strength has made remarkable progress. This young lady spends her days dining at Yi Suifeng's abode, and it is no wonder her progress is sluggish. Yi Long, 5th level of Qi transformation with a solid foundation. Yi Qingyao, 5th level of Qi transformation, exuding an ethereal grace. Yi Xiaoxiao, 3rd level of Qi transformation, her eyes darting about, a whimsical demeanor. Yi Qian, 1st level of Qi transformation, with bruises on his face and an apparent internal injury. Why are you striving so hard for what is merely a selection? Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Qian responded with a steady gaze. My father informed me that the participants this time will receive your personal guidance, uncle. Therefore, I cannot afford to miss this opportunity, as I do not wish to be known solely as the orphanage director. The orphanage director? Yi Suifeng asked in perplexity. Father, Yi Huang interjected, explaining. During this training, the majority of the individuals Yi Qian has taken in are orphans. Consequently, others have secretly bestowed upon him the moniker of orphanage director. Yi Suifeng understood. A few months prior, this nephew had approached him regarding this matter, and he recalled being quite supportive at the time. Of course, that sentiment remains unchanged. Let us strive earnestly. Reputation is earned through one's own efforts, Yi Suifeng stated. He then turned his attention to the 5 individuals. From this day forth, I shall implement specialized training tailored to each of your circumstances. I must emphasize one point. Regardless of what you encounter, Remain calm and refrain from excessive inquiries. Focus solely on enhancing your abilities. Yi Suifeng proceeded directly to the matter at hand. Uncle, want you offer me some words of encouragement or pressure? Perhaps a decree of only victory allowed, no defeat? Yi Shaojiang vistit. Yi Suifeng smiled gently in response. Why do I say these things? Because in the past, when my father trained us, it was always like this. He wanted me to surpass my cousin Yi Wei and my sister to outshine brother Yi Long. Yi Xiao added. Meanwhile, Yi Qin Yao and Yi Long exchanged awkward glances, realizing this girl had an uncanny knack for choosing her moments. Yi Suifeng laughed artidi. Indeed, with his carefree nature, such words were to be expected. No wonder both of his daughters were exceptionally talented. I shall not utter these words lightly. For after this special training, when facing the formidable Li and Tang families, you were destined for victory, Yi Suifeng asserted. The group stifled their amusement, evidently intrigued by the term cattle and horses used to describe opponents. Such a description is rather unseemly. I only ask that you do not forget. Regardless of what the future holds, your roots lie here. Yi Suifeng gestured to the ground beneath them. Now let us commence. He first turned his attention to Yi Huang, fully aware of her circumstances. Yi Huang had already taken a small step forward in her swordsmanship. Her foundational techniques were harmoniously integrated, and she had achieved a minor success in the 9 swords of God-slaying. What she now lacked was intent, sword intent. Only through honing her sword intent could she truly embark on the first step of her journey in the way of the sword. There are numerous ways to cultivate sword intent, such as sparring with masters of the sword or training within powerful sword formations, a practice many prominent factions employ to nurture their core disciples. However, Yi Suifeng had no intention of resorting to such mundane methods. Yi Huang, follow me. You few wait here for a moment. With a flick of his sleeve, the two vanished from the courtyard. No one noticed that their figures had already appeared tens of thousands of miles above the ground. From the perspective of a previous life, they were now within the atmosphere. Above the clouds, the winds howled fiercely, slicing through the air like a knife. Even a cultivator at the Golden Core stage would likely be reduced to mere dust in an instant. A transparent protective dome enveloped the two, allowing them to stand steadfast amidst the raging winds. This was the first layer of heaven, Yi Suifeng remarked. Yi Huang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had never ascended to such heights before. Father, shall I cultivate here? Yi Huang inquired, exhilaration evident in her voice. To cultivate at such an altitude is truly magnificent. Of course not. This is just the beginning, Yi Suifeng replied, raising his head slightly and gesturing for them to ascend further. As they continued their ascent, they traversed vast seas of clouds, enveloping mists, golden realms, and terrifying zones rife with thunderstorms. Ultimately, they arrived in a dazzling world of vibrant colors. It resembled a fairy tale with an array of hues dancing in the sky, akin to a dreamlike vision. Father, where are we? Yi Huang asked, awestruck. Yi Suifeng smiled gently. This is the 9 heavens, also known as the edge of the world. Beyond lies an endless chaos. Yi Huang's mouth fell agape. Was this truly the edge of the world? Ancient texts described it as boundless and barren, a realm devoid of anything but endless destruction and turmoil. Yet, it seemed far from that now, appearing more like a celestial realm. The splendor before your eyes may not be as beautiful as it seems, Yi Suifeng chuckled, then extended his hand, capturing a streak of purple light within his grasp. The purple light hung silently in the air, appearing innocuous. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng retrieved a black staff from his storage ring. This was an exceptional weapon of terrestrial origin, forged from the core's black gold, renowned for its indestructibility and eternal durability. Observing this, Yi Suifeng tossed the black staff into the palm of his hand, allowing it to gently graze the purple celestial light. Upon initial contact, the staff hesitated for a brief moment. Then, to Yi Huang's horror, the black staff disintegrated, transforming into countless minuscule particles, vanishing into the ether. This was the power of annihilation, Yi Suifeng remarked. Yi Huang swallowed hard, her face contorting as she said, Father, I won't be required to practice with such a thing. Will I? This is utterly terrifying. Yi Suifeng smiled warmly, assuring her, You will. However, rest assured, I shall temper its power to 1/1,000,000th of its potential according to your strength. As you grow, so too shall its might gradually increase. I fervently hope to witness the day you conquer and master it." Yi Huang's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions as she stood in a daze for quite some time before finally nodding. "I will not disappoint you." Chapter 36. The ancient arena. After ensuring Yi Huang was settled, Yi Suifeng returned to his courtyard. In truth, only a quarter of an hour had passed. The three individuals remained standing, awaiting Yi Suifeng's return. Only Yi Xiao was caught sneaking a taste of the grapes Yi Suifeng had left beneath the willow tree. Upon his arrival, she hastily scampered back to her position, dutifully standing with her head bowed. Yi Suifeng couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was truly spirited. Yet he remained indifferent, for everyone possesses their own unique character. If all were to emulate Yi Qian, silent and methodical, life would lose its essence. Let us not be overly formal. We are all family, so let's be a bit more relaxed, Yi Suifeng remarked. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately lifted her head, beaming as she playfully tapped Yi Qinyao beside her. "I told you, uncle is quite easygoing." Yi Qinyao wore an expression of resignation. "All right." Yi Suifeng scanned the room before finally fixing his gaze upon Yilong. For an extended period, Yilong had been the most outstanding junior in the family. His character was resilient, his dedication to cultivation unwavering, and his demeanor composed. He was also strikingly handsome, a dazzling star within the Yi family and its sole representative. It was only recently that Yi Huang and Yi Qinyao's reputations began to rise, challenging Yilong's previous supremacy. However, based on Yi Suifeng's observations, this junior did not harbor jealousy or other negative sentiments. Instead, he had become considerably more cheerful. Perhaps the title of the family's future leader was not merely an accolade for him, but also a considerable burden. Now that someone was finally sharing the weight of that pressure, Yilong's mindset experienced a profound transformation. His successful breakthrough to the 5th level of Qi transformation was closely linked to this change. Yilong, your foundation is solid, and you have embarked on the right path in your cultivation journey. Therefore, I do not wish to overly interfere with your personal path. Speak up. What kind of training method do you desire? Think big, Yi Suifeng stated. Yilong possesses his own understanding of cultivation, believing that excessive involvement from outsiders is detrimental. Thus, Yi Suifeng resolves to leave the choice to him. Yilong, evidently taken aback by this response, finds himself momentarily at a loss for words. Observing his hesitation, Yi Xiao grows anxious, signaling him fervently until she finally rushes to Yilong's side, playfully striking him and exclaiming, "Stop being foolish. Quickly request the cultivation technique. Your low-grade gun technique has become obsolete." Hearing this, Yi Suifeng cannot help but chuckle. Is the gun technique you are currently practicing truly low-grade? Indeed, Yilong affirms. The Dragon Hunter gun technique was procured for me by father a year ago, and I have now thoroughly mastered it. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Yi Suifeng quiddies. I recall there being a high-grade gun technique in the family treasury. Go retrieve it. Just mention my name. Your father is truly perplexing, knowing this. He failed to inform you. How utterly outdated. That particular technique must have been sent by Gu Wanxin last time, Yi Suifeng reflects. Thank you, uncle. Yilong's face lights up with excitement. Who wouldn't yearn for a high-level technique? A high-grade technique is something he had never dared to dream of. Without further ado, Yilong strides toward the door. Hey, where are you going? You haven't even stated what you desire. Yi Suifeng calls after him. Yilong pauses, taken aback. Doesn't that technique count? Of course not. It is hardly a precious item, Yi Suifeng replies, shaking his head. I've already said, think bigger. A few individuals were rendered speechless. How could a top-tier item at the earth level not be precious? What then is truly valuable? Yilong found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao peered curiously at the long spear in his hand. It was a yellow-grade exceptional spear, which, in the context of the Yi family, was indeed considered a treasure. Yet, it could hardly be deemed a spiritual weapon. Yi Suifeng interrupted her thoughts, stating, I will procure something more formidable for you another day. For now, contemplate what you currently lack in your cultivation. You all should reflect seriously. The group fell silent, each pondering their respective paths. After a brief moment, Yilong finally spoke up. Uncle, I have harbored a dream for quite some time. His eyes glimmered with nostalgia. When I was very young, I came across a book titled Biographies of Extraordinary Individuals. It chronicled the numerous top-tier geniuses that have emerged on this continent over the millennia. Their prowess was extraordinary. Upon their arrival, they would shake the very foundations of history, igniting my imagination. Back then, I often wondered what it would be like to battle alongside them in the same era. Would I have the chance to surpass them? Yilong tightened his grip on the spear and continued. The dreams of childhood often seemed so naive. As I grew older, I realized that the chasm between us was as vast as the heavens and the earth. No matter how desperately I pursued, their figures remained elusive. Yet, I refused to surrender. Even if I cannot catch up, I must ascertain my own limits. I shall fight, to live and to fight endlessly, with unwavering determination. Yilong lifted his head, his eyes brimming with resolve. Uncle, if it is conceivable, I desire a puppet that is of my rank, yet possesses strength far beyond my own. When I conquer it, perhaps I shall draw closer to that legendary assembly of ancient luminaries. Upon hearing Yilong's words, the others were rendered speechless, astonished that this seemingly flawless elder brother harbored such an obsession. But could the kind of puppet he spoke of truly be realized? Indeed, I assure you. Suifeng promptly replied. Yilong was taken aback. Really? Does such a puppet truly exist? Suifeng smiled and shook his head. Such beings do exist, yet. A puppet is ultimately an inanimate object. Even if you triumph over it, it does not guarantee your victory against a practitioner of equal strength. Yilong's expression was a mixture of emotions. Then you mentioned you would grant my request. I have indeed committed to that, Suifeng stated, but not by providing you with a puppet. Rather, I shall assist you in realizing your first wish. To battle against the ancient luminaries, what audacity that entails. Suifeng was more than willing to lend his support. However, the others stood in disbelief, recognizing that such a wish was utterly unattainable. Enough, let us depart, Suifeng declared with a wave of his hand, and he and Yilong vanished from sight. After their departure, Yi Xiao approached Yi Qin Yao and murmured, Sister, Uncle was merely jesting, wasn't he? Yi Qin Yao pursed her lips and shook her head. I do not know. I find it difficult to fathom how such a feat might be accomplished. Perhaps, when our time comes, we shall understand. A silver river stretches endlessly, both originating from and flowing into the void, eternal and unchanging. Suddenly, two small black dots emerge in its expanse, Suifeng and Yilong. Gazing down at the boundless river beneath them and the vast emptiness surrounding, Yilong feels an overwhelming tremor within, a desire to inquire about their location. However, recalling Suifeng's prior admonition to refrain from asking too many questions, he suppresses his curiosity. Once again, they meet. Suifeng speaks softly, noting, I sensed something unusual about you last time. It turns out you are solely a denizen of this realm. Nevertheless, it suffices. The prodigies of this world are ample. With that, Suifeng flicks his finger, and the world around them transforms instantaneously. Beneath their feet, a colossal arena materializes, adorned with intricate and numerous runes that nearly overwhelm Yilong, causing him to feel faint. Fortunately, Suifeng swiftly performs a series of gestures, causing the array of runes to shimmer and vanish, leaving behind an expansive azure stone surface. From today onward, you shall engage in combat and cultivate here. Suifeng declares. Yilong furrows his brow and asks, but what of my opponent? Here, Suifeng replies with a faint smile, extending his fingers and gently grasping the air. Instantly, countless gray lines erupt with a thunderous sound, all surging towards the shimmering silver river. Soon, one of the gray lines begins to quiver. Immediately thereafter, a white figure emerged from the other side of the gray line, akin to a fish ensnared by a hook, landing upon the arena. It was a young man exuding an aura of coldness, his brow furrowed, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon turning his gaze, he beheld Suifeng and his companion. In turn, they recognized the visage of this individual. Yilong instinctively recoiled 2 steps, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if he had encountered a specter, tremblingly uttering, "white-clad spear god, Bu Feishue." His voice quavered. For Bu Feishue was a paragon from millennium ago, a singular figure wielding a spear, vanquishing all foes. Once, he had surged forth for the sake of a beloved, single-handedly infiltrating an ancient sect. In a single night, the sect was drenched in blood, consigned to the annals of history. Subsequently, Bu Feishue dared to challenge the mightiest tribulation in history, the 99 heavenly calamity, persevering until the very end. Yet, the might of heaven is not to be trifled with. The final bolt of divine retribution was insurmountably fierce, leading to Bu Feishue's demise, leaving nothing behind. But why has he appeared here? Yilong's mind buzzed with confusion, questioning what his uncle had wrought. Who are you? Why am I here? Bu Feishue's gaze was frigid, a tremendous intent of the spear surging forth with a thunderous resonance. However, Suifeng merely waved his hand, and a thin veil of mist encircled Bu Feishue's form. Thereafter, he closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber. It is not your turn to speak yet. Suifeng turned to Yilong, smiling. Did you not express a desire to challenge them? Why, upon meeting, do you appear so terrified? Upon hearing these words, Yilong was momentarily taken aback, then drew a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within him, and with great difficulty, he rose to his feet. This is how it ought to be. Suifeng danced his fingers, summoning one figure after another from the silvery river, each landing upon the arena. To prevent a repeat of the earlier incident, they were promptly deactivated as soon as they arrived. The celestial prodigies, Xia Yuan of the Divine Mansion, the Night Slayer Tong Mia, the unparalleled scholar Fu Ruhua, the son of the Heavenly Dao Jin Lin, and the ancient legend Long Outyin. Yilong gazed at each familiar face, murmuring softly, his mind a blank slate. Uncle truly managed to bring forth the paragons from the illustrious record of heroes. There were even many he did not recognize. It was only when hundreds of figures had materialized that Suifeng finally ceased his summoning. Make do with what you have for now. In this timeless arena, their cultivation levels are equivalent to yours. If you wish to engage in battle with any of them, simply focus your thoughts. Should you achieve a breakthrough, their powers will correspondingly elevate. Sharpen your martial will diligently. I shall return for you in 1 month. With that, Suifeng's form gradually faded away. Chapter 37. The old turtle. This lad possesses a peculiar inclination towards masochism. In the void, Suifeng floated leisurely above the galaxy. In truth, he had not anticipated that Yilong's desire would be for combat. However, given Yilong's current prowess, engaging in battle with those ancient luminaries would be nothing short of self-inflicted torment. Moreover, the suffering would be excruciating to behold. One can only hope that this young man does not emerge from this experience with lasting scars. In a vast expanse of time, an unsettling sensation permeates the air, as if vitality is conspicuously absent. This river of time represents the continuum of this world. Previously, Suifeng had momentarily harnessed the force of this temporal river while tracing the causal threads to seek the perpetrator responsible for the demise of Suihu. Yet, that encounter was but a fleeting glimpse. This time, he has come in person. Logically, the river of time ought to be an inanimate entity, eternally flowing through the void, unchanging through the ages. However, Suifeng perceives an undeniable lack of vigor, an oppressive stillness that pervades the atmosphere. Suddenly, he detects an unusual aura, prompting a frown before he vanishes from sight. Upon his reappearance, an immense black mountain looms before him. The sheer magnitude of this peak is terrifying, stretching beyond the eye's reach, as if it serves as the very wall of this void, obscuring all vision. How could such a phenomenon exist here? Suifeng is bewildered. The realm where the river of time flows is an authentic void, devoid of anything but the passage of time itself. The presence of a mountain in this space defies the principles of the great Tao. No, that cannot be right. Suifeng's bro furrows deeply. The object before him does not seem to be merely a mountain. He distinctly senses a faint pulse of life emanating from its dark form. But what kind of life could possibly attain such colossal proportions? After a moment of contemplation, Suifeng extends his index finger, gently pressing it against his forehead. Instantly, his soul power, far surpassing the limits of the world, erupts with a tremendous force. The soul condensed and transformed into a phantom of its true self, rapidly expanding around Yi Suifeng's form as its core. One-fold, tenfold. Soon, the spectral image of Yi Suifeng became millions of times larger than his physical body. Through the perspective of this apparition, Yi Suifeng finally discerned the visage of the Black Mountain. To his utter astonishment, he exclaimed, "What on earth is this? It resembles a toe." The sight before him was utterly bewildering. It turned out that the colossal entity was not a mountain at all, but rather an oddly shaped toe. Beside it were 4 other toes, and above them lay an immeasurably vast foot. At that moment, Yi Suifeng's phantom was merely level with the toe. Goodness, what in the world is this? It seems to be nearly as large as the world itself. I must ascertain the true nature of your existence. Yi Suifeng steadied his emotions, and the spectral form surged once more. After an indeterminate expansion, he finally perceived its true shape. A colossal, grotesque, old turtle? He widened his eyes, scrutinizing its form. Ultimately, he confirmed without a doubt that it truly was a large, black, hideous, old tortoise. Its neck was withdrawn, with only its smooth head protruding. Its limbs dangled listlessly in the void. Below its abdomen flowed the river of time, which, from this vantage point, appeared as an almost imperceptible white line. Most striking was its tail, short yet bifurcated at the tip, as if forcibly torn apart. A sense of curiosity welled up within Yi Suifeng. Such a terrifying creature, the old turtle. Who could possibly inflict harm upon it? This perverse existence ought not to grace this world, save for oneself, of course. TSK, it seems this world harbors many secrets yet to be unearthed. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin, pondering the intrigue of it all. Otherwise, over time, one might grow so weary as to ascend to the celestial realm merely to confront the celestial emperor for amusement. This old turtle is indeed quite extraordinary. Yi Suifeng's spirit had thoroughly scanned the entirety of the ancient turtle's form. He discerned that every nook and cranny of its being was interwoven with the laws of the Great Way. Each breath it took resonated with the vibrations of these rules, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. With such formidable strength, why would it choose to seal itself away? Upon first encountering the old turtle, Yi Suifeng had assumed it was merely in a deep slumber. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it had confined its entire essence within this colossal shell, revealing only fleeting hints of vitality that prevented it from being perceived as a mere lifeless object. A more meticulous examination was warranted. Yi Suifeng extended his hand, placing it upon the turtle's crown, intending to delve into its depths with his spirit to uncover the truth of the matter. Suddenly, Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow as his spiritual projection gradually faded from view. Moments later, several powerful consciousnesses traversed the void, probing into the scene. They hovered before the turtle's head, seemingly perplexed by the events that had just transpired. Yi Suifeng counted 5 distinct presences, each one unmistakably surpassing the limits of this world. Among them, one individual he recognized from a previous encounter. After transcending the tribulation, driven by an insatiable curiosity, he extended his consciousness into the northern snowfields. Upon his arrival, a formidable consciousness, spanning the entirety of the plateau, surged forth from the far north, directed towards Yi Suifeng. That individual had now also arrived. 5 distinct consciousnesses manifested as luminous orbs, quietly suspended in the air, facing one another. "Do you wish to defy the established rules?" inquired the consciousness from the northern snowfields, taking the initiative to speak. As this exchange occurred on a spiritual plane, it was impossible to discern the speaker's gender or even their humanity. "Shouldn't it be you who desires to break the rules? After all, you are on the verge of defeat," another voice interjected. "If you seek battle, then let us engage. I am weary of these trivial games," exclaimed a notably irritable individual. "Do not be hasty. The shattering of our world benefits no one," cautioned a more composed presence. "Esteemed colleagues, the pressing matter at hand is to ascertain what transpired moments ago. Someone has disturbed it." The final speaker redirected the discourse. Following this exchange, they collectively asserted their innocence. Yet, this presented a conundrum. If it were not the five of them, who else possessed the capability to infiltrate this realm? A heavy silence fell upon them. Yi Suifeng, merging with the void, let out a yawn and questioned, "What are you all doing? Why the sudden silence?" "Perhaps it," suggested the inhabitant of the northern snowfields. "Curious indeed, for not long ago, I ventured into the realm of fate and discovered a small fragment that had suddenly become shrouded in mist. Indeed, I too have noted this, a new star, one that does not belong to this world, has begun to rise. I was asleep, completely unaware of these developments." The irritable fellow was ever so tempestuous. 3 individuals remarked that there had recently been some peculiarities. Yet, the one from the northern snowfields claimed to have noticed nothing amiss. At that moment, Yi Suifeng boldly entered the snowfields, without a hint of concealment. He must have sensed something. However, he chose to remain hidden, leaving one to wonder about his intentions. After a while, as no further anomalies were detected, the group redirected their course and departed from the void. Once they left, Yi Suifeng dissipated his ethereal spirit, revealing his true form above the river of time, a wounded old turtle. 5 individuals, each with their unique thoughts. Is this a game, or merely a chess match? Congratulations to all participants. Someone has come equipped with an advantage. Chapter 38. The immortal slaying gate. Yi Suifeng departed from the void, his recent encounter having inadvertently unveiled a secret of this world. Nevertheless, he resolved to cast aside the matter for the time being. As he was still enjoying his time in Inshao City, he would address the matter of purchasing advantages when he truly encountered those individuals. After all, there were 3 delightful companions awaiting his return. After some time, Yi Suifeng returned to his courtyard. Having wandered through the void for an extended period, he found Yi Qiniao and the others seated beneath the willow tree. Upon his arrival, they hastily stood to greet him. "So what do you desire? Have you made your decisions?" Yi Suifeng invited. All right. I want a multitude of spirit stones, a great heap of spirit stones. I wish to purchase whatever my heart desires." Yi Xiao exclaimed, the first to leap forth with enthusiasm. In her eyes, one could almost discern the word money inscribed in bold letters. "It's not your turn yet," Qiniao interjected. Yet, Yes Suifeng simply bypassed her. "You're being mischievous." Yi Xiao uttered a soft "oh," pouting as she rejoined the group. Qiniao smiled and said, "Uncle, I've also given it some thought. I fear you may find it amusing, but I do not possess grand aspirations like my cousin Yilong. In truth, I lack significant motivation in my cultivation. Were it not for my father's stern demands, I might not even be standing here today." Yi Qiniao candidly expressed her innermost thoughts. Unafraid of inciting Yi Suifeng's ire and jeopardizing her qualification for the battle at Inshao City. After all, this represented the family. Without the spirit to fight, how could one achieve victory? However, such an occurrence was unlikely. Indeed, each individual's perspective on life is unique. "Your calm demeanor and thoughts are not unexpected," Yi Suifeng remarked. "Humans are creatures rich in emotion and diversity. If we all appeared the same, what would distinguish us from mass-produced tools? So, tell me, what is it that you desire?" Yi Suifeng invited. Yi Qiniao hesitated momentarily before replying, "Uncle, my idea may seem somewhat ethereal. If you find it inappropriate, I am willing to reconsider." "Then speak." "Very well." Yi Qiniao took a deep breath and said, I seek a direction." At this statement, the other 2 were momentarily taken aback. "What does that even mean?" "Yilong at least articulated his childhood dreams, while yours is merely a concept." Yi Xiao felt a sense of dizziness. "My dear sister, are you certain you are not intentionally causing trouble for our uncle?" She found it hard to comprehend. However, Yi Suifeng could still understand Yi Qiniao. Her demeanor was serene and tranquil. Yet she was born into a prominent family, with a father who regarded cultivation as the essence of life and was exceedingly strict. From a young age, she had been compelled to follow her father's wishes, engaging in relentless cultivation to strengthen herself, surpass Yilong, and defeat all adversaries. This was an immense psychological torment for someone who abhorred conflict. Thus, losing her way was an inevitable consequence. Fortunately, Yi Qiniao was still young. If this continued for several more years, she might very well encounter the backlash of inner demons. Such occurrences were not unheard of. Yet, the direction of one's life is something that must be sought individually. Qingyao, I ask you, do you believe I can provide you with a satisfactory path? Yi Suifeng counted it. Yi Qingyao fell silent. Being inherently wise, she surely understood how simple her desires sounded, yet how profoundly challenging they truly were. Your future can only be determined by you, Yi Suifeng stated. I can offer you an opportunity for choice, but it may exact a considerable toll. Yi Qingyao pondered for a long while and ultimately nodded. I am willing to give a try. If I continue in this dazed state, I fear, I will indeed disappoint my father. Yi Suifeng nodded. Perhaps some would view Yi Qinyao's thoughts as naive. Yet, who among us has not been naive at some point? Moreover, she was ensnared in a state of confusion. Then follow me. After speaking, Yi Suifeng led Yi Qingyao, vanishing into the courtyard. When they reappeared, they found themselves atop a lush mountain peak. Strangely, the adjacent mountain appeared as if struck by lightning, riddled with deep ravines and scorched earth. Yi Qingyao gazed in astonishment, wondering what had transpired here. Uncle, could this be the burial ground of a great demon? She recalled a scene from Strange Tale. Yi Suifeng cleared his throat, bemused by the child's curious inquiries. This is merely the place where I underwent tribulation. Have you forgotten my words? Do not ask, he said sternly. Yi Qingyao promptly fell silent, yet her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Ignoring her, Yi Suifeng raised his gaze toward the heavens. Gradually, an enigmatic aura emanated from him. Moments later, a grand portal materialized in the sky, a golden light cascading from within, illuminating Yi Suifeng's shoulders. Behind that door, a magnificent celestial sound resonated, stirring the soul. We meet again. Indeed, the portal in the sky was the celestial gate that appeared following a cultivator's tribulation. The radiant light served as a bridge of ascension. Previously, after Yi Suifeng's tribulation, he had no desire to ascend, thus dispersing the immortal aura around him, causing the celestial gate to vanish without a destination. This time, however, he summoned the celestial gate intentionally, drawn by something within it, celestial sound. The celestial sound was vast and profound, not merely a melody, but the whispers of all beings. It possessed not only the essence of ascension and the power of creation, but also a uniquely extraordinary force. The essence of the mortal realm permeates the air, and after enduring the tribulations of heaven, the celestial gate possesses an unparalleled force. Yi Suifeng finds himself in need of this essence as a material. Thus, I regret to inform you that I am not inclined to ascend just yet. With a gentle smile, Yi Suifeng gestured with his finger as if wielding a sword, resolutely striking towards the celestial gate in the sky. In that moment, the entire world seemed to pause. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and the very fabric of the heavens and earth trembled violently. The colossal celestial gate quivered incessantly, emitting a rumbling sound akin to a mournful wail. Moments later, the golden radiance upon Yi Suifeng's shoulder abruptly contracted, and in the wake of the violent shaking, the celestial gate astonishingly plummeted from the sky. A vast shadow loomed over Yi Suifeng, and from a distance, the area obscured by the celestial gate was astonishingly expansive, covering dozens of mountain peaks. Yi Suifeng was taken aback, realizing the immense size of this entity. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyao stood utterly dumbfounded. What is this? How can there be a door in the sky? Why is there light within it? Such an outrageous phenomenon. And yet, with a mere flick of his uncle's finger, it was brought down? Who am I? Where am I? She was completely disoriented. Come fort. Yi Suifeng extended his palm, and the enormous celestial gate swiftly diminished, transforming into a delicate golden door that hovered in the palm of his hand. He then began to dance his fingers, playfully manipulating the shape of the celestial gate, which morphed and shifted until it lost all semblance of its former grandeur. Ultimately, it took the form of an exquisite mirror. Henceforth, I shall name you the Mirror of Mortality. This mirror is crafted primarily from celestial sound, with the support of the gates of immortality, and further amalgamated through the principles of the Great Tao. Its foremost purpose is to refine the heart. Once one gazes into the mirror, it is akin to stepping into an alternate realm, where one shall traverse a life entirely distinct from their own. Yi Suifeng glanced at the dazed Yi Qinyao beside him and gently tapped her, restoring her clarity. Are you prepared? Once you enter, all will depend solely on you, he stated. Yi Qinyao regarded the mirror before her, nodding earnestly. Then let the experience be fruitful. Remember, no matter what transpires, do not forget who you are. Upon Yi Suifeng's words, the surface of the mirror transformed into rippling waters, and soon after, Yi Qinyao's figure gradually faded from view. One must tread their own path. Yi Suifeng mused, casting his gaze toward the heavens. The world had returned to tranquility. Where the gates of immortality had manifested, only faint traces of golden light lingered, soon to vanish entirely. I seem to have gone a bit too far. First, I toyed with the heavenly tribulations, then seized the 99 thunder tribulations. Next, I provoked the gates of immortality, and now I have directly severed them. It appears they bore no animosity toward me. Yi Suifeng blinked, then chuckled softly. Well, the heavens are meant to be defied. Otherwise, one risks being out of touch with the times. At worst, I shall make amends once I ascend to the celestial realm. As he spoke, Yi Suifeng suddenly froze, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. Oh no, I have severed my own gates of immortality. Chapter 39. The aggrieved Yi Xiaoxiao bearing the red dust realm, crafted by his own celestial sect. Yi Suifeng returned home with a grim countenance. This time, his actions had indeed been hasty. He had inadvertently severed his path to immortality. What was he to do now? Should he seek out someone who had successfully navigated the tribulations and, in their moment of ascension, seize their celestial gate for his own use? Well, that seemed a possibility, albeit somewhat lacking in martial ethics. Regardless, such matters could be pondered later. Yi Suifeng composed himself and reappeared in the courtyard. Presently, only Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Qian remained. Settling Yi Huang and the others had consumed nearly the entire morning. Reflecting on his efforts, he felt a sense of fatigue. He had indeed poured his heart and soul into their well-being. Now it was time for you. Yi Suifeng extended his finger, resting it upon Yi Xiaoxiao. Instantly, her face lit up with joy, ready to speak. However, that finger began to shift, taking a turn, ultimately pointing towards Yi Qian. Yi Qian, it is your turn, he declared. Huh? Oh. Yi Qian was clearly taken aback that he would be called upon first, as he was the weakest among them. Nevertheless, he refrained from modesty and stepped forward, saying, Uncle, my choice is to completely follow your guidance. Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow, noting the distinctiveness of these young individuals. Each of their choices was remarkably different. Why is that? He inquired. Yi Qian swiftly replied, I simply wish to grow stronger. But my own knowledge and experience are woefully inadequate. Thus, it is up to you to decide what is the best choice for me. Yi Suifeng nodded slightly, acknowledging that his decision was not entirely erroneous. While it may not be the most correct answer, it certainly represents the most prudent and astute selection. Very well, Yi Suifeng remarked. However, if I am not mistaken, you wish not only to strengthen yourself, but also to empower those who follow you. Do you not? Yi Qian smiled and scratched his head, offering no denial. Educating the masses is no simple feat, asserted Yi Suifeng. I am willing to exert effort for this, Yi Qian declared with conviction. Then, Yi Suifeng pondered and said, You must enjoy reading quite a bit, do you not? Indeed. Which book do you favor the most? Perhaps the Tao Te Ching, Yi Qian replied. He was being deceitful. At that moment, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed, I heard from cousin Yi Qianang that he actually prefers reading tales of the supernatural, especially those romantic stories featuring fox spirits and scholars. How embarrassing. With his secret exposed, Yi Qian's face flushed, and he murmured, I do indeed cherish the Tao Te Ching, and that book contains more than just tales of fox spirits. Such feeble excuses fell short. Yi Suifeng extended his hand with a smile. Let me see, what novel is it? Yi Qian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately complied, retrieving a thick tome from his storage pouch. It was the classic of mountains and seas. Yi Suifeng casually flipped through its pages and discovered numerous stories involving fox spirits, flower sprites, and enchanting demons. Though they did not seem overly outrageous, suitable even for a tomato to pass inspection. Moreover, such tales constitute merely a small fraction. The greater portion comprises the records of the mountains and seas, which narrate extraordinary events and derive profound lessons on the essence of humanity. These are earnest works. Please wait a moment. Yi Suifeng, holding a book, seated himself beside the stone table under the willow tree. He then conjured a brush from thin air, alongside a blank tome, and began to write with remarkable speed. In the span of a single incense stick's burning time, a brand new illustrated record of the mountains and seas emerged, freshly crafted. Yi Suifeng rose and presented both volumes to Yi Qian. Since you have an affinity for them, peruse at your leisure. I trust you shall glean much from them, though the extent of your advancement ultimately depends on your own efforts, he remarked with a smile. Yi Qian, perplexed, accepted the books. He understood that reading could impart knowledge, yet he pondered how it could enhance one's prowess. Did they conceal some unparalleled techniques? He placed the two volumes side by side. Their covers were identical, showing no signs of alteration. The only distinction lay within Yi Suifeng's calligraphy, which appeared more robust and vigorous than the original. As Yi Qian observed, he suddenly noticed the characters mountains and seas on the new book beginning to distort. Almost instantaneously, an overwhelming gust of wind seemed to howl in his ears, accompanied by a faint, briny scent that invaded his nostrils. Stunned, Yi Qian stood motionless, bewildered by the phenomenon. Abruptly, the tempest subsided, and the essence of the sea vanished. His gaze gradually regained clarity, and he discovered that Yi Suifeng had merely obstructed the characters on the cover with his finger. Upon your return, take the time to contemplate it thoroughly, Yi Suifeng said with a smile. The tome of mountains and seas, meticulously transcribed by his own hand, is undoubtedly no ordinary artifact. It is a product of the convergence of profound principles. Within its pages, each character, each phrase, and each tale unveils a distinct realm, a unique path of cultivation. This book is, in essence, a supreme manual for enlightenment. If categorized by the levels of cultivation techniques, it could be deemed a celestial art of the highest caliber, infinitely close to the essence of Taoism. Alas, time is of the essence, and this is the extent of my accomplishment. For now, let it suffice. I am immensely grateful for my uncle's guidance. Having experienced the extraordinary events just past, Yi Qian comprehended the book's exceptional nature and, after paying his respects, departed from the courtyard. Now, only Yi Xiaoxiao remained. Clearly, she had been unable to contain her impatience. Uncle, I truly desire spirit stones, an abundance of spirit stones. Can you grant me this wish? Yi Xiaoxiao's large eyes blinked charmingly, attempting to sway Yi Suifeng's heart with her innocent allure. What need do you have for so many spirit stones? Yi Suifeng inquired. They can accomplish anything, Yi Xiaoxiao replied. Is there anything in this world that spirit stones cannot achieve? If there is, it must surely be due to a lack of spirit stones. Yi Suifeng could not help but commend her reasoning, giving her a thumbs up. So do you agree? Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with hope. No, I must decline. However, the response took her by surprise. Why not? You have clearly consented to their requests. Yi Xiaoxiao pouted, feeling as though Yi Suifeng was intentionally targeting her. You are different. They possess a clear understanding of their own paths. What about you? All you do is play. If you can pass this trial, I will consider rewarding you with some spirit stones, Yi Suifeng remarked. Yi Xiaoxiao pouted. What trial? This Yi Suifeng snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the surroundings transformed entirely. A shroud of gray enveloped them, teeming with countless gray insects flitting about, while an occasional dark shadow darted swiftly past. Where is this? Yi Xiaoxiao inwüdet in astonishment. This is the dream void realm, a space that straddles the line between reality and illusion. Here, you can indulge and play as you wish. Yi Suifeng had contemplated this for Yi Xiaoxiao during their journey. She adored amusement, so why not let her enjoy herself? After all, sometimes the ability to play is a skill in itself. But what is there to enjoy here? Yi Xiaoxiao questioned. Good question. Unfortunately, I shall not provide you with the answer. Yi Suifeng replied with a smile. Your trial is to learn how to play here. Now do your best. With that, Yi Suifeng departed, leaving Yi Xiaoxiao alone, staring blankly at the distant gray insects. Uncle, you are biased. Chapter 40. The Visitor. After expending considerable effort, Yi Suifeng finally settled the 5 new stars at home. If all goes well, their future achievements will at least rival those prodigies chronicled in the tales of remarkable individuals. Ultimately, the extent of their success will depend on their individual fortunes. Upon exiting the dream void realm, Yi Suifeng treated himself to a delightful meal at a roadside stall before returning to his study. Having traversed this world for numerous days, he has spent most of his time ensconced within his study. Within its confines, he has perused treatises on martial arts, biographies of notable figures, accounts of landscapes, and ancient legends. He has gleaned a general outline of the composition of this continent. Its names are manifold, with various regions bearing distinct appellations. However, one designation has persisted throughout the ages: the great universe realm. This world is boundlessly expansive, with no soul having ever traversed from one end of the continent to the other. Even the tales of distant lands remain but fragments of whispers. Through extensive reading, Yi Suifeng has ascertained that the location of Yuxiao City lies predominantly in the northern territories of the continent. This region is rife with sects and prominent families, with most areas centering around a major city complemented by numerous smaller towns. An organization known as the Nine-City Alliance stands as the most formidable power governing this region. Su City, which manages Yuxiao City, is one of the Alliance's members. To the north of the Alliance stretches a serpentine chasm spanning millions of miles, known as the Qinggu Heights. Further north lies the northern snowfields. To the east of the Alliance, a cluster of small nations exists, embroiled in perpetual warfare, battling almost daily. Yet, when faced with external threats, they unite fiercely to repel their adversaries. The texts reveal that the linguistic and cultural fabric of that place starkly contrasts with that of the Nine-City Alliance. Yi Suifeng intends to explore that region at his leisure. To the west of the Alliance lies a vast expanse of desolate arid land, sparsely populated yet steeped in mystery. It is said that the people over there particularly enjoy wrapping themselves tightly in yellow cloth, leaving only their eyes exposed. This is quite intriguing. In contrast, the southern region of the Nine Cities Alliance presents an entirely different scene. While the culture there bears a resemblance to that of the Alliance, the organizational structure is fundamentally opposed. The Alliance centers around its cities, with powerful aristocratic families wielding authority over them, and sects hold a relatively insignificant presence. Take Yunxia City, for instance. Despite the existence of numerous sects in the vicinity, the most prominent among them is led by a master whose cultivation level merely reaches the foundational stage. However, in the southern part of the Alliance, the balance between sects and noble families is entirely inverted. The core there comprises various super sects nestled within the magnificent Spirit Mountains. Aristocratic families and governmental powers all depend on these sects for their authority. When disciples of these sects venture forth, they do so with an air of grandeur akin to that of a prince from a vast empire, their presence commanding immense respect. One day, when time permits, I must surely explore these regions. Yi Suifeng resolved silently. Having arrived in the Daiyu realm, it would be a great disservice not to traverse every corner of it. Through literature, he gleaned a general understanding of the organizational framework of the Daiyu realm. Furthermore, by delving into various cultivation texts, Yi Suifeng developed a profound comprehension of the cultivation system within this world. One could say he had completely grasped the essence of the techniques. Any cultivation method, once read, could be mastered instantaneously, and he could even modify it, transforming it into a more powerful technique. Indeed, such was his prowess. Remaining calm and composed, Yi Suifeng suppressed his pride and prepared to further refine the primordial technique. Through the experiments conducted on 4 white mice by Feng Zhi, he discerned several intricate details and identified minor issues that required modification. However, this time, there was no need for an extensive 2-month period, nor was there a necessity for complete seclusion. Within merely 3 days, Yi Suifeng successfully completed the new cultivation technique and imparted it to Feng Zhi and the others through a method of initiation. The results exceeded his expectations. Shortly thereafter, they each achieved a breakthrough ascending to the second major realm of the primordial technique, known as the Danfu realm, which corresponds to the Qi transformation stage in traditional cultivation practices. This realm emphasizes the Dantian, yet the primordial technique is notably more domineering and versatile. To commend their diligence, Yi Suifeng, in a moment of exuberance, imparted to them a formidable sword technique, the heavenly grade low-rank martial skill, the extermination of immortals sword array. Exterminate immortals, slay immortals. Trap immortals, obliterate immortals. Once mastered, it holds the potential to slay celestial beings. Admittedly, this is merely a counterfeit version, as the true extermination of immortal sword array could never be wielded in this realm. Nevertheless, even this imitation constitutes an exceptionally formidable art. Yi Suifeng's decision to bestow such a prestigious sword technique upon them was not solely an act of praise, but also a strategic move for Yi Huang. After all, Feng Zhi and his companions now serve as Yi Huang's guardians and sparring partners. The greater their strength, the more effectively they can hone her skills. My dear daughter, do not hold it against me. I do this all for your own good, Yi Suifeng declared with a mischievous grin. A few days after Feng Zhi and the others experienced their breakthroughs, the family finally received long-awaited good news. Yi Suiyun and Yi Suibao, the primary officials of the family, had finally attained the Yuaning stage. Several months ago, Yi Suifeng had advised them to diligently cultivate their skills and not allow their progress to stagnate. He even set a requirement for them to make a breakthrough within a month. However, reality often defies expectations. Due to the recent activities of their clan, numerous matters demanded attention, and several key members found themselves occupied from dawn till dusk, leaving little time for focused cultivation. Fortunately, they still kept this matter in their hearts. The breakthrough of Suiyun and Bao into the nascent soul stage undoubtedly instilled a sense of reassurance among other clan members. After all, Yi Suifeng's strength was often imperceptible. Yet these two were individuals they interacted with daily. It could be said that, aside from Yi Suifeng, the presence of just these two nascent soul cultivators was enough to free the Yi family from fear of the Li and Tang clans. Nevertheless, after deliberation, they decided to keep their advancements under wraps for the time being, awaiting a more opportune moment to reveal them. Yi Suifeng had no objections. As long as they were content, that sufficed. As time gently flowed by, the days leading up to the battle in Yinshao City swiftly approached, and unexpectedly, the Yi family welcomed a familiar guest, Gu Wanxin. Chapter 41. A gesture of goodwill. The head of the Yi family is becoming increasingly handsome. Haha, I do appreciate your straightforward flattery. Please, have a seat. In the family's reception room, Yi Suifeng and Gu Wanxin sat adjacent to one another, with several maidens serving fragrant tea. I speak from the heart, Gu Wanxin remarked with a smile. It seems that each time we meet, you appear to grow younger. I wonder if it is merely my illusion, or perhaps you have recently encountered some joyous occasion. Yi Suifeng scoffed lightly and shook his head, replying, what joyous occasion could there possibly be? The abundance of spirit stones is overwhelming, and I find myself troubled by this matter daily. Gu Wanxin chuckled and remarked, Master Yi, your words seem to belittle my profession. With that, she produced a storage ring and placed it upon the table. Yi Suifeng picked up the ring and surveyed its contents. It was once again filled with a plethora of cultivation resources, and notably, the quality surpassed that of the last encounter, boasting no less than 8 items of celestial grade or higher. There were techniques, materials, sacred herbs, and spiritual artifacts in a dazzling array. The price list was already prepared. Yi Suifeng bypassed the detailed account and glanced at the total. A staggering 32 trillion low-grade spirit stones. Such a sum could, without exaggeration, purchase several cities akin to Yinshao City. He requested a supersized storage bag without hesitation and proceeded to deposit the 32 trillion spirit stones in one go. Even after witnessing such scenes multiple times, Gu Wanxin could not help but marvel. Just how many spirit stones does he possess? It was as if he had secretly unearthed a rich vein of spirit stones. In truth, the upper echelons of Wanbao Pavilion had conducted extensive analyses regarding Yi Suifeng, this extraordinary client, yet they remained unable to ascertain the source of his wealth. The only plausible explanation was that he had inadvertently stumbled upon a secret realm containing a high-grade spirit stone mine. However, this possibility seemed too far-fetched. Ultimately, Wanbao Pavilion decided to cease their inquiries. Such esteemed clients are rare. They did not wish to provoke Yi Suifeng out of mere curiosity and jeopardize their collaboration. Suddenly, Gu Wanqin recalled something. Master Yi, Gu Wanqin remarked, due to the staggering amounts involved in each of our transactions, the upper echelons of Wanbage have asked me to inquire whether we might conduct our exchanges using medium-grade or high-grade spirit stones. Of course, if that is not feasible, it is entirely acceptable. This is merely for convenience. Each transaction involves trillions, and merely counting these amounts necessitates the presence of individuals at the out-of-body stage or higher. If we were to utilize high-grade spirit stones for our dealings, the quantity required would be reduced by a factor of 10,000, making it manageable for those at the golden core stage. Well, let me exhaust my supply of low-grade spirit stones first, Yi Suifeng replied. That would be splendid. Gu Wanqin responded with a pleased nod. It was customary for both parties to use low-grade spirit stones for their transactions, and she believed that Yi Suifeng's reserves would not be too substantial. A few more exchanges, and they should be settled. Yi Suifeng sipped his tea while observing Gu Wanqin, puzzled by her inexplicable delight. By the way, may I pose a question? I have noticed that your Wanbage seems to be a relatively pure commercial organization, Yi Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanqin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the foremost tenet of Wanbage is to maintain neutrality at all times, never partaking in the conflicts among other factions. Our sole interest lies in spirit stones. That piques my curiosity, Yi Suifeng continued, if you do not engage in conflicts. What purpose do you serve with such a vast quantity of spirit stones? This query indeed left Yi Suifeng perplexed, for Wanbage was an immense entity, with its presence felt in nearly every corner. This terrifying organization, with its daily flow of spiritual stones, undoubtedly possesses an exceedingly alarming quantity. Thus arises the question, where do the spiritual stones they earn ultimately go, and for what purpose are they utilized? This is a matter of great concern for Yi Suifeng, as he currently faces a similar dilemma. Money, if it remains in one's wallet, is merely a number. Only the money that is spent holds true value. In response to Yi Suifeng's query, Gu Wanqin appeared momentarily perplexed. Head of the Yi family, I must admit I have not contemplated that. However, no matter the means by which we acquire spiritual stones, is it not all for the sake of expenditure? Yi Suifeng slightly shook his head. Yes, the question of how to spend money may seem rather absurd. Yet, once the numerical value of money surpasses a certain threshold, one indeed begins to grapple with the perplexities of expenditure. He found himself in such a quandary. Utilizing all resources for purchases felt somewhat trivial. Otherwise, I can inquire further on your behalf. I recall there are indeed some extraordinary items that consume a great deal of spiritual stones, Gu Wanqin suggested. Very well. I would appreciate your assistance in this matter. It would be my utmost honor. Gu Wanqin acquiesced to the task. After a brief pause, she continued. Head of the Yi family, in addition to our transaction today, I have brought you some news. Oh, Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow and extended his hand, requesting her storage bag. Gu Wanqin, taken aback, quickly waved her hands in refusal. No, this is complimentary. She felt a surge of anxiety, realizing he truly must have an excess of funds. This is regarding the Li and Tang families, Gu Wanqin disclosed. Yi Suifeng nodded slightly. All right, please go ahead. Guan Wanqin approached Yi Suifeng and remarked, Master Yi, in 10 days, it will be the biennial grand event of Yunshao City, the Yunshao City Battle. The list of combatants from the 3 major families was recently announced. You must be aware of the participants from the Li and Tang families, correct? Yi Suifeng's expression turned serious, for he was indeed unaware. Although Sui Yun had brought the list a few days prior, and it lay on the desk in his study, he had been too disinterested to glance at it. As the head of the Yi family, not knowing who the adversaries were seemed rather foolish. Why, Guan Wanqin, did you suddenly bring this up? Yi Suifeng's demeanor shifted, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. However, in Guan Wanqin's eyes, it appeared that the head of the Yi family had already heard the news. The eldest son of the Li family, Li Qi, has experienced a remarkable surge in cultivation, having broken through to the 8th level of Qi transformation. Meanwhile, the prodigy of the Tang family, Tang Xiaoqing, has achieved a consecutive breakthrough of 4 levels within just 3 months, now standing at the 10th level of Qi transformation. Suifeng nodded gravely. He had indeed been unaware until now. "What is it you wish to convey?" he inquired, still unclear about the crux of Guan Wanxin's message. Guan Wanxin leaned closer to Yi Suifeng and whispered, "Master Yi, the cultivation levels of these individuals are not merely as rumored. The Li and Tang families have suddenly invested an extraordinary amount of resources into their combatants, to an extent that is almost equivalent to nurturing a golden core stage cultivator. I have reason to suspect that this time, either the Battle of Yuxiao City holds profound significance, or it is entirely aimed at your Yi family." Thus, Gu Wanxin produced a delicate jade slip and placed it on the table. "Due to my position, I have already gathered a general understanding of the backgrounds of those 10 individuals." Gu Wanxin gazed at Yi Suifeng, her face adorned with a knowing smile. Yi Suifeng smiled faintly and picked up the jade slip. "So that is the case." Gu Wanxin is extending a gesture of goodwill towards him. "Did you not just say that the Wanbao Pavilion never intervenes in the disputes between other factions?" Yi Suifeng chuckled playfully. "Haha, how can you say that?" Gu Wanxin laughed, saying, "Among friends, what does intervention even mean? Wouldn't you agree?" Yi Suifeng nodded gently, accepting Gu Wanxin's kindness. After fulfilling this exchange, Gu Wanxin left contentedly. Yi Suifeng toyed with the jade slip in his hand, turning it over a few times before tossing it into the nearby trash bin. The Yi family has completely outgrown such traditional methods of conflict. Chapter 42. Exiting seclusion. The days leading up to the Battle of Yuxiao City are drawing ever closer. The city itself has become increasingly lively, with many young talent from other cities arriving to witness this biennial grand event. They also seek to assess their own strength in comparison to others. Indeed, young Master Li Qi is remarkable. Having just turned 18, he has already attained the 8th level of Qi transformation. In our high-end city, he would likely be considered one of the very best. In the shadowy depths of Black Rock City, a dark-haired youth expressed his sentiments with a hint of disdain. Indeed, he was a product of a remote and impoverished region. Though achieving the 8th level of Qi transformation was commendable, it paled in comparison to the prowess required to stand as a leader in our illustrious Yellow Flame City. A noble young lady from Yellow Flame City regarded him with contempt, as though he were a mere rustic. However, within the territories governed by Sioux City, Yellow Flame City undeniably stood as the most prosperous and powerful, possessing the audacity to look down upon other cities. What of that young Master Tang Xiaoqing, who at 17 has reached the 10th level of Qi transformation? How does he fare in Yellow Flame City? An individual from Cloud Sky City inquired, seeking to reclaim their dignity with the mention of the more distinguished Tang Xiaoqing. Yet, the young lady merely scoffed twice and remarked, "Let me state this. In Yellow Flame City, there are at least 5 individuals who have broken through to the Foundation establishment stage by the age of 16. Silence enveloped the crowd. 16 years of age at the Foundation establishment stage. What extraordinary talent. It was no wonder that Yellow Flame City was heralded as the closest rival to Sioux City. In contrast, Cloud Sky City and Blackstone City remained significantly behind. At that moment, the noble young lady spoke again. "Are we not discussing the 3 great families? Why have I only heard of the Li and Tang families? Where are the prodigies from the other clan?" She had ventured out for leisure, fortuitously passing through Cloud Sky City, and upon learning of the biennial grand event, decided to witness the spectacle. However, the news over the past few days had solely revolved around the youthful elites of the Li and Tang families, while the third family seemed to have made no notable appearances. That family was the Yi family, the weakest of the 3 great clans. If neither the Li nor the Tang families can rival the families of Yellow Flame City, then the Yi family stands even less of a chance, someone remarked. "You speak nonsense. Our Phoenix Fairy, the Rhyme Fairy, and the Dragon Master are still in seclusion. If they emerge, they would undoubtedly leave Huangya City in shambles." A newly joined cultivator from the Yi family retorted loudly. Huh. With only 3 days remaining until the Battle of Yinshao City, they are still in seclusion? Do they intend to wait until the grand event concludes before making their entrance? Indeed, tomorrow marks the Suifeng gathering. If the Yi family members have yet to arrive, it seems they are preparing to forfeit, came the laughter from the crowd. The Suifeng gathering is a grand assembly for the young elites before the Yinshao battle. Organized by the owner of the Suifeng Tower, designed to facilitate encounters among the youth of the three prominent families, igniting the fervor for the impending conflict. The Phoenix Fairy and the others will surely return. The Yi cultivator departed after making a bold statement, provoking laughter from the onlookers. However, a noble young lady from Huangya City displayed a glimmer of interest. The Phoenix Fairy, the Rhyme Fairy. It appears the female cultivators of the Yi family possess greater prowess. We shall see how they fare. Perhaps I might find a suitable candidate for a consort. Consider yourselves fortunate. As discussions regarding the fighters from the Yi family grew increasingly fervent in Yinshao City, Yin Su personally visited Yi Suifeng several times, inquiring about the current status and cultivation levels of several individuals, much to Yi Suifeng's annoyance. Well, it seems the initial phase of cultivation is nearly complete. I should see what they have achieved. With this resolution, Yi Suifeng's figure vanished from the study. He was the first to arrive at the Nine Heavens, where he beheld Yi Huang, still immersed in her training within a bubble. Surrounding the bubble was a dazzling spectacle of ever-changing, multicolored heavenly light, each ray concealing boundless, formidable power and intricate rules. These lights gradually seeped into the bubble, transforming into wisps of mist that swirled around Yi Huang's form. At that moment, Yi Huang's expression was solemn, her eyes tightly closed. Flecks of purple mist were slowly inhaled into her body. It seemed she still harbored a particular fondness for the color purple. The 7 types of heavenly light each contained distinct energies. Purple represented destruction. As Yi Huang continued to breathe in the purple mist, a slender, petal-like purple mark flickered intermittently on her forehead. Indeed, she had already established a connection with the path of destruction. It would be wise to nurture her temperament henceforth, lest she, in a fit of rage, inadvertently obliterate Cloud City. Yi Suifeng smiled. The path of destruction was terrifying. Its might was essentially unparalleled among all forms of attack. Even the most supreme techniques at the heavenly level paled in comparison. Progressing from the 3rd to the 7th layer of Qi transformation had taken longer than anticipated. It appeared that during this month of training, she had concentrated her efforts predominantly on the path of destruction. In just 1 month, Yi Huang had leapt from the 3rd to the 7th layer of Qi transformation. However, this was merely a result of the effects accompanying the purple mist. If she had focused solely on enhancing her cultivation, it was likely that Yi Huang would have already reached the foundation establishment stage. That would suffice. She could easily vanquish opponents of the same level. Yi Suifeng's figure flickered as he approached Yi Huang and gently roused her from a reverie. Yi Huang slowly opened her eyes, the purple petals at her brow gradually fading, leaving behind only the faintest trace. Father. Yi Huang stood up, joyfully gazing at her father. Having witnessed the pinnacle of power in this world, she had become more composed and steady compared to her sharp demeanor a month ago. It is time, Yi Suifeng declared. Is this the end of my training here? Yi Huang asked, her expression tinged with reluctance. She was acutely aware of the immense growth she had achieved through her practice in this place. What are you pondering? Yi Suifeng chuckled softly, then produced a vibrant, multicolored flower cord, handing it to her. Since you cherish it, this shall be your exclusive training chamber. This cord serves as a key. As long as you silently recite it in your heart, you can return here, Yi Suifeng explained. Having invested so much thought into it, this was certainly not a one-time affair. He had prepared the key well in advance. Thank you, father, Yi Huang exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. Instinctively, she wanted to leap into Yi Suifeng's embrace as she had done in the past, but ultimately restrained herself. The past 6 months of experience had indeed matured her. She understood that to truly stand on her own, she must not cling to the warmth of her father's embrace. Yi Suifeng sighed softly, stepping forward to envelop Yi Huang in his arms. Little Huang, your future is destined to be extraordinary. Move boldly forward. I shall always be watching over you. Yi Huang buried her head against Yi Suifeng's chest, nodding gently. After a brief moment, the two parted ways. Then, Yi Suifeng took out a delicate lavender velvet robe adorned with a golden red phoenix and draped it over her shoulders. Let us embark on a journey to unveil your true brilliance. Chapter 43. Wishes in the Void. The expansive river of time stretched infinitely, originating from the ancient past and flowing toward an endless future. Above this river, a grand arena, constructed entirely from dark blue-black stone slabs, floated in midair. Within the arena, two figures clad in white engaged in a fierce duel. Their weapons were long spears, and each clash resonated with tremendous force. Bang! With a resounding impact, one of the combatants was struck hard and sent flying. He crouched low, struggling to regain his balance, bright red blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I told you, you could never be my match. Surrender, Bu Feishua said coolly, standing with a spear at the ready. Ever since he had inexplicably arrived in this place a month ago, he had been locked in combat with this young man. The lad demonstrated remarkable comprehension, rapidly evolving amidst the battles. However, their strengths were still not on the same level. I have already stated that I will never concede. Yi Long wiped the blood from his lips, rising to his feet with unwavering determination and a fierce spirit. Let us continue the fight, he shouted, preparing to charge forward once more. Yet, a beam of light immobilized him. Yi Suifeng gradually descended before him. Uncle? Yi Long inquired, puzzled, soon realizing that the time had come. Well, it seems you have made considerable progress. Yi Suifeng assessed him thoughtfully. In the span of a month, Yi Long underwent a transformation so profound that it surpassed even that of Yi Huang. First and foremost, his cultivation had ascended from the 5th to the 8th level of Qi transformation. More crucially, he now resembled a divine spear, radiating an overwhelming aura, exuding an insatiable desire for battle. It appeared that his previous concerns were unfounded. Uncle, could you grant me a little more time? I am on the verge of success. Yi Long exclaimed, his urgency palpable, fearing that this return might be his last. Yi Suifeng smiled gently and produced a small token, handing it to Yi Long. Do not be so hasty. Progress gradually will suffice. This is the key to the ancient arena. You may come to train whenever you wish. Yi Long trembled with excitement as he accepted the token, envisioning the prospect of battling with countless legendary figures. Thank you, Uncle. Yi Suifeng nodded, then let us depart. As he spoke, he glanced at Bu Feishua and raised his hand, preparing to seal him once more. Senior, Bu Feishua called out urgently. Yi Suifeng arched an eyebrow and paused. Releasing a sigh of relief, Bu Feishua continued, if I am not mistaken, this place is where you cultivate your successors, is it not? Seeing Yi Suifeng's silence as an acknowledgement, he pressed on, your methods are simply transcendent, leaving me in awe. Yi Suifeng replied coolly. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and address the matter at hand. Bu Feishua cleared his throat. Senior, I merely wish to inquire when you might release me to return. He found himself inexplicably brought to this place, where he was compelled to practice alongside a foolish and irritating young lad. Given his pride, it would be disingenuous to claim he was not vexed. For a month, each time he awoke, he sought a means to escape this confinement, only to realize in the end that he had discovered nothing at all. Gradually, Bu Feishua came to understand that the architect of this arena possessed powers far beyond his imagination. The only way to leave was through his own efforts. There was no path back. Yet, Yi Suifeng provided an answer that was utterly unacceptable to him. Bu Feishua's expression darkened instantly. Senior, is it not a bit excessive of you to act this way? Do you not fear the consequences of imprisoning others at will? Yi Suifeng chuckled in response. Oh, you are aware of consequences, are you? Indeed, Bu Feishua retorted coldly. I once perused an ancient text that stated, for those of great fortune, the entanglements of cause and effect are vast. Should one forcefully interfere, even a formidable being may not escape unscathed. He continued with a chilling threat. And I must inform you, I am not alone in this. Yet his assertion held merit. The higher one's cultivation, the more profound the entanglements of cause and effect become. The repercussions between these threads can be immensely terrifying. Thus, those powerful enough to wield dominion over the cosmos often operate from the shadows, maneuvering pieces upon the board of existence. Bu Feishue possessed considerable insight, but on this occasion, he was mistaken. Yi Suifeng spoke slowly. I care not who your allies are. My refusal to release you will not invoke any consequences. It is your release that would invite them. Since you comprehend the principles of causality, you should understand the meaning behind my words. Bu Feishue furrowed his brow, while Yi Long beside him appeared utterly perplexed. Suddenly, Bu Feishue's expression shifted dramatically. He staggered back, nearly losing his footing. With a trembling voice, he pointed at Yi Suifeng, exclaiming, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Yi Suifeng nodded gently. "Indeed, you are already deceased. I merely extracted your memories and cultivation, reshaping another version of you within this ancient arena. Should you step beyond this ancient arena, chaos will ensue. Do you comprehend? The individual behind you has forsaken you." Bu Feishue's countenance was filled with trepidation. He simply could not believe that he had perished. Yi Suifeng regarded him silently. In truth, these words were not meant for Bu Feishue. They held little significance. Ultimately, he was merely a tool. However, conveying this information bore no grave consequence, as it could be forcibly erased from memory. Yi Suifeng slowly raised his hand. "Senior," a hoarse voice emerged. "Could you assist me with a favor? If possible, in the days to come, I shall strive with all my might to aid your successor in becoming a true paragon of the realm." Bu Feishue's gaze was fixed, and he spoke. After a moment of silence, Yi Suifeng nodded. "Speak." He was curious to discover what a deceased person yearned for the most. Bu Feishue lifted his head, his eyes brimming with nostalgia, murmuring, "I wish to taste the soil of my homeland, may I?" Yi Suifeng and Yi Long were momentarily taken aback, not expecting Bu Feishue to make such a request. "I presumed your desire would pertain to Shui Yin Er," remarked Yi Suifeng. Shui Yin Er was Bu Feishue's former beloved. "She is merely a woman, unworthy of my profound attachment," Bu Feishue replied. "Yet in a fit of rage, you annihilated an ancient sect for her." Yi Long exclaimed incredulously. "The Chongshao sect? Bu Feizhu chuckled softly. "If they kill my woman, do you truly expect me to spare them?" Yi Long's face was a canvas of disbelief. Was reality truly so? There was no chivalrous spirit, nor was there a poignant love story. The downfall of the Chongshao sect was merely the consequence of provoking the wrong individual. "Very well, I shall grant your request." Yi Suifeng stated. Such a task is but a trifling matter. Primarily, he found Bu Feishue to be quite intriguing. "Thank you, esteemed senior." Bu Feishue expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. Subsequently, a beam of light enveloped him, lulling him into a deep slumber. Yi Suifeng waved his hand, and together with Yi Long, they vanished from sight. On their return journey, noticing Yi Long's taciturn demeanor, Yi Suifeng jestingly inquired, "Is the shattering of your idol's image somewhat difficult for you to accept?" Yi Long scratched his head. "It is indeed surprising. However, it does not equate to an inability to accept. I care solely for his prowess, for whether I can defeat him." Yi Suifeng nodded. In truth, individuals like Bu Feishue possess unwavering convictions and lead illustrious lives. If he could remain by your side, it would greatly benefit your future endeavors. Yi Long uttered a sound of acknowledgement. Suddenly, he raised his head, gazing at Yi Suifeng in astonishment. "Uncle, do you mean?" Yi Suifeng smiled faintly, remaining silent. "Is it not merely the resurrection of the deceased? Is it not the hidden mastermind? Is it not the path of causality? If he desires to accomplish this, no one can stand in his way." Chapter 44. The 5 members of the Yi family, Yi Huang and Yi Long, were personally brought back by Yi Suifeng. Yi Qingyao need not venture outside, for she resided within the red dust mirror. In the courtyard, Yi Suifeng retrieved the red dust mirror and gently tapped its surface. A flash of light illuminated the space, and Yi Qinyao's figure gradually materialized in the courtyard. Her gaze appeared somewhat dazed, as if she had not yet returned from her trials. After a considerable time, she began to regain her clarity. "Uncle," Yi Qingyao spoke softly. "How is it? Have you found your direction?" Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Qingyao remained silent, merely nodding gently. She stood there, tranquil as a celestial being. Her bright eyes were strikingly clear, yet unfathomably deep like a still, ancient well. It was evident that she had undergone a complete transformation. "Uncle, I may need to return to that place for further cultivation," Yi Qingniao expressed. She was the first to proactively state her desire to continue her training. "Is the direction still unclear?" Yi Suifeng asked with keen interest. "No," Yi Qingniao replied. "I have already comprehended my future path during the first layer of time. I wish to re-enter the second layer of time." "Oh." Yi Suifeng exclaimed in surprise. The realm of red dust comprises 3 layers of time. In the first layer, a single day equates to a year. Yi Suifeng originally intended for her to undergo a month of trials in the first layer of time, equating to a full 30 years, sufficient to discover her true path. However, he was unprepared for Yi Qingniao's ambition to transcend this limit. In the second layer of time, a single day equates to 10 years. "Uncle, I wish to enter and complete my earthly melody." As she spoke, Yi Qingniao extended her delicate fingers. A phantom of an ancient zither gradually materialized before her. As she gently plucked its strings, an enchanting melody instantly filled the courtyard. The willow trees above them, seemingly stirred by an unseen wind, swayed gently in harmony with the music. A single willow leaf descended and landed on Yi Qingniao's shoulder. Once a faded yellow, under the influence of this melody, it began to regain its verdant hue, ultimately brimming with vitality. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Yi Qingniao. Her cultivation surged dramatically, swiftly breaking through to the 6th layer of qi transformation. This momentum did not wane. She ascended to the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers. Only upon reaching the 12th layer did she gradually stabilize, retreating into herself. Witnessing this spectacle, Yi Suifeng smiled and nodded. He refrained from inquiring about the direction Yi Qingniao had discovered, for that was an ephemeral concept. The quest for one's true heart was paramount. The red dust mirror possesses numerous functions. Ponder it well upon your return. Yi Suifeng presented the red dust mirror to Yi Qingniao, a gift he had specifically prepared for her. "I must caution you, do not enter the 3rd layer of time lightly without complete readiness. A moment's carelessness may lead to disorientation within." Yi Qingniao nodded. "Rest assured, Uncle, I am well aware." "Very well." Yi Suifeng waved his hand and said, "It's time to retreat and prepare thoroughly for the battle 3 days hence." After dismissing her, he contemplated for a moment before vanishing from sight. Subsequently, he found himself in a realm of grayness, the dream void. He wondered how the little girl, Yi Xiaoxiao, was faring in this place. Suddenly, Yi Suifeng let out a soft gasp. His gaze revealed that Yi Xiaoxiao was nowhere to be seen, only endless gray worms writhing about. Abruptly, a blue halo materialized behind him. A delicate hand emerged from the halo, brandishing a colorful dagger aimed directly at his back. With a sharp clang, the colorful dagger shattered the instant it made contact with Yi Suifeng's body. The little hand seemed startled and quickly withdrew, causing the blue halo to shrink and vanish. However, at that very moment, another halo appeared above Yi Suifeng's head. A brick painted with a pig's head came hurtling towards his face. Yi Suifeng shook his head, grasped the little hand, and discarded the brick, saying, "Enough of this play." With a petulant huff, the blue halo expanded above him, gradually enveloping him entirely. The environment around him transformed completely. Here lay a fantastical world. The flowers and grass underfoot were made of candy. The nearby stream flowed with fragrant juice. And a small house before him was constructed from pastries. Beneath a magnificent gardenia, Yi Xiaoxiao swayed gently on a swing, surrounded by a multitude of round, plump white rabbits, hopping playfully in an endearing manner. In her hand, Yi Suifeng clutched an exceedingly comical monkey. Squeak! Yi Suifeng casually discarded the monkey and approached Yi Xiaoxiao, saying with a smile, "Very well, it seems you have mastered the art of play." The dream void, a realm existing between illusion and reality, allows one to conjure anything their heart desires. Clearly, Yi Xiaoxiao had made significant progress. "Humph, you big liar." Yet, in response to Yi Suifeng's praise, Yi Xiaoxiao displayed her displeasure, turning her head away in a huff. Yi Suifeng chuckled at her demeanor. After spending a month in this enchanting realm, Yi Xiaoxiao had transformed. Her twin ponytails had evolved into a cascade of lush indigo-purple hair, nearly as long as her own body, gently curling as it swayed with the swing. A hint of gemstone blue adorned her lips, lending her an air of mischief. All right, once we go outside, I shall grant you 100 million spirit stones as pocket money, Yi Suifeng declared with a grin. Clearly, she was still preoccupied with thoughts of spirit stones. However, having made a promise, he had no intention of retracting it. In an instant, Yi Xiaoxiao tumbled off the swing, lifting her gaze to Yi Suifeng. How much? She inquired eagerly. 100 million. With a sudden burst of energy, Yi Xiaoxiao leaped up and embraced Yi Suifeng. Uncle, you're so handsome. I adore you. Yi Suifeng, devoid of sentiment, gently pushed her away. Enough of that. Just a moment ago, you intended to hit me with a brick. Hee, I was merely playing with you. Those were made of candy. Yes, Xiaoxiao chuckled. All right then. Yi Suifeng smirked. The Battle of Yinxiao City is about to commence. Gather your strength. I have rewards to claim. It's a trivial matter. I'll sneak into the Li family's treasury and see how they fare in combat. And that insufferable Tang, Ying from the Tang family. Should I encounter her, I shall strip her of her trousers and see how brazen she remains. Yi Xiaoxiao rambled on, outlining an array of her grand schemes. Yi Suifeng, with a hand pressed to his forehead, suddenly regretted allowing her entry into the dream void realm. It seemed he had inadvertently nurtured a little tyrant. Upon returning home, Yi Suifeng sought out Yi Qian once more. After a month of diligent study, Yi Qian resembled a learned scholar. Undoubtedly, the handwritten Shan Hai Tu Lu by Yi Suifeng had brought about a qualitative change in Yi Qian's abilities. His cultivation had ascended to the 6th layer of Qi transformation. As for the other 4, Yi Huang was at the 7th layer, Yi Long at the 8th layer, Yi Qiniao at the 12th layer of great perfection, and Yi Xiaoxiao at the 7th layer. Thus, the 5 combatants of the Yi family had officially emerged from their seclusion. A storm was on the horizon. Chapter 45. The Drunken Dream Gathering. The Drunken Dream Garden is a grand amusement park constructed by the Drunken Dream Pavilion, situated in the very heart of Yinxiao City. On ordinary days, the individuals frequenting the Drunken Dream Garden are invariably of high standing and formidable cultivation. However, on certain significant occasions, the garden opens its gates to a larger audience, such as during the biennial battle of Yinxiao City. 3 days prior to the battle, countless young talents were granted permission to visit the Dream Garden. Over time, this practice evolved into a tradition, acquiring the name Dream Gathering. Today marks the inaugural day of the Dream Gathering. A throng of young cultivators poured in, eager to glimpse the core descendants of the 3 prominent families, who were seldom seen in everyday life. Naturally, forming connections with these individuals would be most advantageous. However, the organizers had anticipated this scenario long ago. To ensure the esteemed guests were not disturbed, they divided the Dream Garden into 2 areas. The outer layer was designated for ordinary cultivators, while the inner layer housed those of noble lineage or those with a modicum of fame, along with exceptional talents who had journeyed from afar. Among them were a dark-skinned youth from Blackstone City and a haughty maiden from Huangya City, each accompanied by their friends and attendants, each claiming a pavilion to themselves. Suddenly, a gasp arose from the crowd. The Li family has arrived. Everyone turned to see several young cultivators strolling gracefully. Leading the group was a figure of striking presence, Li Qi. Following him were Li Ran, Li Ming, and Li Xueping. All 4 of the Li family's combatants, except for Li Shunga, were present. Some in the crowd recognized them. Just days prior, the 3 great families had announced their respective lists of participants. This was customary, serving both to build anticipation and to showcase their familial influence. The 15 competitors had already become well known among the onlookers. As the crowd gazed, the Li family members leisurely made their way to the pavilion that had been prepared for them. Heavens! This Li Qi possesses an overwhelming aura. He must have encountered some extraordinary fortune. Someone exclaimed. The young man from Haishi City nodded gravely, indeed sensing a considerable pressure emanating from Li Qi. Yet, the young lady from Huangya City merely cast a fleeting glance before disdainfully turning her head away. Far from it, she remarked unapologetically. Some cultivators from Yinxiao City felt indignation, but found themselves unable to refute her. After all, Huangya City was undeniably stronger than Yinxiao City. Look, the Tang family has arrived. That is Tang Xiaoqing. Moments later, another voice rang out, seemingly directed intentionally at the young lady from Huangya City. Nevertheless, it did capture her attention. The Tang family consisted of 5 combatants, led by a round-faced young man of modest height, holding a folding fan and wearing a warm smile. The other 4 were Tang Yin, Tang Mengxian, Tang Wuhua, and Tang Yingying, 3 males and 2 females. Our Tang Xiaoqing is a genius youth at the 10th level of Qi transformation. Someone deliberately announced to the young lady from Huangya City. Mediocre at best. Yet such cultivations still failed to impress her. However, no one anticipated that after taking their seats, Tang Xiaoqing would stride directly toward the young lady. The young male cultivators beside her immediately stepped forward to stand between them. Don't get me wrong, I merely wish to extend my greetings, Tang Xiaoqing said calmly, a light chuckle escaping his lips. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the little princess of the Nie family from Huangya City, Nie Xiaoying, right? Do you know me? Nie Xiaoying raised an eyebrow. I have merely heard, Tang Xiaoqing remarked with a smile, that 6 months ago, I had the fortune of an encounter with your sister, Nie Fengfei, and have since been eagerly anticipating the opportunity to meet her again. Upon hearing these words, Nie Xiaoying immediately narrowed her eyes. Do you wish to pursue my sister? No, Mare. Do not indulge in fantasies, Nie Xiaoying retorted, her face adorned with a scornful smile. Do you have any idea how many suitors line up for her in Huangya City? Among them are exceptionally talented individuals who have broken through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 18. What do you amount to? In the face of Nie Xiaoying's unabashed mockery, Tang Xiaoqing opened his mouth, yet ultimately only shook his head with a smile. We are merely friends. Upon your return, do remind her that she still owes me a drink. With that, Tang Xiaoqing clasped his hands in farewell and departed. Nie Xiaoying huffed twice, her expression brimming with pride. This scene only served to further irritate the cultivators of Yinxiao City. Could it be that even Tang Xiaoqing did not regard this girl from Huangya City with any seriousness? If that were the case, who could? What the Yi family? Why have they not yet arrived? Even if they do, what would it matter? If Li Tang could not succeed, how could they possibly reclaim their honor? Indeed, it is possible that the previous rumors were true. The Yi family intends to abandon their participation in this battle for Yinxiao City. The crowd engaged in heated debate. At that moment, a group of individuals slowly made their entrance. They have arrived, but why are there only 2 of them? Yi Huang and Yi Long walked at the forefront, followed by a cadre of their own followers. The group casually selected a pavilion and settled down. Others were engaged in lively discussions. This is the dream drunken gathering, a stage for families to compete for influence. Why has the Yi family only sent 2 representatives? Where's the enchanting Xinzi? I came today specifically for her. Alas, I initially hoped to rely on the Yi family to regain my standing. But now it seems all is lost. Nie Xiaoying's face was filled with disappointment. She had come to see the 3 ladies of the Yi family, evaluating their qualifications to serve as her attendants. Yet, only one had appeared, and apart from her beauty, she offered nothing particularly remarkable. Such disillusionment was palpable. The reactions of those around them did not escape the notice of Yi Huang, and Yi Huang shook her head and remarked, Sister Qin Yao is truly wise, having evaded such an occasion long ago. Is it not akin to becoming a rare and exotic beast on display for all to gawk at? Yi Long chuckled softly. One becomes accustomed to it. Individuals of our ilk often encounter similar situations. The title of young talents is both an honor and a shackle. Yi Huang nodded in agreement. As the Tianwan Hall gained prominence, she too had begun to feel this weight, though she was still unaccustomed to it. Sister Qin Yao has changed remarkably. It's as if she has suddenly transformed into an older sister, she mused. And Xiao Xiao too. When I saw her yesterday, I was utterly taken aback. She resembled a little sprite. Is she contemplating stealing your sword? Yi Long inquired with a grin. I encountered a similar situation. She attempted to pilfer the spear that my uncle had just gifted me, but I managed to apprehend her. The month of rigorous training had indeed brought about significant transformations in everyone. For instance, I find increasingly enigmatic. Yi Huang smiled and replied, likewise. The two shared a knowing glance and clinked their cups together. Suddenly, Yi Long was taken aback to discover that Yi Huang's cup contained wine. Within the Yi family, particularly among the core disciples, the consumption of alcohol was strictly regulated to prevent the family elite from indulging in extravagance and debauchery. Cousin this, he began. It's a gift from my father, Yi Huang said softly, savoring a sip that left a fragrant impression. He said I have come of age. I truly envy you, Yi Long remarked, his admiration palpable as he looked at his cup of tea, which suddenly lost its appeal. However, a beautifully crafted wine jug was then presented before him. Father said we have all matured. Yi Huang smiled. Yi Long smiled knowingly, emptied his tea, and filled his cup with wine, clinking it once more with Yi Huang's. The exquisite wine flowed down his throat, refreshing and invigorating. This was indeed a premium spirit. Yi Long's heart raced, though he soon realized that gift from his uncle could never be ordinary. By the way, Brother Long, Yi Huang inquired after finishing her drink, what exactly is the purpose of the drunken dream gathering? Are we merely to sit idly? Yi Long belched softly, reluctantly setting down his glass. Certainly not. Each drunken dream gathering serves to showcase the influence of the various families. How is this displayed? It varies each time. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. Sometimes it involves a display of financial power, at other times, the showcasing of treasures, or even the capabilities of one's followers. We shall see how they choose to proceed. Yi Huang curled her lips in disdain, exclaiming, how utterly dull. It sounds akin to a child's play. Yi Long chuckled. Who can deny it? Yet, everyone seems to indulge in this farce. We have no choice but to wait. At that moment, a young cultivator unexpectedly approached the pavilion where the Yi family gathered. Feng Ji dutifully obstructed his path, inquiring, what brings you here? However, the young man, displaying an air of arrogance, paid no heed to Feng Ji, instead gazing upward and declaring, you must be Yi Huang of the Yi family. My lady requests your presence. Yi Long furrowed his brow and replied, may I ask who your family is? Yet before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed as Yi Huang struck the table with her palm. Without turning her head, her voice was icy as she proclaimed, this is Yunshao City. If she wishes to see me, let her come in person. Chapter 46. I am arrogant in the dreaming drunken garden. When one of Nie Xiaoying's followers approached the Yi family, nearly all eyes turned towards him. They remained oblivious to Nie Xiaoying's intentions, as well as how the Yi family would respond. When the follower extended an invitation to Yi Huang, a collective tension surged among the onlookers. Would this encounter unfold like the previous humiliations suffered by the Li and Tang families at the hands of this haughty maiden? Yet, Yi Huang's reaction defied everyone's expectations. This is Yunshao City. If one wishes to meet me, they must come in person. Such an assertion was nothing short of magnificent. The cultivators of Yunshao City felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through their chests. This is indeed the voice of the illustrious figures of Yunshao City. Yet, some harbor greater concerns. If they were to provoke Nie Xiaoying, calamity would surely follow. All eyes are fixated on the developments of this matter. After being rebuffed by Yi Huang, the young admirer found himself momentarily rooted in place, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. What did you say? He could hardly believe it. Since their arrival in Yunshao City, they had been like a force of nature, with no one daring to challenge their authority. Yet now, they had been publicly disregarded. Am I not clear enough? Yi Huang replied coolly, still not casting a glance in his direction. Clang! Feng Ji stepped forward at the opportune moment. Drawing his sword, just a fraction, an overwhelming aura erupting forth. Under the guidance of Yi Suifeng, the cultivation of the four guardians had reached the 6th layer of the Danfu realm, equivalent to the 9th layer of the Qi transformation realm. But they sought even greater strength. The follower of Nie Xiaoying had merely just stepped into the Qi transformation realm. He was no match for such pressure. Instantly, he staggered back several steps. Remarkable. Ha! He has met his match. Let's see how he maintains his arrogance now. The crowd erupted in approval. The young cultivator's emotions surged, his face alternating between shades of blue and red, utterly mortified. I hope you comprehend that my young mistress is the little princess of the Nye family from Huangya City. He attempted to intimidate Yi Huang with the weight of Nye Xiaoying's name. At that moment, Yi Huang finally turned, casting a sweeping gaze upon him. He immediately puffed out his chest, his expression haughty, convinced that the name Nye Xiaoying would wield its influence once more. I also hope your esteemed young lady understands that. In this place, her identity is utterly worthless to me, regardless of whether it is Huang Yeqing. With that, Yi Huang turned her back once more, indulging in her drink. The young cultivator's expression darkened to the point of dripping with disdain. I hope you won't regret this, he retorted before sweeping away in a huff. Yi Long regarded the composed Yi Huang with a complex expression and remarked, "Cousin, don't you think we are being somewhat audacious?" Yi Huang responded with a light laugh. Yi Long nodded in agreement. His reputation had long preceded him, and he had witnessed many scenes akin to today's. Typically, in such situations, there exists a tacit understanding. Even if animosity brews between the parties, appearances are generally maintained. Instances like Yi Huang's, where one boldly tears the veil of civility and resorts to confrontation, are exceedingly rare. He presumed that Yi Huang lacked some experience. The Nye family of Huang Yeqing, I have heard, is a formidable clan. We need not forge enmity over trivial matters, Yi Long explained. Yet Yi Huang merely shook her head gently. Cousin, the times have changed. Have you not grasped the recent developments within our family? My father's intent is to bolster our strength to the greatest extent possible, to expand our influence and territory. In such circumstances, how can we afford to be patient? Yi Huang asserted. Yi Long fell silent. Indeed, the changes within their family have been rapid and overwhelming, leaving him somewhat bewildered. However, he still harbored concerns about provoking a formidable adversary like the Nye family. Yi Huang let out a soft sigh and said, Cousin, have you forgotten our father's words? The Yi family no longer fears anyone. Do you not believe him? Or do you simply wish to live a life of security, shunning the thrill of vengeance? Yi Long was momentarily taken aback. Who does not yearn for the exhilaration of retribution? Yet, reality often does not permit such indulgences. A moment's carelessness could plunge one and their loved ones into an abyss of despair, unless, of course, one possesses an unwavering pillar of strength that instills fearlessness. As Yi Long pondered this, a sudden spark of realization ignited within him. His uncle, was he not that very bastion of might? His power was almost unfathomable. Even someone as formidable as Bu Feishue was merely a tool in his uncle's grasp. What then was there to fear? A long-dormant aura, one that belonged to the youth, began to rise steadily from Yi Long. I may not yet be accustomed to such a life. Thank you for awakening me. Yi Long smiled and raised a toast to Yi Huang. Yi Huang replied with a grin. Regardless of who that Nye Xiaoying may be, we have no reason to be afraid. Otherwise, we would deeply disappoint our father. The two of them downed their fine wine and laughed heartily. Suddenly, a sharp reprimand echoed from nearby. What a worthless fool! Nye Xiaoying struck her follower across the face, leaving him disoriented and lost. Miss, that Yi Huang is simply too arrogant. I mentioned your name, and she disregarded me completely, the young cultivator said, his voice tinged with a whimper. A glint of coldness flickered in Nye Xiaoying's eyes. Are you implying that my lack of prestige has led to your humiliation? The young monk trembled, hastily kneeling on the ground, repeatedly exclaiming, No, 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 it is my incompetence, my incompetence. Nye Xiaoying let out a cold snort and descended, observing her kneeling follower. Her face was filled with disdain. She raised her hand, and two other followers helped him to his feet. Let's go. I'm curious to see just how audacious a mere Yi family can be. Upon finishing her words, the group proceeded towards the Yi family's direction. A crowd quickly gathered, eager to witness the impending confrontation and its outcome. Nye Xiaoying and her companions soon arrived at the Yi household, where Yi Huang and Yi Long also took notice of their presence. As they came to a halt, Nye Xiaoying suddenly struck the back of her follower's heart with a heavy palm. The force was immense, causing the follower to spout a mouthful of blood and collapse to the ground. Hey Yi, how dare you injure my servant? What punishment do you deserve? Nye Xiaoying shouted loudly. The onlookers erupted in outrage. To frame another in such a manner was utterly excessive. Having a powerful background is impressive indeed. This was infuriating. Such behavior was unprecedented. The crowd murmured among themselves, brimming with indignation. They turned their gazes to Yi Huang, wondering how she would respond to such provocation. Behold, this is how the scions of prominent families display their arrogance. Yi Huang smiled at Yi Long and rose to her feet. From her elevated position, she looked down upon the diminutive figure before her. Despite merely possessing the cultivation of the second layer of the transformation stage, this individual commanded the respect of many who were stronger than she. Truly, having a powerful background allows one to act with impunity. Is he your servant? Yi Huang inquired. Nie Xiaoyin gazed at the tranquil Yi Huang, squinting her eyes as she spoke. Indeed, do tell me what you intend to do. Yi Huang chuckled it softly. Since you have acknowledged it, very well. She descended slowly, stating, your subordinates are arrogant and disrespectful, their every word and action utterly repulsive. So repugnant that it has rendered all the cultivators from Yinshao City present unable to even eat their meals. Therefore, since he belongs to you, you shall compensate on his behalf a sum of 100,000 spirit stones as compensation for emotional distress. Otherwise, you shall not leave here today. Upon finishing her words, Yi Huang waved her hand, and her companions, led by Feng Ji, surged forward, encircling Nie Xiaoyin and her group, their swords drawn, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Yi Huang stood with her hands clasped behind her back. This tactic was aptly named, repay malice with malice. You dare to slander me to my face? Then I shall extort you in return. I shall be audacious. What can you do about it? Chapter 47. The distinction surrounded by a throng of fierce and menacing figures. Nie Xiaoyin found herself momentarily at a loss. Throughout her life, she had always held the power to declare guilt upon anyone she wished. She had never before encountered such direct extortion. This was an unsettling reality for her. Yi Huang, how dare you slander me? Nie Xiaoyin exclaimed loudly. What slander? Yi Huang shuruk nonchalantly. I believe that everyone present can attest to your outrageous words, your utter disregard for those of Yinshao City, and your wanton insults. Would you not agree? Yi Huang turned her gaze towards the surrounding cultivators. Indeed, absolutely. It is simply appalling. Yes, we can all bear witness. How audacious of you to act so brazenly before me, a paragon of Yinshao City. Your demise would be of no consequence. The onlooking cultivators echoed their sentiments, their hearts aflame with pent-up indignation towards Nie Xiaoyin, whose recent actions had provoked their ire, albeit lacking an opportunity to express it. With Yi Huang standing boldly in front, they felt emboldened to voice their disdain for Nie Xiaoyin. Yi Huang smiled faintly, remarking, behold, this is the clamor of public discontent. Hence, without 100,000 spirit stones, you shall find it impossible to depart. Listening to the uproar around her, Nie Xiaoyin's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and red. In all her life, she had never encountered someone so audacious. 100,000 spirit stones were trivial to her, yet to yield here would be an affront to her pride. Yi Huang, are you truly serious? Nie Xiaoyin inquired with a grave tone. What do you think? Yi Huang retorted, unsheathing her long sword and directing it towards Nie Xiaoyin. The glint of the blade shimmered ominously in her eyes. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I shall ensure that your Yi family is erased from existence. Nie Xiaoyin declared defiantly. Then let us see, Yi Huang replied, her smile fading as she advanced step by step towards Nie Xiaoyin. With each stride, her aura intensified, an almost palpable sword intent enveloping the air, bearing down upon Nie Xiaoyin. A chill of fear coursed through Nie Xiaoyin in that instant. This individual truly intended to engage in combat. Panic surged within her as she produced a finely crafted jade talisman and crushed it with fervor. Elder Wu, please come quickly. Nie Xiaoyin cried out in desperation. In the elegant chamber of the upper level of the Dream Fragment Pavilion, an elderly man with a benevolent demeanor leisurely sipped his wine, reveling in the enchanting dance of the beautiful women below. Suddenly, a flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes, igniting a surge of urgency within him. Who dares to harm my esteemed young lady? With that thought, he sprang into the air, soaring upward. Yet, scarcely had he vanished from sight when he began to descend slowly. Accompanying his descent was another figure, whose hand, seemingly weightless, rested lightly upon the old man's shoulder, instilling within him an overwhelming sense of dread. Let the children handle their own affairs. The newcomer was none other than Suifeng. The old man was stricken with astonishment. He could hardly fathom that within the seemingly humble Yunshao city there existed such a formidable cultivator. His own out-of-body stage prowess felt utterly insignificant in the presence of this young man. They resumed their seats by the window, while Yi Suifeng casually picked up a spiritual fruit from a table, his gaze fixed on the dancers below. "Elder," the old man stammered, struggling to swallow his apprehension. This seemingly youthful individual was an enigma. He could not discern his origins or affiliations. Those are the four renowned courtesans of the Dream Fragment Pavilion. They perform together, a rare sight indeed. "Do take a moment to appreciate their artistry," Yi Suifeng remarked, gesturing toward the captivating women below. The old man felt a pang of anxiety. He had no desire to admire the spectacle at that moment. Nie Xiaoyin had shattered her protective talisman, undoubtedly facing a formidable adversary. If any misfortune befell her, he too would share in the consequences. "Elder, I must intervene. I am her protector," he finally declared, steeling himself for what lay ahead. Yi Suifeng cast a glance at him and chuckled. "I advise you against going. The presence behind that man is both elegant and imposing, yet inscrutable, with a temperament that can be quite volatile. To approach him would spell doom for you. So, it is wiser for you to obediently accompany me and enjoy the dance from here." The old man looked at Yi Suifeng with suspicion. "Are you certain you are not referring to yourself?" Nevertheless, he felt a distinct reluctance to act. What if that temper truly flared? Meanwhile, Nie Xiaoyin, having shattered her protective talisman, awaited the arrival of her guardian. However, nothing came. As she watched Yi Huang approach her step by step, the oppressive aura emanating from him reached a peak, leaving her breathless. The man radiated lethal intent. This time, Nie Xiaoyin was genuinely frightened, trembling uncontrollably. When Yi Huang was merely 3 steps away, she finally succumbed, leaning to the side and collapsing onto the ground. "Ooh, you are bullying me." She unexpectedly began to weep in public. Yi Huang was taken aback, instinctively touching his nose in embarrassment. "What happened to your earlier bravado? If I were to strike you now, wouldn't it seem like I am picking on a young girl? Yet, I'm merely 15 myself." Shaking his head, Yi Huang sheathed his sword. This Nie Xiaoyin was simply a spoiled child. "I shall not bully you. Present me with 100,000 spirit stones, and I shall let you go." Through her sobs, Nie Xiaoyin fumbled for a storage bag and handed it over. "This is all the pocket money I have." Yi Huang opened it to find over 100,000 spirit stones within. Indeed, it is a large family, and the pocket money is so ample that it is no wonder she engages in reckless behavior day after day. Somewhere, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly sneezed multiple times. Yi Huang produced 100,000 spirit stones and returned the remaining amount. "Well, since the compensation for emotional distress has been settled, I shall not trouble you further. You may leave." Nie Xiaoyin lowered her head, rising from the ground, daring not to utter another word. She turned and squeezed through the crowd, vanishing from sight. Her followers, equally embarrassed, hastily made their escape. "Haha, what a relief. Hurry back to Huangye City. Yunshao City is not a place for you to flaunt your power." Is this truly the prodigy of a Yi family? Indeed, extraordinary. The other cultivators exclaimed in delight, many vocally praising Yi Huang for her resolute stand despite the humiliation from the Li and Tang families. With thunderous methods, she restored the reputation of Yunshao City. This is the genuine young hero in their eyes. In no time, praises flowed endlessly. Observing this, Yi Huang waved her hand grandly. "This 100,000 spirit stones also belong to you. Henceforth, all expenditures today shall be charged to my name, Yi Huang." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, marveling at the exceptional nature of the Yi family's core offspring. In stark contrast, the Li and Tang families appeared rather pitiful, with only a handful of individuals maintaining a decent relationship with them. After concluding these matters, Yi Huang returned to her pavilion. Watching the lively scene around her, Yi Long chuckled and remarked, "It seems this dreamy gathering must come to an early end. What do you think? Yi Long gestured towards the cultivators surrounding the pavilion, stating, "Did I not mention that the competition in the drunken dream will be determined by family influence? The outcome is now clear. I must commend your earlier handling of the situation. It was truly formidable. Cousin, you flatter me. I merely rely on my father's standing. Ultimately, I'm not so different from that Nye Xiaoyin," Yi Huang replied, shaking her head. "Not at all," Yi Long countered, pointing towards a wounded follower of Nye Xiaoyin, discarded and neglected, and then glancing at those standing beside Yi Huang. "This illustrates your divergence." Chapter 48. He is so handsome within the drunken dream pavilion. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted in applause. Yi Suifeng joined in the clapping, acknowledging the dance as a remarkable spectacle. The dancers, endowed with natural beauty, moved gracefully, each smile and gesture captivating the onlookers. Their movements were genuine yet breathtaking, subtle yet utterly enchanting. "See, I told you their dancing was exceptional," Yi Suifeng remarked. The elderly man beside him eagerly agreed, though he was already drenched in sweat. Fidgeting with anxiety, utterly unable to appreciate the beauty around him. "Boring fellow," Yi Suifeng observed, shaking his head. "Enough, you may leave now." The old man, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly fled the drunken dream pavilion, soaring towards Nye Xiaoyin's location. Yi Suifeng adjusted himself into a more comfortable position, continuing to relish the next dance. With him present, no harm could befall his daughter. In the drunken dream garden, due to Nye Xiaoyin's appearance, this year's drunken dream event had almost transformed into a private affair for the Yi family. The vast majority of the cultivators from Cloud City stood firmly alongside the Yi family. This gesture was both a sign of goodwill and a testament to their confidence in the family's future prospects. The core disciples of the Yi family exhibited such dominance that it was apparent their development in the days to come would be promising. In stark contrast, the other two families found themselves in a state of desolation, surrounded solely by their own members, engaging in trivial discussions. The atmosphere was rather dull, as they were utterly powerless against Nye Xiaoyin. Lacking both the strength and the audacity to challenge the Nye family of Huangye City, they remained stagnant. As the days swiftly passed, an unexpected incident unfolded as the event drew to a close. Tang Yining, a charming 18-year-old from the Tang family, possessed a voluptuous figure and a captivating demeanor. She was known for her boldness, often adorning herself in attire that required minimal fabric. Her most alluring feature was her daringly exposed skin, which was mesmerizing to behold. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the cultivators who gasped in astonishment, gossiping and pointing, while the bolder ones even whistled. Tang Yining looked down, only to discover that her delicate undergarment had vanished without a trace, nearly leaving her completely exposed. In the wake of her shock and embarrassment, a surge of wrath consumed her as she vowed to capture the pervert who had stolen her garment. However, after an exhaustive search, she found nothing. As twilight descended and everyone prepared to depart, Li Qi stood up, inadvertently dropping a colorful piece of lingerie from his grasp. It was none other than Tang Yining's missing garment. In an instant, the thief was revealed. Tang Yining's fury erupted as she prepared to confront Li Qi, nearly igniting a preemptive battle in Cloud City. But thankfully, she was restrained by Tang Xiaoqing. Meanwhile, Li Qi, bewildered, desperately attempted to assert his innocence, claiming he was not the culprit. In the pavilion of the Yi family, a girl with long red-purple hair laughed heartily. "You've been absent all day, and this is what you've been up to?" Yi Huang said, her voice tinged with exasperation. "Indeed, how delightful," Yi Xiaoxiao cheerfully admitted, blowing a large bubble with the candy in her mouth, while her gaze mischievously roamed toward Yi Huang's burgeoning figure. "You could always give it a try." Yi Huang's expression darkened instantly. "Ha!" The bubble burst, and Yi Xiaoxiao giggled. "Oh no, we are united as one, standing together against the world." Nearby, Yi Long instinctively tightened his belt. His cousin had become eerily formidable. Her skills were astonishingly elusive, and he couldn't fathom what their uncle had imparted to her. The dreamy banquet had effectively concluded after its first day. The core disciples of the three prominent families did not return thereafter. Only the remaining cultivators gathered to discuss the events of the initial day and the impending battle of Yintian City. Amidst the collective anticipation, the Battle of Yintian City finally commenced. The city was teeming with cultivators, as many from neighboring towns flocked to witness the contest of talents from the great families. Must it be this way? Yi Suifeng lamented, gazing at the pile of extravagant garments before him, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Sui Yin and Yi Huang stood by his side. Brother, this is a grand occasion. Everyone is watching. Please bear with it, Sui Yin urged. In the Battle of Cloud City, the patriarchs of the three prominent families would all make an appearance. Yi Suifeng had always donned a simple and unadorned attire. Should he present himself in such a manner, it would inevitably invite scrutiny. While some might perceive Yi Suifeng as indifferent to trivialities, the majority would still judge a person based on their outward appearance, forming first impressions accordingly. Nevertheless, Yi Suifeng resolved to adhere to local customs. It was, after all, a matter of little consequence. There was no need to appear disheveled or to engage in any pretentious behavior. Moments later, Yi Suifeng emerged, having changed into more suitable attire. Yi Huang and the others were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. Typically, Yi Suifeng lived up to his name, embodying a casual demeanor that rendered him unremarkable save for his handsome features. However, after a careful selection of garments, he seemed to have transformed entirely. Coupled with his increasingly youthful appearance, he overshadowed even the most renowned beauty in Cloud City. Should you continue to gaze at me in such a manner, I shall approach you bare-chested while munching on corn, Yi Suifeng remarked darkly. The others hastily averted their eyes. It was well known that he was a man of his word, capable of following through on such threats. The thought of witnessing such a scene was too daunting to contemplate. As the sun reached its zenith, 5 exquisitely adorned carriages set forth with great deliberation. The battleground for the Cloud City conflict lay at the Tingyun Arena, centrally located within the city. In truth, it was merely a short walk from the Yi residence, but the use of carriages served purely for the sake of spectacle. Upon the arrival of the Yi family's procession at the arena, they were met with a sea of spectators, already thronged in attendance. Their appearance immediately captured the attention of all present. As per tradition, the Yi family was the first to arrive. The Yi family is the weakest. Awaiting the other 2 great families is only natural. Otherwise, it would surely cause discomfort, and they would undoubtedly suffer a severe beating. An elderly, long-faced cultivator stroked his beard as he spoke. Silence. Who do you deem weak? Speak again. Suddenly, several stern voices echoed from the surroundings. The long-faced cultivator was taken aback. Glancing around, he noticed several young cultivators rising, their eyes blazing with indignation, as if they were ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. Startled, he wondered what was happening. Wasn't it customary to jest about the Yi family every year? Why had it suddenly become taboo, akin to touching a tiger's backside? Seeing the agitated crowd, he fell silent, clasping his hands in apology, too afraid to utter another word. Look, there stands the new head of the Yi family, Yi Suifeng. At that moment, someone shouted, and the crowd quickly turned their gaze. A young cultivator was gracefully ascending the steps towards the arena, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if he had descended from a celestial realm into the mundane world. How striking he is! Is this truly the head of the Yi family? He appears far too youthful. I hereby declare that the title of the most handsome in the village of Dagua in Chitong Town, Yinshao City, shall be graciously relinquished. In one corner of the audience, several young individuals clad in simple azure garments observed the bustling arena, nodding in admiration. Indeed, this is a world that values appearances. You must admit, Yi Suifeng truly possesses un impressive demeanor. We should keep a close watch on their talents. Perhaps we could recruit 1 or 2 into our academy. I find it rather difficult. This place is exceedingly small, and the likelihood of encountering a genuine genius is exceedingly slim. One must be cautious not to overlook talent, lest one returns home to face ridicule. Fear not, with Senior Zhangdong present, one is assured not to miss the mark. Before them stood a young man clad in a deep azure robe, hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 49. Yi Huang takes the stage at the Tingyun Duel Arena. Here, There is a lofty observation platform that offers a sweeping view, providing the optimal vantage point for witnessing the battles. Upon this platform, 3 plush chairs are arranged side by side, accompanied by a small table adorned with fruits and fragrant tea. This is a space exclusively reserved for the 3 family heads. Conveniently situated in close proximity, Yi Suifeng furrowed his brow slightly. He had no desire to be so near to those 2 individuals. With a gentle flick, the 2 adjacent chairs swiftly shifted several meters away. He then leisurely settled into the central seat. As for whether the other 2 family heads would harbor any thoughts on the matter, what concern is that of mine? As the sun climbed high in the sky, the carriages of the Li and Tang families finally made their grand entrance, their procession far more elaborate than that of the Yi family, complete even with a ceremonial escort, resplendent and ostentatious. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, moments later, Tang Zheng and Li Liusu made their way forward together. Upon noticing Yi Suifeng seated in the center, they paused momentarily, Tang Zheng displaying a clear sign of displeasure, for this position had always been his. However, with the gathering being so large, they naturally refrained from engaging in a petty dispute before the assembly, lest they become the subject of mockery. Li Liusu greeted Yi Suifeng with a smile before allowing Tang Zheng to select his position first, ultimately taking her seat thereafter. With a resounding toll of bells, the Battle of Yinshao City has officially commenced. Naturally, such a grand event warrants an opening ceremony, providing a splendid opportunity for certain individuals to make a name for themselves. Esteemed factions such as Drunken Dream Tower, Treasure Pavilion, and Honey Fragrance Garden showcase their unique performances. To Yi Suifeng's astonishment, Gu Wanxin emerged as the host of this momentous battle. Undeterred by the presence of thousands, she engaged effortlessly with the audience, her charming visage and elegant figure igniting fervent enthusiasm among the spectators. As the opening ceremony concluded, the focus shifted to the main event. Gu Wanxin began to elucidate the intricacies of the battle's rules, meticulously designed to ensure fairness, with family rankings determined by performance. However, Yi Suifeng found little interest in the details, as the competitors from those 2 families were clearly no match for Yi Huang and her companions. Upon finishing the announcement, Gu Wanxin, with a spirited voice, proclaimed, "Now, let us extend the warmest applause to welcome the combatant from the Yi family, Yi Huang." The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. A figure clad in a purple robe ascended the stage with grace. Though youthful, she stood poised under the gaze of thousands. "Fairy Huang, I adore you. Fairy, look at me. We met at Drunken Dream. Go forth and crush them." The crowd's enthusiasm surged, and after the events at Drunken Dream, Yi Huang's name had become the most fervently celebrated among all competitors. Yi Huang offered a gentle smile, raising her right hand slightly. The entire arena fell into a swift silence, captivated by her gesture. Suddenly, she clenched her fist, a surge of battle spirit erupting forth. The surrounding crowd erupted in a cacophony, their calls for Yi Huang's name nearly dispersing the clouds above. "Ha ha, little brother Yi, your daughter possesses quite an imposing presence," Li Liusu remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. The scene had startled even him. He had never witnessed a young individual exuding such formidable charisma and influence. Indeed, I am quite pleased," Yi Suifeng replied cheerfully. "Li Liusu's facial musculas wisha." According to custom, should he not display a measure of modesty? Why so readily acknowledge it? This is not how one typically conducts themselves. The stronger the force, the more susceptible it is to fracture, Tang Zheng interjected from the side. Yes, but I am indifferent," Yi Suifeng responded nonchalantly. Both families found themselves in an uncomfortable silence, each feeling rather discontented. "Uncle One, she is Yi Huang," a dark-skinned youth remarked to the middle-aged man beside him from the audience. "She is indeed extraordinary." The middle-aged man nodded slightly in agreement. "Yes, she is the most captivating woman I have ever encountered." The dark-skinned youth gazed at Yi Huang in the center of the arena, his eyes filled with admiration. "Ha! Mi Feng, you've finally come to your senses," the middle-aged man chuckled. Mi Feng felt a bit embarrassed, but quickly adopted a melancholic expression. "But she is truly exceptional. Uncle One, I do not deserve her. What is there to fear? The middle-aged man patted his shoulder. After all, you are the son of the Lord of Blackstone City. And in just 3 years of cultivation, you have already reached the 8th level of Qi transformation. In terms of talent, you are not inferior to Yi Huang. However, Mi Feng wished to express more, yet was interrupted by the middle-aged man. Enough, this grand assembly has concluded. I shall seek an audience with the head of the Yi family, he declared. Mi Feng turned to gaze at the figure on the arena, ultimately nodding in agreement. The clamor from the combat arena persisted for quite some time. Once it subsided slightly, Gu Wanxin, wearing a smile, continued. Next, let us invite the second-ranked Li family to decide who shall face Yi Huang. This is one of the rules of combat. No need, Yi Huang suddenly interjected. She glanced at the Li family's preparation area, her sword sheath pointing towards one individual among them. I choose to challenge Li Qi from the Li family. Below, Li Qi was momentarily taken aback. They had initially intended to send out the weakest, Li Xueping, to gauge Yi Huang's capabilities. However, they did not anticipate that Yi Huang would proactively initiate a challenge. Gu Wanxin was also slightly surprised and inquired, "Are you certain?" According to the rules, if you initiate a challenge, regardless of victory or defeat, you must proceed to the next battle. It matters not, Yi Huang replied, her face adorned with a confident smile. Today, I shall demonstrate to you all that the Yi family is no longer what it once was. The uproar erupted once more. To choose a series of battles requires more than mere courage. It is essential to recognize that this pertains to the future development of one's family over the next 2 years, and one can never be too cautious. Observing Yi Huang's resolute expression, Gu Wanxin sighed softly. Very well then. Let us welcome the Li family's prodigy, Li Qi. Below, Li Qi's expression shifted dramatically. A few days ago, within the enchanting dream garden, although he merely caught a fleeting glimpse, he discerned that this Yi Huang was indeed extraordinary, leaving him perplexed. However, recalling the progress he had made in recent days, Li Qi tightened his grip on the sword and stepped onto the arena. Go, brother Li Qi. Defeat this arrogant fellow, shouted Li Qing, her voice echoing with fervor. She had suffered considerable losses at the hands of Yi Huang during their last encounter at Qinggu Jailing, vowing then to let Li Qi handle her adversary. Today, she was finally able to see her wish fulfilled, harboring unwavering confidence in him. Feeling the encouragement emanating from behind, Li Qi steadied his mind and advanced forward. Thus, the battle commenced. The first contest of the Yunxiao City battle unfolded as Li Qi and Yi Huang faced each other. Their presence amplified by a cacophony of cheers, both warriors' auras intensifying rapidly. Yi Huang ultimately settled at the 8th level of Qi transformation, while Li Qi astonishingly transcended the rumored realms, surging directly towards the 10th level of Qi transformation. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Li Qi has concealed his cultivation. Panic spread among the spectators, worrying for Yi Huang's fate. Yet, standing opposite Li Qi, Yi Huang remained unwaveringly calm. I apologize, Li Qi declared, his sword unsheathing in an instant. His body darted across the arena, creating an array of phantoms that dazzled the onlookers. This was the shadow step, a technique of the profound grade, and Li Qi employed such a formidable skill right from the outset. Some recognized the technique Li Qi was wielding. Amidst a multitude of astonished gazes, several figures of Li Qi simultaneously drew their long swords, launching an assault from all directions towards Yi Huang. It seemed he intended to subdue Yi Huang with a single strike. The sound of metal clashing resonated through the air. Gradually, Li Qi's numerous phantoms dissipated, leaving only his true form. Yet his attack was steadfastly thwarted by Yi Huang, who had yet to draw her own sword. With a flourish, Yi Huang offered a cold smile, declaring, "This is far from over." With a thunderous shout, Li Qi's long sword suddenly erupted in fierce flames, summoning 3 fire dragons that soared into the sky, roaring as they charged towards Yi Huang. This spectacle reminded Yi Huang of her time training in the 9 heavens, where the purple celestial light appeared gentle, yet each inch was composed of countless tiny, divine dragons. The 3 fire dragons before her, when compared to those divine beings, resembled the disparity between a flea and a giant palm. She slowly extended her palm. Boom! A tremendous tremor echoed throughout the arena. The fire dragons proudly defied the heavens, roaring ferociously. However, within Yi Huang's palm, a delicate mist of light materialized, effortlessly obstructing all flames, steadfast as a mountain. The searing fire swiftly engulfed half of the arena where Li Qi stood. He hastily turned and retreated. The flames quickly subsided, leaving his garments riddled with large, charred holes and his handsome visage marred with streaks of black soot. Li Qi's complexion turned ashen, his eyes betraying a sense of dread. How could this individual possess such strength? It appears you have yet to fully master that sword, Yi Huang remarked with indifference. The fire dragons that had just erupted were a manifestation of the sword's intrinsic power, a testament to the capabilities of the spiritual weapon itself. This spiritual sword is undoubtedly of at least a superior grade. Yi Huang glanced at the weapon in her hand. It was originally of the highest quality within the profound tier. However, not long ago, Yi Suifeng had casually refined it, and now it had transformed into a true treasure of the heavenly tier. Yi Huang, do not become overly complacent, Li Qi exclaimed, wiping the soot from his face. His voice laced with fury. It was one thing to be repelled, but it was utterly intolerable for this younger woman to dare critique his cultivation. Then you should exert yourself more, Yi Huang replied coolly. Anger surged within Li Qi. You have set the challenge. He gripped his long sword tightly and executed the shadow leap technique once more. This time, the arena was filled with even more phantoms, moving in perfect synchrony, nearly indistinguishable from one another. 10,000 weight sword forest. All of the Li Qis shouted in unison. Instantly, countless ominous sword lights enveloped Yi Huang, a dense mass that sent shivers down the spine. Once again, he unleashed a profound grade sword technique. The combination of shadow leap and 10,000 weight sword forest conjured hundreds of thousands of sword lights intertwining. It was evident that he had come well prepared, leaving one to wonder how Yi Huang would withstand such an onslaught. The surrounding spectators wore anxious expressions, filled with concern for Yi Huang. Yet, she remained unfazed. Though she had only practiced in the 9 heavens for a mere month, she had encountered the destructive essence of celestial laws. The sword lights before her were utterly trivial. With a single hand, she wielded the sword sheath, accurately identifying each genuine sword light and parrying them one by one. Too weak. My father was right. You're truly too weak. As Yi Huang defended against Li Qi's onslaught, she spoke calmly. Enraged, Li Qi summoned all his strength, striving to breach Yi Huang's defenses. Yet, it was all in vain. Let us conclude this swiftly, Yi Huang declared, drawing her sword for the first time, executing a horizontal slash. In an instant, thousands of sword lights filled the arena, only to vanish in unison. Li Qi's figure was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, blood spilling across the ground. Brother Qi, Li Qingye gasped in shock. Kia. On the stage, Li Lu Su finally lost the perpetual smile that adorned her face. Yi Huang salutishated Harsurt. In this battle, she had unleashed but a single strike, and throughout the encounter, she had not moved an inch from her original position. Chapter 50. Your schemes. Li Qi's instantaneous defeat rendered the arena silent. Everyone acknowledged Yi Huang's might. Yet Li Qi was also a prodigy, far from ordinary. He possessed a high-tier, Xian-level agility technique and practiced a high-tier, Xian-level swordsmanship, both of which complemented each other. Moreover, he wielded a high-tier, Xian-level spirit sword. Such a combination was considered extraordinary in Yunshao City. No faction, save for the 3 great families, could forge such a formidable presence. However, before Yi Huang, he appeared as a feeble insect, mercilessly toyed with and crushed in an instant. Yi Huang, how can she be this powerful? The Phoenix Fairy is magnificent. A voice, tinged with emotion, echoed throughout the arena, followed by a deafening roar of cheers. They cried out the name of Yi Huang, as if they could partake in that glorious aura. The Yi family's seats erupted in fervor. Sui Yun, Sui Yu, Sui Bao, and the recently recovered Sui Hu, the key figures of the Yi family, were on the verge of tears. Look, this is our Yi family's prodigy. This is our future. Enthusiasm and passion burned like an unquenchable fire. In stark contrast, The Li family was in disarray. Li Qi lay bloodied at the edge of the arena, while Li Qing'er collapsed beside him, her eyes brimming with tears. Several clan elders rushed over to assess Li Qi's injuries. On the highest platform, Li Lu Su could hardly contain himself, nearly leaping into the fray. That was his son, yet he restrained himself, knowing that such a display of emotion from the family head would severely tarnish the family's reputation. Soon, someone ascended the platform and whispered to Li Lu Su, gradually alleviating his anxiety. "Yi Suifeng, your daughter wields her power with remarkable ferocity," Li Lu Su remarked solemnly. At that moment, he had completely discarded his mask of pretense. "Not at all," Yi Suifeng replied with a slight smile. "He is not dead, merely suffered the breaking of 100 or so bones." "You," Li Lu Su, filled with rage, nearly lunged at Yi Suifeng to strike him. However, he restrained himself. After years of leading the Li family, he had cultivated more composure than that. An undeveloped genius is still merely a genius. I advise you to temper her actions, lest she invite calamity upon herself one day, Li Lu Su warned coldly. This was a clear threat. Yi Suifeng chuckled softly, remaining silent. Some individuals have a peculiar tendency to constrict their own paths. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng maintained a solemn silence, his expression grave. Yi Huang is truly unfathomable. One cannot help but wonder if their progeny can once again rise above the multitude. At that moment, Gu Wanxin ascended the stage anew. Her gaze towards Yi Huang was fraught with complexity. This girl had indeed exceeded her expectations. Yet, what truly astonished her was the nature of Yi Suifeng's influence on her. Gu Wanxin understood that Yi Huang's brilliance was undoubtedly intertwined with Yi Suifeng. "Will you challenge once more, Yi Huang?" Gu Wanxin inquired. "Of course," Yi Huang replied with a smile, her eyes drifting towards the Tang family's preparation area. The 5 individuals there immediately tensed under her scrutinizing gaze. Following the previous battle, no one could afford to underestimate this formidable daughter of the Yi clan. "I challenge Tang Xiao." Yi Huang began to declare her challenger, but abruptly halted. Casting a glance at her father atop the platform, she resignedly stated, "Never mind. Let them choose their own contender." The crowd was taken aback, given Yi Huang's formidable prowess. She could have easily selected a strong opponent from the Tang family, triumphing over them to pave a smoother path for the subsequent 4 representatives of the Yi clan. However, she opted for an alternative approach, granting the Tang family greater latitude in their choice. They would undoubtedly exploit this rule to their advantage. A short while later, the Tang family indeed sent forth their weakest member, Tang Wuhua, who was at the 6th level of Qi transformation. Having suffered a crushing defeat to Li Qi, how could he possibly stand a chance of victory? It was evident that the Tang family intended to deploy their lesser contender to hold back the Yi family's superior combatants. This maneuver was entirely within reason. Yet the audience remained unfazed, quickly discerning that the Tang family had faltered, their discontent manifesting in a chorus of boos. Tang Wuhua ascended the stage amidst the cacophony, his visage marked by despondency. The battle commenced. Tang Wuhua clasped his fists before Yi Huang, beseeching, "I hope you will show mercy." In an instant, a foot collided with his chest. Tang Wuhua was sent soaring, ejected from the arena, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips as he succumbed to unconsciousness. A swift defeat. Following this, Yi Huang, uninterested in the outcome, turned gracefully towards the Yi family's preparation area and departed with poise. Gu Wanxin, momentarily stunned, eventually proclaimed, "Yi Huang triumphs over Tang Wuhua. Let us welcome the second combatant from the Yi family, Yi Long." The arena erupted in thunderous applause. Although Yi Long did not possess the same illustrious reputation as Yi Huang in Cloud Sky City, the title of Lord of the True Dragon Pavilion was undeniably formidable. As Yi Long ascended the stage, he fortuitously brushed past Yi Huang. "Was it your uncle who prompted you to do this?" Yi Long inquired. Yi Huang shrugged nonchalantly. "He merely suggested you all have some fun." Yi Long felt a flush of embarrassment. To their uncle, was this battle merely a game? Well then, let us engage in this sport. A surge of formidable fighting spirit erupted from Yi Long. Within the ancient arena, he had faced numerous defeats. Yet his indomitable will had been tempered until it blazed as fiercely as the sun. "I challenge Tang Xiaoqing of the Tang family." Before Gu Wanxin could utter a word, Yi Long declared his target. He too sought a series of battles. Moreover, he aimed to challenge the strongest among the younger generation of Cloud Sky City. The spectators in the arena were nearly hoarse from their fervent cheers. The descendants of the Yi family truly exuded an overwhelming presence. The atmosphere was electrifying. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Tang Xiaoqing ascended to the arena. "I have long admired your reputation," he remarked. "Likewise," came the cordial reply. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they were locked in fierce combat. Yi Long wielded his spear with grandiose flair, emanating an air of formidable power. No Netins, Dang Xiaoqing, true to his illustrious name, had reached the 12th level of Qi transformation, concealing his true prowess. With a single hand, he elegantly brandished his fan, his movements as ethereal as a breeze. The two exchanged a flurry of techniques, each encounter fraught with peril, resulting in a stalemate where neither could claim superiority. The spectators erupted with exhilaration. This was the combat they had yearned to witness. Although Yi Huang's earlier bout had been thrilling, it had concluded too swiftly to satisfy their desires. Both Yi Long and Tang Xiaoqing were the most distinguished representatives of their respective clans, already renowned far and wide. Their duel was a spectacle many had long anticipated. As time wore on, Yi Long bore several fresh wounds stained with blood, yet his fighting spirit surged ever higher. His spear, akin to a true dragon, commanded the very heavens. Ultimately, amid Yi Long's relentless assault, Tang Xiaoqing, caught off guard, suffered a severe blow. Blood spilling from his mouth, his chest heaving as he struggled to land. Yet, Yi Long's onslaught continued unabated. "I concede," Tang Xiaoqing called out loudly. The razor-sharp tip of the spear halted just a finger's breadth from his throat. With a resounding thud, Yi Long withdrew his spear, grounding it firmly. A tempest swirled around him, dispersing the dust that lay thick upon the surface. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. The once solid arena floor bore deep, shocking fissures. Yi Long had triumphed over Tang Xiaoqing. Gu Wanxin announced the result of the battle with aplomb. Subsequently, Yi Long, akin to Yi Huang, opted to allow the Li family to select their own combatant. The Li family, in turn, chose the weakest among them, Li Suifeng, to serve as fodder. Unsurprisingly, Yi Long swiftly defeated Li Suifeng in just a few moves and returned to the Yi family's preparation area. Thus, with one phoenix and one dragon, the Yi family had already secured 4 victories, paving a bright path ahead. Meanwhile, on the highest platform, Li Liusu and Tang Zheng's faces had turned as grim as the bottom of a pot. After all, the strongest warriors from both their families had been vanquished. "Brother Tang, Xiaoqing has also been defeated," Li Liusu suddenly remarked. The two exchanged glances, and a glint of ferocity flickered in Li Liusu's eyes, while Tang Zheng merely nodded in agreement. Yi Suifeng sat between them, feigning ignorance. A conspiracy? Scheme as you will. Chapter 51. The Law of Restraint. The Yi family achieved a flawless victory, having triumphed over the strongest members of both the Li and Tang families. This remarkable feat elevated the Yi family's acclaim to unprecedented heights. The only regret they harbored was that such formidable strength is typically reserved for the final showdown. Why reveal all the trump cards at the onset? What significance would the ensuing battles hold? However, the third contender to emerge, Yi Qiniao, once again reshaped their understanding. Yi Qiniao, with her ethereal beauty, resembled a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. She too chose to initiate a challenge, yet did not specify a target, allowing them to select anyone they wished. Given her previous prowess, the Li family, in a bid for caution, deployed a relatively weaker fighter, Li Ming, who was at the 7th level of Qi transformation. Yet, Yi Qiniao unleashed her full strength from the outset, exhibiting a mastery of Qi transformation that was unparalleled. Moreover, her aura far surpassed that of Tang Xiaoqing, radiating an overwhelming force. The audience was momentarily taken aback. What was the situation with the Yi family? They had presumed that Yi Huang and Yi Long were their most formidable warriors, only to discover the emergence of an even more powerful contender. Was this truly a vassal of the Yi family? It was utterly astonishing, undoubtedly, with Yi Qiniao unleashing her full potential. Li Ming stood no chance against her and was effortlessly knocked off the stage. Subsequently, the Tang family, wearing grim expressions, opted to forfeit, believing that aside from Tang Xiaoqing, no one could possibly rival Yi Qian'ao. The fourth match soon commenced, with Yi Qian stepping into the arena. Taking a deep breath, he ascended the stage with deliberate steps, mirroring Yi Qian'ao by fully releasing his cultivation level at the 6th tier of the Qi transformation stage. The spectators breathed a sigh of relief. This was the expected turn of events. Yi Qian, you can do it. Master Yi, we have faith in you. Two youthful voices shouted, joined by many others around them. Their faces flushed with excitement as they cheered fervently. With a reassuring smile, Yi Qian acknowledged them, signaling his confidence. Senior Gu, I choose to challenge Li Jia's Li Shunga, he declared, announcing his challenger. The Li family below erupted in joy. It seemed that Yi Qian was the most easily defeated opponent yet. They had initially feared he would select someone less formidable, yet he had chosen Li Shunga, the Li family's formidable genius, second only to Li Qi. It felt like a reckless gamble. Let us teach him a harsh lesson, the Li family members exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Watch and learn. Li Shangzhe Smilat Fainli, gracefully leaping onto the stage, landing directly opposite Yi Qian. The fourth battle was officially underway. We meet again, defeated foe, Li Shunga remarked, holding a round fan and chuckling softly. His skin was remarkably fair, and his pair of peach blossom eyes were half open, reminiscent of the legendary male fox spirit. I have vowed to bring you to justice with my own hands, Yi Qian retorted in a low voice. Hearing their exchange, a sense of confusion arose among the onlookers. Did they share a past grudge? Indeed, the little girl who had just been cheering for Yi Qian had reddened eyes, her face marked by boundless resentment. Oh, what is the story behind this? An onlooker inquired. The little girl, her face awash with sorrow, began to narrate her tale. She was originally from Qingxi Town, a territory under the jurisdiction of the Li family. Her parents were ordinary garment craftsmen, and she had an elder sister. Though the family was not affluent, they enjoyed a harmonious existence, with enough to eat and wear. However, 2 months prior, the arrival of an individual disrupted this tranquil household. It was none other than Li Shunga, a core member of the Li family. He had come to Qingxi Town, and many were thrilled, seeing it as a golden opportunity to affiliate with power. The reason for Li Shunga's visit was to commission a tailored outfit, for the region was renowned for its high-quality garment making. Subsequently, he visited every shop in Qingxi Town but found no suitable candidate. Instead, he discovered another target, the little girl's sister. When Li Shunga proposed that the little girl's sister become his maid, envious glances were cast by those nearby. However, the girl's parents were filled with trepidation. They were honest individuals who had never entertained the thought of marrying their daughter into a wealthy family. Thus, Li Shunga was rebuffed. Instead of harboring resentment, Li Shunga commended their principled lifestyle and gifted them an exquisite jade pendant of considerable value. That very night, a group of masked assailants invaded the girl's home, seizing the pendant, murdering her parents, and abducting her sister. The girl concealed herself beneath the bed, bearing witness to the horrific events. The following day, the local authorities arrived, hastily concluding that the incident was a case of greed-fueled murder. From that moment on, the girl was left to wander the streets, utterly alone and destitute. It was then that she encountered Yi Qian, a young man who, aside from her parents and sister, provided her with a sense of safety. Upon learning of the girl's tragic circumstances, Yi Qian resolved to assist her in tracking down the avaricious criminals and bringing them to justice. Despite their extensive experience, the villains ultimately left behind traces that Yi Qian was able to follow. As he pursued the leads, he uncovered a shocking revelation. Li Shunga regarded Yi Qian with disdain, even neglecting to deny his involvement, and callously discarded the girl's sister. Yet the sister was battered and traumatized, rendered nearly unrecognizable. In the end, she succumbed in Yi Qian's embrace. Fueled by rage, Yi Qian confronted Li Shunga, sword in hand. However, at that time, Li Shunga had already attained the formidable realm of Qi transformation, while Yi Qian was still in the Qi refinement stage. As expected, he was effortlessly overwhelmed, sustaining severe injuries and enduring humiliation. Though Yi Qian lay on the brink of unconsciousness, his gaze was resolutely unwavering. I will ensure that you face justice. He addressed Li Shunge with a mocking tone. Huh, you can forget about it for this lifetime. Li Shunge left with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing this tale, the surrounding individuals were filled with indignation, their hearts ablaze with fury. How despicable! They exclaimed. I had heard rumors that this Li Shunge often roams about, abducting young women and wantonly trampling upon their dignity. I never imagined it to be true. He is nothing but a scoundrel. They vented their wrath, hoping that Yi Qian would deliver a thorough reprimand to him. Yi Qian gazed at the haughty Li Shunge and slowly lifted his head. Today, I shall seek justice for all those you have wronged. With that declaration, he clenched his fist and hurled it towards Li Shunge. You underestimate your own capabilities. However, Li Shunge merely scoffed disdainfully, casually flicking his fan to unleash a surge of energy that clashed violently with Yi Qian's punch. A thunderous sound erupted as Yi Qian's body was sent flying several meters away, nearly soaring out of the ring. In the past, you were a mere waste in my presence. Now, you remain the same, Li Shunge derided. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, the repelled Yi Qian produced a brush. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he began to wield the brush, inscribing characters in the air. With each stroke, a vertical line of fold, another vertical line. He created an exceedingly simple character for mountain. But upon completing this stroke, an immense aura descended from above. The crowd instinctively looked up, yet found nothing to behold. Yet, in Li Shunge's eyes, an immense black mountain loomed, descending with a formidable force upon his head. With a shriek, Li Shunge attempted to evade the impending doom, but the speed of its descent was utterly overwhelming. A resounding thud echoed as it bore down heavily upon his shoulder, bending his back and forcing him to bend his knees and kneel upon the ground. How can this be? Li Shunge exclaimed in horror, for this mountain was eerily terrifying. It lacked the sheer terror of a true mountain, yet its weight drained every ounce of strength from him. Only by exerting himself to the utmost could he withstand the crushing pressure. Li Shunge struggled valiantly, but no matter how hard he tried, the mountain remained at the brink of his limits, inflicting unbearable pain upon him. Do you see? These are the very people you have harmed. They linger above you, gazing down upon you, Yi Qian stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Shunge looked up and was instantly gripped by fear. His shoulder was no longer burdened by a mountain, but rather by the familiar figures of those he had wronged. Among them was the sister of the little girl, her gaze fixed upon Li Shunge, tears of blood streaming down her face as she silently whispered, seemingly accusing him of his transgressions. No, this cannot be. Li Shunge screamed in terror. The sight sent chills down his spine. It's all a fabrication. You cannot frighten me, he bellowed, unleashing all his fury as he swung the circular fan forcefully at the dark clouds above. Yet, he struck nothing but air. When he opened his eyes once more, the sky was clear, and everything had vanished without a trace. Thousands of bewildered spectators surrounded them. What has happened to Li Shunge? I don't know. He suddenly knelt before Yi Qian, then began to strike aimlessly, engaging in a futile battle with the air. He appeared like a fool, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Li Shunge gasped for breath, his expression dark as a stormy sea. He realized that Yi Qian had conjured an illusion. Rage surged within him, threatening to engulf him entirely. He turned to face Yi Qian, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury. However, at that moment, Yi Qian had already inscribed the second character, C. Ashiling braza panatrata Li Shunge skulya. Not this trick again. Enraged, Li Shunge was about to charge forward. Yet before he could move, a fierce wind howled, nearly toppling him. A damp scent, laced with the metallic tang of blood, invaded his nostrils. Beneath his feet, he could sense a liquid flowing. Just an illusion. Is that all you've got? Li Shunge bellowed, opening his eyes. Within them flickered a crimson glow. Surrounding him had transformed into a vast ocean, a sea of red. It was blood. No wonder the sensation beneath him felt so viscous. The blood tide rose relentlessly, soon reaching his waist. He raised his hand, his palm drenched in crimson, trickling down slowly. You once claimed that blood was your favorite substance, that you reveled in it. Then, relish this experience. Yi Qian's voice echoed from all directions. It's merely an illusion, just an illusion. Once I escape, I will surely make you pay. Li Shunge bellowed loudly, then closed his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. If he could achieve tranquility, he would surely escape this phantasmagoria. The sea of blood continued to rise, gradually submerging his nose. The overwhelming stench of blood, coupled with a suffocating sensation, assailed him fiercely. Li Shunge endeavored to soothe his feelings, reminding himself that it was all an illusion, devoid of harm. Yet, the suffocation intensified with an alarming ferocity. If this continued, he would indeed perish. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, Li Shunge let out a tremendous roar, releasing a flurry of bubbles, and then he strained to swim upward toward the surface of the sea. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free and reach the surface. A sense of despair began to burgeon within him, swiftly spreading through his being. Panic, anger, discomfort, regret, and fear intertwined, allowing him to scent the ominous breath of death. Ultimately, he was on the brink of losing consciousness. With a splash, Li Shunge crashed to the ground, inhaling the long-forgotten fresh air. You once claimed that you tormented others merely to comprehend what despair truly felt like. Do you understand now? Yin utirit koldi. Li Shunge lay on the ground, gasping lightly. At that moment, he was utterly exhausted, incapable of uttering a single word. Yet, Yi Qian resumed his writing, this time inscribing 2 characters. I once vowed to bring you to justice. I believe that letting you perish upon your most cherished possession may be the most fitting end. Yi Qian's brush completed the final stroke. The scene in Li Shunge's eyes remained a mystery to all, yet his performance sent chills through the heart. At times he laughed uproariously, at others he wept bitterly, his countenance shifting from ecstasy to fear, pleading for mercy. With a smile, he tore his own garments, yet his fingers carved deep, crimson lines across his body. He wept, uttering apologies while breaking his toes, shattering his own kneecap with his bare hands. Enough! Li Liushou on the platform could no longer contain himself and shouted, if this continues, not only will Li Shunge perish, but the Li family's honor will be utterly obliterated. However, the orchestrator of the battle, Gu Wanxin, appeared oblivious to his words. Yi Suifeng. Truly enough, Li Liushou directed his gaze towards Yi Suifeng. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. This young man had discerned the path of killing from the Shanghai Tulu. This was not in accordance with his philosophy. It is of no consequence. It must merely be his obsession, Yi Suifeng mused. Yi Suifeng, are you even listening to me? Li Liushou rose in fury. I am listening. Yi Suifeng lifted his head and declared loudly, Yi Qian, enough. Cease tormenting him. On the arena, Yi Qian nodded, erasing the words fox immortal. Only then did Li Liushou snort and take his seat once more. Just kill him, Yi Suifeng said nonchalantly. Chapter 52. It is time for change. In the Tungyun duel arena, Yi Qian stood in the center, holding a bloodied head. After Yi Suifeng spoke, he charged forward, severing Li Shunge with a single strike. He tilted his head back, exhaling deeply, casually discarding the head at his feet. Then, picking up the previous brush, he snapped it in 2 with both hands and smiled broadly at the little girl on the stage. Tears stained her cheeks as she buried her head between her legs. Sobbing softly, Sister, your revenge has finally been avenged. Yi Suifeng observed all of this and nodded slightly. Yi Qian's slaying of Li Shunge was a conquest over his inner demons. Breaking the brush symbolized severing ties with the past and returning to one's true self. This young man had contemplated this before taking the stage. How foolish of me to worry that he might have succumbed to darkness. Fortunately, it seems not. However, not everyone was pleased. Li Liushou's eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Yi Suifeng. You have gone too far. He growled softly. In battle, death is inevitable. Yi Qian simply chose to hold back. You are the head of your family, one of the 3 pillars of Yunshao City. Do not lose your composure. Yi Suifeng grinned, embodying the very essence of a villain. Li Liushou, enraged, felt the veins on his forehead throb, his teeth grinding audibly. Yet, he restrained himself. I hope you do not come to regret your actions today. He spat, returning to his seat in silence. Yi Suifeng paid him no mind. It is the weak who endure. If you possess courage, come and face me. I assure you, I shall wield only the strength of the tribulation stage. He redirected his gaze towards the arena. Yi Qian's execution of Li Shunga had stirred a considerable uproar in the combat arena. The first fallen prodigy. All present were cultivators, passionate individuals. Such a battle was indeed worthy of their attention. Even though I failed to fully comprehend the intricacies of the battle, it was proclaimed that Yi Qian triumphed over Li Shunga. Gu Wanqin announced the outcome of this fierce encounter. Following this, it was the turn of the Tang family. However, upon witnessing Yi Qian's peculiar and ferocious demeanor, the remaining members of the Tang family dared not to engage in battle. They opted instead to forfeit, eliciting a chorus of derisive jeers from the crowd. Next up was the final contender from the Yi family. Let's welcome Yi Xiaoxiao. Amidst a thunderous applause, a figure leapt onto the arena. She was petite, with long, purplish-red hair cascading nearly to the ground. As she bounced playfully, her body swayed charmingly, exuding an adorable allure. In her mouth, she chewed on a peculiar candy that produced colorful bubbles. She's just a child, someone remarked. Those nearby cast her disdainful glances. Had the first 4 representatives of the Yi family not already imparted a lesson? How could their combatant possibly be weak? Curiosity piqued. Everyone awaited to see what this seemingly irresistibly charming girl could accomplish. Yi Xiaoxiao approached Gu Wanqin, grinning widely. Sister Gu, you look absolutely stunning today, so fair and round. Gu Wanqin glanced down at herself, offering an awkward smile in response. Thank you for the compliment. It's merely the attire for the occasion. She hastily redirected the conversation. Would you like to adhere to the conventional rules, or challenge someone else? Of course, I choose to challenge, Yi Xiaoxiao declared, her large eyes darting towards the last remaining member of the Li family, Li Ran. Li Ran's heart raced. The 4 members from his family who had previously competed fared rather poorly. However, Yi Xiaoxiao's gaze flickered past him, ultimately settling on the battlefield prepared by the Tang family. Li Ran instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It is you, Tang Yingying. Yi Xiaoxiao had chosen her challenger. Tang Yingying was momentarily taken aback, then huffed, swaying her voluptuous form as she approached. The duel commenced. Why have you changed your attire? Just as Tang Yingying was about to launch her attack, Yi Xiaoxiao soudainly remarked. Tang Yingying paused, only to see the revealing garment in Yi Xiaoxiao's hand, which instantly filled her with a mix of embarrassment and fury. How could you? I just remembered. It was you who caused that incident at the drunken dream gathering. Tang Yingying's realization struck her like a bolt, and her anger surged forth. The humiliating incident at the drunken dream gathering had left her utterly disgraced. Indeed, how do you wish to thank me? Yi Xiaoxiao forcefully tossed the revealing garment into the audience, inciting a frenzy among some ominous figures. I will kill you. Tang Yingying, consumed by rage, drew her long sword and charged forward swiftly. Hee! A blue halo appeared beneath Yi Xiaoxiao's feet. The sword sliced through empty air. I'm right here. Yi Xiaoxiao's voice echoed from behind Tang Yingying, and in her hand appeared a pink undergarment. Return that to me. Tang Yingying rushed forward once more. If this continued, she would be left utterly exposed before thousands. Yet, with another flash of blue light, she missed again. Uncle Wen, what sort of trick is this? Mi Feng from Blackstone City asked in astonishment. The middle-aged man beside him wore a look of awkwardness. He is the guardian of Mi Feng, and during this journey, his primary responsibility is to ensure his safety and provide guidance in his cultivation. The battle at Yinshao City presents an excellent opportunity for instruction, allowing him to observe the combat techniques of the city's prodigies. However, this time, the situation has taken a bizarre turn. First, there appeared Yi Huang. Without even moving, effortlessly dominated the scene. There was little to explain beyond the acknowledgement of her strength. Yi Long and Yi Qianyao were somewhat manageable. Yet Yi Qian's methods were exceedingly peculiar. He could not discern the type of martial arts Yi Qian employed. Now, Yi Xiaoxiao has become even more extraordinary. Her movements resemble the manifestation of a void gate. How could such profound abilities possibly be wielded by a mere girl of the transformation stage? Am still in the process of verification, the middle-aged man remarked. Uncle One, did you not claim to possess unparalleled knowledge below the golden core level? Mi Feng inquired, casting a puzzled glance at him. The middle-aged man's eyelid twitched. You little rascal, life is tough enough. He refrained from further comment and redirected his gaze to the arena. There, Yi Xiao continued to toy with Tang Ying. With each leap, she conjured yet another item, sometimes clothing, other times accessories. Tang Ying was nearly left empty-handed. Yi Xiao, you are being utterly excessive. Tang Ying was on the verge of collapse. Yi Xiao pouted playfully. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Please don't be upset. As she spoke, a blue orb suddenly materialized in her hand and was hurled towards Tang Ying. Although Tang Ying dodged, the orb exploded beside her, enveloping her in a faint blue arc. Have a sweet dream, said Yi Xiao. In response, Tang Ying rolled her eyes and collapsed on the ground, falling into a deep slumber. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. How could one simply choose to sleep at will? Such a power would be a splendid asset to possess. Observing her technique's effectiveness, Yi Xiao gleefully hopped over to Tang Ying's side, bending down to admire her peacefully sleeping visage. Fairy Xiao, I beseech you to show mercy. I concede on her behalf, Tang Xiaoqing implored from below the stage. Yi Xiao huffed, your words are rather sweet. She then shrugged and, with a twinkle in her eye, produced a colorful pen from an unknown source, applying it to Tang Ying's face in a flurry of abstract artistry. With a snap of her fingers, Tang Ying stirred, letting out a soft moan as she awakened from her slumber. Tang Xiaoqing hurriedly stepped forward to assist her in rising. What has happened? Dan Xingjing Yin Guit? Her expression one of confusion. It's nothing, Tang Xiaoqing began, but upon catching sight of Tang Ying's face, he nearly choked. We lost. Let us depart. Yet he managed to restrain himself. Remember, do not look up. After Tang Ying left, Gu Wanxin declared Yi Xiao the victor. Ultimately, only Li Ran from the Li family remained. However, before the contest could commence, he hastily opted for defeat. There was no other choice. The formidable presence of the Yi family had truly intimidated him. Thus, the Battle of Inshao City concluded in an unexpected manner, with the Yi family achieving a flawless victory of 10 matches. Meanwhile, with all 5 members of the Tang family present and Li family reduced to but 1 fighter, Li Ran, the remaining members either incapacitated or gravely injured, the Tang family secured 2nd place, leaving the Li family at the bottom of the ranking. Esteemed heads of the families, let us discuss the forthcoming allocation of resources, Yi Suifeng said with a smile. Li Liusu wore a somber expression as he glanced at Tang Zheng, who gave a slight nod. After a moment, Li Liusu rose from his seat. Yi Suifeng, the recent battle of Yinshao City has been rather absurd. I believe it is time to revise the agreement among the 3 prominent families. Chapter 53. 2 choices at the highest viewing platform of the arena. Li Liusu's face remained dark, his piercing gaze fixed intently on Yi Suifeng. To allow a few inexperienced youths to determine the future development of our family for the next 2 years is exceedingly foolish. Therefore, I propose that this regulation be abolished effective immediately. Brother Tang, what are your thoughts? Tang Zheng nodded slightly and replied, Indeed, it does seem somewhat farcical. Our 3 families govern the vast expanse around Yinshao City, carrying immense responsibilities. Thus, it will be prudent to consider the overall strength of each family when delineating the distribution of interests. He appeared deep in thought, clearly indicating that the 2 had already reached a consensus. Even if today's battle had yielded a different outcome, it is likely that such a proposal would still have been put forth. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Originally, the purpose of establishing the Battle of Yinshao City was to motivate the younger generation of the 3 families to train diligently and progress together, a rather clever approach, one must admit. However, it was evident that Li Liusu and Tang Zheng had forgotten this initial intention, as they proposed to allocate interests based on the family's comprehensive strengths. Yi Suifeng fell into silence, contemplating the unexpected advantage. Well, I concur with your sentiments, he mused. Yi Suifeng, remarque it. Li Liusu was momentarily taken aback. He presumed that given Yi Suifeng's youthful temperament, he would undoubtedly be anxious. Are you certain? He couldn't help but ask again. Indeed, Yi Suifeng replied. With this affirmative response, Li Liusu's brow relaxed slightly as he said, It seems you are quite perceptive. Very well, let us draft a preliminary proposal. When it comes to strength, there is no doubt that Brother Tang is the most formidable, followed by our Li family, and lastly, your Yi family. Wait a moment, Yi Suifeng interjected, turning to him and questioning, Are you considering this so-called comprehensive strength based on the excess flesh on your face? How is it that the Yi family ranks last? Li Liusu couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Indeed, he was somewhat portly, but he was far from being overly flabby. What is the matter? Do you have doubts? He glared. Yes, I have considerable doubts, Yi Suifeng replied calmly. Ha! Suddenly, Li Liusu laughed. Yi Suifeng, do not think that just because you stumbled upon some luck and acquire a measure of wealth, you can do as you please in Cloud City. In this world, it is always the strong who prevail. The rules are forever dictated by the powerful. With that, he waved his hand grandly, and 3 gaunt elders appeared atop the highest platform, surrounding Yi Suifeng completely. Upon seeing this, Yi Suifeng was taken aback to discover that they were 3 formidable beings at the nascent soul stage. How terrifying! That nearly frightened me. Then, Li Liusu turned to face the tens of thousands gathered in the cloud-soaring arena. Everyone listened closely, except for the members of the 3 prominent families. All others are to vacate the Tingyun arena immediately. We have some internal matters to discuss. The resounding voice echoed throughout the entire arena. Subsequently, over 100 formidable cultivators descended upon the center of the arena, prepared to swiftly expel everyone present. They were all affiliated with the Li and Tang families, each possessing at least the strength of the Golden Body Realm. A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd, as they were left bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Yet, under the pressure exerted by the opposing forces, they began to retreat in succession. This is dire. They are targeting the Yi family. Mi Feng exclaimed anxiously. Uncle Wen, you must devise a plan quickly. Uncle Wen's expression grew grave. The 3 individuals who had appeared on the highest platform exuded an overwhelming aura, their cultivation evidently surpassing the Golden Core stage. He himself was merely at the late Golden Core stage. What strategy could he possibly conceive? Observing his silence, Mi Feng began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, he dashed toward the outskirts of the crowd, shouting, Phoenix Fairy, be careful. But before he could finish his warning, a hand struck his shoulder, rendering him unconscious. As Uncle Wen cradled Mi Feng's unconscious form, he glanced at the youthful figure on the high platform and shook his head slightly. Head of the Yi family, I wish you good fortune. In another direction within the arena, several young individuals clad in plain azure garments were also making their way out. It seems the Yi family is in grave peril. One remarked, Zhang Dong, please think of a solution. Those from the Yi family might possess the qualifications to enter our academy. The tall Zhang Dong surveyed the direction of the Yi family, but ultimately shook his head. Tianfu Academy cannot interfere in external conflicts. With that, he turned and slowly departed. Under the influence of hundreds of formidable figures, the arena soon became desolate, leaving only the core members of the 3 great families and a multitude of powerful cultivators from the Li and Tang clans, their fierce gazes fixed like hungry wolves. Yi Suifeng, do you now comprehend why I have placed the Yi family at the bottom? Li Liusu turned, looking down upon Yi Suifeng from his elevated position. He spread his arms wide and proclaimed loudly, These individuals represent less than a third of the strength of our 2 families. And what of the Yi family? With a history of less than a century and no foundational depth, what do you possess to contend with us? What do you have? At that moment, Li Liusu exuded confidence and grandeur. Yi Suifeng, resting his chin on one hand, suddenly smiled. We have me. You? Li Liusu erupted in laughter. You, who were once a well-known wastrel just half a year ago, a mere upstart riding on the coattails of fortune. I am grateful that you lack the wisdom of humility and restraint, and after your windfall, you only know how to squander it recklessly. Do you understand what this implies? It signifies that the heavens do not intend for you to possess this wealth alone. A satisfied smile adorned Li Liusu's face. At that moment, Tang Zheng also rose. Speaking solemnly, Yi Suifeng, the situation in Yinshao City has remained remarkably stable, with everyone developing harmoniously. However, your recent actions have shattered a century-long peace. I do not blame you. Truly, what young person has not erred? Yet, your error lies in possessing wealth that you cannot control. Such possessions inflate one's ego and drive one to madness. They cause you to forget that, in this world, wealth is merely a trifling accessory, and only strength is paramount. Tang Zheng stood with his arms behind his back, resembling a sage steeped in principles. Yi Suifeng understood the underlying truth. Ultimately, what you both desire is merely that minuscule fragment of spirit stone I possess. Speak plainly. I can see the discomfort etched on your faces as you scheme and plot. Is it not exhausting? You both are entirely correct. Yi Suifeng rose and strolled leisurely to the railing of the viewing platform, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. In truth, I have always comprehended that every world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Larger fish consume smaller ones. Smaller fish devour shrimp. And shrimp feast on minute creatures. I'm not particularly fond of such a world. Yet, it must be acknowledged that each individual is distinct. With distinction comes comparison. With comparison arises conflict. And with conflict, there exists strength and weakness. The optimal scenario is for the strong to establish the rules while the weak adhere to them. In this manner, strength and weakness can coexist. Yi Suifeng turned to face them. You are indeed correct in your assertions. Li Liusu's lips curled into a cold smile. So, does this imply your agreement with our resolution? Indeed, Yi Suifeng nodded. Yinshao City should indeed usher in a new set of rules and frameworks. Li Liusu exchanged a glance with Tang Zheng, both of them gently nodding in agreement. How do you intend to address this matter? Yi Suifeng regarded them and said, Here is my plan. Two choices lay before you. Firstly, you may relinquish all rights, properties, shops, and resources within the jurisdiction of Cloud City and depart with your followers, never to return. In light of our shared existence for a century, I shall graciously bestow upon each of you 100 million low-grade spiritual stones as fare. Should you refuse this offer, then total annihilation shall ensue. Chapter 54. The change of times upon the utterance of these words by Yi Suifeng. A brief silence enveloped the platform. Li Liusu and Tang Zheng furrowed their brows, seemingly unable to comprehend what they had just heard. They had presumed Yi Suifeng to be jesting. However, upon witnessing his indifferent demeanor, they realized he was entirely serious. Yi Suifeng, Li Liusu's fury surged. You are truly courting death. We currently have 3. That is enough. Bang! Suddenly, Li Liusu felt an immense pressure descending upon him, crushing his arms and bending his legs, forcing him heavily to kneel upon the ground. The platform, reinforced by magical formations, bore visible fissures, a shocking sight. You have spoken enough, Yi Suifeng remarked coolly, his gaze frigid. Dang Jiang, along with the 3 elder cultivators of the nascent soul stage surrounding him, appeared momentarily stunned. They turned their attention to Li Liusu, who, just moments ago, brimming with confidence, now found himself bloodied from mouth and nose, trembling as he braced himself on the ground. Ancestor, kill him at once. Li Liusu was nearly howling, his voice betraying the immense pressure and suffering he was enduring. The audacity of this fool. 3 elders at the nascent soul stage launched their attacks almost simultaneously. Clearly, they were ancient beings who had lived for centuries. Their strikes unleashed profound high-level techniques, an overwhelming force directed entirely at Yi Suifeng. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, accompanied by a plume of dust soaring into the sky, filling the arena. The spectators, who had just vacated the fighting ground, had not yet distanced themselves and gathered anxiously at the periphery, awaiting the outcome. Upon hearing the sound, they instinctively looked up. It has begun. Someone gasped. The head of the Yi family is still too young. He should not be so brazen. Another sighed and shook his head. Damn it. If something happens to the Phoenix Fairy, I swear I will never rest until the Li and Tang families pay. Certain young cultivators were filled with righteous indignation. Uncle Wen observed the rising dust and felt the tremors of the earth, letting out a slight sigh. There is no doubt. It was the intervention of a powerful nascent soul expert. The head of the Yi family is in grave danger. In the distance, Zhang Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression solemn. He distinctly sensed an extraordinarily unique aura from the recent fluctuations, a power that should not exist within Yantian City. What has become of the head of the Yi family? In the arena, the highest viewing platform was crumbling inch by inch, barely held together by the participating formations to prevent it from collapsing. Li Liusu lay prostrate on the ground, bloodied and on the verge of unconsciousness. The three nascent soul cultivators who had just attacked lay scattered at the edge of the viewing platform, their limbs shattered and unrecognizable, clearly devoid of life. Yet Yi Suifeng remained casually leaning against the railing, his appearance unchanged. As for Tang Zheng, he had collapsed to the ground, his expression finally shifting. "Impossible, you. How could this be?" he murmured, the scene he had just witnessed far exceeding the limits of his comprehension. In the face of the full-force assault from three powerful nascent soul experts, Yi Suifeng had merely waved his hand, effortlessly dispatching them all. It was simply terrifying. If this were a nightmare, Tang Zheng could only hope to awaken from it swiftly. In the distance, seated among the Yi family, Yi Huang gazed at her father upon the high platform, her face brimming with admiration and pride. That was her father. "I am the daughter of Yi Suifeng." The others around her were equally invigorated. Yi Suifeng was the steadfast anchor in their hearts. As for the members of the Li and Tang families, including those powerful beings above the Golden Body realm, they stood frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. Their expressions were laden with dread, yet they could not muster any movement. "You yourselves proclaimed this to be a world where the strong reign supreme." Yi Suifeng straightened up and slowly approached Li Liusu, gazing down at him. Li Liusu was not yet dead. He struggled to turn his head, his eyes filled with boundless terror as he beheld Yi Suifeng, who blocked the sunlight. Why? How could he be so powerful? Regret flooded Li Liusu's mind, the realization dawning that he had foolishly targeted Yi Suifeng. Such an existence was utterly beyond the reach of the Li family. Li Liusu's lips moved as if to plead with Yi Suifeng, yet he struggled to utter a coherent word. It was too late. Yi Suifeng spoke coldly. He was capable of acts of mercy, yet he was not a merciful man. When Li Liusu resorted to veiled threats involving his daughter, the fate of the Li family was sealed. Yi Suifeng crouched down. "If it were I lying on the ground today, would you spare me?" he mused. "Heh, you must have longed to see me torn to shreds." He opened his palm, and a drop of Li Liusu's blood unexpectedly floated out, landing in Yi Suifeng's hand. The blood droplet spun gently, rising and falling, appearing almost alive in Yi Suifeng's grasp. With each breath, a hazy glow encircled them, both eerie and exquisite. "You were not mistaken. Indeed, the power here is but a third of the Li families," Yi Suifeng remarked, the flicker of crimson in his pupils sending a chill through Li Liusu. "What do you intend to do?" Li Liusu finally cried out. "Would you like to see?" Yi Suifeng brought his palm closer to Li Liusu, the droplet of blood magnifying infinitely in his gaze. Countless minuscule images became vividly clear. He beheld the still unconscious Li Qi, the Li family members arguing in the streets, the two ancestors of the Li family still in their secluded slumber underground, and finally, he saw himself lying on the ground, witnessing the entirety of the Li family's lineage. No. Li Liusu had never encountered such a method, yet he instinctively grasped Yi Suifeng's true intentions. It was my fault indeed. Two streams of blood tears flowed from Li Liusu's eyes. At this moment, his heart was engulfed by boundless regret. Countless times he had advised his descendants to exercise caution, to be prudent, to thoroughly understand their adversaries before devising any plans, lest they commit irrevocable errors. Yet today, due to his underestimation of Yi Suifeng, he had made a mistake that might never be rectified. Li Liusu locked eyes with Yi Suifeng, his gaze filled with endless supplication. "Farewell. Not all pleas yield the desired outcome." The blood droplets in Yi Suifeng's palm began to whirl furiously, radiating an infinite brilliance. Li Liusu watched in horror as it reached a certain limit and then exploded with a deafening roar. All images shattered like glass. On the streets of Yanxiao City, a young scion of the Li family wore a triumphant smile, while the individual he had just quarreled with lay on the ground, spitting blood. Undoubtedly, he had once again relied on his family's strength to emerge victorious in this conflict. But suddenly, a frown creased his brow as he sensed something amiss within his body. A slender vein appeared on his face. He staggered and turned to survey his surroundings. Yet everything before him had transformed into a blood-red abyss. He wished to utter something, but the sudden wave of dizziness engulfed him, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed, utterly losing consciousness. The crimson veins on his face deepened in hue until all was enveloped in pitch blackness. The attendants rushed forward to assist him, only to discover that he had lost all semblance of life. Such a scene unfolds within the realm of Yunshao City, and even in some distant towns, where the bloodline of the Li family, intricately intertwined with Yunshao City, meets an untimely demise. In mere moments, every descendant of the Li family is extinguished. The arena, once occupied by the Li family, now lies in profound silence. On the high platform, Li Liusu witnesses one shattering moment after another, his eyes brimming with blood and tears as he gazes skyward. With the last vestiges of his strength, he lets out a heart-wrenching roar. Whether it be a lamentation directed at Yi Suifeng or a pang of regret for his choices remains unclear. Soon after, life fades away. Yi Suifeng observes his countenance, shaking his head slightly as he rises. The Li family, with its numerous bloodlines, holds significant responsibilities throughout Yunshao City. Their sudden demise will undoubtedly impact the governance of the city profoundly. Sui Yun, Yi Huang, Yi Suifeng calls out. Present. They respond in unison. You are to personally lead the Yi family members to stabilize the situation in Yunshao City and to take complete control of all properties belonging to the Li and Tang families. From this moment forth, Yunshao City shall bear only the Yi surname. Chapter 55. A new beginning. Yunshao City descends into chaos. An influential figure unexpectedly collapses under the glaring sun. In a state of panic, the populace seeks refuge, only to discover, upon closer inspection, that the deceased are all of the Li lineage. Bewildered, they ponder the events that have transpired. On the bustling street, a carriage speeds by. Miss, are we truly not waiting outside the arena? After all, it is the Yi family, our most esteemed guests, inquires a young woman dressed as a maid. There is no need to wait. The outcome is inevitable. Gu Wanxin languidly leaned against the soft couch of the carriage, the figure of that man lingering in her heart. Impossible to dispel. Even the formidable beings of the transformation realm knelt at his feet. The Li family? The Tang family? To that individual, they were merely ants that could be crushed at will. Chaos may envelop Yunshao City. We must be thoroughly prepared, Gu Wanxin stated. The maidservant beside her nodded in agreement. I hope the Yi family is safe. I truly admire the Phoenix Fairy, and I have a fondness for Yi Xiao, who blows bubbles. I sincerely wish no harm befalls them. Concern etched across her face. Rest assured, they will be fine, Gu Wanxin reassured her, patting her shoulder. Ye Huang, Ye Xiaojiao, and the other three had left a profound impression on her today, simply because they were remarkably extraordinary. Such individuals, Gu Wanxin had encountered only once in her life. His name was Shun Tianming, the core genius of the Wanbao Pavilion, who ascended to the heights of the transformation realm at the tender age of 27. Could the Yi family truly rival in ancient power like the Wanbao Pavilion? Yet, she was acutely aware that the transformation of Yi Huang and the others was solely due to one person, Yi Suifeng. Perhaps I could attempt to engage my little niece. Gu Wanxin pondered. Outside the cloud-soaring duel arena, many anxiously awaited the outcome of the negotiations among the three great families. Suddenly, several figures shot out from above the arena, swiftly dispersing in all directions. It is the Phoenix Fairy. Someone recognized one of the leading figures. They are all safe. How splendid. Is the head of the Yi family unharmed? Nonsense. The crowd erupted in cheers. The Yi family's methods and strength had garnered the admiration of the majority, who would not wish for such a family to perish. The outcome was unexpected. How on earth had he achieved this? Uncle Wen felt bewildered. He could not fathom how Yi Suifeng had survived against three formidable nascent soul practitioners. Perhaps the Yi family harbored hidden strength. Young man, the goddess you admire may not be easily won over. Uncle Wen glanced at the still unconscious Mi Feng before turning to leave. Let's go. The victor has been determined. Zhang Dong watched the Yi family depart before taking his own steps forward. Senior, who emerged victorious. It must be the Yi family. The other young people quickly followed suit. Zhang Dong nodded. Let us return and make preparations for a visit to the Yi family tomorrow. In the cloud fighting arena. With a single command, Yi Suifeng ordered all core members of the Yi family to depart, preparing to quell the chaos in the city and take control of Yinshao City. Standing upon the platform, Yi Suifeng turned to gaze at Tang Zheng. At that moment, Tang Zheng was no longer the proud figure he once was. He sat helplessly on the ground, utterly drained, his expression one of panic. Each death among the Li family felt like a needle piercing his courage. Yi Suifeng was indeed a presence beyond his imagination. When Yi Suifeng's gaze fell upon him, his heart leapt to his throat. Head of the Yi family, I was wrong. Tang Zheng's voice trembled. What did you err? Yi Suifeng suddenly broke into a smile. Tang Zheng was momentarily taken aback, and then hastily exclaimed, I should not have heeded Li Liusu's nonsensical words. I should not have allowed wealth to blind my eyes. I should not have stood against you. Please spare me, and spare the descendants of the Tang family. Kneeling on the ground, Tang Zheng knocked his forehead against the floor like pounding garlic. Tears and snot nearly dripping onto Yi Suifeng's shoes. Those who had come here today with the intent to confront the Yi family must meet their demise, Yi Suifeng declared. Blood stained Tang Zheng's forehead as he looked at Yi Suifeng, discerning the gravity of the statement. The Tang family would not suffer the same fate as the Li family, who had been utterly obliterated. However, the remaining members of the Tang family, their bloodline, would forever be barred from cultivation. I will grant you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to contemplate, Yi Suifeng stated. Tang Zheng lowered his head, his gaze clouded. To be unable to cultivate was akin to death for them. His fists gradually clenched, but moments later, they fell limply. It was better than death, after all. To live as an ordinary person, distanced from the intricacies of the cultivation world, perhaps that too could be a form of happiness. Nevertheless, he wished to make one last effort. The head of the Yi family and Xiaoqing were unaware of today's scheme. Yi Suifeng fixed his gaze upon him and ultimately nodded. You have 10 slots. Decide for yourself. Tang Zheng's body trembled, and he bowed deeply. Thank you, esteemed elder. For your grace. Tears streamed down his face, clouded with sorrow. In a short while, a piece of paper inscribed with 10 names appeared in Yi Suifeng's hands, with Tang Xiaoqing prominently listed. Yet, to Yi Suifeng's mild surprise, Tang Zheng had not inscribed his own name. The individuals above are the most distinguished young descendants of the Tang family. Is it decided? Yi Suifeng inquired. It is decided, replied Tang Zheng in a hushed tone. Yi Suifeng nodded, refraining from uttering further words. He was, at present, a villain. Whatever he might say would ring hollow. Since the decision to kill had been made, he would proceed with it. He extended his hand. Tang Zheng understood, biting his finger, trembling as he offered his blood into Yi Suifeng's palm. Subsequently, he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the 10 young members seated in the Tang family section were able to move, their faces etched with fear as they gasped for breath. Father, head of the family. Tang Xiaoqing and the others gazed anxiously at Tang Zheng on the high platform. Xiaoqing, go back. Leave everything behind. Lead our kin away from Yinshao City and never return. Tang Zheng spoke softly. Tang Xiaoqing's face was filled with sorrow. Father, he croaked. Get out. Tang Zheng bao lao. Tang Xiaoqing fell silent, kneeling before the platform, and bowed deeply 3 times. He then rose, leading the remaining members of the Tang family away without looking back. Just as he stepped out of the arena, a deafening explosion echoed behind him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the place where the Tang family once stood was now a river of blood. Brother Xiaoqing. Tang Mengxian hesitated to speak. Go back. Tang Xiaoqing growled, refusing to turn back, striding forward resolutely. At this moment, the arena was left with only Yi Suifeng and Tang Zheng. Yi Suifeng opened his palm, revealing a blood droplet that bore a dark mark etched within it. It is a bloodline curse, imbued with the will of the heavenly path, a mystery unsolvable in this realm. The curse will manifest for 3 days, and those who survive from the Tang family have ample time to endure the perilous onset. Yi Suifeng remarked. Tang Zheng did not include himself among the list, which Yi Suifeng found commendable. Thus, he granted them 3 days. Thank you. Tang Zheng lay motionless on the ground, having already resigned himself to fate. Henceforth, the Li and Tang families were utterly expunged from Yanxiao City. Yi Suifeng let out a soft sigh, rising majestically into the sky. Below him, Yanxiao City gradually diminished in size, its architectural arrangement laid bare before his eyes. The 3 esteemed families firmly occupied the central position, yet the Yi family claimed the smallest expanse. Suddenly, Yi Suifeng extended his hand, forming a sword with his fingers, inscribing a colossal character for Yi in the heavens. As the final stroke was completed, boundless radiance emanated from the character, resonating with the great Dao, shaking the very heavens and earth. A beam of white light shot down from the center of the character, illuminating the heart of Yanxiao City, where the 3 great families resided. From this day forth, this place shall belong to the Yi family. A new beginning. Chapter 56. Chaos in the dim, narrow tunnel. A loud crash echoed as a heavy iron door was forcefully flung open from the outside, and a figure darted past. It was a young man, his face smeared with blood, gasping for breath, his eyes wide with terror. He sprinted through the intricate underground passage, relentlessly smashing through one iron door after another, all the while glancing back in apprehension. It seemed as though a monstrous flood lurked behind him. At last, he arrived before a smooth bluestone wall. The young man pressed himself against the surface, his hands and feet frantic, extracting a circular, intricately designed object from his pocket and manipulating the mechanisms upon it. With a series of crisp clicks, a slender crack appeared in the luminous bluestone, gradually widening. Suddenly, ominous footsteps echoed from the depths of the passage. The young man whirled around, his pupils constricting in terror. Without waiting for the gap to enlarge, he summoned all his strength and desperately squeezed himself inside, feeling as if his ribs might shatter. At last, he managed to slip through, collapsing onto the ground. Raising his head, he found himself in a vast underground chamber, illuminated and suffused with fragrant aromas. At the center, 3 ancient coffins lay, one of which on the left had already been opened. "Ancestor, save me. Rescue your family," the young man bellowed, crawling and rolling to the side of the coffin, pounding frantically on its lid. Yet, no one responded to his pleas. "Ancestors, wake up, please." He struck the coffin with such force that blood oozed from his forehead, and finally, he succeeded in creating a wide gap in the tightly shut lid. A chilling aura wafted from within, but still there was no reply. The footsteps behind him grew ever closer, and despair consumed the young man's visage. He turned back, slowly leaning against the coffin, his gaze fixed on the ajar bluestone door. As the sound of footsteps drew nearer, a figure clad in a purple cloak emerged within his line of sight. This, it turned out, was the essence of the Li family. Yi Huang stepped forward, surveying her surroundings. A dozen followers trailed closely behind her. No wonder it was referred to as the Foundation. This place was elevated dozens of feet above the ground. She approached 3 coffins, positioning herself directly in front of the young man. "You are not of the Li bloodline, are you? Why you refer to them as ancestors?" Yi Huang inquired, leaning in to scrutinize his face. The young man averted his gaze, murmuring, "My aunt is the legitimate wife of the 3rd master of the Li family." Yi Huang was enlightened. He was an outsider by marriage. When she and her second uncle, Sui Yun, stormed into the Li residence, the entire family was left with only outsiders and a handful of recruits for beyond. They were in disarray, oblivious to the turmoil that had unfolded. Yi Huang's arrival undoubtedly incited their frenzied assault. However, against the formidable power of her second uncle, who was at the nascent soul stage, no one could withstand the onslaught of the Yi family. In mere moments, they were overwhelmed, transforming the encounter into a cat-and-mouse game of pursuit. Yi Huang was in hot pursuit of this young man, trailing him into this subterranean space. "Spare me. I am merely Clang." A flash of sword light severed his head, which tumbled to the ground. Yi Huang sheathed her long sword, her eyes devoid of any mercy. If the ancestors of the Li family were truly awakened, it would spell doom for her and all those who stood behind her. Yi Huang s'y in it, casting another glance at the artificially carved space. Let us obliterate it all with explosive talismans. The Yi family does not require such buried heritage. Moments latte. The earth trembled, accompanied by a tremendous roar, as the majority of the Li family surface structures collapsed with a resounding crash. Yi Huang and Yi Suiyun stood together, witnessing the unfolding scene. I never imagined that I would witness the downfall of the Li family in my lifetime, Yi Suiyun remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Cousin Yilong and Uncle Bao have gone to the Tang family. Should we not hurry there? Yi Huang invited. No need, Yi Suiyun replied, lifting his gaze to the enormous character Yi floating high above, while a jade pendant at his waist glimmered with a faint light. The moment that character appeared, he sensed a transformation in the pendant, which symbolized the family's endeavors, now evolving into a treasure capable of both offense and defense. In this moment, neither the Li family nor the Tang family had any rivals. The streets of Yinshao City had descended into chaos. The sudden obliteration of the Li family sent the Tang family into instant disarray, with people scattering in panic. The shops, once belonging to the two prominent families, shuttered their doors, hastily packing their belongings to flee. In a lavishly adorned alchemy shop, a gaunt middle-aged man watched as his storage ring emitted a continuous glow, sweeping up all the surrounding bottles and jars. Just as he was about to leave after nearly emptying the shop, a loud crash resonated as the shop's entrance was forcefully swung open, and several figures obstructed his path. The foremost among them was none other than Yi Qinyao. Master Du? Yi Qinyao paused momentarily upon recognizing him. The middle-aged man before them was none other than Du Haisheng, a fifth-grade alchemist who had previously served the Yi family for many years before ultimately betraying them. At that time, Du Haisheng had secretly struck a deal with the Li family, departing from the Yi family during its most challenging period and taking with him a large number of exceptional apprentices, along with numerous secrets. It was believed that their paths would never cross again. However, fate had other plans, and they found themselves face to face today, within a shop belonging to the Li family. Ah, it's you, Qinyao. Observing the group, Du Haisheng appeared surprisingly at ease, chuckling lightly. I never anticipated you would achieve such success, nor did I foresee you would embrace our adversaries. The atmosphere grew tense. I was never one of your Yi family, Du Haisheng suddenly exclaimed, his voice rising. I was merely a guest elder you employed. When a better offer came my way, it was only natural for me to depart. People aspire to ascend, just as water flows downward. Yi Qinyao regarded him coldly, her eyes devoid of any emotion. That does not justify your betrayal of the Yi family's secrets to the Li family. When 3 masters from the Yi family departed simultaneously, it was not merely the loss of instructors. They divulged a multitude of the Yi family's internal secrets. Du Haisheng fell silent, unable to refute her claims. Betrayal was betrayal. The tension between them escalated, their confrontation seeming inevitable. Sighing softly, Yi Qinyao remarked, regardless of the circumstances, you were once my mentor in alchemy. I have no desire to engage in conflict with you. Leave everything behind and depart from Cloud City. After speaking, Yi Qinyao extended her hand. From this day forth, our bond shall be severed. Du Haisheng wore a grim expression as he caressed the storage ring on his finger, within which lay the wealth of an entire shop, sufficient for a lifetime of indulgence. Yet, in the face of the formidable Yi family, the likelihood of him taking it with him was exceedingly slim. After a brief moment, Du Haisheng sighed and removed the storage ring, stepping forward to place it in Yi Qinyao's palm. Little Qin, you have been the most astute student I have ever taught. Before I depart, allow me to impart one final lesson. Never underestimate the treachery of the human heart. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed across Du Haisheng's face as he clawed towards Yi Qinyao's neck. As a powerful being of the gold body realm, he was too close for the individuals behind her to intervene. If he could seize her, he would surely escape Cloud City with his riches. His movements were swift, and he was mere moments away from grasping her throat when, unexpectedly, a beam of light illuminated his face, freezing him in his tracks. A mirror materialized in Yi Qinyao's hand. I have never underestimated you. My apologies, Master Du. Upon her words, Du Haisheng, illuminated by the red dust mirror, visibly aged. ultimately transforming into a withered corpse that collapsed onto the ground. Outside Cloud City, a group of several dozen people hurriedly fled into the distance. After traveling for a considerable distance, they finally slowed their pace. The Yi family did not pursue, did they? No, it seems they have spared us. Yet now we find ourselves utterly destitute. Brother Shaoqing, what shall we do? Tang Shaoqing stood at the forefront, casting a glance back at the faint outline of Yinshao City as they departed. He turned away, taking deliberate steps forward. Chapter 57. Rebuilding the Yi family. In the study of the family head, an octagonal array was displayed upon the desk, adorned at each corner with a radiant high-grade spirit stone. Intricate patterns of the formation interlinked the 8 spirit stones. Yi Suifeng channeled a surge of spiritual energy, and in an instant, the entire array ignited. A familiar city materialized above the array, its contours vividly discernible. It was indeed Yinshao City. Yi Suifeng executed a spell, causing the ethereal representation of Yinshao City to expand instantaneously, revealing all its towers and streets, ultimately crystallizing upon the architectural ensemble of the 3 prominent families. Why does it evoke a sense of futuristic technology? Yi Suifeng marveled. This array had been unearthed from the Tang family's treasury. It was essentially a map of Yinshao City, albeit a comprehensive 3-dimensional representation. Truly astonishing. There were numerous similar trinkets, all discovered within the treasuries of the 2 major families. Some were designed for swift travel, like the void gliding boards. Others could be instantaneously assembled into simple pavilions. And there were even mattresses for massage and large iron pots that could autonomously cook meals. While they bore no utility in combat or cultivation, they significantly aided in various aspects of daily life, utterly transforming Yi Suifeng's understanding of the cultivation realm. In the realm of cultivation, is it not solely about training and the art of combat? Yet, he soon came to a profound realization. The civilization of this world has existed for countless millennia. Even though the predominant theme revolves around cultivation and ascension, the aspects of daily life cannot be overlooked. Take food, for instance. The abundance of ingredients yields an astonishing variety of delicacies, far surpassing anything from his past life. The aspiration of Yi Suifeng to savor the culinary wonders of the world is indeed a daunting task. At that moment, Suiyun entered the room. How are things progressing? Yi Suifeng inquired without lifting his gaze. It has mostly stabilized, Suiyun replied. In the beginning, chaos reigned, with many shops belonging to the Li and Tang families left unattended, providing an opportunity for theft and looting. However, with our intervention, most incidents have been quelled. Thankfully, those youngsters brought back a significant number of cultivators a few months ago. Otherwise, taking control of the entire Cloud City would have proven quite challenging. The management of a city cannot be achieved without adequate personnel. The recently recruited group of loose cultivators has played a pivotal role. Now, only our Yi family remains in Cloud City, and a multitude of cultivators are vying to join our clan. Many have privately begun referring to Cloud City as Yi City. Suiyun's face radiated excitement. This scene was something he had never even dared to dream of. I reiterate, we must establish clear hierarchies. Those who join now must be treated distinctly from the previous group. I abhor the notion of equal treatment, Yi Suifeng remarked. Suiyun nodded, well aware from his prolonged tenure in a position of authority that equality often disguises itself as a deceptively alluring poison. By the way, elder brother, the Li and Tang families have completed their plundering, and their original structures have suffered varying degrees of damage. Particularly, the Li family has had their underground facilities obliterated, nearly collapsing half of their estate. How shall we address this? Suiyun inquired. Yi Suifeng raised his hand, fixing the array map upon the architectural clusters of the 3 prominent families. The map had yet to be updated, so all structures appeared intact. The 3 families were situated in the very heart of Yinshao City, occupying a vast expanse, with the Yi family claiming merely 1/5 of it. Demolish them all and commence reconstruction, Yi Suifeng instructed. Suiyun was momentarily taken aback. Elder brother, there are still numerous intact buildings within. I am aware. I simply find them displeasing, Yi Suifeng replied nonchalantly. Suiyun could not help but be astonished. Furthermore, after leveling them, Let us construct a new residence centered around the current Yi family estate. Our household has grown rather crowded. Yi Suifeng's hand traced a large circle on the map, its area exceeding that of the current Yi family estate by more than tenfold. Elder brother, is this not a bit excessive? Surely, our household is not yet so large as to necessitate such space. Suifeng felt it was somewhat exaggerated. It will undoubtedly grow increasingly larger in time, Yi Suifeng remarked. Casting a glance at him, I have heard that your sister-in-law is recently with child? Suifeng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. Well, recently our family has been flourishing, which brings me considerable joy. The growth of our kin is indeed a positive sign. Yi Suifeng replied. I wish you could spare a bit more time to thoroughly contemplate the origins of life. Do you understand? Suifeng, blushing, repeatedly affirmed, I understand, I understand. Yi Suifeng shook his head, remarking that this world remains far less open regarding matters between men and women than in previous lives. He then turned his gaze to the map. At first glance, the layout of Yinshao City appeared rather chaotic, with crooked streets and many dead ends, creating a sense of discomfort. Contemplating for a moment, Yi Suifeng casually drew two vertical lines, centering them on the Yi family's estate, thereby dividing the entire city into 4 sections. We shall construct 4 main roads radiating outward from here. Then, we need to find a highly skilled designer to systematically arrange the buildings within the city. My requirements are simple: cleanliness, orderliness, convenience, and accessibility. Is that clear? Suifeng's expression was one of astonishment. Brother, are you suggesting we demolish the entire city and start anew? Why not? Yi Suifeng responded. This disarray is quite vexing to me. I want everything redesigned. As he spoke, he noticed that the Yi family's location seemed slightly off-center, leaning towards the left, which meant that if a cross were drawn from it, it would not align with the 4 city gates. What should we do about this? Suifeng, look at this wall. It is large, yet not circular. Let us completely rebuild it. I must have a perfectly symmetrical circle, Yi Suifeng stated earnestly. Suifeng was utterly bewildered. He was uncertain of his elder brother's intentions and dared not inquire further. However, he believed that his brother's actions were always grounded in reason, something beyond his comprehension. Just follow his lead. Very well, I shall arrange it immediately. After all, it was merely a circular city wall. Our Yinshao city would become the most unique on the continent. Yet, what Suifeng did not realize was that his elder brother was merely succumbing to his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Let's leave it at that for now. Yi Suifeng diverted his gaze from the map, fearing he might conceive yet another idea. By the way, how have the other factions within the city been faring lately? In Yinshao City, besides the 3 prominent families, there existed 3 other significant factions. The first was the Wanbao Pavilion, a central hub for cultivators, bustling with an enormous influx of visitors each day. The second was the Zuiming Tower, the most prestigious tavern in Yinshao City, which also featured the enchanting Zuiming Garden. The third was the Shangyun Courtyard, a realm of intoxicating allure, requiring no further elaboration. Has there been any activity from Wanbao Pavilion in recent days? Yi Suifeng invited. None, Suifeng replied. Since the Battle of Yinshao City, Wanbao Pavilion has remained remarkably quiet, with its members seldom venturing outside, exercising extreme caution. Yi Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement. Gu Wanxin was an astute woman, and should he remain silent, she would undoubtedly refrain from taking any independent action. Have Gu Wanxin come to see me tomorrow. This woman still holds potential for collaboration. And what of the Zuiming Tower and Shangyun Courtyard? Suifeng replied. Shangyun Courtyard is quite placid. However, it seems the proprietor of Drunken Dream Pavilion is becoming increasingly restless. Reports from below indicate that he has begun purchasing land in the vicinity, presumably to expand his operations. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment. Let us summon them all tomorrow for a discussion on life. Chapter 58. Rectification upon learning of the Yi family's intention to reconstruct Yinshao City. Dong Tianji was filled with exhilaration. As a 6th-rank formation master and a skilled architect with profound expertise, he was determined to prove himself after a prior disagreement with the head of the Yi family. I must demonstrate my worth in this endeavor, Dong Tianji resolved inwardly. Thus, He approached the second master, Yi Suiyun, to express his intentions. Suiyun, troubled by the lack of capable hands for the task, was delighted to see Dong Tianji volunteer, promptly handing him the rudimentary blueprints and requirements. With newfound confidence, Dong Tianji opened the designs, only to be left utterly astounded. Whose genius has crafted this blueprint? He mused, utterly petrified. He had never encountered such a design before. While placing one's family at the heart of the city is acceptable, what is the rationale behind constructing 4 direct roads leading straight to the family estate? Isn't that overly ostentatious? Moreover, the requirements for cleanliness and orderliness seem to reflect a vision more suited for one's backyard than for an entire city. Shouldn't the foremost consideration for a city be the distinction between the upper and lower classes? What truly left him aghast was the circular city wall. Heavenly Lord, are you attempting to create the most bizarre city on the continent? Dong Tianji's head was as large as a ladle. This task was indeed daunting. Yet, he was reluctant to forfeit this opportunity. After much contemplation, he sought the counsel of Hu Chuang, a fellow master craftsman of the 6th rank. This individual had traversed numerous lands and possessed a wealth of knowledge. Perhaps he had encountered such peculiar architecture before. It seemed the designer of this city had given little thought to the safety of the family. Upon receiving the blueprints, Hu Chuang too furrowed his brow. Like Dong Tianji, he felt that placing the family in such a conspicuous position was rather imprudent. In the event of a crisis, escape would undoubtedly prove to be an arduous endeavor. Thus, they resolved to commence their efforts from underground. However, Hu Chuang soon conceived a plan, and together with Dong Tianji, they exerted their utmost to align this fanciful design with practicality. Meanwhile, the instigator of their troubles was leisurely sipping tea in the reception hall. "Brother, they have all arrived," announced Suiyun as he entered. "Let us proceed one by one," replied Yi Suifeng. In the reception hall, 3 individuals awaited Yi Suifeng's summons. One of them was Gu Wanxin, who had visited numerous times before, appearing rather casual and at ease. Another was a somewhat portly middle-aged man, with a pale complexion and a luxurious attire adorned with jewels. He sat confidently, a smile gracing his face. He was Feng He, the proprietor of Zue Meng Lu. The last was an elderly woman, sitting upright with a grave demeanor, her murky eyes betraying a hint of unease. She was Granny Hua, the creator of Shangyun Garden. "Master Gu, I trust you are well," Feng He began, addressing the small group that had been waiting for a while. "You are quite the frequent visitor at the Drunken Dream Pavilion. If I recall correctly, you have accompanied the head of the Yi family on more than one occasion." Feng He smiled, attempting to cultivate a camaraderie with Gu Wanxin. "Indeed, such an event did occur," Gu Wanxin replied, leaning back in her chair. Then it follows that your relationship with the head of the Yi family is rather special." Gu Wanxin regarded him silently, her expression inscrutable. Feng He, assuming her silence was an affirmation, inquired, "Do you happen to know why the head of the Yi family has summoned us today?" Instead of replying, Gu Wanxin shifted to a more comfortable position and smiled gently. "Mr. Feng, have you not been in Yanxiao City of late?" Feng He paused, then laughed heartily. "Master Gu, you are quite perceptive. Indeed, I returned to Linjiang City in the south half a year ago and have only just returned. I was surprised to see how much Yanxiao City has transformed. Linjiang City, one of the 9-city alliance, lies to the south of Sioux City. It is rumored to be even more prosperous than Sioux City itself." Gu Wanxin nodded lightly, a playful smile gracing her lips. "If you had been here recently, you would have used the term invite." Feng He furrowed his brow slightly. "Master Gu, what do you mean by that?" Gu Wanxin remained silent, choosing not to draw closer to someone she deemed unworthy of her company. Feng He felt a sense of bewilderment, wondering why Gu Wanxin regarded him as if he were a fool. After a brief moment, he redirected his gaze towards the elderly Madame Hua. "Flower Granny, as an old friend, I feel compelled to offer you a gentle reminder. I have heard that the head of the Yi family possesses a benevolent heart, dedicated to kindness and justice, and abhors certain unsavory matters. You ought to be mindful of your words." Feng He, while ostensibly cautioning her, could not conceal the glee glimmering in his eyes. He and Flower Granny shared a competitive rapport, and the prospect of misfortune befalling a rival delighted him. In response to his words, Flower Granny merely huffed, remaining silent. Nevertheless, her expression grew increasingly tense. Indeed, the rumors circulating outside were as such. If Yi Suifeng truly detests the realm of frivolity, then, Flower Granny, please accompany me. At that moment, Suiyin appeared in the reception hall. Upon hearing her name called, Flower Granny involuntarily shuddered, then slowly rose to her feet, her demeanor grave as she followed Suiyin out. She is certainly in for it. Feng He remarked with a smile directed at Gu Wanxin. Gu Wanxin rolled her eyes, choosing to shut them completely. She was uncertain whether Flower Granny would face repercussions. But she was certain that should Feng He continue his antics, he would undoubtedly encounter trouble. In the inner chamber, Yi Suifeng sat, holding several sheets of stationery. Under Suiyun's guidance, Flower Granny entered. Yi Suifeng glanced at her and instructed sit. Thank you, head of the Yi family. Flower Granny replied respectfully. Yi Suifeng turned his attention back to her, stating, the Shangyun courtyard in Xiangyao City was established by your own hands, was it not? Indeed, kidnapping virtuous young women, then cultivating them to serve as playthings for the affluent, was also orchestrated by you, was it not? The second inquiry plunged Flower Granny's heart to the depths of despair. Master Yi, the elder began, but Yi Suifeng interrupted her. Yes, I have done such things. The old woman hung her head. Yi Suifeng fell silent, an invisible pressure weighing upon her, causing her great unease as beads of cold sweat trickled down her furrowed brow. After a moment, Yi Suifeng set down the letter in her hand. From today onward, do not let me discover similar matters again, understood? The old woman suddenly looked up, her expression one of astonishment. Is that all? She found it hard to believe. Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Oh, I understand. In truth, ever since Shangyun Courtyard has developed, such things have ceased. As long as you comprehend, Yi Suifeng replied, gesturing for her to leave. The old woman stood up, bowed deeply, and then exited the inner hall. I thought you would eradicate Shangyun Courtyard, Suiyin remarked with a smile. Eradicate? Why would I do that? Yi Suifeng shook her head. Such places exist for a reason. Destroy one, and another will immediately arise. It is better to find one that is more obedient, easier to control. With that, Yi Suifeng waved her hand. Bring in Feng He. That fellow seems rather inflated. Chapter 59. The Sky Array Stone. I had long heard of the remarkable presence of the head of the Yi family, and today, upon meeting him, I found him indeed extraordinary, a true youthful talent. With a hearty laugh, Feng He strode in from outside. His face beamed with health as he clasped his fists in greeting and seated himself opposite Yi Suifeng. Yi Suifeng, you truly are quite familiar, Boss Feng. Yi Suifeng glanced at the documents in his hand and directly addressed the topic at hand. I have heard that you are acquiring land near the dreaming drunken pavilion these days. Ha! It seems I cannot hide anything from you, my dear Yi. Feng He chuckled, saying, the Yi family is formidable. In just a day, you have eradicated 2 other prominent families, which is indeed admirable. Such a significant event has awakened my senses to a tremendous business opportunity, prompting me to take action. Feng He sat upright in his chair, composed, gazing at Yi Suifeng. It appeared he believed Yi Suifeng would be quite intrigued by what he termed a remarkable opportunity. Yi Suifeng was perplexed by Feng He's unfounded confidence. After a moment of silence, noticing Yi Suifeng's apparent indifference, Feng He spoke again. Master Yi, this opportunity could lead us to substantial profits together. Yi Suifeng raised his hand. Enough. I am uninterested in your so-called opportunity. Feng He was momentarily taken aback. Master Yi, this involves a considerable amount of spirit stones. If we join forces, my estimates suggest the benefits could reach at least the 100 billion level annually. Don't tell me you are not interested in spirit stones? Feng He decided to dangle a bit of bait. Having resided in Yunshao City for several years, he had a good understanding of the economic situations of the 3 major families. The Yi family's annual revenue hovers around a mere 10 billion. Even with the elimination of the other 2 families, it would not multiply significantly. The increase of wealth is far more complex than one might imagine. Thus, he believed that the annual sum of billions would surely tempt Yi Suifeng. Unfortunately, having been away from Yunshao City for too long, he was unaware that the times had changed. My interest in spiritual stones is not as profound as you might imagine. The reason I summoned you today pertains to a different matter. Yi Suifeng set aside the documents and presented a design blueprint on the table. Yinshao City is preparing for reconstruction, and your dream garden obstructs the roadwork, necessitating its removal. Name your price. Upon gazing at the blueprint before him, Feng found himself momentarily taken aback. Such a large-scale reconstruction of Yinshao City? Does the Yi family possess such financial resources? Yi family head, this seems rather inappropriate. When the dream building first arrived in Yinshao City, we established an agreement to avoid interference at all costs. Feng gradually restrained his smile. Who did you make this agreement with? The Tang family among the three great clans. Yi Suifeng slightly shook his head. Since arriving in this world, he had encountered few fools, yet Feng undoubtedly qualified as one. The current master of Yinshao City is the Yi family. If you wish to conduct business here, you must adhere to the Yi family's arrangements. You may either name a price to sell the dream garden to us or pack your belongings and leave. I shall grant you but this singular opportunity for choice. With that, Yi Suifeng ceased to acknowledge him. Crash! Feng abruptly rose from his chair, seething with anger. Yi Suifeng, do you truly believe yourself invincible? My superior is in Linjiang City and... As Feng commenced his outburst, he was abruptly seized by a profound sensation of suffocation. Immediately, he beheld a luminous orb, radiating a golden glow, gently emerging from his dantian and floating into Yi Suifeng's hand. It was his golden dan. Yi Suifeng grasped the golden dan and produced a low-grade spirit stone. Placing it alongside the dan, would a singular golden dan, paired with a spirit stone, suffice to procure all the assets of your dreaming drum pavilion? If so, let us finalize the agreement and you may take them away. Yi Suifeng's patience was waning. Had he known the nature of his counterpart, he would have refrained from this personal encounter. He had encountered many such individuals. Their intelligence was undoubtedly compromised. His sole desire now was to conclude this matter swiftly. Feng stood frozen, his spirit taut, filled with trepidation. That was a golden dan. How could Yi Suifeng so effortlessly seize it? What had transpired in his absence from Yinshao City over the past half-year? I shall sign. Feng stammered. Soon, an agreement was drafted, and Yi Suifeng acquired all the assets of the dreaming drunk pavilion for the price of a low-grade spirit stone. Subsequently, Feng finally reclaimed his golden dan. Holding the searing spirit stone, regret consumed him. Had he known, he should have heeded Yi Suifeng's counsel from the outset and sold the dreaming pavilion to him. After Feng departed, Yi Suifeng rubbed his temples. Such affairs would henceforth be entrusted to Sui Yun and the others. They were decidedly tedious. Moments later, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Head of the Yi family, Gu Wanxin called respectfully, her hands crossed before her. I hope you can behave normally. I have had quite enough of disturbances today. Yi Suifeng gestured for her to take a seat. Gu Wanxin smiled gently. It is rare to see you in such a manner. She took a seat and continued. Is it because of Feng? Please, let's not mention that foolishness. Yi Suifeng remarked. Let us speak of you. Recently, you have secluded yourself within the Wanbao Pavilion, hardly stepping outside. What is it that you occupy yourself with? Gu Wanxin replied. Naturally, I await the instructions of the Yi family master. You belong to Wanbao Pavilion, not to my Yi family, and thus you need not heed my commands. Yi Suifeng sipped his tea. Gu Wanxin smiled softly, then suddenly let out a gentle sigh. Master Yi, if you do not take me in, I fear that before long, you shall see me nevermore. Why is that? Yi Suifeng inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Do you recall the last time you asked me to investigate the whereabouts of the spirit stones from Wanbao Pavilion? Gu Wanxin queried. Yi Suifeng nodded. He had been quite curious then as to why Wanbao Pavilion was exchanging so many resources for spirit stones, which were hardly sustenance. Have you found a clue? Indeed, Gu Wanxin responded, producing a box fashioned from an unknown metal from her storage ring and placing it upon the table. Every transaction at Wanbao Pavilion leaves a trace. After bribing certain individuals, I uncovered something unusual. Each year, the spirit stones accrued from our various branches inexplicably vanish in large quantities during a specific period. Subsequently, an item termed Tianjin stone appears on the inventory list. I initially sought to unravel the mysteries hidden within this matter. and thus I seized the opportunity to engage with the individual overseeing the management of the Tianjin stones. Gu Wanxin gazed at Yi Suifeng, her hands resting on either side of the box. To her astonishment, she uncovered such a remarkable secret. With a gentle press of her hands, the metallic exterior of the box began to transform with a series of crisp clicks, reshaping itself like countless tiny building blocks. Ultimately, what once appeared as a rectangular form metamorphosed into a Tai Chi-like array plate. Suspended above the array plate were three distinct objects. On the far left stood a small tripod cauldron with dual ears. Its surface was intricately adorned with countless complex formations, interwoven in a dizzying display that made one's scalp tingle at a mere glance. In the center, a 9-tiered pagoda rose, entirely transparent and glimmering, surrounded by swirling clouds that lent it an air of profound mystery. To the far right lay a luminous stone, which seemed eerily familiar. It was the Heavenly Array Stone. Gu Wanxin stared at the radiant stone, her expression one of sheer incredulity. It was only now that she realized the immense profits amassed by the Wanbao Pavilion were merely for this diminutive Heavenly Array Stone. Indeed, this stone was forged from the amalgamation of countless pure spirit stones, and the creation of a single Heavenly Array Stone required no less than 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. Gu Wanxin was utterly astonished. Without Yi Suifeng's presence, the entire Wanbao Pavilion in Sucheng would, over the course of a year, sell merchandise totaling around 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. Yi Suifeng shared in her surprise, not expecting the Wanbao Pavilion's dealings with spirit stones to be of such a nature. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that the Heavenly Array Stone appeared somewhat familiar. Suddenly, his brow furrowed in realization. Another luminous stone appeared in his hand, identical to the celestial formation stone atop the array. Master Yi, you possess such a precious treasure of heaven and earth. Gu Wanxin exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. The celestial formation stone is distinct from heavenly-grade treasures. It is a material of the utmost caliber, possessing extraordinary properties, typically held only by superpowers like the Wanbao Pavilion. Yi Suifeng remained silent, suddenly enlightened. No wonder he had not heard the name of the spirit crystal for so long. It turns out that people referred to this item as the celestial formation stone. He glanced at the balance in his wallet. 36. 5 trillion. Chapter 60. The Tower of Origins. Yi Suifeng had initially thought that, given his spendthrift tendencies, he would soon deplete the remnants of spirit stones in his wallet. However, he was astonished to discover that the spirit stones themselves were merely a fraction. Alas, his perspective was narrow. If Gu Wanxin was indeed correct, one spirit crystal equated to 1 billion superior spirit stones. Thus, how many superior spirit stones did 36. 5 trillion spirit crystals amount to? And how many inferior spirit stones? What to do with such an abundance of wealth that cannot be exhausted? He pondered anxiously. How does the Wanbao Pavilion convert celestial formation stones? And why is it necessary to transform spirit stones into celestial formation stones? What functions do celestial formation stones serve? Yi Suifeng stored the spirit crystals, bombarding her with a series of questions. Reluctantly, Gu Wanxin shifted her gaze from the celestial formation stone and replied, Actually, I too harbored this curiosity from the beginning. Such secrets within the vault of 10,000 treasures are of the highest confidentiality. I initially believed that uncovering even the slightest hint would require considerable effort. However, to my surprise, Gu Wanxin gazed at the small cauldron and tower on the array plate, and with a wry smile remarked, I cannot discern whether this is fortune or misfortune. The method of converting spirit stones into celestial array stones, along with the functions of the celestial array stones, are all contained within this box. Therefore, esteemed head of the Yi family, if you choose not to shelter me, I shall find myself without a resting place at the vault. Gu Wanxin's original intention was merely to borrow the celestial array stones, to present them to Yi Suifeng for his examination, and then to contemplate her next steps. Yet she could never have imagined that the box concealed such monumental secrets. She was acutely aware that the moment she surreptitiously took the box, her life was no longer solely her own. Yi Suifeng remained silent, slowly extending his hand as the small cauldron hovered in his palm. At that moment, he realized that this was not a tangible cauldron, but rather an intricate blueprint, an all-encompassing, three-dimensional illustration. Yi Suifeng reached out with his formidable spirit, enveloping the blueprint in an instant. Within mere breaths, he comprehended the entirety of the small cauldron. So that is it. He understood that this small cauldron was named the Spirit Power Furnace, and its sole purpose was the conversion of spirit stones. Under standard regulations, 100 inferior spirit stones can be transformed into 1 medium spirit stone, and 100 medium spirit stones can be converted into 1 superior spirit stone. 1 billion superior spirit stones can be transformed into a single spirit crystal, also known as the Heavenly Array Stone. The essence of the Spirit Power Furnace is entirely constructed from the Heavenly Array stones and intricate formations. The formations serve as the core, while the Heavenly Array stones act as conduits, linking to the laws of the celestial path. The artificially arranged formations through the Heavenly Array stones take root in the celestial laws, drawing upon the power of the rules. Thus, they can transmute the very essence of spirit stones. No wonder the spirit crystal is referred to as the Heavenly Array Stone. This stone can directly connect with the laws of the celestial path, becoming a conductor of the rules. Consequently, cultivators can harness powers that humanity could not ordinarily control, achieving extraordinary feats. Now, let us proceed with the experiment. The Spirit Power Furnace is categorized into 3 levels, with the distinction between each level being the conversion efficiency. The highest grade of furnace requires 10,000 Heavenly Array Stones, equivalent to the revenue of Sioux City over a millennium. Such an astronomical figure is truly daunting. With a sweeping gesture, Yi Suifeng summoned 10,000 Heavenly Array Stones, which floated before them as if they were worthless, much to the astonishment of Gu Wanxin. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng continuously altered his incantations, casting one intricate formation after another, imprinting them upon the inner walls of the Heavenly Array Stones. The complexity and difficulty of the formations required by the Spirit Power Furnace would leave anyone's scalp tingling. Even if Dong Tianji, a master of 6th grade formations, were to undertake this task, it would take at least several thousand years to complete, even if he worked tirelessly without rest. Even Yi Suifeng found it somewhat challenging, taking the time equivalent to a stick of incense to finish all the formations. Success. With a command from Yi Suifeng, a small azure cauldron, roughly the size of a human head and adorned with 3 sets of ears, gently descended onto the table. Upon its landing, an ethereal sound reminiscent of grand celestial music subtly resonated, symbolizing an unparalleled treasure. Gu Wanxin stared blankly at the cauldron before her, her mind echoing with the image of 10,000 Heavenly Array stones floating in the air moments ago. "All right, let us proceed," Yi Suifeng declared, snapping his fingers. Instantly, Gu Wanxin's consciousness sharpened, and she focused intently. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Suifeng opened his wallet and unleashed a torrent of inferior spirit stones into the cauldron, akin to discarding refuse. The sight left Gu Wanxin dazzled. He continued until the count reached 100 trillion before halting. Within the cauldron lay a vast, hidden realm, a superlative storage space capable of accommodating such an immense quantity. With a mere thought, he activated the first array. After a brief moment, the luminous glow of the array gradually subsided. Yi Suifeng extended his spiritual sense and discovered that all the inferior spirit stones had transformed into superior spirit stones, precisely numbering 100 billion. Fascinating, Yi Suifeng chuckled, activating a second array. Within mere breaths, the stones metamorphosed into 10 billion top-tier spirit stones, demonstrating commendable efficiency. Nodding in approval, he initiated the final array. The exterior of the cauldron flickered with alternating light and shadow. This process persisted for a duration equivalent to half a stick of incense before gradually coming to a halt. En énigmatique aura surgi fort. With a gesture, a newly forged Heavenly Array stone materialized in his palm. Quite satisfactory, he mused. Regarding this small cauldron, Yi Suifeng felt quite satisfied. At last, he could manage the inferior and medium-grade spirit stones cluttering his wallet. Those items were numerous and quite vexatious to behold. At this moment, if Gu Wanxin were aware of Yi Suifeng's thoughts, she would certainly cling to his leg and exclaim, "Brother, let me bear your burdens." After experimenting with the spirit power furnace, Yi Suifeng shifted his gaze to the petite tower at the center. The small cauldron was utilized to merge the heavenly array stones. So what was the function of the tower? Yi Suifeng intuited. Gu Wanxin nodded with a countenance of intricate emotions. Very well, let me take a look. With a mere thought, Yi Suifeng enveloped the small tower with his spirit, revealing all its information. The Tower of Origins. This was a 9-tiered pagoda, constructed entirely from heavenly array stones and formations, akin to the spirit power furnace. Each level of the origin tower served a distinct purpose, and with each ascending tier, the quantity of heavenly array stones required increased tenfold. Furthermore, with each ascending tier, the effects of all preceding levels would also amplify tenfold. First tier generates 1 drop of spirit energy essence annually, requiring 1,000 heavenly array stones. Spirit energy essence, an exceptionally pure liquid that can be used directly for cultivation. Alter the spirit energy density within a certain radius, nourish spiritual instruments, and refine spirit beasts. Its applications are manifold. Second tier produces 1 drop of body tempering essence each year, necessitating 10,000 heavenly array stones. Body tempering essence refines the body and can merge with any auxiliary body tempering treasures, enhancing their efficacy exponentially. Additionally, it can, to some extent, strengthen one's innate cultivation talent. The third level. Each year, it can produce a drop of soul essence, requiring 100,000 celestial array stones. Soul essence refines the soul and enhances comprehension. Next, the fourth level is the essence of life, a liquid that embodies the essence of life itself. It can heal wounds and promote the growth of spiritual herbs and medicines. The fifth level, innate essence, capable of cultivating various innate physiques. The sixth level, sacred essence, which can nurture extraordinary divine abilities. The seventh level, creation essence, allowing one to transcend the limits of life and become a true child of the Heavenly Dao. The eighth level, rule essence, utilized to master the laws of heaven and earth. The ninth level, each year, it can produce a drop of Heavenly Dao essence, requiring 100 billion celestial array stones. Heavenly Dao essence governs the rules and creates new ones. After perusing this information, Yi Suifeng finally comprehended the situation. No wonder these superpowers, with just 1 core disciple, can easily overpower the extraordinary geniuses of ordinary great powers. The reason lies here. Chapter 61. Start with 10,000. After absorbing all the information from the Tower of the Origins of all things, Yi Suifeng rested his arms on the table, supporting his chin, lost in thought. If the information is accurate, a 9-story tower of the origins of all things can yield 100 million drops of spiritual energy essence, 10 million drops of body refinement essence, and 1 million drops of soul essence each year. These 3 types of essences are the fundamental elements of cultivation. Just imagine how many formidable beings they could create, not to mention the subsequent innate essence, sacred essence, and creation essence. With such resources invested, even the most extraordinary prodigies can be nurtured. If it weren't for Gu Wanxin fortuitously discovering this, he would have no idea how long the numerous spiritual stones and crystals on him would have remained unutilized. Master Yi, I am truly sorry. Gu Wanxin looked at the silent Yi Suifeng, her face filled with remorse. I was so taken aback earlier that I forgot to inform you. It is the origin tower that requires the investment of the celestial array stones the most. We should not have squandered that 10,000 celestial array stones on the spirit power furnace. It is all my fault. Her tone was laden with self-reproach. Yi Suifeng, momentarily taken aback, soon realized that the young lady had misunderstood, thinking he was left with only 10,000 celestial array stones. It's perfectly fine. You have been of great assistance to me this time, he replied with a hearty laugh. Gu Wanxin blinked her eyes. Master Yi, please call me Brother Yi. By the way, you should not be older than I am, right? Yi Suifeng inquired, having not probed into Gu Wanxin's age. now ready to regard her as a friend, and thus refraining from such inquiries. Delving into one's consciousness reveals everything, which could be deemed rather impolite. Gu Wanxin looked at Yi Suifeng, but did not disclose her age, merely smiling gently. Brother Yi. Yi Suifeng nodded. By the way, from where did you acquire this box? Such an object seems unlikely to appear within the confines of Su City. He questioned, for within the box lay all the information pertaining to the spirit power furnace and the origin tower. How could such a monumental secret be carried about so carelessly? It is from a steward of the Wanbao Pavilion, Gu Wanxin replied. He has been responsible for the allocation of resources and the collection of spirit stones within the bounds of Su City. At that moment, I merely perceived that the box contained nothing but a single celestial array stone. Suddenly, Gu Wanxin furrowed her brow and remarked, perhaps this matter bears some relation to you. Brother Yi, how could this concern me? Yi Suifeng inwitted, perplied. It is as follows, Gu Wanxin responded with a faint smile. Over the past 6 months, your expenditures have been exceedingly extravagant, and the higher-ups at the Wanbao Pavilion have certainly taken note of this. Moreover, all your payments have been made with inferior spirit stones. You may not be aware, but the storerooms in Sucheng are filled with large storage bags brimming with spirit stones. Thus, I suspect they may have brought the construction methods for the spirit furnace and origin tower for the sake of convenience in transportation. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. This explanation seems somewhat far-fetched. They could easily have brought a finished furnace instead of the blueprints. However, they cannot elucidate why the Wanbao Pavilion would act in such a manner. Never mind it. The blueprints are in hand now, he concluded. The steward of the Wanbao Pavilion must possess a cultivation level far superior to yours. How did you manage it? Yi Suifeng inquired once more. Gu Wanxin paused, hesitating slightly before saying, Brother Yi, in such matters, being a woman affords one numerous advantages. She did not elaborate further. Yet Yi Suifeng could discern the implication. It was reasonable to surmise that a woman without connections could hardly navigate the intricate dynamics of a force like the Wanbao Pavilion without possessing some means. Her ascent to the position of pavilion master was already a remarkable feat. Yi Suifeng held a profound respect for such individuals. Rest assured, your safety will be my utmost priority, and there shall be no need for you to engage in such matters any longer, he stated earnestly. Is that true? Brother Yi, I am exceedingly grateful to you. Gu Wanxin felt an immense weight lift from her heart. However, a hint of melancholy crossed her face. So, I shall reside at the Yi family home, correct? Yi Suifeng gazed at her with a smile. If that does not suit you, you may remain at Wanbao Pavilion and continue your dealings with the Yi family. Gu Wanxin was momentarily taken aback, having taken something so significant from Wanbao Pavilion. I surely cannot return, can I? Yi Suifeng chuckled softly. As long as you desire it, there will be no issue. I shall take care of this matter. Gu Wanxin stared wide-eyed, reflecting on the years she had spent navigating the murky waters of class transactions, often teetering on the brink of death. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner before. It was a profoundly comforting sentiment. Thank you. Then I shall return. She began, but suddenly felt awkward. Brother Yi, it's not that I dislike the Yi family or believe it to be unsatisfactory. Enough. Yi Suifeng interjected with a smile. I also need you to temporarily stay at Wanbao Pavilion, as I require supplies from there for my family. Gu Wanxin smiled, feeling a sense of relief. Very well. Let us hasten back to resume operations, for someone has been waiting for you for quite some time. Yi Suifeng closed the box and handed it to Gu Wanxin. Who? She inquired. The last time someone visited Su City. Ah, yes, it was Shun Tianming. He must have come for the box. As he spoke, Yi Suifeng extended his index finger and gently touched the center of Gu Wanxin's brow, leaving a faint red mark. He then produced 100 heavenly array stones and handed them over. Present this to him and declare that nothing has transpired. Otherwise, I shall procure all the Wanbage of the 9-City Alliance with but a single inferior spirit stone. Yi Suifeng declared. Ah, are you truly suggesting that? Indeed, I am. Fear not. With this in hand, safety shall not be a concern. Yi Suifeng gestured towards his brow. Gu Wanxin nodded vigorously, her steps brisk as she exited. Once she had departed, Yi Suifeng exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair. This time, Gu Wanqin had genuinely rendered invaluable assistance. The cultivation of the Yi family disciples had reached a bottleneck. The investment of resources had nearly reached saturation. Increasing the input would not yield a qualitative transformation. Unless more rare resources were acquired, or a tailored cultivation approach, akin to that of Yi Huang and Yi Long, were implemented for each individual. Yet, that would be excessively cumbersome. Yi Suifeng was not a caretaker. He was only responsible for the most exceptional core disciples. Thus, the origin tower of all things had arrived at the perfect moment. How many should be constructed? A single 9-story origin tower requires 1 trillion heavenly array stones. Let us commence with 10,000. Too many would leave us without space. That amounts to 10 trillion heavenly array stones. This time, Yi Suifeng was indeed experiencing a significant financial drain. In Yunshao City, Wanbeige, all the guests were inexplicably ushered out. Shen Tianming sat in the central hall on the first floor, his expression shrouded in gloom. At his feet lay the steward responsible for managing the spirit stones. Bloodied and broken, collapsed upon the ground. He awaited with bated breath, anxiety gnawing at him. The second 9-story origin tower of the Wanbao Pavilion was on the verge of completion. There could be no mistakes on my watch. We must become the first faction on this continent to possess 2 9-story origin towers. Chapter 62. The Mirror Lake for 3 entire days. Yi Suifeng immersed himself in his study, tirelessly crafting the origin towers without a moment's rest. For him, the creation of such structures was relatively straightforward. However, the complexity was overwhelming. Each level contained myriad intricate formations, interwoven in a labyrinthine manner. Constructing 10,000 towers was akin to demanding a student to transcribe the characters Long Xingdada 1,000 times each. Ultimately, Yi Suifeng succeeded in fabricating 10 towers at once, completing the monumental task of crafting all 10,000 9-story origin towers within 3 days. Once finished, the study was filled to the brim with origin towers, so densely packed that one could barely lift their head without colliding with one. Unfortunately, these structures possessed their own spatial properties, rendering them impossible to store within a spatial ring. How was he to manage such an abundance? Yi Suifeng pondered it, realizing that simply relinquishing all 10,000 origin towers to Sui Yun would surely terrify him. A more unified approach was necessary. As he deliberated, Yi Suifeng rose and made his way outside. With his movements, the floating origin towers clinked and clattered, some unwittingly obstructing his path. Begone, you wretched origin towers. Moments later, Yi Suifeng departed from the study, eager to observe the progress of the new city. With a mere thought, he ascended into the sky, surveying the transformed cloud city below. Compared to 3 days prior, the city had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. The former residences of the Li and Tang families had been utterly razed, replaced by towering walls that enclosed the area entirely. A group of figures was diligently arranging formations upon the walls. Here stood the New Yi family. From the heart of the New Yi family, 4 remarkably broad roads stretched out in perfect alignment, leading directly to the city's outskirts. At the end of these thoroughfares, 4 brand new city gates had been erected, and the outline of the new city walls was taking shape. A multitude of individuals congregated there, akin to overseers supervising the construction. Among them, Yi Suifeng recognized 2 figures, Dong Tianji and Hu Chuang. Both had contributed significantly to the design of various sections of the new cloud city. Within the city itself, construction was rampant. Many irregular structures had been dismantled, making way for newly erected pavilions, now arranged in neat order. The overall aesthetic was far more pleasing than before. Yi Suifeng silently approved. The pace of construction was astonishingly swift. Upon reflection, it was clear why. This was, after all, the realm of cultivation. Individual strength was immensely potent, rendering heavy machinery unnecessary, as tasks could be accomplished with a mere gesture. Furthermore, specialized construction teams existed in this world, wielding puppets designed specifically for building. A handful could be cast down, and a magnificent edifice would arise in mere moments. Thus, the framework of a new city had been established in just a few days. Next came the arrangement of formations, the fortification of walls, and a myriad of related tasks. These responsibilities were entrusted to Dong Tianji and Hu Chuan. After observing for a while, Yi Suifeng noted that there were no significant issues and chose to withdraw his attention. He merely stipulated the requirements and the standards for completion. The intricate details would naturally be managed by those beneath him. At present, his primary concern was the allocation of the 10,000 origin towers. Firstly, regarding storage, it was apparent that they could not fit into conventional storage spaces, necessitating the creation of a separate realm. This endeavor was relatively straightforward, albeit such a space would be akin to another world, making it rather inconvenient for storage. Moreover, the production of low-tier essence was exceedingly rapid. Even if distributed among the entire city, it would remain in surplus. Of course, I would not resort to such measures. The 9-tier origin tower produced a staggering 100 million drops of spiritual essence annually from its first tier alone, amounting to approximately 1,000 cubic meters when accumulated. With 10,000 towers, the annual yield would reach an astonishing 10 million cubic meters. In just over a year, this would equate to a volume comparable to that of West Lake in my previous life, and this was spiritual essence. Furrowing his brow, Yi Suifeng pondered for a moment before a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Westlake, why not create a lake of our own? He glanced at the recently leveled land of the Li Tang families, and an idea began to take shape in his mind. Suddenly, he flickered and appeared behind the Yi family's old residence, on that pristine expanse of land. Yes, this spot is quite suitable. Yi Suifeng extended his finger towards the ground before him, tracing a perfect circle. Then, he thrust his palm downward. Boom! The earth trembled, and the freshly leveled ground suddenly sank, revealing a vast chasm over 100 fathoms deep. What has transpired? Is there an extraordinary force at play? The townsfolk were thrown into a state of panic. Some, still clad in their night garments, rushed out in haste. In the wake of the earthquake, several figures ascended into the sky, hastening towards the Yi family's domain. Suiyun was the first to arrive, his gaze fixed on the unexpectedly formed pit, his expression one of shock. However, upon noticing Yi Suifeng lost in contemplation, he gradually eased his concerns. It's nothing. Carry on with your affairs, Suiyun instructed, dispersing the anxious members of the Yi family and settling beside Yi Suifeng. Brother, at least offer a greeting, Suiyun remarked with a hint of exasperation. I was merely assisting you in assessing the structural integrity of the newly constructed buildings, Yi Suifeng replied, his demeanor calm and collected. In truth, he had been so engrossed in thought that he had forgotten the matter at hand. Yet, Suiyun refrained from pressing further. Instead, he gazed at the vast pit and inquired, Brother, what are your intentions? To create a grand lake, Yi Suifeng responded. With the increase in space at home, I intend to establish a large garden here, a place to stroll during my leisure. Suiyun replied, Brother, for matters such as these, it suffices to inform me. There is no need for you to exert yourself. You fail to comprehend. Yi Suifeng shook his head, adding, Wait here for a moment. I shall explain how we will proceed. With that, he rose to his full height and ascended towards the colossal character Yi suspended in the void. Subsequently, he extended his hand and summoned thousands of origin towers from the study, forming a lengthy procession that ultimately converged before him. Let them reside here, he declared. Yi Suifeng unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the void before him into fragments, thus creating a pitch-black expanse. He then pressed his hand against the character for Yi, causing countless spatial shards to adhere to its outline, beginning to coalesce. In no time, the white character for Yi was adorned with a delicate golden edge, faintly radiating light. This marked the emergence of a newly established space, with the enormous character serving as the gateway to this realm. Enter. Yi Suifeng delivered a powerful kick to the leading origin tower, prompting the serpentine line to stir. Each tower sequentially passing through the character's gateway into the subsequent space. Once all the origin towers had traversed the threshold, Yi Suifeng's form flickered, and he too stepped into the new dimension. The area was not particularly expansive, roughly equivalent to the size of Cloud City. Next came the establishment of a passage. The ancient Qian-Kuan translocation array seemed ideally suited for this purpose. Recalling the intricacies of this formation, Yi Suifeng began to trace symbols in the air with his fingers. Soon, a colossal array materialized on the ground, with a dark pit gradually emerging. Upon closer inspection, it was the vast cavity created by Yi Suifeng's earlier strike. After a moment's contemplation, he executed a series of hand seals, dividing the pit into precisely 10 layers from top to bottom. Then he orchestrated the origin towers, arranging them in neat concentric circles above the pit. With a commanding voice, he instructed that each layer of the origin towers connect with the pit. The first layer of the origin tower connects to the second layer of the pit, and sequentially downwards to the 9th layer, which links to the very bottom of the pit. Come forth. Yi Suifeng clenched his fist, having produced the original liquid. He began to slowly deliver it to the corresponding layers of the pit. On the ground, Sui Yun, who awaited Yi Suifeng, suddenly sensed a slight anomaly in the vast pit before him. He looked up and beheld a hazy white mist enveloping the area just below 10 meters from the ground, within which faint starlight emanated, reminiscent of the Milky Way. What could that be? He was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Yi Suifeng appeared beside him. Water. As Yi Suifeng's words fell, clear spring water materialized, surging into the great pit. In just a few breaths, it filled the pit entirely. The once vast pit had transformed into an expansive lake. Ah, this is splendid. Yi Suifeng nodded. He had connected 10,000 origin towers to this lake, ensuring that all future produced original liquid would be stored beneath the lake surface. Moreover, each layer would correspond accordingly. The first layer would be the lake water, the second layer would be the spiritual liquid, and so forth. Let's construct a garden around it, nurturing fish and lotus flowers within, and planting willows and various flowers around the perimeter, suggested Yi Suifeng. Indeed, Sui Yun, enchanted by the fragrant emanations of the lake water, incredulously inquired, "Brother, this lake water must be extraordinary." Yi Suifeng nodded affirmatively. Under the nurturing essence of the 9-layered liquid, the surface of the lake transformed into a unique treasure, where ordinary beings might experience intriguing changes. You shall draw forth several streams from this lake, creating rockeries or any other fanciful structures, allowing the lake's waters to flow throughout the family estate. Do you understand? With a nod in agreement, Yin complied. Brother, such a precious lake requires a name. Yi Suifeng was suddenly overwhelmed, as naming was his least favorite task. Well, observe it is both vast and round, and the lake's surface is clear like a mirror. Why not call it Mirror Lake? Chapter 63. It is time to depart with the main body of Mirror Lake completed. Yi Suifeng encountered a new dilemma. Although the lake was expansive, it could not withstand the relentless production of the essence from tens of thousands of origin towers working overtime. Particularly with the spiritual essence, it was estimated that saturation would occur within 6 months. Never mind, having too much of this substance serves little purpose. The remainder shall be dispersed throughout the territory of Yinshao City. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Suifeng took action once more. He subsequently devised a timed formation, whereby, at specific intervals, the mirror lake would spontaneously evaporate a portion of its water, merging with the vapor in the sky, and then transforming into rain that would descend. Each month, a rain infused with the spiritual essence would bless the lands within the purview of Yinshao City. Every season, a transformative rain, enriched with body-refining essence, would reshape all things. And annually, a soul rain, imbued with divine soul essence, would enlighten all living beings. Every 3 years, a life-giving rain infused with the essence of vitality descends, bestowing longevity. Annually, 3 primordial stones fall. Those who acquire them awaken their innate bodies. Every 3 years, 3 sacred stones descend, granting their bearers the awakening of divine powers, leading them to the sacred realm. Once a decade, 3 stones of creation descend, and anyone fortunate enough to obtain them will become the true chosen one. Collectively, these occurrences will account for 1/10 of the output from the origin tower, while the remainder will be utilized or reserved by the Yi family. As for the subsequent rules of the essence and the Heavenly Dao essence, they remain rather precious and shall not be made available to the outside world, reserved instead for the core members of the family. Even so, it is foreseeable that, in the near future, Yunshao City will witness a surge of prodigies, transforming into a genuine sanctuary for cultivation. It is more effective to cultivate geniuses than merely seek them. Yi Suifeng smirked. After completing all these tasks, he entrusted the remaining matters to Suiyun. In the following days, the entirety of Yunshao City was engulfed in a fervor of construction, and as the circular city walls were finalized, a brand new city rose majestically. The visage of the old Yunshao City has now been completely obscured within the annals of history. The interior of Yunshao City has stabilized, having eradicated the residual forces of the Li and Tang families, consolidating all their shops and lands. However, within the territories beyond the city, numerous disturbances still require resolution. Sui Bao and Yi Huang have already made preparations to venture out today. In the study, Suiyun reported on the recent developments. Yi Suifeng nodded listlessly, realizing that the Yi family in Yunshao City now stood unrivaled, with no other faction capable of contesting its supremacy. Unification was merely a matter of time. Once stability was fully achieved, perhaps it would be time to explore other realms of the world, the chaotic nations to the east, the sacred sects to the south, the exotic lands to the west, and the vast snowy expanses to the north. He wondered what delightful cuisines awaited discovery. Elder brother, are you listening? The voice of Suiyun suddenly pierced through his reverie. Oh yes, I am, Yi Suifeng responded, regaining his focus. Let us act swiftly. Those who are arrogant should be dealt with decisively. In the future, Yunshao City will certainly not lack cultivators. Suiyun nodded in agreement. By the way, elder brother, this morning, some visitors came seeking an audience with you. What sort of people? Yi Suifeng inquired. They are a group of young individuals clad in simple blue garments, all hailing from Tianfu Academy. The leader possesses an extraordinary demeanor, and his cultivation level is inscrutable. His name is Zhang Dong, Suiyun replied. Tianfu Academy? Yi Suifeng expressed his confusion. He had never heard of such an establishment. I hadn't heard of it either at first, but after some inquiries, I learned that it is a formidable force on the continent, with a presence in numerous locations. Moreover, those who gain entry to the Academy for cultivation are all exceptional talents. I believe they have come to recruit some individuals from us, Suiyun elucidated. Yi Suifeng no ditoi. As the family's power grew, they would inevitably encounter higher-tier forces, and Tianfu Academy was merely the first of many. Regarding the admission of family members into the Academy, he did not harbor much resistance. Although the Yi family is currently flourishing, one must venture forth to truly grow. For instance, even the sacred land occasionally dispatches disciples into the mortal realm for training. Let them come, Yi Suifeng remarked. After a while, Yi Suifeng appeared in the reception hall, where a group of young individuals clad in green sat below. They were all quite young, around their 20s, yet the weakest among them possessed the golden body realm. The strongest, Zhang Dong, at merely 25, had already attained the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, just one step away from the spirit transformation realm. He stood on par with Shun Tianming from the Wanbao Pavilion. This illustrates that the Tianfu Academy is indeed extraordinary. First, allow me to congratulate the head of the Yi family on unifying Yunshao City, Zhang Dong initiated. Since the battle for Yunshao City, I have longed to meet you. Yet I am acutely aware of the pressing affairs following the upheaval within the Yi family, which is why I dare to intrude today. Zhang Dong spoke with calmness and composure, maintaining an air of politeness, though perhaps a bit overly scholarly. No matter, Yi Suifeng responded. You are welcome to speak your mind today. The head of the Yi family is indeed forthright. Zhang Dong clasped his hands together. Then I shall be direct. The Tianfu Academy welcomes talent from across the realm, and during the battle for Yunshao City, I observed the Yi family disciples, all of whom are like hidden dragons in the wild. Therefore, I inquire if the head of the Yi family has any intention of allowing them to study at the Tianfu Academy and thereby transform into true dragons. Zhang Dong's tone was courteous, yet it was permeated with an air of superiority. In the wild, the Azure Sky City indeed embodies untamed spirit. Yi Suifeng caressed his chin and inquired, Whom have you taken a fancy to? It was none other than the 5 disciples of the Yi clan who had participated in the Battle of Azure Sky City, as Zhang Dong remarked. After a moment of silence, Yi Suifeng leisurely replied, Well, it is not entirely unfeasible. However, such matters must hinge on their own desires. Before Yi Suifeng could finish, a student from the academy suddenly leaped up, exclaiming, "Hey, did you hear that? We are from Tianfu Academy. For individuals from your humble origins to enter here is a stroke of fortune for you, and yet you still hesitate?" The young man wore an expression of incredulity, as if Yi Suifeng had uttered something utterly absurd. "Guangmu, silence yourself!" Zhang Dong barked sharply, before Yi Suifeng had a chance to respond. Guangmu was taken aback, looking at Zhang Dong and retorting, "Senior, he is merely the chieftain of a rural region. Such airs are utterly disrespectful to us of Tianfu Academy. Leave." Zhang Dong's face darkened. Under the weight of Zhang Dong's glare, Guangmu glanced at Yi Suifeng, snorted disdainfully, and stormed off. "I sincerely apologize for the disturbance," Zhang Dong said, clasping his fists in respect after Guangmu's departure. Yi Suifeng rested his chin on one hand, smiling as he replied, "You must take good care of him. He hails from a prestigious sect in the southern regions and carries an abundance of arrogance." Zhang Dong continued, "Indeed, he is quite arrogant." Yi Suifeng remained silent, recognizing that this group bore a similar disposition. Zhang Dong was no exception, constantly leveraging their backgrounds. Yet one must admit, such environments are indeed suitable for the youth to hone their skills. "Master Yi," Zhang Dong inquired, "you just mentioned that it depends on their own willingness. Where are they now?" "They have left the city for urgent matters and will not return in the near future," Yi Suifeng replied, sitting up straight. "You should return and wait. When they come back, I will inquire. If anyone is willing, they will certainly seek you out." He had a rough understanding of Tianfu Academy and was prepared to conclude this meeting, as he was not particularly fond of this group. Zhang Dong appeared somewhat taken aback by Yi Suifeng's words. However, after a brief moment, he rose to his feet. "I shall not impose further, but we can only remain in Inshao City for 5 more days. If we do not receive a resolution by then, we must return." Yi Suifeng nodded. "Understood." Subsequently, Zhang Dong clasped his hands in a gesture of farewell, accompanied by the other young men, and turned to leave. Yi Suifeng quietly watched them depart, and after a considerable time, he let out a barely perceptible sigh. It was indeed time to leave. Chapter 64. Aspirations unveiled under the concerted efforts of Yi Huang, Yi Long, and the core members of the Yi family. The rebellious forces within the confines of Inshao City were eradicated in a mere 4 days, along with the involvement of the Li and Tang families. Consequently, the names of Tianwan Hall and Jinlong Pavilion resonated far and wide. Upon their return, Yi Suifeng promptly summoned Yi Huang and the other 4 to the courtyard. Having endured the Battle of Inshao City and several pacification efforts, these 5 radiant jewels of the Yi family had blossomed in full splendor. Both Yi Huang and Yi Long experienced rapid advancements in their cultivation, nearly breaking through a minor realm every 2 days. At this moment, the 2 individuals had reached the pinnacle of their cultivation, having attained the great perfection of the transformation realm. Meanwhile, Yi Qinyao successfully broke through to the foundation establishment stage. Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Qian lagged slightly behind, but had made considerable progress as well. Coupled with their unique abilities, it could be confidently asserted that even within the confines of Su City, there were no peers of their age who could rival them. "Well done," Yi Suifeng commended them, and the group was instantly invigorated. Such recognition from the family head was indeed a rare honor, a supreme accolade for them. The matters concerning Yinshao City had reached a conclusion, and Yi Suifeng prompted, "Share your thoughts." The sudden inquiry rendered them silent for a moment. However, upon reflection, they realized that Yinshao City was rather insignificant, and even Su City was merely a peripheral region of the continent. In the absence of competition and rivals, their advancement would be significantly hindered. Noticing their silence, Yi Suifeng continued, "A few days ago, someone from Tianfu Academy approached me, expressing interest in having you join. The academy is located in the southern part of the 9 Cities Alliance, a place teeming with talent and fierce competition. It is an excellent environment for honing your skills. So, is there anyone interested in going?" After Yi Suifeng's words, the group exchanged glances, momentarily unsure of how to respond. "Father," after a brief pause, Yi Huang inquired, "Will you go?" "Me?" Yi Suifeng gently shook his head. That is a stage for you young individuals. What purpose would I serve there? Engaging in superficial pleasantries with a group of arrogant individuals? I have my own plans. Frankly, his attendance at Tianfu Academy would serve no purpose other than to feign humility or to flirt with the female instructors. Yi Huang replied, Then I shall not attend. Yi Huang. Yi Suifeng furrowed his brow. You cannot perpetually dwell under my protection, nor can you all. Yi Huang paused momentarily, then quickly waved her hands. No, that is not my intention. What I meant was, if you decide to go, I might contemplate it. If not, I shall pursue my own aspirations. Observing the beaming smile on Yi Huang's face, Yi Suifeng felt a twinge of surprise and inquired with genuine interest, What is it that you wish to accomplish? I wish to lead the members of Tianluan Hall and break forth from Yunqiao City. Yi Huang stood tall, her cloak billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. I desire to make the name of Tianluan Hall resound. I wish to elevate the reputation of the Yi family. I wish to herald my own name. I want the entire world to know that Yi Suifeng's daughter is named Yi Huang. A regal aura erupted from Yi Huang, and a smile gradually emerged on Yi Suifeng's face. And how do you intend to achieve this? Conquest. Yi Huang replied without hesitation. Then, with a smile, she added, In fact, I have contemplated this during our journey home after quelling the rebellion. We cannot remain in the shadows, overlooked by society. Thus, I shall launch an offensive from Cloud City, persisting until the entire world recognizes our presence and the legacy of the Yi family. Yi Suifeng fell into silence. This time, his daughter had truly exceeded his expectations. He recalled the moment he first arrived in this realm, when this girl was frail and plagued by self-doubt, with only a flicker of ambition burning deep within her heart. Yet now, that flicker had blossomed into a roaring inferno. Your determination brings me great solace. I stand firmly in your support, Yi Suifeng affirmed. Yi Huang's face brightened immediately. Thank you, father. Yi Suifeng nodded and then turned his gaze toward Yi Long, inquiring, And what of you? Yi Long, clutching his spear, shifted his attention to Yi Huang. With such resolve from the master of Tianluan Hall, how could our true dragon pavilion remain stagnant? Uncle, my intentions align with Yi Huang's. We must emerge from Cloud City and forge our renown. Perhaps influenced by Yi Huang's fervor, Yi Long echoed her aspirations. Are you trying to outdo me, dragon cousin? Yi Huang challenged, regarding Yi Long with a playful glare. Yi Long chuckled. What? Are you afraid of being overshadowed by me? The two exchanged glances, undaunted as their spirits ignited. One dragon and one phoenix, both ablaze with ambition. Enough, Yi Suifeng said, observing his exceptional descendants with a gentle smile. The world is vast, and the paths you choose are still lengthy. Perhaps it would be best for each of you to select a different direction and see who ultimately prevails. At this, both nodded in agreement. Then I shall choose the eastern path, for Su City lies in that direction. I yearn to witness the prowess of the 16-year-old foundation that Nie Xiaoyin spoke of. Yi Huang declared first. Very well, I shall venture westward. I have heard that the two cities in the western part of the Nine-City Alliance are fierce in martial spirit and brimming with combat strength. I shall engage with them. Yi Long responded closely behind. Excellent, Yi Huang exclaimed with a smile. Let us encircle the territory of the Nine-City Alliance. Making a complete circuit, the one who reaches the southernmost point first shall be declared the victor. Cousin, what say you? Yi Huang's face was alight with challenge. A word is a bond. Yi Long would not show any hesitation. The two most brilliant descendants of the household had made their choices. Next, Yi Suifeng turned his gaze towards Yi Qingyao, his niece who had undergone the trial of the red dust mirror. Uncle, I wish to try my hand at the Tianfu Academy, Yi Qingyao stated directly. Yi Suifeng was once again taken aback. He had presumed that, given Yi Qinyao's character, she would be the least likely to choose such a path. Why? For the red dust melody, Yi Qingyao replied. In the red dust mirror, I have experienced a multitude of events. However, no matter how vivid those experiences seemed, they were ultimately but illusions. To perfect the red dust melody, I must immerse myself in the authentic world. Yi Suifeng understood. Yi Qingyao had embarked on a path uniquely her own. The red dust melody was her way. Very well. Yi Suifeng had no reason to refuse. He then turned his attention to Yi Qian. And you? Yi Qian pondered for a moment before responding. I wish to remain in Yinshao City. The others cast surprised looks at him. In the Sky City, advancement is indeed a formidable challenge. I cannot abandon Xiao, Yi, and the others, Yi Qian explained. Xiao, Yi is the little girl he once rescued, whose family was ruthlessly slain by Li Xingge. Perhaps they were right all along. I am merely a principal. Yi Qian smiled and said, therefore, I have decided to establish an academy in Sky City, providing those children who aspire to cultivate an opportunity to do so. Principal, so be it. I embrace this title. Yi Qian spoke candidly, feeling a sense of relief. He had found his path. Yi Suifeng nodded slightly in agreement. Yi Long chuckled and patted his shoulder, saying, go ahead and pursue it. I've always supported you. We support you as well. Do not concern yourself with how others perceive it, Yi Huang added. Yi Qian looked at them and nodded earnestly. The four of them had their own plans, leaving only Yi Xiao unaccounted for. Yi Suifeng turned his gaze towards her. Uncle, I also wish to. No, you do not wish to, he interjected before she could finish. I intend to embark on a journey. You shall accompany me and refrain from going anywhere else. Yi Xiao was instantly taken aback, her large eyes filled with grievance. Why is that? You have agreed to their requests, yet mine is dismissed. Uncle, why do you always treat me differently? She lamented, wiping away the few hard-earned tears. Them? Yi Suifeng remarked with a hum. They have all discovered their ideals and aspirations. What do you, aside from frolicking and causing mischief, truly engage in? A few days ago, the Wanbao Pavilion was robbed. Was it your doing? Yi Xiao fell silent. Guan Xin took a bath, only to find all her clothes stolen. Was that also your handiwork? Another silence ensued, and then there Esto Hua, who, after a night's sleep, awoke to find himself surrounded by pigs, with his own head drawn as that of a pig. Did you orchestrate that as well? Yi Xiao poted. But I have also achieved something. Oh, and what might that be? Pray, enlighten me, Yi Suifeng inquired, stroking his chin. Humph. Yi Xiao puffed out her chest. The other day, during Yi Huang Jie's campaign against the rebels, I engaged with over 100 individuals in a single night. Upon her declaration, the others nearly burst into laughter. Dear sister, such words are ill-advised. They are easily misconstrued. Yi Suifeng shook his head. Enough in any case. You shall not venture anywhere. Stay with me and refine your character, lest you attract future calamities. Chapter 65. The bewildered elder, the 5 members of the Yi family have each embarked upon their own distinct paths. Yet, Yi Xiao remains discontent. However, she truly does not know what path she is treading. Observing the spirited young successors, Yi Suifeng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. I have something to gift you all. With that, Yi Suifeng opened his palm, revealing 4 exquisite miniature towers that materialized in his hand. They were none other than the origin towers of all things. In recent days, he contemplated the future development of several individuals, thus taking the opportunity to forge 4 9-layer origin towers. Regardless of circumstances, the resources for cultivation are indispensable. Yi Suifeng spoke, and the others obediently extended their hands. Subsequently, he extended his index finger and tapped upon their palms. In a moment's time, a delicate character resembling a leaf manifested in each palm. A small space materialized. Yi Suifeng then placed the origin towers within these spaces. The functions and usage of the origin towers are contained within. You shall familiarize yourselves with them upon your return. By the way, there's also this. He then produced 4 rings and similarly placed them into the palm-sized spaces. These contain a small amount of spirit stones, serving as your expenses for this expedition. It is essential to have some currency while adventuring outside, Yi Suifeng remarked. The others nodded and withdrew their hands, leaving one small claw awkwardly suspended in the air. Yi Xiao et précède had confusion. Yi Suifeng cast her a glance. You are with me. Why would you fear a lack of spirit stones? Yi Xiao shrugged, repeatedly murmuring to herself, It will become a habit. It will become a habit. All right, everyone, prepare yourselves. Those who are to depart shall depart, and those who are to remain shall stay, Yi Suifeng instructed. At this point, The paths for the 5 individuals had become entirely clear. Only Yi Qingyao would journey to the Tianfu Academy. May these young ones travel further along their respective paths. In a pitch-black space, suddenly, a surge of formidable energy erupted. Following this, 2 radiant pearls pierced through the darkness. As the light began to fade, I discovered that it was, in fact, a pair of luminous eyes. At long last, I have transcended. Suddenly, a circle of candles flared to life, illuminating the space. Here, I found myself in a spacious chamber, surrounded by thick, solid walls of bluish stone. At the very center of the room sat a man who appeared to be in his 50s, clad in an ample white ceremonial robe, adorned at the back with an embroidered golden character resembling a leaf. 3 years have passed, swifter than I had anticipated. The middle-aged man rose, and a cloud of dust cascaded down. The Li family and the Tang family can no longer underestimate our Yi family. His eyes glinted with determination as he waved his robe, causing the heavy stone door to creak open. He stepped outside, only to be taken aback by the sight of another individual dressed in identical attire standing before him. "Elder brother?" he queried as he approached. "Jinyao?" The figure turned to face him. Any member of the Yi family present would be astonished to recognize that his visage mirrored that of Yi Jinzong, one of the 3 esteemed elders. The man who had just emerged was none other than the second elder, Yi Jinyao. "You too have transcended?" Yi Jinzong asked, astonished. "Indeed," Yi Jinyao replied, his spirit invigorated. "Elder brother, have you also broken through?" "Ha. We need no longer fear the Li and Tang families." Yi Jinzong nodded in agreement. 3 years prior, the 3 esteemed elders had entered seclusion with the intent of collectively breaking through to the nascent soul stage, thereby dismantling the Li and Tang family's dominance in terms of supreme combat prowess. At last, they had succeeded. However, he faintly sensed a twinge of unease within. "Second brother, what troubles you?" Yi Jinzong shook his head. "I cannot quite articulate it. I merely feel that this sudden breakthrough to the nascent soul stage seems rather peculiar." Yi Jinyao furrowed his brow in agreement. "Indeed, now that you mention it, over the past few years, I had not exhibited any signs of progress. Yet just days ago, I unexpectedly encountered an enigmatic aura that stirred my spirit, granting me the clarity to successfully advance." Yi Zenzeng nodded in affirmation. The 2 exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's uncertainty. After a moment, Yi Jinzong waved his hand dismissively. "Perhaps it is merely the spiritual energy of this place that has surged. Let us return and ascertain the state of our home." With elder brother around, there is surely no cause for concern. By the way, are we not waiting for grandfather? The 3 esteemed elders, Yi Jinzong, Yi Jinyao, and Yi Jinzu, did you truly believe we could all break through together? Grandfather was only at the mid-golden core stage during his seclusion. He merely grew weary of worldly strife. Yi Jinzong chuckled. "Let us proceed." Yi Jinyao nodded, and together, their figures vanished into the ether. At the Yi residence, Yi Suiyu sat in his study, meticulously allocating the family's forthcoming resources. Suddenly, a jolt of intuition struck him, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he leapt through the window. In no time, he arrived at the ancestral hall of the Yi family, where 2 figures gradually materialized. "Father, third uncle." Yi Suiyu was taken aback and quickly bowed, saying, "Junior Suiyu extends his congratulations to the 2 elders for successfully emerging from seclusion." Yi Jinzong looked at his son, his eyes brimming with delight. "Indeed, Suiyu, you have remarkably reached the late golden core stage." He was astonished, recalling that his second son had possessed only mediocre talent and had been at the foundation establishment stage prior to his retreat. To think that within a mere 3 years, he had achieved such a breakthrough. Is this what one calls late bloomers? "Ha. I always believed that with your elder brother watching over the family, there would be no cause for concern." Yi Jinyao approached Suiyu and inquired, "Where is your uncle? Hurry and summon him to welcome us." Ha. At this question, Yi Suiyu dared not lift his head. Beads of cold sweat emerged on his forehead. Yi Jinzong and the others sensed the unease. "Suiyu, where's the family head?" Yi Jinzong asked gravely. Suiyu's throat felt dry as he struggled to articulate. "Father, third uncle, the old family head. He has already passed away. The atmosphere grew frigid. What did you say? Yi Zhenyao seized Suyu by the collar, his eyes bloodshot and wide with disbelief. What happened to my elder brother? Suiyu's gaze faltered as he stammered, the old family head. He unexpectedly departed from this world a year ago. You lie. Yi Zhenyao pushed Suiyu away, and a powerful aura erupted within the Yi family ancestral hall. Anguish intertwined with fury exploded within Yi Zhenyao's chest. Calm yourself. Yi Zhenzong restrained the rampaging Yi Zhenyao, his expression exceedingly grim as he fixed his gaze on Suiyu. Who did this? The Li family? Or the Tang family? His fury was palpable. If they were indeed responsible, he vowed to pursue an unrelenting vendetta against both prominent families. Suiyu, seated on the ground, had just endured the sudden outburst from Yi Zhenyao, and now felt a tumultuous wave of pain coursing through his chest and abdomen. No, it was not them. Suiyu hastily interjected. The former patriarch ventured deep into the Qinggu jailing a year ago and was ambushed by a 6th-grade demon beast, the blood fiend tiger, resulting in his untimely demise. Upon hearing this, both Yi Zhenzong and Yi Zhenyao were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom that their elder brother had perished in such a manner. Yi Zhenyao sank to his knees, his face etched with profound sorrow. Yi Zhenzong, too, felt a deep sense of anguish swell within him. Furrowing his brow, he inquired, with the former patriarch gone, who now leads the Yi family. Is the former patriarch's son, Yi Suifeng? Suiyu replied. Father, we have adhered strictly to the established protocols. Yi Zhenzong exhaled in relief. Had it been Sui Yun or another who dared to covet the position of patriarch, he would not have hesitated to take severe measures, even against his own flesh and blood. Fortunately, the members of the Yi family had been instilled with the importance of unity from a young age and had not engaged in any inappropriate behavior. However, the question lingered. Did Yi Suifeng truly possess the capability to shoulder the weight of such a complex family legacy? If memory served correctly, the son of the late elder brother, Yi Zhenguang, had abysmal talent in cultivation. After the former patriarch's passing, no significant events transpired within the family, did they? Yi Zhenzong asked. Suiyu shook his head. Not. Well, perhaps there were some. So was there or wasn't there? Yi Zhenzong furrowed his brow, pondering whether the Li and Tang families had taken this opportunity to oppress them. Yi Zhenyao's expression was equally fierce, exuding an air of ferocity. Suiyu, with a perplexed countenance, blinked rapidly and stammered, Father, uncle, the Li and Tang families have already been annihilated. Yi Zhenzong. Yi Zhenyao. What transpired? Who was responsible for their demise? The two were left in stunned disbelief. In Yunshao City, who possessed such formidable power? Could it be that another formidable cultivator had arrived in Yunshao City? Suiyu touched his nose and replied softly, It was our new family head, Yi Suifeng. The two elders, who had just broken through to the nascent soul stage, were left speechless. An inexplicable atmosphere filled the air. He possesses that capability? How did he achieve this? Did the two great families not intervene? Almost in unison, they inquired, Did they intervene? They did, Suiyu confirmed. Immediately after the battle in Yunshao City concluded, the two families suddenly changed their demeanor, unleashing 3 nascent soul cultivators to besiege the family head, Yi Suifeng. And then, Suiyu hesitated, stating, I didn't see it clearly, but it seemed that my elder brother merely raised his hand. And the 3 nascent soul cultivators instantly coughed up blood and perished. All others from the 2 families present were rendered immobile, incapacitated. Then, with a mere thought, my brother annihilated all the bloodlines of the Li family. In the blink of an eye, he also killed half of the Tang family members while the rest were sealed, their bloodlines rendered incapable of cultivation for eternity. Upon hearing Suiyu's account, Yi Zhenzong and Yi Zhenyao stood frozen in place, as if someone had ensconced them within a colossal bell, relentlessly striking its exterior with a massive hammer. Bang! 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 Chapter 66. The promise. When Yi Suifeng learned that the 2 elders had emerged from seclusion, he was genuinely taken aback. For such an extended period, he had forgotten that several relatives were concealed beneath the ancestral shrine of the Yi family. His elder brother and the elders were currently in the revival courtyard. The revival courtyard was the place where the four brothers of Yi Jingguang had grown up. Since the three elders had entered their secluded meditation and the old patriarch had passed away, it had remained sealed. Well then, let us proceed, Yi Suifeng sighed softly. Concerning these three relatives he had never encountered, he truly felt uncertain about how to confront them. How shall we face them? In the main hall of the revival courtyard, Yi Zhenzong, Yi Zhenyao, along with Sui Yu, Sui Hu, and Sui Bao were gathered. After hearing about Yi Suifeng's undertakings and the current transformations within the Yi family in Yinshao City, the two elders found their emotions to be exceedingly complex. It was merely a period of seclusion. How could the world have changed so drastically upon their return? Initially, they had some disbelief at Sui Yu's words. However, when Sui Yun and Sui Bao, both having broken through to the nascent soul stage, arrived, they gradually began to accept this reality. Yet, it was undeniably difficult to reconcile within their hearts. Their most esteemed elder brother had perished, and a nephew, whom they had always regarded with skepticism and who had never garnered their approval, had astonishingly soared to great heights overnight. His methods were nothing short of miraculous, bordering on the extraordinary. When did this world change so rapidly? They truly do not know how to confront such an incomprehensibly powerful nephew. Brother has indeed transformed. Yet his heart remains devoted to the family. Sui Yu discerned their apprehensions and spoke to clarify. Indeed, without brother, there would be no illustrious legacy of our family today. The other two also joined in to affirm. The two elders exchanged glances, perceiving a shared sentiment in each other's eyes. The prosperity of the clan and the unity within. Was this not the goal they had tirelessly pursued? Perhaps some burdens ought to be relinquished entirely. At that moment, two figures approached from outside, Yi Suifeng and Yi Suiyin. Suifeng congratulated the elders on their successful emergence from seclusion. Upon entering, Yi Suifeng respectfully performed a bow. Although his soul had transformed and his emotional ties with them had diminished, he still felt it necessary to honor his elders. Suifeng has arrived. The two elders rose and said, "Please take a seat." Upon hearing this, Yi Suifeng stepped forward and settled himself beneath them. "You may all leave now," Yi Zhenzong instructed, and Sui Yun and the others exited the main hall in succession, leaving just the three of them. A moment of silence ensued. "I remember the last time I saw you. You were always buried in books, disinclined to speak and shy of the limelight." Yi Zhenzong initiated the conversation. Yi Suifeng instinctively touched his chin, acknowledging indeed. However, people do change. Yi Zhenzong chuckled heartily. "Exactly. Everyone undergoes transformation. I never anticipated that the transformations in this world could be so profound. We have witnessed the Yi family reaching unprecedented heights under your governance. We are truly elated." Yi Zhenzong is a masterful speaker, artfully transforming personal changes into reflections of global shifts, skillfully sidestepping the most awkward of questions. Yi Suifeng gradually relayed. "As a member of the Yi family, I feel an undeniable duty towards our family's development. We welcome your return. The addition of two esteemed elders will undoubtedly usher in greater prosperity," Yi Suifeng remarked. Despite the slight awkwardness, he could not refuse the two elders' continued roles. Their lives have been devoted to this family. However, Yi Zhenzong chuckled. "Not anymore," he replied. Yi Suifeng furrowed his brow, perplexed. "We have aged," Yi Zhenzong explained. To be candid, upon emerging from seclusion and witnessing the immense changes within the family, we are not only astonished, but also apprehensive. "Why is that?" Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Zhenzong smiled gently. "As I mentioned earlier, this world is evolving too swiftly. Our thoughts can no longer keep pace with the family's progress. Thus, why should we retain the title of elder and issue inexplicable commands? This family shall be entrusted to your generation, for I possess unwavering confidence in you." Yi Suifeng was taken aback. He had not expected Yi Zhenzong to so nonchalantly relinquish his position as elder, especially after witnessing the current prosperity of the Yi family. What immense resolve is required for this. They are indeed the founders of the Yi family. "Second uncle, there is truly no need for such." Yi Zhenzong raised his hand, halting Yi Suifeng from continuing. "Merely being able to call me second uncle is sufficient." A broad smile adorned his face. "If my elder brother were to witness your remarkable achievements from beyond, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Yi Suifeng fell silent, unable to bear the weight of such sentiments. I have heard whispers regarding your father's passing. It seems there are hidden truths? Yi Zenzeng Sudendi remarked. Indeed. Yi Suifeng nodded. The blood fiend tiger ought not to have appeared on the outskirts of Qinggu jailing. However, our investigations have yielded no other clues. Investigations did not involve your participation, did they? Yi Zhenzong inquired. Yi Suifeng rubbed his nose. At that time, my cultivation was too feeble thus. Suifeng. Yi Zhenzong Sudendi regarded Yi Suifeng with gravity. You possess the capability to uncover the truth, do you not? Yi Suifeng hesitated for a moment before responding. I should be able to. Promise me you will thoroughly investigate this matter, to unveil the malevolent force behind it. Is that acceptable? He nearly pleaded. Yi Suifeng was taken aback once again, gazing into Yi Zhenzong's earnest eyes, filled with a profound sorrow that lay hidden deep within. He truly did not know how to refuse. Very well, I shall make the journey. If indeed someone is orchestrating mischief from the shadows, I will ensure they receive the punishment they deserve, Yi Suifeng declared earnestly. A sense of relief unfurled in Yi Zhenzong's eyes. Then we can rest assured, he said. Yi Suifeng nodded. I shall take care of this matter. You have just emerged from seclusion. It would be wise to rest for a while. I will instruct Sui Yun to construct a villa by the Mirror Lake, a place known for its tranquility and elegance. Yi Zhenzong waved his hand dismissively. Let's not. Having spent so long underground, I have grown weary of the notion of tranquility. What then? Yi Suifeng inquired, puzzled. Yi Zhenzong exchanged a glance with Yi Zhenyao, and they both nodded in agreement. The world is vast. We yearn to explore it. After a lifetime of toil, we have yet to truly savor the splendor of life. He chuckled heartily. The two erupted into laughter, leaving Yi Suifeng uncertain of how to respond. Very well. I shall prepare some provisions for your journey, he offered. Just as Yi Zhenzong was about to decline once more, Yi Suifeng interjected, please do not refuse the respect a junior wishes to show to his elders. Yi Zhenzong paused momentarily before ultimately nodding. All right, we are family, and there is no need for excessive formality. Indeed, Yi Suifeng smiled. A short while later, he emerged from the main hall, only to find that Yi Zhenzong and Yi Zhenyao had already vanished. Sui Yun and the others wore expressions of helplessness, for the two elders had instructed them to attend to their own matters before departing. Yi Suifeng dismissed them and turned his gaze toward the distant mountains in the north. It was time for him to set forth as well. Let my first destination be the Qinggu Heights. Chapter 67. Departure the following day. At the entrance of the Yi family estate, two magnificent steeds, one black and one white, stood majestically at either side of the grand entrance. Two groups of riders had already assembled. Yi Huang and Yi Long emerged from within, each mounting their respective steeds. The two galloped forward, confronting one another directly. Cousin, this pure white steed suits you perfectly, Yi Huang remarked with a smile. Yi Long, dressed in white, alongside his noble mount, indeed bore a striking resemblance to a gallant hero of yore, reminiscent of a figure from a poetic tale. I must admit, I did not foresee you choosing the one with the fiercest temperament, he replied, chuckling. Their laughter echoed, tinged with a subtle sense of reluctance. Having grown up under the same roof, their relationship was marked by rivalry. Yet it was overshadowed by a profound camaraderie forged through countless battles fought together and the bonds of kinship. As they prepared to part ways, the uncertainty of their next reunion loomed large. Cousin, do not be outdone by me when that time comes, Yi Huang teased, dispelling the melancholy of their farewell. Yi Long grinned in return. The disciples of Tianluan Palace certainly outnumber us. Should you find yourself short on provisions, I could lend you some. With that, he produced a storage ring gifted by Yi Suifeng, idly toying with it. I suggest you hold on to that. We each have a large family to support, Yi Huang advised with a smile. At Jinlong Pavilion, we rely on our own endeavors to amass wealth. This meager travel allowance from uncle hardly suffices. Yi Long began, but as he probed into the storage ring with his spiritual sense and caught a glimpse, his expression shifted dramatically. He quickly raised his head, gripping the ring tightly in his hand. He had always assumed it contained merely travel funds, but if he was not mistaken, The treasure within must be worth no less than a staggering 10 billion. Moreover, it appears that these are all exquisite spirit stones. Seemingly noticing his awkward expression, Yi Huang burst into laughter, remarking, "It seems this is the first time my father has given you pocket money." Yi Long couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Pocket money. What kind of parents dispense allowances in such a manner? Cousin, we must not disappoint his esteemed expectations. Until we meet again, Yi Huang said, clasping his fists. Yi Long similarly performed the gesture, subtly retracting the storage ring into the depths of his palm. Subsequently, the two turned their horses around, with one group heading east and the other west, galloping away. In no time, they exited the city gates. Among Yi Huang's entourage, a dark-skinned youth cast a distant glance toward Yinshao City. "Mi Feng, keep up," Jiang Fei called out loudly. "All right." Mi Feng promptly turned back, hastening to rejoin the group. After the battle in Yinshao City, he chose not to have Uncle Wen seek out the Yi family patriarch, but rather opted to join the Tianluan Hall. He yearned to stand shoulder to shoulder with the figure in his heart, striving through his own efforts. Meanwhile, at the southern gate of Yinshao City, a group of young individuals clad in azure garments emerged. Among them, an ethereal figure donned in a light blue plain attire stood at the rear, seemingly out of place amidst the crowd. It was Yi Qinyao. "Qinyao, do not pay any mind to that Guanmu. Many people in the academy are quite amiable." A girl beside her leaned closer. "It's nothing," Yi Qinyao replied with a gentle smile. "I simply have never been this far from home. It's all the same." The young girl smiled and remarked, "Most of the scholars at the academy hail from distant lands. My hometown is far, far away in the southern region where..." Her words flowed abundantly and amusingly, gradually alleviating the homesickness that lingered in Yi Qinyao's heart. After a considerable pause, Yi Qinyao inquired with a smile, "What is your name?" "Me?" The girl giggled. "I am Yin Shi. Do not worry. Once we reach the academy, I shall look after you." At the northern gate of Yinshao City, a humble donkey cart ambled leisurely out of the city. A seemingly unremarkable young man, not appearing particularly aged, nonchalantly drove the cart. Behind it trailed a dilapidated, roofless carriage filled to the brim with dried straw. Inside the carriage sat a slight figure, shrouded in a black cloak that enveloped her completely, leaving only her small face exposed. Her large, expressive eyes brimmed with helplessness, and her lips were pursed in a pout. "Is this really how we are departing?" Yi Xiao exclaimed, her tone brimming with reluctance. "What do you expect? Should we carry you on a grand palanquin? We are embarking on a journey. Do you understand?" Yi Suifeng replied without turning back. Yi Xiao let out a long sigh, propping her chin on her hands. She had so many aspirations yet to fulfill, and it seemed following her uncle would provide no immediate opportunity. "Brother Yi, wait for me." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Soon after, two figures, one large and one small, hurriedly approached. Yi Suifeng halted the donkey cart and turned to see Gu Wanxin approaching, accompanied by a delicate young girl who exuded an air of quietude. "Elder brother Yi," Gu Wanxin exclaimed, rushing over breathless. "What is it?" Yi Suifeng inwided. "There is something I have long wished to express, yet I have never found the opportunity," Gu Wanxin confessed, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. Yi Suifeng's heart skipped a beat. It seemed a romantic drama was about to unfold. "Please no, sister." Upon finishing her statement, Gu Wanxin brought the girl forward, saying, "This is my little niece, Gu Yulan. She is nimble and quite clever. I believe having a dutiful girl by your side would greatly ease your endeavors, dear brother." Yi Suifeng understood now. This was the crux of the matter. However, he had long grown accustomed to solitude, and the presence of another might prove cumbersome. "I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline," he replied. "She is very obedient and can assist you with numerous mundane tasks," Gu Wanxin urged earnestly. Yet, Yi Suifeng shook his head. "No, I prefer to be alone. She can prepare a myriad of delectable dishes from various cuisines." Gu Wanxin continued, her enthusiasm palpable. "Yi Suifeng, I believe that on the journey of exploration, the company of another can indeed offer a fresh perspective." Xiao, observing, replied. Thus, moments later, a slender figure joined Yi Suifeng on the humble donkey cart. Following the broad path, a donkey cart carrying 3 individuals meandered toward the distant mountains. Chapter 68, The Time Black Hole. Wudong Town, situated at the foot of the Qinggu Jailing Mountain, was originally a quaint settlement with a sparse population. Travelers seeking fortune would occasionally linger here for a few days. However, several months ago, after the master of the Yi family's Tianluan Hall and the leader of the True Dragon Pavilion united to combat a formidable beast tide, Wudong Town gradually transformed into a bustling hub. Its size expanded several-fold, attracting numerous wandering cultivators who believed that venturing into the mountains from this locale would bestow upon them fortuitous blessings. On this day, a modest donkey cart leisurely entered Wudong Town. The driver was a young man clad in simple attire, while two distinctly different young ladies occupied the cart behind him. One was calm and composed, while the other was restless and fidgety. They were none other than Yi Suifeng and his companions. Departing from Yinshao City, they took a leisurely 10 days to reach Wudong Town, taking their time to savor the journey. Along the way, they encountered numerous scenic vistas and met a variety of people. Naturally, they indulged in a multitude of delectable dishes. The young girl, Gu Yulan, possessed remarkable culinary skills, rivaling even the chefs of the renowned Zue Meng building. She had the uncanny ability to unearth the intrinsic value of any ingredient, transforming it into exquisite delicacies. Truly a gem, Yi Suifeng bestowed upon her an unprecedentedly high commendation. Wow, Wudong Town has changed so much. The donkey cart progressed slowly as Yi Xiaoxiao gazed around, her eyes brimming with astonishment. In her arms, she cradled a small white rabbit, an ordinary creature except for its unusually large front teeth, which were several times the size of a typical rabbit's. The little rabbit with prominent front teeth captured Yi Xiaoxiao's heart at first glance, prompting her to rescue it from a nest of rabbits caught by Gu Yulan. As she murmured about the rabbit's adorability, she savored the delicious dish prepared from its siblings. This behavior drew a scornful glance from Yi Suifeng. Last time I came here with my sister and the others, it was merely a larger village, Yi Xiaoxiao remarked. Yi Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement, noting the increasing number of cultivators in Yinshao City. Along their journey, they observed a significant rise in the presence of practitioners, likely drawn from various places, for the current Yinshao City brimmed with opportunities. After a brief moment, they arrived at a spacious square. In the center, enveloped in swirling mist, a grand structure loomed, barely visible through the dense haze. As they approached, Yi Suifeng was taken aback to discover that it was, in fact, two vividly lifelike sculptures. One figure wielded a long spear, with a piercing gaze and an aura of battle readiness. As if engaged in the hunt for fierce beasts, it was none other than Yi Long. The other figure stood with a long sword resting against the ground, hands clasped behind his back, his battle robe billowing majestically, exuding an air of dominance. It was Yi Huang. The people of Wudong Town had erected statues in honor of these two great figures. Yi Xiaoxiao gazed upward in awe, her mouth agape, exclaiming, "They are so handsome." Suddenly, an elderly cultivator approached, admonishing her, "Caution! These are the esteemed Phoenix Fairy and Dragon Lord, extraordinary paragons. Such mundane language cannot suffice." He shot a stern look at Yi Xiaoxiao before producing two long incense sticks, igniting them and placing them at the feet of the sculptures. Yi Xiaoxiao stood there momentarily, at a loss for words. I extolled the virtues of my elder siblings, yet found myself disdained and disrespected by an outsider. What has become of this world? Yi Suifeng chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Once the venerable old monk completed his offerings, he approached and inquired, "Dear friend, what compels you to treat these two young souls in such a manner?" The old monk scrutinized Yi Suifeng from head to toe, observing that he had just arrived in Wudong Town. "I advise you to hasten and purchase a pillar of celestial incense to ignite beneath the feet of the Phoenix Fairy and Lord Dragon. Such will surely invoke the ethereal fortune that shall safeguard you." Having delivered his counsel, he disregarded Yi Suifeng and turned to depart. Yi Suifeng rubbed his nose, bewildered. Am I to burn incense for my daughter and nephew? That seems rather contrary to the heavens. Furthermore, they might not withstand it. Hey, uncle, should I procure a bundle now to tempt fate? Yi Xiaoxiao stifled a giggle. Get lost, Yi Suifeng retorted irritably. Yi Xiaojiang o hu fit. and the little rabbit nestled in her arms bared its teeth at Yi Suifeng, revealing its rebellious nature. Truly, it was a defiant creature, mirroring its owner's spirit. Perhaps one day, it would find itself in a pot. As Yi Suifeng observed the throngs of people offering prayers, he chose not to linger, turning to depart. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Gu Yulan, whispering, "Yulan, heed my words. He simply cannot bring himself to do it. You should buy some incense and place it there." Gu Yulan remained unfazed, replying, "Miss, my aunt instructed me to heed only the words of the esteemed elder when outside. I sincerely apologize." Yi Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. How dull. The three of them shared a modest meal in Wudong town before continuing their journey deeper into the mountains. After traversing numerous paths of the monks, Yi Suifeng finally ceased his slow progression. With a grand gesture, the entire donkey cart soared into the air, gliding atop the clouds at a rapid pace. Yi Xiaoxiao was finally able to shed her robe, her long, purplish-red hair dancing in the wind, her spirits soaring. In contrast, Gu Yulan clung tightly to the cart, her demeanor one of palpable tension. "Don't worry, Uncle won't let you fall," Yi Xiaoxiao reassured her as she helped her to her feet. The two stood in the cart, gazing at the sun floating above the clouds, golden rays gently gracing their faces. "Isn't it beautiful?" Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed with a smile. Gu Yulan nodded vigorously. As she beheld this scene, she couldn't help but recall her aunt's words. "Following that esteemed gentleman, you will witness wonders that most will never experience in a lifetime." When she first spotted the donkey cart, she harbored doubts about this statement. But now, she was entirely convinced. Majestic mountains rushed past beneath them as the donkey cart journeyed through the sky, delving deeper into the ancient highlands, ultimately arriving at the summit of a dense forest. Yi Suifeng whistled, and the cart gently descended, landing beside a shallow pond. This was the very place where Yi Jingguang had been ambushed. "Wait for me here," Yi Suifeng instructed before rising into the air, reaching a towering cliff across the way. From his vantage point, the view was expansive, revealing the entirety of the surroundings. A year had passed since that incident, and nature's forces had long erased all traces, leaving no evidence behind. Yi Suifeng let out a soft sigh. In truth, he had always harbored a sense of evasion towards Yi Jingguang, his biological father in this world. After all, he hailed from an entirely different realm. As a mentally sound adult, and the sudden emergence of father figure was not something he could confront with equanimity. Indeed, with his current abilities, he could even reunite their souls, reshape the physical form, and resurrect Yi Jingguang. Yet, once resurrected, how could they coexist? He found it impossible to sincerely utter the word father. Thus, even though the circumstances surrounding Yi Jingguang's death were suspicious, he had never sought to investigate it proactively. Had it not been for Yi Zhongzong's plea, he might have never come here before departing this world. Alas, it seems prudent to uncover the truth. As a form of closure for this borrowed body, Yi Suifeng inhaled deeply, slowly extending his hand, and then, with a sudden motion, flipped it upwards. Time rewound. Accompanying his actions, the world beneath his feet began to transform. Trees swayed, streams flowed backward, the heavens and earth revolved, grass burrowed into the ground, and even the birds swiftly diminished in size, retreating into their shells. Suddenly, a great tree began to topple, revealing a scene of harrowing devastation that gradually unfolded before Yi Suifeng's eyes. He had returned to a year prior, to the moment after the battle had transpired. He beheld the shattered rocks, the bloodied, scorched earth, and the tragic demise of the Yi family members. The ferocious blood demon tiger was a force they could not hope to withstand. Yi Suifeng slowed his pace, determined to observe how this calamity had come to pass. As time flowed on, a violent roar echoed ominously in the distance. That was the voice of the bloodthirsty tiger. The truth lay before me. Yet at that moment, a sudden and intense spatial fluctuation erupted. The scene before me began to tremble abruptly, as if ripples danced upon water, undulating unpredictably. Yi Suifeng furrowed his brows. An overwhelming force surged forth, an unfathomable essence emanating from him, stabilizing this fragment of time. However, in the next instant, all images vanished, plunging into an abyss of utter darkness. Yi Suifeng's expression turned grave. Here, it was a temporal black hole. Someone had wielded formidable powers to forcibly sever the depiction of Yi Jingguang's ambush from the fabric of time. Chapter 69, Apologies. The river of time within the void of the temporal black hole. Yi Suifeng stood, his brow knitted in confusion. He could not comprehend why the scene of Yi Jingguang's ambush had been obliterated. Who was the perpetrator? What secrets lay concealed within? Why would a seemingly feeble cultivator in the later stages of the Golden Core attract such formidable entities? A myriad of questions swirled in Yi Suifeng's mind. He continued his temporal retreat. After a duration within the black hole, light returned to the cosmos. Yet at that moment, the world below had regained its tranquility. Clearly, this was a time before the battle had ensued. That unknown entity had indeed come for Yi Jingguang. How intriguing. Yi Suifeng let out a cold laugh. You wish to remain hidden, but I shall uncover who you are and what schemes you harbor. Subsequently, he rewound time, traversing the black hole once more, arriving at the scene that had been erased. Dozens of bodies from the Yi family lay before him, bloodied and lifeless. Can you sever the threads of time and erase the laws of causality? Yi Suifeng, like a clawed leaf caught in the wind, pierced the void in an instant, capturing a gray line in his grasp moments later. That line represented the path of causality. Previously, while pursuing the murderer of Yi Su, he had merely skimmed the surface of causality. But this time, he had seized the entire essence of it. With a decisive gesture, Yi Suifeng thrust his palm forward, causing the gray line of causality to expand infinitely, transforming the entire realm into a monochromatic world. This was the celestial tapestry of causality, where countless threads swayed in uncertainty. Peering through this ethereal veil, Yi Suifeng gazed upon the fallen members of the Yi family. To his astonishment, he witnessed an extraordinary phenomenon. Within the realm of causality, he could discern the trajectories of all living beings. Yet, upon the deceased members of his family, there lingered only a shroud of gray mist. They were absent from the tapestry of causality. The realization struck him. That individual had truly obliterated them, along with their very causality. A wave of confusion washed over Yi Suifeng. What powers did Yi Jingguang possess to invoke such a fate upon that being? Observing the scene devoid of any trace, Yi Suifeng waved his hand, dispersing the gray world and returning to reality. The crisp air gradually soothed his inner turmoil. It was evident that the one behind these actions was an extraordinary practitioner, a master of the great path, executing deeds with such cleanliness that no traces remained. This matter had become increasingly intricate. He had not anticipated that his first vow would prove so formidable. Shaking his head, a cold smile emerged on his lips. However, if you think I would relinquish my pursuits because of this, you underestimate me greatly. I shall undoubtedly find you. Moments later, Yi Suifeng gently descended beside the donkey cart. Uncle, we have discovered a nest of emerald bird's eggs. Upon his return, Yi Xiaoxiao dashed over in excitement. Yet, upon noticing the solemn expression on Yi Suifeng's face, she was taken aback, retracting her hand, her wide eyes fixed on him, rendered speechless. She had never witnessed her uncle's demeanor being so earnest. Yi Suifeng gazed at her, offering a reassuring smile. It's all right. I must take another journey. You all stay here and do not wander off. As he spoke, he extended his finger, drawing a large circle around the donkey cart. Remember, do not step outside this circle. The earlier events had instilled a slight sense of vigilance within him. Perhaps the individual lurking behind was not merely here for Yi Jingguang. Rest assured, Uncle, I will definitely not stray. Yi Xiaojiao no dit ernesti. Yi Suifeng affectionately, ruflet, had heuv. Wait for me, I shall return swiftly. With that, his figure gradually faded from sight. Uncle, Yi Xiaoxiao called out, only to realize it was too late. Glancing around her surroundings, she instinctively hugged her little rabbit tightly. Then, Yi Xiaoxiao took Gu Yolan's hand and retreated into the cart's compartment. Yolan, do not be afraid. I will tell you a story. In the void, the silver river of time flowed from the ancient past into the future, ceaseless and unnoticed. Suddenly, a figure appeared above this river of time. It was Yi Suifeng. He gazed upon the boundless river of time before him. A cold smile gracing his lips. I refuse to believe that you can alter this place. The void was a realm forged by the evolution of time, and to oppose it was to contest the entirety of space. Here, no one possessed such formidable power. Yi Suifeng, with his hands clasped behind his back, trod upon the surface of the Time River, swimming against the current. Before long, he arrived at the temporal juncture a year prior, the moment when Yi Jingguang was ambushed. At last, he beheld Yi Jingguang, witnessing the frenzied blood-fiend tiger. A surge of excitement coursed through Yi Suifeng. Indeed, his conjectures had proven accurate. Contemplating his next move, he plunged into the river of time, arriving at the familiar scene. On the ravaged land, a sturdy middle-aged man, drenched in blood, stood face to face with a colossal red-black demon tiger. Behind him lay dozens of lifeless bodies. Impossible. You shouldn't be here. The middle-aged man bore a striking resemblance to Yi Suifeng, a likeness of 6 or 7 parts. He was none other than Yi Jingguang. This marked Yi Suifeng's first encounter with him while he was alive. At that moment, he was gravely injured, nearing his limit. He questioned with palpable fury. However, the blood-fiend tiger showed no intention of communication, letting out a roar before lunging forward. Its razor-sharp claws swiftly tore through Yi Jingguang's form. After effortlessly completing this gruesome act, the blood-fiend tiger howled towards the heavens, dispersing into countless specks of starlight, vanishing without a trace. The being had come solely to eliminate Yi Jingguang. But what, indeed, was its ultimate purpose? Through the recent scene, he has discerned that Yi Jingguang is truly an exceptionally ordinary cultivator. Given that identity, there exists no justification for expending such effort to contend with him. Yi Suifeng finds himself utterly perplexed. Perhaps it is best to seek the answer himself. He fixates on the location where the bloodthirsty tiger vanished, preparing to invoke the path of causality within the river of time once more. However, as he begins to act, the scene before him abruptly shifts. An entire galaxy seems to invert in the sky. Suddenly, tens of thousands of colossal portals arise from within the galaxy, encircling Yi Suifeng in an instant. Behind each portal lies a distinct world, drawn from the forces of the river of time. Yi Suifeng lets out a cold snort, unleashing all his strength in a single punch aimed at the portal. Yet, after a resounding impact, the portal merely quivers briefly before returning to its original state. Silver light continuously flows across the surface of the portal. Yi Suifeng furrows his brow. It appears that this individual has intertwined these portals with the entire river of time, and opposing them equates to opposing time itself. This is evidently a premeditated scheme. Is this, for me, observing the temporal energy swirling around the myriad portals? Yi Suifeng realizes that the situation is far more intricate than he initially perceived. But, are you truly prepared? Yi Suifeng smirks coldly, and, as his thoughts shift, the cultivation energy stored within the system is instantaneously unleashed, surging into his body. 10,000 years, 100,000 years. Within the gateway, Yi Suifeng's cultivation began to surge uncontrollably, akin to a frenzy. In that realm, there existed limits. Overwhelming strength could easily fracture the very fabric of the world. Yet, in the void of nothingness, such apprehensions were non-existent. Yi Suifeng incessantly drew upon his cultivation, causing ripples to manifest in the surrounding emptiness. The multitude of gateways experienced an acceleration in the flow of temporal energy, evidently feeling the mounting pressure. It was only after Yi Suifeng extracted a staggering 100 billion units of cultivation that the gateways became riddled with cracks. Get lost. Yi Suifeng roared it, clenching his fists and striking directly at the gateway before him. An immense energy, beyond the capacity of language to describe, surged forth in an instant. The myriad gateways, upon contact with his fist, disintegrated into mere dust. The sheer force was overwhelming. After shattering the gateways, it surged directly into the river of time. Boom! A thunderous roar resonated through the air. The pitch-black void appeared to ignite like an extraordinarily radiant sun, blinding to the eyes. After a considerable duration, the brilliance gradually faded. Yi Suifeng stood amidst the emptiness, and before him, a silver river of time revealed a massive crack. His singular punch had cleaved the river of time asunder. The void surged forth, flowing upstream through the fissure, devouring the temporal essence of the river. All the moments of this world from a year prior were utterly obliterated under the wrathful force of Yi Suifeng's strike. Observing the scene before him, Yi Suifeng fell into silence. Having just broken through, he had failed to control his strength. My apologies, River of Time. Chapter 70, No Turning Back, the Void. Yi Suifeng stood amidst the emptiness, gazing upon the distant River of Time, which was gradually consumed by the void until it vanished completely. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the entire space experienced a violent tremor. Immediately, at the fracture of the River of Time, a surge of gray mist, akin to smoke, rose wildly. That was the essence of chaos. Yi Suifeng remained indifferent. It seemed that his recent strike not only disrupted the River of Time, but also shattered this realm of nothingness. You have heard of me, but I assure you, it was not intentional. Yi Suifeng felt helpless. He had merely aimed to break the portals that bound him, never anticipating that 1,000,000,000,000 years of cultivation would unleash such ferocity. It had created a significant rift in the void. Truly, it was a case of the city gate catching fire, bringing calamity to the fish in the moat. Who, after all, was responsible for such a grand gesture? It could not have been solely for Yi Jingguang. Within the River of Time, Yi Suifeng discerned clearly that Yi Jingguang was merely an ordinary cultivator, utterly unremarkable. Could it be due to his mother? Yi Suifeng furrowed his brow. In his recollection, his mother was no more than a disciple from a modest sect beyond Yunshao City. Their union was largely a political marriage. The likelihood of her being the target was quite low. Perhaps there remained another possibility. He truly came for me. To sever the fragments of time and erase causality, was it solely to enable him to traverse the River of Time in search of the truth? In the vast River of Time, as he first traversed the path of causality, portals began to emerge. Reflecting back, those portals, which bridged the continuum of time, were undeniably perilous. Even those whose cultivation approached the pinnacle in the mundane world found themselves incapable of breaking free. They could very well meet their demise on the spot. Do you intend to leverage Yi Jingguang's death to eliminate me? Yi Suifeng remarked with a cold smile. The methods of that individual are indeed celestial and extraordinary, yet alas, they have faltered. Nonetheless, he has succeeded in inciting my wrath. I suggest you prepare a fortunate burial site for yourself. As he spoke, Yi Suifeng unfurled his palm, revealing a leaf as pure and white as snow, resting quietly within his grasp. Upon the leaf was inscribed the image of a creature, seemingly a bear with an exuberant coat of fur. At the very moment Yi Suifeng inadvertently shattered the River of Time, his consciousness seized upon this leaf. It was nestled within the fragment of time when Yi Jingguang was slain. Moreover, the leaf was remarkably unique. It too had its causal thread severed, existing beyond the realm of causality. Just wait, I shall undoubtedly find you. Yi Suifeng tucked the white leaf away and turned it apart, preparing to return to his original world. As he traversed the void, a thin veil appeared before him. This veil constituted the world's barrier, designed to thwart the incursion of external chaotic storms. Yet for Yi Suifeng, passing through it was an exceedingly simple endeavor. Without further contemplation, he stepped into the world barrier. However, at that moment, a horrifying event transpired. As his foot barely crossed the threshold, a sudden cacophony of cracking sounds erupted. In Yi Suifeng's astonished gaze, the world barrier before him began to fracture inch by inch. Countless laws of the universe embedded within the barrier shattered, one after another, turning to dust. Witnessing this spectacle, Yi Suifeng hastily withdrew his foot. Only then did the collapse of the world barrier gradually cease, slowly beginning to mend the laws that had just been broken. Yi Suifeng realized, with a dawning horror, that he had extracted 1,000,000,000 years of cultivation, and his energy had long surpassed the capacity of this realm. It was no exaggeration to say that if he were to lose a single hair from staying up late and it fell into this world, within an hour, the realm would be utterly obliterated. Everything had been fine upon his arrival, and now he found himself trapped without a way back. A profound exclamation of disbelief echoed in Yi Suifeng's mind. In the depths of the Qinggu jailing, a donkey cart stood incongruously amidst the dense primordial forest. Outside the cart, a white circle radiated a faint glow, seemingly safeguarding it. Inside the carriage, two young maidens, Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan, crouched within. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from outside. Yi Xiaoxiao perked up, her ears twitching, and she turned to lean against the cart, cautiously peering half her head out. The jungle was tranquil, the foliage dense. A flicker of fear flashed in her large eyes. After a moment, she slowly withdrew her head back into the safety of the cart. "Scoundrel, you promised to return swiftly. It has been 3 days, and still there is no sign of you." Yi Xiaoxiao spoke softly, clutching the rabbit in her arms tightly, attempting to curl into a ball, burying her face in her knees. "Yulan, do you think he has abandoned me because I have been too mischievous? Or perhaps he has encountered some peril? Or could it be that he has been ambushed and has?" Gu Yulan gazed at the girl before her and sighed softly. The usually unruly Yi Xiaoxiao had transformed into a figure of such timidity at the thought of Yi Suifeng's true departure. She propped herself up and sat alongside Yi Xiaoxiao. "Miss, why don't you tell me another story?" Yi Xiaoxiao glanced at her, her eyes shifting. "I have no stories left." "Then, could you tell me how you assist those impoverished children in their dreams, helping them realize their aspirations?" Gu Yulan inquired. Yi Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment, ultimately letting out a gentle sigh. "Dreams are but illusions. The next day, there are still those who perish from hunger." Gu Yulan was taken aback. "Then why don't you save them?" Yi Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, staring intently at the straw before her. "In the realm of dreams, I witness countless dreams every day. There are beautiful dreams and nightmares alike. I also see many struggling and succumbing to agony each day, trapped in their nightmares. I watched helplessly as they perished before my eyes, unable to do anything, not even knowing their whereabouts. I cannot save them. Indeed, I could save no one." With these words, Yi Xiaoxiao buried her head in her knees once more, softly sobbing. Gu Yulan gazed blankly at the weeping Yi Xiaoxiao, utterly astonished that this seemingly carefree little girl had long been accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death. She pressed her lips together, gently lifted her arm, and embraced Yi Xiaoxiao. "Perhaps I shall share a story with you." Chapter 71. The Tao of Heaven's Restraint Beyond the World Barrier. Yi Suifeng had been here for an entire day. He had attempted various methods to penetrate this realm. Yet, regardless of whether he concealed his own aura or disguised himself as a feeble tribulation stage cultivator, he could not safely traverse the world barrier. Of course, this safety was in relation to the world itself. In his current state, the slightest misstep could bring about irreversible calamity to this realm. What is this? Something that could be obliterated with a mere splash of urine, and it dares to be called a world? The frailty of this world exacerbated his impatience. What would become of the Yi family if he could not return? How devastated would Yi Huang be? Moreover, he had left Yi Xiaoxiao behind on the Qinggu Heights. No, he needed to regain his composure. Yi Suifeng took a deep breath and began to contemplate earnestly. Relying on brute force would undoubtedly be futile. The issue at hand was not a lack of strength, but rather an excess of it. To forsake one's cultivation is insufferable. His body, having ascended alongside his cultivation, has now attained an immeasurable state. At this very moment, a single drop of his blood could effortlessly annihilate countless beings and obliterate a small world. Could he truly abandon his corporeal form to seize another? That would be far too repulsive. It is better to not return at all. After much contemplation, Yi Suifeng gradually recognized his greatest weakness, a deficiency in Taoist techniques. Although he possessed a cultivation and spirit that surpassed that of ordinary mortals, enabling him to wield the principles of the great Tao with ease, he found himself somewhat naive when it came to certain intricate and specialized techniques. The reason was simple. He had never encountered them. Since his transmigration, he had perused an abundance of martial arts, yet they were all from the mundane realm. His exposure to knowledge of Taoist arts that transcended the ordinary world had been exceedingly limited. It was precisely this lack of knowledge that allowed an unknown entity to ensnare him, nearly causing him to shatter the entire void space, leaving him unable to return. The mere thought of this fueled his desire to locate the puppet master behind it all, longing to exact retribution. Yet, perhaps it would be wiser to first contemplate how to return. Gazing at the world barrier before him, Suifeng observed the myriad principles of the Heavenly Dao intertwining and crossing, resembling a delicate celestial net. Perhaps, if I were to transform myself into the Heavenly Dao of this realm, I could seamlessly integrate with it. A sudden flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. He envisioned an object. Opening his palm, a radiant crystal appeared within it. This was the celestial array stone. This crystal possesses the ability to directly connect with the principles of the Heavenly Dao, serving as a conduit for the rules. The Origin Tower was crafted utilizing this very property. It employs a myriad of intricate formations, intertwining the principles of the universe, thus enabling the creation of diverse, primordial spiritual liquids. Indeed, such an endeavor carries a significant probability of success. Suifeng nodded, gesturing grandly as countless celestial formation stones aligned meticulously in the void. This undertaking was nothing short of monumental, for he aimed to inscribe every celestial principle onto the stones to serve as his disguise. After a brief contemplation, Suifeng commenced his labor. Days turned into weeks, and he dedicated himself entirely to the replication of the celestial order. Before him, each celestial formation stone bore an intricate tapestry of lines and patterns, each symbolizing a distinct celestial principle. Finally, perseverance bore fruit as he inscribed a complete celestial order into the stones. At this moment, the celestial formation stones should rightfully be termed celestial principle stones. Suifeng exhaled deeply, counting and realizing there were over 100 billion celestial principle stones. Every detail meticulously accounted for. He hoped not to be disappointed. With a swift motion of his hands, the 100 billion celestial principle stones coalesced into a colossal vortex, which then shrank tightly towards the center. Moments later, all the celestial principle stones vanished, transforming into a delicate white ring that nestled in Suifeng's palm. I shall name you the Ring of Celestial Principles. He casually bestowed a name upon it before adorning his hand with the ring. Instantly, his aura shifted, becoming enigmatic and profound, as though he had metamorphosed into a living embodiment of celestial order. Let us see. Suifeng, adorned with the Heavenly Dao ring, once again approached the barrier of the world. Taking a deep breath, he extended his palm towards the realm within. As he traversed the world barrier, at last, Nokolapsensuth, a glimmer of luminous energy flowed forth from the Heavenly Dao ring, enveloping Suifeng's hand. It shielded him. No, it safeguarded this world from any harm he might inflict. With a fervent spirit, Suifeng took a step forward, his entire being gliding into the barrier. No further mishaps occurred. He successfully entered. It was no small feat. He glanced at the Heavenly Dao ring on his hand, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Alas, within this realm, he would be as feeble as the Dao itself. It was time to check on Xiao Xiao and the others to ensure they were not causing mischief. At Xingu jailing, the donkey cart remained as ever. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the cart. The gaunt old donkey let out a startled bray. Xiao Xiao's head popped out from the carriage, momentarily dazed upon seeing Suifeng. Oh, well done. You actually stayed within the bounds this time. Before Suifeng could finish his words, a small figure leapt into his embrace, holding him tightly. I thought you wouldn't return, Xiao Xiao said, her voice tinged with tears. Almost, but I managed, Suifeng replied with a smile. Xiao Xiao said nothing more, her arms tightening around him with increasing fervor. Sensing her emotions, Suifeng let out a gentle sigh and remarked with a smile. I recall that during your last month in the Dream Void realm, you did not exhibit such behavior. That is because you returned punctually, Xiao Xiao mumbled. What? Xiao Xiao suddenly released her grip and glared at Suifeng. What I mean is, when you leave in the future, could you provide a specific time? You said you would return soon. Yet we have been waiting for over half a month. Observing the unexpectedly irate Xiao Xiao, Suifeng was momentarily taken aback. When had this girl become so attached to him? He ruffled Xiao Xiao's purplish-red hair and chuckled. All right, I promise you that if I must leave again, I will give you an exact time. How does that sound? Xiao Xiao pouted. That is much better. He then turned to see Gu Yulan just disembarking from the carriage and commented, "You have no idea how frightened Yulan was in this desolate wilderness." Gu Yulan replied, "Fine, you're the elder, so whatever you say goes." "All right," Yi Suifeng smiled. "This time, consider it my treat. Since you enjoy playing, I promise you that there will be no restrictions on our upcoming itinerary. You may frolic as you wish." Yi Xiaoxiao immediately burst into joyous cheers. Observing this delightful little girl, Yi Suifeng couldn't help but reflect on the worthiness of his efforts in returning. As for the mastermind behind it all, I shall settle the score in due time. Chapter 72. The northern snowfield, majestic mountains towered here, their peaks razor-sharp, piercing the clouds and soaring hundreds of feet into the sky. Few humans have ever ventured to this remote location, where everything remains in its most primordial form. Among the wonders, there stands a mountain peak, towering above all others in its grandeur. At its summit lies a verdant pool of water, beside which rests a lion of deep azure hue, its eyes closed in slumber. Suddenly, its ears perk up, and it turns its gaze towards the southern sky. A powerful disturbance rushes swiftly in this direction. The azure lion leaps to its feet, fixating its intense stare upon the distant horizon. The aura emanating from that direction rivals its own, bold and unabashed. Is it seeking to challenge its supremacy? An explosive energy surges from the azure lion, its fur bristling with fury. Who dares to provoke in this domain? Moments later, a colorful silhouette appears on the periphery of vision, resembling a soaring bird. The azure lion pauses, unleashing two hot breaths that melt the stones beneath its feet. It recognizes the approaching avian figure as its formidable adversary, the resplendent phoenix, residing 100 miles away. As the phoenix approaches with increasing speed, the azure lion puffs out its chest, fur agitated, and lets out a thunderous roar directed at the phoenix. A tremendous force erupts from the mountain's peak, clearing a vast circular expanse of clouds and mist, several kilometers in diameter. It bellows forth its wrath. Yet, suddenly, it senses an unusual change in the surroundings. The scents of grass and trees have vanished, replaced by a delicate fragrance. The azure lion opened its eyes, and a human visage appeared before it. Meow. A massive fist loomed larger in its sight. With a resounding thud, darkness enveloped its vision, and it was plunged into oblivion. "Uncle, what is that?" A girl's voice suddenly resonated from the vibrant phoenix soaring in the sky. A head of purplish-red hair emerged from beneath the phoenix, belonging to none other than Yi Xiaoxiao. Instead of sitting atop the creature, she clung to one of its claws with one hand, swaying gently in the air. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoxiao released her grip, and a blue circle manifested beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, she found herself before Yi Suifeng. Yi Suifeng continued to drive the donkey cart, casually tossing the unconscious lion behind him, stating nonchalantly, "This is the Canggu Azure Lion, an 8th-grade demon beast, equivalent to a human cultivator in the late stage of the fusion realm." "Oh," Yi Xiaoxiao responded, tilting her head to observe the now smaller, somewhat adorable Canggu Azure Lion, which was just pierced in the throat by Gu Yulan's blade. "Use the method I taught you to discern carefully. This type of lion possesses exquisite meat and is laden with treasures," Yi Suifeng remarked. "Yes, sir." Gu Yulan withdrew her small knife, and blood gushed forth, quickly collected in a small vial she held. This knife was specially forged by Yi Suifeng for Gu Yulan, capable of slicing through even the most resilient of materials with a single stroke. Gu Yulan dipped her finger in the blood on the sharp blade and placed it in her mouth. Instantly, her eyes radiated a faint golden glow. As she gazed at the two figures before her, Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shrink her neck in trepidation. It was so cruel. The lion was undeniably adorable. However, the delectable delicacies crafted by Gu Yulan sprang to her mind, causing her stomach to grumble audibly. She decided to avert her gaze. With a swift motion, Yi Xiaoxiao fell backward, a blue circle materializing, and in the next instant, she found herself perched upon the neck of the colorful phoenix. Then, she seemed to hear a sound of weeping. Tilting her head, she was astonished to see the vibrant bird shedding tears. "Little Kai, what troubles you?" Yi Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity. The colorful phoenix spoke with a human voice. "That green lion is an old friend of mine. Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback. So, you wish to accompany it? No, 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 the phoenix exclaimed in alarm, hastily shaking its head. I am merely moved. I feel so fortunate that the great Lord has spared me, not handing me over to that little witch inside the carriage. Yi Xiao playfully tapped its forehead, stopped shaking. I might fall off. The phoenix promptly ceased its movements, flying steadily. Rest assured, little Kai, as long as you stick with me, you will be absolutely safe. As she spoke, Yi Xiao plucked a vibrant feather from its neck, beginning to weave it into a headband. The colorful phoenix replied, You are quite the little witch yourself. Well, it's better than being with the other one. All the beasts that go to her end up served on a platter. A few figures raced through the sky. Suddenly, a bone-chilling wind rushed towards them. Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback as she adorned her head with a meticulously crafted rainbow headband. Rising to her feet, she gazed into the distance, where a vast expanse of pristine white unfolded before her eyes, dazzling and blinding under the radiant sunlight. Uncle, we have arrived, she exclaimed with exuberance. Ye Suifeng nodded, having already perceived their destination, the northern snowy plains. Amidst the flow of time, he had brought forth a white leaf, intricately engraved with the visage of a bear possessing long fur. Upon closer inspection, Yi Suifeng discerned that this was a legendary creature endemic to the northern snowy plains, known to the people as a natural disaster. Thus, he had chosen to traverse the Qinggu highlands en route to the northern snowy expanse. However, he did not hasten his pace. He took his time to fully appreciate the splendor of the Qinggu highlands alongside Yi Xiao and the others. They savored delicacies such as charcoal-grilled dragon pond vermin, steamed crimson fire chilin, and stir-fried earth divine silkworms. Throughout their journey, they vanquished all beasts of the 6th tier and above, gathered heaps of celestial and earthly spiritual fruits, and plundered countless treasures of heaven and earth. Indeed, the phrase plucking feathers from passing geese aptly encapsulated their exploits. Fortunately, they finally arrived at the northern snowy plains. Had the Qinggu highlands possessed consciousness, it would surely shed tears of gratitude. Uncle, where shall we head next? Yi Xiao inquired. At this juncture, they had officially entered the sky above the northern snowy plains, where the landscape was enveloped in a thick blanket of ice and snow, devoid of any visible life. Yi Suifeng expanded his consciousness and swiftly discerned a small town populated by humans, located several hundred miles to the east. Let us seek out the townsfolk, he directed. Upon finishing his words, the donkey cart altered its course, swiftly heading towards the gathering of humanity. Yi Xiao stood atop the vibrant phoenix bird, closely following behind. Chapter 73. The Eternal Winter Kingdom in the Northern Realm. Vast expanses lay frozen in ice, perpetually blanketed by falling snow. The climate here is exceedingly frigid, with survival conditions that are exceptionally harsh. Yet, certain creatures, resolute in spirit, persist in inhabiting such a place. Humanity is among them. Amidst the boundless snowfields, a towering wall stands, bearing the frigid winds that sweep in from the depths of the icy plains. It is a wooden barrier, yet it is imbued with the radiant glow of protective formations, enduring through the years, steadfast and unyielding. Behind this wooden wall, a cluster of modest wooden dwellings is scattered. The exteriors and roofs of the houses are enveloped in thick layers of hay and animal skins, while the snow-laden streets occasionally witness passers-by, wrapped tightly against the cold, hurrying on their way. At that moment, a donkey cart appeared in the distance. Its design starkly contrasted with a local aesthetic, appearing excessively rudimentary, allowing the wind to whistle through its openings, lacking even a canopy. A man and 2 young women, clad in scant attire, were swept along by the chilling breeze. Remarkably, despite the biting cold, the 3 seemed utterly unaffected, an intriguing sight indeed. The donkey cart, seemingly slow, arrived at the entrance of the imposing wall in just a few breaths. The sentinel stationed atop the wall immediately became alert. Who are you? What is your purpose here? They shouted, communicating in a tongue entirely foreign to the 9 Cities Alliance. Yi Suifeng snapped his fingers, and a thread of spiritual awareness surged forth from the crown of the wall guard's head, subsequently dividing into 3 strands that entered the minds of the trio. Instantly, they comprehended the language. The man bellowed, his bowstring taut and poised for release. With a snap of her fingers, Yi Xiaoxiao mimicked Yi Suifeng's gesture. In an instant, a guard atop the wall leaned awkwardly and collapsed to the ground, succumbing to a deep slumber. A playful grin spread across her face as she glanced at Yi Suifeng, who merely shook his head and continued to navigate the donkey cart forward. As they approached, the grand gates swung open automatically, while the guards remained ensconced in their delightful dreams. After a brief interlude, they arrived at a sizable abode, where various beasts were tethered: fiery steeds, unicorn oxen, and a peculiar large bird with elongated legs, all reminiscent of mounts. This establishment, known as the Wooden Tower Inn, served as a refuge, with faint murmurs of conversation emanating from within. "Let us venture inside," Yi Suifeng suggested as he disembarked from the donkey cart, followed by Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan. The vibrant phoenix, now reduced to the size of a sparrow, nestled within Yi Xiaoxiao's flowing hair. With a creak, Yi Suifeng pushed the door open, and a wave of warmth, laden with the rich scents of smoke and liquor, rushed to greet them, accompanied by a cacophony of voices. Coughing as the air assaulted her senses, Yi Xiaoxiao waved her hand in front of her face and looked up, only to find the once boisterous and had fallen eerily silent. Almost every eye in the room turned toward them, filled with curiosity, suspicion, and a hint of avarice. Yi Suifeng stepped forward, casually choosing an unoccupied corner to settle down. "Good wine and fine dishes, please," he called out. "Certainly." A lean young man responded with enthusiasm. Soon he approached, clutching a jar of wine and bearing several plates of food. The other diners, upon noticing him, turned their heads and resumed their raucous chatter. The three dishes were all meat-based, prepared in a simple and coarse manner. Nevertheless, Yi Suifeng picked up his chopsticks. For a true gourmet, one must possess a heart daring enough to explore new tastes. Guilan, on the other hand, retrieved a low-grade spirit stone and placed it in the hand of the attendant. The attendant paused momentarily, then, with a broad smile, departed. Upon returning to the counter, he leaned towards the burly proprietor and remarked, "Uncle, those individuals must have journeyed from afar." With that, he discreetly shook the spirit stone. The proprietor, pipe in hand, cast him a sidelong glance. "Mind your own business. Those individuals are clearly not ordinary folk. Do not invite trouble." The attendant chuckled, "Of course not. It's just that the Black Wolf's crew might be getting restless." Following the attendant's gaze, 5 individuals clad in dark, coarse clothing huddled together at a table, whispering to one another while casting glances towards Yi Suifeng. "Let them test the waters first." The proprietor exhaled a plume of thick smoke. "Moments latte." The members of the Black Wolf group rose, their faces twisted into sinister grins as they approached Yi Suifeng. "Hey, close your mouths and return whence you came," Yi Suifeng said, taking a sip from the wine jar, his brow slightly furrowing before he set it down again. Spoiled by Gu Yolan's exquisite tastes, he found these mundane offerings utterly unappealing. The Black Wolf was momentarily taken aback, having dominated this region for many years without ever encountering someone so audacious. "You son of a bang." Just as he opened his mouth, the bodies of the 5 members of the Black Wolf were instantly hurled backward, crashing through several tables and chairs before colliding with the wall and falling to the ground. Blood oozed from their mouths, and they had already succumbed to death. With wide-open eyes, they remained oblivious to the true nature of the being they had provoked until their last breath. The other patrons in the inn stood up, their expressions filled with terror as they gazed at Yi Suifeng. How on earth did he accomplish that? Yet Yi Suifeng maintained his composure, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. He picked up a piece of meat, placed it in his mouth, shook his head, and set down his chopsticks. The food and drink here were truly nothing to commend. He then rose and walked directly to the innkeeper. The innkeeper, upon seeing Yi Suifeng approach, felt his heart nearly stop, his pipe clutched in his mouth, paralyzed with fear. "Have you seen this?" Yi Suifeng produced a white leaf and placed it before the innkeeper's eyes. The innkeeper was momentarily stunned, staring at the bare head depicted on the leaf, his pupils constricting in shock. This is the totem of the eternal winter kingdom." His expression turned pale. The person before him was in search of eternal winter? That was one of the most formidable powers in the northern snowfields. Where is it? Yi Suifeng retracted the leaf. The innkeeper took a moment to steady his nerves and replied, very far, thousands of miles to the northeast. I have only heard tales of that place. Thank you. Yi Suifeng placed a low-grade spirit stone on the table before turning to leave. Yi Xiao and Gu Yulan promptly rose to their feet and departed together. After a considerable interval, a murmur finally arose within the inn. Uncle, who exactly are those individuals? The trembling attendant inquired, his legs still quaking with fear. Fortunately, he had managed to suppress his greedy impulses otherwise. The innkeeper withdrew his gaze from the group of black wolves, took a deep drag from his pipe, and replied in a grave tone, they are extraordinary beings. Yet, it remains uncertain whether they are destiny sorcerers or beast spirit warriors. Exhaling a thick cloud of smoke, the innkeeper expressed his lingering trepidation. Fortunately, their target appears to be the eternal winter kingdom. The attendant, puzzled, remarked, I have never heard of this name. Of course, you haven't, the innkeeper responded. It is a vast empire located tens of thousands of miles away, where extraordinary beings abound. Once by a twist of fate, I accompanied an immensely powerful extraordinary being and had the chance to visit it. The journey alone took 3 years. As they conversed, Yi Suifeng and his companions arrived before an imposing gatehouse. Towering several dozen zhang into the sky, it resembled a gateway to heaven itself. Above it, 2 robust and majestic characters were inscribed, Eternal Winter. Chapter 74. The Enlightenment Tree. One more chapter remains. The Pingyang Great Pass is the westernmost gateway of the Eternal Winter Kingdom. It stands resolutely within the western celestial gate of Eternal Winter, akin to an ancient divine dragon coiled in this place. In comparison, Yinshao City seems almost like a mere village. The western celestial gate reaches heights of several dozen zhang, with a luminous curtain rising from the gate and extending endlessly to either side, stretching for countless miles. To enter the Eternal Winter Kingdom from this side, one must pass through the west gate. Each day, countless cultivators wishing to enter the Grand Pass form serpentine lines stretching for miles. Yi Suifeng, however, possessed neither the patience to wait nor the inclination to stand in line. Silently, his donkey cart glided into the heart of Pingyang Pass. Instantly, a wave of warmth enveloped him. How bustling is here! Yi Xiao exclaimed in awe as she beheld the expansive thoroughfare teeming with a continuous flow of people. Yet, some gazes were fixed upon her. What sort of vehicle is that? It appears to be merely an ordinary old donkey. Oh, that girl looks rather charming. One might mistake her for a little princess. They murmured about the humble donkey cart. Fortunately, the eclectic fashion of the locals deterred any undue curiosity about their peculiar presence. Hey uncle, look quickly, I've spotted that bear. Yi Xiao suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a small child on the street. The child bore a pattern on his back, depicting the very long-haired bear head etched onto the white leaf. Yi Suifeng sighed softly, lift your head. Yi Xiao compliet, hermaut agape in astonishment. Every street and alley, every shop and towering building was adorned with the same white flag, emblazoned with the image of the long-haired bear. Have we arrived at the Barest Inn? Yi Xiao's face was a picture of disbelief. Yi Suifeng extended his finger, tracing a circle in the air. Instantly, a multitude of intricate information surged forth from above each passerby, converging at his fingertips to form a swirling vortex. He then delved his consciousness into the whirlpool. The great celestial god? A crucial piece of information has come to his attention. In the realm of Everwinter, this bear is not merely regarded as a natural disaster, as the outside world perceives it. Rather, it is venerated as the great celestial deity. This great celestial deity possesses immense powers, capable of summoning winds and rain. Most importantly, it single-handedly created the Everwinter barrier, shielding humanity from the harshness of the external cold and snow, thus allowing them to thrive in tranquility. Yi Suifeng curled his lips in disdain. He had noticed the Everwinter barrier upon his arrival, its formation unmistakably marked by the collaborative efforts of several formidable cultivators. It seemed that the great celestial bear had little to do with it. However, he was not particularly concerned with the affairs of the Everwinter barrier. He was intrigued by why the head of this great celestial deity appeared on this white leaf. What indeed was this white leaf? After a moment's contemplation, Yi Suifeng extended his divine sense, enveloping the entire Pingyang Pass, allowing him to see everyone within its confines with clarity. Was a most formidable presence merely at the integration stage? Yi Suifeng frowned slightly. The individual capable of severing the causality of this leaf and casting it into the river of time could not simply be a minor cultivator at the integration stage. Nevertheless, it was worth inquiring further. With that thought in mind, Yi Suifeng prepared to summon this individual. Yet, within his divine perception, he suddenly spotted a familiar name. Very well, let us investigate this matter further. Moments later, the ox cart arrived at a remarkably prosperous area. The decor here was evidently elevated by several degrees. Amongst it stood an impressive 9-story building, prominently displaying 3 grand characters, Wanbao Pavilion. Indeed, it was a significant force with establishments spread across the continent. Yi Suifeng alighted from the carriage, accompanied by Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan, and entered the Wanbao Pavilion. Much like other establishments, the first floor was teeming with people. Yi Suifeng cast a sweeping glance and discerned that the merchandise here differed significantly from that of the 9-City Alliance. Notably, the proportion of elixirs had markedly diminished, supplanted instead by a myriad of beast blood and inner cores from various magical beasts. These items were in high demand. The cultivators congregated in that area appeared rather peculiar. Their internal spiritual energy was extraordinarily chaotic, yet their physical prowess was immensely robust, with each individual emanating one or several distinct beastly auras. Beast spirit warriors? Among the information he had recently acquired, there were fragments pertaining to beast spirit warriors and destiny mages. This represented a cultivation method that starkly contrasted with that of the 9-City Alliance. It would be prudent to inquire further and observe the merits of these 2 distinct cultivation practices. Yi Suifeng nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he allowed Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan to explore freely, and then his figure gradually faded away. In the uppermost chamber of the Wanbao Pavilion, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe meticulously examined an account book. Suddenly, the presence of an unfamiliar entity manifested within the room. Who is it? The middle-aged man abruptly lifted his gaze, and a 3-inch-long, hiltless dagger shot forth from his sleeve, darting towards the figure that had suddenly appeared before him with lightning speed. This was his most formidable innate spirit tool, virtually unassailable by anyone below the integration stage. However, a chilling turn of events unfolded. The ordinarily unrivaled dagger, just as it was about to pierce the young man, inexplicably halted mid-air. He found himself instantaneously immobilized, unable to move even a muscle. The middle-aged man was shaken. In this Pingyang Pass, the only individual who could instill such trepidation in him was the formidable master of the pass, who had reached the stage of integration. Yet, even a master did not possess such terrifying prowess. Where did this formidable cultivator emerge from, and why had they sought him out? The middle-aged man trembled internally. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters, Yi Suifeng said, as he grasped a 3-inch dagger before him and approached the middle-aged man. Taking a seat, he then placed the dagger upon the table. A commendable spiritual tool, with a rather unique design, he remarked. As Yi Suifeng's words resonated, the middle-aged man suddenly felt the ability to move return to him. Instinctively, he recoiled, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. Yi Suifeng was at a loss for words. How could this man lack the audacity of Gu Wanxin? You must be the master of the Wanbao Pavilion here, correct? Yi Suifeng inwided. The middle-aged man nodded, swallowing hard, and replied with difficulty, Esteemed senior, I am indeed the master of this pavilion, Jian Xingxuan. Should you desire anything, please feel free to take it. Yi Suifeng was once again left speechless. What did he take him for? He refrained from further comments and directly produced a leaf, asking, Have you ever seen this? Jian Xingxuan was taken aback, and upon examining the leaf, his brows furrowed in surprise. Esteemed senior, how could you possess such an item? He appeared profoundly astonished. Yi Suifeng tightened his grip on the leaf. Speak. This. Please hold on a moment while I verify. As he spoke, Jian Xingxuan swiftly dashed to a large chest nearby. After activating a complex array, he revealed a treasure trove of books, housed within a storage space that contained thousands of volumes. He began to search through the contents with great urgency. Soon, he extracted a tome that appeared remarkably ancient. Yes, this must be it. Jian Xingquan reverently turned to a particular page and placed the book before Yi Suifeng. "Senior, please take a look," he urged. His flurry of actions elicited amusement from Yi Suifeng, who thought to himself, "I haven't done anything so extraordinary. There's no need for such trepidation." Shaking his head, he picked up the ancient text. The pages depicted a towering tree. Beneath it, a group of playful young pandas frolicked, their adorably clumsy antics bringing a smile. Yi Suifeng glanced at the title of the chapter. The Enlightenment Tree, Chapter 75, The Divine Assembly. In the primordial chaos, as the heavens and earth began to take form, a colossal tree emerged, standing as a pillar between the realms. With its continuous growth, the distance between heaven and earth expanded, giving rise to an initial world. This tree was known as the World Tree, or the backbone of existence. Once the heavens and earth were stabilized, the World Tree fulfilled its purpose and collapsed. From its remnants, several new saplings sprouted, each a child of the World Tree. From their inception, they were extraordinary, each possessing immense strength and unique abilities. The Enlightenment Tree was among them. According to legend, the Enlightenment Tree embodied the nascent wisdom of the cosmos, capable of enlightening all living beings. One day, a severely injured she-bear, heavy with cubs, unexpectedly sought refuge beneath the Enlightenment Tree. Alas, her wounds were too grievous, and she succumbed after giving birth to 7 little bears. These cubs, beneath the nurturing shade of the Enlightenment Tree, thrived on the dew and the essence of the dawn, growing stronger with each passing day. Under the influence of the Enlightenment Tree, they exhibited remarkable prowess, each surpassing the other in strength. After an intricately woven tale of trials and tribulations, one fateful day, one of the bears shattered the millennia-old ice and snow with a single swipe of its paw, establishing an oasis amidst the snowfields. This land would later be known to humanity as the Eternal Winter Realm. The bear that forged this realm was revered by all living beings as the great celestial deity, receiving their utmost veneration. Thus, the ancient text concluded its narrative. The leaf in Yi Suifeng's hand, if the records were accurate, was indeed a leaf from the Enlightenment Tree, which explained the insignia of the great deity inscribed upon it. Closing the ancient tome, Yi Suifeng fell into contemplative silence. Could it be that the one who placed the leaf from the Enlightenment Tree into the river of time was the so-called great celestial deity? Reflecting on the ancient text, it seemed plausible that this deity possessed the ability to traverse the realm of the void. After a moment's thought, Yi Suifeng inquired, "Where can one find the Enlightenment Tree?" Jiang Xingquan's expression turned awkward as he replied, "Senior, I am afraid I do not possess that knowledge. My understanding of the Enlightenment Tree is merely an impression I glean from chance readings." Yi Suifeng nodded, realizing that such an exalted existence was beyond the comprehension of even a late-stage transformation realm cultivator. Who would truly know of the Enlightenment Tree or of the great celestial deity? Yi Suifeng asked again. Jian Xingquan pondered for a moment and replied, "It is likely that only the individuals from the Eternal East Imperial City possess some knowledge regarding the Enlightenment Tree. However, if you are still in search of the great celestial deity, then his consciousness will descend upon Pingyang Pass during the Divine Bestowal Conference in half a month's time." Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. The Divine Bestowal Conference. He had encountered this name while gathering information earlier. It appeared to be a grand event, and the recent influx of visitors to Pingyang Pass was indeed in anticipation of this conference. "Please elaborate on this Divine Bestowal Conference," Yi Suifeng inquired. "Certainly." Jian Xingquan promptly nodded and continued. "The Divine Bestowal Conference is held once every 3 years and is the most magnificent event in the realm of the Eternal Winter Kingdom." As Jian Xingquan elaborated, Yi Suifeng began to grasp the essence of the matter. In essence, it was merely a selection event orchestrated by the great celestial deity. This conference occurs every 3 years, and participants must be young, extraordinary beings under the age of 16. Destiny mages, beast spirit warriors, or practitioners of various other schools may partake. After numerous elections and intense battles, the most outstanding young talents will be determined. Subsequently, the great celestial deity will bestow certain favors upon them based on their rankings. The top few will be directly ushered into the divine realm by the great celestial deity, embarking on a distinctly legendary journey. For instance, this year, there are 5 slots available at Pingyang Pass, all of which will be claimed by the great celestial deity. It sounds as though this great celestial deity resembles a cult leader. Yi Suifeng chuckled. Jian Xingquan gave a sheepish smile. He dared not respond to such remarks. Should the local inhabitants of Yongdong discover that someone had described their great deity in such a manner, regardless of one's strength, they would surely rush forth in a frenzy. Are you certain that the consciousness of the great deity will manifest? Yi Suifeng invited. Indeed, Jian Xingquan replied. Ever since I arrived at Pingyang Pass, I have been present at every divine granting ceremony. I can perceive the terrifying consciousness of the great deity, which instills a sense of dread. No one can contend against it. However, of course, compared to you, senior, it pales in comparison. Yi Suifeng fell silent once more. Your survival until now is likely closely intertwined with your rather timid disposition. Nonetheless, he thought, if the great bear truly would come, he need not expend further effort in pursuit. When the time came, he could simply seize it directly, strike a blow first, and then pose his inquiries afterward. With half a month remaining, Yi Suifeng pondered and asked, does your Wanbao Pavilion possess any martial arts or texts regarding the cultivation of destiny mages or bee-spirit warriors? Jian Xingquan's heart sank. The fears he harbored were indeed materializing. Wanbao Pavilion was bound to face repercussions this time. Yet, he dared not lie before this esteemed figure. Yes, senior, and not only do we have those techniques, but we also possess martial arts practiced by the cultivators from the southern regions of Jailing, as well as spiritual artifacts. Elixirs, high-grade beast cores, rare treasures of heaven and earth, and spirit stones. Enough, enough, Yi Suifeng interjected, raising a hand to his forehead. I only require those 2 types of techniques. Whatever quantity you have, bring it forth. During this period of waiting, he casually examined the distinctive features of the 2 cultivation systems. Soon, Jian Xingquan presented a beautifully crafted storage ring before Yi Suifeng. With a cursory glance, Yi Suifeng noted the sheer volume of over 10,000 tomes. It seemed this individual had truly emptied their household. How much in total? He inquired, emphasizing the need for a fair price. Jian Xingquan appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the senior to offer compensation. At cost, approximately 8 trillion low-grade spirit stones. Does that seem acceptable? Yi Suifeng remained silent, extracting the cultivation techniques from the storage ring before placing an ample amount of spirit stones within, handing it back to Jian Xingquan. It was merely a trifling matter. He had not yet reached the point of desperation. Subsequently, he prepared to depart when a thought struck him. By the way, how does one participate in this divine gift conference? With so many prodigies converging, it would serve as a splendid opportunity for Yi Xiaoxiao to hone her skills and keep her occupied. The slots for the conference were determined over a month ago. Jian Xingquan replied, is it possible to purchase a slot? And if so, what is the cost? Jian Xingquan's lips twitched. It seemed the senior had an insatiable appetite for acquisitions. How many slots do you require? 1 will suffice. I happen to have a junior with me, whom I wish to encourage. That can be arranged. Jian Xingquan responded. This year, our Wanbao Pavilion has 10 slots available, and I can secure 1 for you. Yi Suifeng furrowed her brow and remarked, you must have already chosen the candidates, haven't you? Wouldn't this inevitably push others aside? Jian Xingquan respectfully replied, the matters of the predecessor are of utmost importance. Have you even considered whether she is qualified? The disciples of a predecessor are surely the cream of the crop, the dragons and phoenixes among men. Yi Suifeng could no longer tolerate it, and, with a dismissive remark, then let it be, she swiftly exited the room. After a considerable while, Jian Xingquan approached his chair and slowly sat down, displaying an expression tinged with apprehension. He shook his head and sighed. I had thought that upon reaching the later stages of transformation, arriving at Pingyang Pass would relieve me of such concerns. Who would have imagined? He reassured himself, it's all right. Maintain a calm mindset. As long as one lives. Chapter 76. Who is the useless one? You want me to participate in the competition? In an elegant and cozy room, Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed in astonishment. Yi Suifeng reclined lazily by the window, the table laden with an assortment of fruits, all exquisite specialties from the eternal winter kingdom. They were refreshingly cool and melted upon contact. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the battle at Yinshao City. Yi Xiaoxiao leaped from her chair. However, this place is clearly much larger than Yinshao City. There must be many formidable opponents. What if I cannot defeat them? Yi Suifeng scoffed lightly. If you cannot win, then stand tall and take the blows. What else can be done? One must endure some hardships. You are already 14 in virtual years. You have grown. Yi Xiaoxiao wore a reluctant expression, casting her gaze down at her toes. But have they all grown stronger? She inquired. I do not know, came the reply. Yi Suifeng remarked. After all, the participants are all youths under the age of 16. No matter how formidable, they cannot be excessively powerful. With merely half a month remaining until the competition begins, you ought to take this time to contemplate how to contend with them. Several months had elapsed since they departed from Yinshao City. During their journey, he seized moments to concoct some origin towers. Utilizing the supreme essence of heaven and earth, they produced for various purposes such as cooking, personal hygiene, and bathing. Naturally, these resources were also employed for daily cultivation. The supremacy of resources is not merely a claim. With such an investment, even without dedicated practice, Yi Xiaoxiao's cultivation had advanced remarkably. Over a month ago, she had entered the foundation establishment stage, and now she had emerged as a prodigy at the 5th level of foundation establishment. Even Gu Yulan, who initially was merely at the Qi refinement stage, had experienced consecutive breakthroughs and was now a practitioner at the late stage of transformation. Indeed, Pingyang Pass far surpassed Yinshao City, yet the talent under 16 would not be excessively extraordinary. It is likely that the pinnacle would range between the foundation establishment and the golden body stages. According to the local cultivation system, this corresponds to the 3rd to 4th levels of the Destiny Mage or Beast Spirit Warrior. With Yi Xiaoxiao's capabilities, even if she were to face defeat, the losses would be minimal. Very well, Yi Xiaoxiao replied softly. All along, she had been engrossed in studying the Dream Void Realm and had indeed devoted little attention to offensive techniques. It appeared she needed to reflect deeply on this aspect. If you're truly concerned, there will be a gathering at the Wanbao Pavilion this evening, where numerous participants are expected to attend. You might consider going to observe. Yi Suifeng suggested. A gathering? Excellent. Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her enthusiasm